Traversing through parallel worlds, Su Lin found himself transformed into a graduate of a police academy. Upon receiving his assignment, a look of bewilderment crossed his face. This exemplary student of criminal investigation, who had graduated with top marks, was allocated to the traffic police division. What could this possibly mean? Was he being denied the opportunity to engage in criminal investigations? Very well then, he thought, he could still seize opportunities in the realm of traffic policing that would lead him to cases of criminal investigation. On his very first day, he apprehended 7 habitual thieves and 1 notorious kidnapper and murderer. The following day, he captured a suspect known as B. By the 3rd day, he unearthed the mastermind behind a monumental case that had remained hidden for a decade, to AS for the 4th day. The captain of the traffic police squad exclaimed, "Ancestor, we are traffic officers. Why do you keep sending individuals over to criminal investigations?" The chief added, Who authorized Su Lin's transfer to the traffic police? Step forward. We will investigate thoroughly and leave no stone unturned. Among the criminals, a legend circulated. You can go anywhere, except for Jiangyan City. If you do, you will certainly be apprehended. Chapter 1. Standing tall in the face of authority. Old Su, what is the situation? How could you possibly be assigned to the 1st Division of the Traffic Police in Jiangyan City? Indeed, Old Su, we are all graduates of criminal investigation, and you are a veritable genius in the field. How could you be relegated to the traffic unit? This is unreasonable, utterly unreasonable. You scored full marks in every subject, and you even received a 3rd-class merit during your time at the academy. How could this happen? This is infuriating. I'm going to report this to the school administration immediately. In a restaurant near the police academy, several newly graduated trainee officers displayed expressions of righteous indignation. Rising to make their way outside, Su Lin firmly grasped the arm of a classmate who was about to rise, saying, Zhang Chao, sit down. You, Old Su, what on earth are you thinking? Zhang Chao, the intern police officer, asked with an expression of indignation. A female classmate seated opposite Su Lin bit her lip and remarked, Su Lin, even if we don't steam buns, we must stand our ground. This matter demand an explanation from the higher-ups. Su Lin replied, An explanation? What explanation? The female classmate suddenly found herself at a loss for words. The table was occupied by 5 classmates. Su Lin, Zhang Chao, Li Xinxin, Guo Xiaoran, and Wang Feng. They were Su Lin's closest companions from police academy, and just yesterday, Li Xinxin had confessed her feelings to him, only to be gently turned down. As a time traveler, he had yet to comprehend how he had inexplicably arrived in this parallel universe, which bore a striking resemblance to Earth. The historical context remained largely unchanged, the backdrop similar. Even the cultural and regional aspects were alike. The nations were still the same, and the interrelations among them mirrored those of his former life. Perhaps the sole alteration was that the soul inhabiting this body was no longer the original Su Lin, but rather a replacement by his own spirit. After assimilating the memories, he had gleaned certain insights. They had graduated from the criminal investigation program at the police academy and were subsequently assigned to various internship units. Interns like them typically began their journey as probationary officers at local police stations, with Zhang Chao and others being allocated to different precincts in Yinjiang City. However, it was Su Lin, the most outstanding among them, who was assigned to the traffic police team, becoming a traffic officer. There was no intrigue in this decision. It was hard for anyone to believe otherwise. Perhaps only Su Lin understood the reason behind his assignment to the traffic division had offended someone. Nonetheless, it mattered little ever since he activated the system yesterday. He felt that whether as a traffic officer or an auxiliary police officer, he could achieve remarkable feats. These thoughts swirled in his mind. A subtle glimmer flickered in his eyes. System, activate the eye of good and evil. In an instant, a prompt appeared above the heads of several classmates before him. Zhang Zhao, evil value 0. Li Xinxin, evil value 0. Guo Xiaoran, evil value 0. Wang Feng, evil value 0. With the system activated, accompanied by special abilities, Su Lin could now perceive the evil values, rendering all criminals transparent before him. The power of the eye of good and evil was the first ability bestowed by the system. To acquire further special abilities in the future, he would need to capture criminals, accumulate points, and exchange them through a lottery system. Come, let us drink. Su Lin suppressed his excitement and raised his glass. Just as everyone was about to clink their glasses, a crisp sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. Thud, thud, thud. Then the door to the private room swung open, revealing a robust woman with a formidable presence stepping inside. Su Lin, what do you mean by this? As the woman entered, she loudly confronted Su Lin, pointing a finger at his nose and scolding. Do you think you can disregard me? Let me make it clear. If you dare to refuse me, tomorrow you won't even be able to work as a traffic officer. Lin Su, Everyone in the private room, except for Su Lin, wore a grave expression. Upon witnessing the woman's demeanor, they instantly understood why Su Lin had been assigned to the traffic police. The woman standing before him was the daughter of the second-in-command at the police academy, possessing strong connections with the municipal bureau, undoubtedly a figure of considerable influence. Lin Su's pursuit of Su Lin had stirred quite a commotion at the police academy, yet it was evident to discerning eyes that her affections were unreciprocated. In truth, any man would find it hard to be enamored with Lin Su unless he was enticed by her powerful father's influence. However, Su Lin was certainly not such a man. As he observed the woman's face, characterized by pronounced cheekbones and a broad jaw, marred by a sharp and caustic expression, his countenance darkened. What audacity! Did she not possess any self-awareness regarding her own appearance? After all, he was the campus heartthrob of the police academy, an exemplary student, and a figure of renown. Yielding to her would render him the laughingstock of not just the academy, but the entire city. Simultaneously, a crimson number began to emerge above the woman's head in Su Lin's vision. Lin Su. Her malevolence is quantified at 32. Driven by jealousy towards her classmate, Wang Ziyu, who possesses remarkable beauty, she tainted the latter's facial cleanser with acidic substances, resulting in extensive facial burns and disfigurement. In a fit of envy towards another classmate, Li Xiao, she conspired to drug her drink, rendering her unconscious, and subsequently threatened her with private photographs. Out of spite for yet another peer, she engaged in bullying with external accomplices. Upon hearing this information, Su Lin's expression darkened instantaneously. Wang Ziyu was also a fellow student at their police academy. A year prior, she had withdrawn from school due to disfigurement, and no one had any inkling that this incident was connected to the woman before him. This was merely one of her numerous transgressions, each of which could warrant several years of imprisonment. The phrase venomous woman seemed to have been coined specifically for her. Su Lin contemplated that such a malicious individual deserved a sentence of 10 years, if not more. Furthermore, he was almost certain that the suppression of the Wang Ziyu case had been orchestrated by their school's vice principal, Lin Zhenghe, Lin Su's father. Otherwise, these events would have been thoroughly investigated, and Lin Su would have been incarcerated long ago. With a cold smile, he remarked, "Lin Su, I am offering you an opportunity to confess. Otherwise, you shall soon learn the meaning of irreparable regret." Confess? Confess to what? Lin Su retorted with derision, her smirk betraying her disdain. "I do not comprehend your words. However, you, Su Lin, should know that my interest in you is a mark of respect. Should you choose to disregard my goodwill, I will personally ensure your ruin. What I cannot possess, neither shall anyone else. I shall grant you the night to ponder this matter thoroughly," Lin Su declared, turning to depart. However, Su Lin interjected directly. "Wait." Upon hearing his voice, Lin Su halted immediately and turned back. The expressions of Zhang Chao and the others shifted noticeably. Could it be? At this juncture, Su was calling out to this woman. Surely he wasn't contemplating submission? Please, let it not be so. A man must possess integrity and pride. They did not wish to see Su Lin subdued, yet they were even less inclined to witness him bow to a woman like Lin Su. Lin Su retorted, "Humph. Su Lin, if you aspire to ascend, I advise you to grasp the reality of your situation. Given my background, if you merely comply, perhaps." "Fool, do not misconstrue my intentions." Su Lin spat, his face contorted with disdain, even resorting to profanity. Glaring at Lin Su, whose face was twisted with rage, he asserted, "I merely wish for you to convey a message to your father. I shall personally apprehend both him and you, for individuals like you ought not to inhabit this beautiful world." The moment these words escaped his lips, the countenances of Zhang Chao and his companions paled dramatically. This was an outright provocation. Could it be that Su Lin had support behind him? "Very well. You shall wait, I assure you. I will ensure you cannot even function as a traffic officer," Lin Su exclaimed furiously, jabbing a finger at his nose before whirling away. Su Lin merely smiled, nonchalantly. "Bow my head? Is that even a possibility?" Chapter 2. Upon commencing his shift at the traffic police station, old Su pondered whether to apprehend the criminal. "Be wary of that woman. She's not one to be trifled with," Zhang Zhao cautioned as he patted Su Lin's shoulder, offering him a glass of liquor. "Revenge?" Su Lin replied with a slight smile. "Rest assured, she will soon learn the meaning of divine retribution." The group raised their glasses in a toast. As the evening unfolded, Su Lin lost track of time, eventually stumbling home in a state of inebriation. In a foggy haze, he glanced at his modest abode of less than 50 square meters before shutting the door and collapsing onto his bed. At 6 o'clock the following morning, Su Lin roused himself with a sense of urgency. His head throbbed slightly, but after a brisk shake and a refreshing shower, he felt revitalized. Promptly at 7, he departed, heading straight for the 1st Brigade of the Jianyun City Traffic Police. Upon arriving at the captain's office, he lightly knocked on the door and announced his presence. "Come in." A deep voice beckoned from within. Su Lin stepped inside. Seated at the desk was a middle-aged officer who looked up, momentarily taken aback by Su Lin's entrance. "Reporting in. I am the intern officer Su Lin declared, saluting sharply. Zhao Guodong gestured for him to sit, smiling. "So, you are the new intern? Quite impressive. I have reviewed your file. It indicates you are a person of responsibility." The 1st Brigade had been short-staffed for quite some time, and he had repeatedly requested reinforcements from above, yet the arrival of new personnel had been delayed. After much anticipation, he finally received a case assignment and promptly set about reviewing the files. The academic performance from the police academy was rather average, yet the choice of specialization was rather perplexing. A student specializing in criminal investigation had inexplicably applied to their traffic police unit. How absurd. While it is true that working in criminal investigation can be arduous and fraught with danger, the prospects are bright, with opportunities for advancement significantly faster compared to their traffic police division. In the traffic unit, one must endure a lengthy period of service to gain seniority. In contrast, in criminal investigation, advancement hinges solely on individual merit. Should one excel, extraordinary promotions are certainly within reach. What he remained oblivious to was that the file he had previously examined had been tampered with. "Su Lin, is it? I am Zhao Guodong, the captain of the 1st Division." The captain introduced himself. "Greetings, Captain," Su Lin replied, instinctively reaching to salute, but was halted by Zhao Guodong. "That's enough. We differ from the bureau. Relax a bit." "Understood." Zhao Guodong, with an inquisitive expression, inquired. "I am quite curious as to why you chose to join the traffic police. If I recall correctly, you studied criminal investigation?" Su Lin forced a wry smile. "Captain, it's a long story. Let us set that aside for now. We have matters to attend to in the field office. Some of our team members are on leave, and we need assistance during the morning peak hours. Come along." "All right. I will join you," Su Lin replied. As Zhao Guodong glanced at his watch, he donned his police cap and headed toward the exit. Su Lin stood momentarily bewildered, pondering why the distinguished captain himself was participating in field duties. "Let us go. Don't just stand there. We are short-staffed, and everyone needs to pitch in." Zhao Guodong pushed Su Lin gently, bringing him back to his senses as he nodded slightly and followed suit. Within the police force, traffic officers occupy a rather unique position. Many graduates from police academies are reluctant to join the traffic division. Setting aside the exposure to the elements, the noxious fumes emitted by vehicles are enough to deter anyone. This is especially true during the frigid winter and the sweltering summer months. In winter, one can be frozen into a statue, while the scorching pavement in summer can melt the very soles of one's shoes. Old Lu. Upon entering the External Affairs office, Zhao Guodong pushed the door open to find 6 traffic officers already donned in reflective vests, preparing to head out. The leading middle-aged officer, upon hearing someone call his name, looked up to see Zhao Guodong and paused momentarily, then inquired, "Old Zhao, are you not going out today?" "What do you mean I'm not going? Today we have new recruits in our team, and it's perfect for them to pair up and manage for congested areas, with an additional team of auxiliary officers. I believe the morning rush hour should run more smoothly," Zhao Guodong explained, gesturing to Su Lin at his side to introduce him. "This is Su Lin, who has just graduated from the police academy. Su Lin, this is our deputy chief, Lu Zhao." "Deputy Chief Lu, greetings." Su Lin immediately stood tall and saluted. "Stop right there. No need for such formalities. Xiao He, bring him a duty manual," Lu Zhao instructed one of the officers nearby. "Understood." In no time, Su Lin received a hefty duty manual, which meticulously outlined the key considerations for managing traffic issues, as well as experiences in handling emergencies. "Zhao, I shall take my leave first." With that, he made his way outside. Zhao Guodong instructed, "The number 3 vehicle shall be ours. The others can be driven away by you." "Understood." Lu Zhao responded with an enthusiastic okay gesture before hastily departing. Su Lin observed the hurried figures of the traffic police, feeling a stir within his heart. While criminal police undoubtedly face certain dangers, the work of traffic officers is no less arduous. He reflected on the necessity of standing under the blazing sun, or amidst the biting cold, rain, and snow for an entire day, and could not help but feel a profound respect for these seasoned veterans. "Let us also set forth." Zhao Guodong found a reflective uniform for Su Lin, donned one himself, and promptly headed outside. The two arrived at the parking lot in the courtyard, entered their vehicle, and swiftly drove towards the intersection of Longhua Street in Jianyun City. Longhua Street is the largest commercial thoroughfare in Jianyun City, teeming with pedestrians, particularly around the subway exit, where the daily foot traffic exceeds 1 million. Coupled with buses, bicycles, private cars, and electric scooters, The intersection experiences significant congestion during the morning and evening rush hours. Zhao Guodong parked the vehicle in a nearby lot and immediately led Su Lin to the intersection of Longhua Street and Xiling Street, where traffic had begun to build up. Xiao Su, you stand by and observe for a moment. Our work as traffic police can be simple, yet it is also undeniably complex. Yes, Captain Zhao. Su Lin promptly nodded in agreement. Zhao Guodong promptly took charge of the traffic, and under his direction, the flow soon returned to a state of relative smoothness. Although progress remained somewhat sluggish, it was a marked improvement compared to the previous chaos. Su Lin observed Zhao Guodong's every action attentively, having noted down his maneuvers after just 2 glimpses. Just as he was about to approach Zhao to express his intent to assist, a sudden impulse led him to activate the Eye of Sin. In an instant, an array of information materialized above the heads of those around him. Wang Hui, Sin value 3. Li Hao, Sin value 0. Zhang Xiaodong, Sin value 1. Lin Feng, Sin value 1. Hu Daiping, Sin value 0. Cheng Feng, Sin value 2. A cursory glance revealed that none exceeded a Sin value of 5. According to Su Lin's understanding, individuals assessed with a Sin value below 5 typically had committed only minor transgressions, hardly warranting even a reprimand. A Sin value of 10 points indicated criminal behavior. If apprehended with concrete evidence, such individuals would face direct sentencing. Upon scanning the crowd, Su Lin noted a uniformity of whitelisted individuals, and a sense of reassurance washed over him. It was evident that the majority of the common folk in Daxiao were law-abiding citizens. However, at that moment, a red alert suddenly captured Su Lin's attention. Jiang Honghao, with a criminal score of 38, is a habitual thief involved in cases amounting to as much as 300,000 yuan, and he is currently concealing recently stolen goods on his person. His expression slightly hardened as his gaze fixed upon an apparently honest middle-aged man. Based on first impressions, one would never suspect that this individual was a seasoned thief, let alone one entangled in such a significant case. Now the dilemma arises. As an interned traffic officer, should he apprehend the suspect or refrain from doing so? Chapter 3. You are supposed to manage traffic, yet you apprehend criminals? Capture them. After a brief internal struggle lasting mere seconds, Su Lin resolved firmly. If fate brought him face to face with this miscreant, he could not let the opportunity slip away. Should this rogue escape and dispose of the ill-gotten gains, any subsequent arrest would be futile, devoid of evidence. If he were to act, it must be in the moment, achieving a simultaneous capture of both the perpetrator and the stolen goods. With this determination, he fixed his gaze upon the individual and gradually advanced. The habitual thief, known as Jiang Honghao, seemed to sense his approach, exhibiting signs of wariness as he stood at the traffic light, his expression betraying a hint of anxiety. The distance between them was roughly 5 or 6 meters when Su Lin abruptly pointed at a young woman riding an electric scooter, exclaiming loudly, "Helmet! Helmet!" At that instant, the expression on the thief's face visibly relaxed. He could not help but mutter to himself, "Am I losing my mind? This is a traffic officer. They deal with road regulations, not theft." The young woman beside him indeed lacked a helmet, and upon hearing the officer's admonition, her countenance turned distressed as she hastily replied, "Officer, I rushed out this morning and forgot my helmet. Please, consider." Young lady, regardless of the circumstances, traffic regulations must be adhered to. This is not merely to constrain you, but to ensure your safety. A helmet is paramount. One must always wear it while riding. Jiang Honghao displayed a sincere smile, kindly advising the young woman. He had seemingly emerged completely from the earlier tension, showing no urgency to depart. After all, the young lady was quite a sight to behold, fair-skinned, beautiful, and possessing long legs. He was curious to observe how the young traffic officer would handle the situation. As he pondered, Su Lin had already approached the 2 individuals. With a smile, he turned to Jiang Honghao and said, "Now, you can honestly squat down." Caught off guard, Jiang Honghao, who had been intent on watching the spectacle, suddenly froze. His pupils dilated in shock as he chuckled nervously. "Officer, what do you mean by that? I don't understand." Su Lin smiled and addressed him directly, "Jiang Honghao." Startled by the immediate utterance of his name, Jiang Honghao's face paled, and with a gasp, he stumbled backwards, only to trip over the curb and land heavily on the ground. He swiftly turned to flee, but at that moment, a foot struck his lower back forcefully, sending him crashing down once more. Su Lin stepped forward, swiftly twisting his arms behind his back. Onlookers prepared to cross the street were taken aback, including the young girl on the electric scooter, who stood frozen in confusion. She was bewildered, wondering why she was instructed to wear a helmet while the 2 men were engaged in a scuffle. Meanwhile, Zhao Guodong, who was directing traffic, noticed the commotion and promptly rushed over. Within moments, he reached the roadside, observing Su Lin restraining someone, and immediately approached with a serious expression, inquiring, "Su, is this fellow violently resisting law enforcement?" Upon hearing this, Su Lin was momentarily taken aback. He lifted his head and replied, "No, Team Zhao. This individual is a habitual thief. I discovered numerous stolen items on him, which is why I apprehended him immediately." Having spoken, he seized the man and coldly commanded, "Hand over the items." Jiang Honghao's face was a canvas of disbelief. He was still struggling to comprehend the situation. How did this person know he was a thief? Wait, he even knew his name and was aware of the stolen goods on him. Goodness, was this person a celestial being? He wanted to speak, but the murderous glare from Su Lin deflated his resolve. Reluctantly, he produced 8 mobile phones, 4 wallets, and 3 gold chains from his person. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at the sight of the stolen items. Indeed, he was a seasoned thief. The sheer volume of goods on the ground indicated he was a formidable expert. Zhao Guodong felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, and his eyelids flickered violently. On the very first day of work, I assigned you to manage traffic, and you arrive only to capture a thief? Are you a traffic officer or a criminal investigator? Shaking his head, he knew that since they had apprehended the culprit, there was no turning back. He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Lao Huang. This is Zhao Guodong. Old Zhao, isn't this the peak morning rush? Shouldn't you be exceptionally busy? What brings you to call?" A fair-skinned, middle-aged officer on the other end of the line raised his eyebrows in surprise. His name was Su Qingshan, and he was a high school classmate of Zhao Guodong. The latter is currently serving as the captain of the Traffic Police Brigade, while he is now the chief of the Longhua Road Police Station in the Daqiao district. What? An intern traffic officer apprehended a habitual thief? Su Qingshan found it hard to believe. Habitual thieves are as cunning as monkeys, and even the anti-theft brigade has difficulty capturing them. It was unexpected for a traffic officer to succeed. "All right, I will dispatch someone immediately." After hanging up the phone, Su Qingshan promptly sent 2 officers to the scene, and before long, they arrived at the intersection of Longhua Road. Su Lin and Zhao Guodong handed over the habitual thief to the officers, along with the stolen goods. Once the police car departed and the crowd dispersed, order was restored. Zhao Guodong looked at Su Lin and could not help but give him a thumbs up, saying, "You really did well." He had initially intended to advise the young man to focus on his duties and avoid distractions, but considering his own position, the words stuck in his throat. They were traffic officers, and as law enforcement, it was only natural to take action against criminals. Even a well-meaning civilian would likely do the same. Upholding justice and combating crime is an obligation we cannot shirk. All right, let us continue our duty. As Zhao Guodong spoke, he turned and walked towards the crosswalk, ready to resume directing traffic. Su Lin smiled and nodded, then glanced at the young girl on the electric scooter who had not yet left. At that moment, the girl was gazing at him with bright eyes, unblinking. "Why haven't you left?" Su Lin inquired. The young girl said, "Traffic police uncle." "No, brother, I have violated the traffic rules." "Aren't you going to find me?" Su Lin replied. "It's good that you know, but this is the last time. Now be on your way." "Thank you, brother. You are truly handsome," she beamed, her charming smile revealing 2 delightful dimples, before turning to push her little electric scooter away. Su Lin glanced at her retreating figure, nodding with a smile. Some minor transgressions can be forgiven, especially since she was no longer riding but instead walking alongside her vehicle. At that moment, a notification suddenly flashed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have apprehended a thief and earned 100 points. Collect 1,000 points to participate in the special skill lottery." A look of joy spread across his face as he absorbed the system's message. Points were indeed the sole means to acquire skills. Yet, 1,000 points seemed a formidable journey ahead. Chapter 4. Though a traffic officer, engaged in the work of serious criminal investigators, as the intersection returned to normal, Su Lin commenced his duties. Longhua Road, a vital thoroughfare, connects the bustling city center with the CBD commercial hub, witnessing a substantial flow of both pedestrians and vehicles. By 8 in the morning, the intersection became exceedingly congested. Su Lin and Captain Zhao stood on opposite sides of the crossing, directing the orderly passage of vehicles. They promptly intervened in cases of traffic violations, such as illegal lane changes, electric bikes disregarding regulations, or pedestrians failing to adhere to designated pathways. Under their supervision, although the traffic moved somewhat sluggishly, no significant blockages ensued. Half an hour slipped by swiftly, and as the clock struck 8:30, the peak congestion of the morning rush hour arrived. Su Lin, observing the seemingly endless stream of vehicles and the incessant influx of electric bikes and pedestrians from all directions, adopted a serious demeanor. He steeled himself. The true rush hour was upon them. Across the street, Zhao Guodong, through his police communications device, issued a reminder to Su Lin. "Understood, Captain Zhao," he responded, nodding in acknowledgement from a distance. As the pedestrian signal turned green, a throng of individuals approached from the opposite side. Su Lin promptly moved to the center of the road, raising his hand to signal the vehicles intending to turn right to halt. He then gestured for the crowd to pass swiftly. In the distance, Zhao Guodong observed Su Lin's command with a slight nod of approval. This young man is impressive. He has quickly adapted and displays remarkable proficiency, a promising talent indeed. Upon this realization, he felt a sense of relief and devoted his attention to directing the traffic on his side. However, at that moment, Su Lin's gaze suddenly sharpened, locking onto two figures. They were a man and a woman walking side by side. The man wore a cap, his form gaunt and his eyes piercing. The woman was unmistakably the girl who had just departed on an electric bike. At this moment, her complexion appeared somewhat pallid, and a look of terror flickered in her eyes. Something was amiss. A thought flashed through his mind, and he promptly reopened the eye of good and evil, instantly revealing the man's information. Chen Zichao, evil value 106. Crimes, kidnapping, and murder. Currently holding the victim's child hostage, preparing to flee. Special alert, danger level 3 stars. As he beheld the system's notification, a vision of blood seemed to envelop Su Lin, a chill surging from his heart. Especially after the special alert appeared, his body instinctively tensed. The distance between the two parties was rapidly closing. With less than 10 meters separating them, the little girl spotted Su Lin, her eyes glimmering with a spark of hope. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she slightly parted her lips, silently uttering 2 words, "Save me." Yet, Su Lin appeared oblivious to her plea, placing the whistle that hung from his neck into his mouth, emitting a series of urgent blasts. "Hurry, hurry, let us clear the way. The red light is imminent. Ma'am, allow me to assist you. Riders, please slow down." He appeared to be directing the flow of traffic with composure and order, evoking no suspicion from those around him. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, a surge of anxiety coursed through his heart. They were drawing closer. The young girl and the abductor, a murderer, were now within a mere 5 meters of him, poised to pass each other. Su Lin maintained his focus, casting a fleeting glance towards the girl before urging the crowd behind him onward. As they brushed past one another, he caught sight of the man behind, his hand nestled in the right pocket, seemingly clutching something that was aimed at the girl's lower back. A weapon. A chill spread through Su Lin's veins. What sort of weapon? A concealed knife? Or perhaps, a gun? He could not afford to be careless. This was a murderer, a kidnapper, one who could resolve matters with ruthless efficiency. For the sake of survival, such a person could resort to any means. Moreover, this individual was undoubtedly formidable. To hold a hostage in broad daylight and depart with such nonchalance showcased a psychological resilience that was nothing short of terrifying. Such individuals were either profoundly ignorant or utterly deranged. Yet, if he allowed the man to escape, the young girl would undoubtedly be in greater peril. No, it was not just her. Anyone in proximity would be in danger. Time was of the essence, and in that fleeting moment, Su Lin made his decision. In the fleeting moment when he brushed past the criminal, a glimmer of madness flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, he thrust his body against the girl, seized the assailant's right arm with a firm grip, and sharply tilted his head back, colliding forcefully with the adversary's head. Crack! With a swift motion, he twisted the opponent's arm and slammed it down against the ground. Each movement flowed seamlessly, as swift as lightning. Bang! In less than 2 seconds, the assailant lay defeated on the ground. The surrounding crowd stood in stunned silence, bewildered as to why the traffic officer had resorted to violence. Some individuals noticed the girl who had been knocked down and rushed to assist her. Su Lin felt a throbbing pain in his forehead, his expression grave. He glanced down at the individual he had subdued, who was desperately clutching a sharp bone-cutting knife, its handle bound with tape, making it nearly impossible to remove. A lunatic. A desperate fugitive. This man was undoubtedly the kind who would risk everything. Had Su Lin hesitated for even a moment, he might have been stabbed. The nearly 30-centimeter blade glinted menacingly in the sunlight, causing Su Lin to break out in a cold sweat. "Su Lin, what is going on?" Zhao Guodong immediately sensed something was amiss and rushed over, unable to suppress his exasperation at this young man stirring up trouble again. However, as he pushed through the crowd and beheld Su Lin restraining the man, his expression shifted dramatically, particularly upon noticing the tape-bound knife. His eyes filled with a sense of urgency. Without raising his head, Su Lin exerted all his strength to subdue the suspect and said, "Team Zhao, quickly disarm him." Upon hearing this, Zhao Guodong immediately bent down and exerted considerable effort to remove the knife. "Wait, don't move. I need to make a call first." Raising his head, Zhao Guodong took out his phone but was suddenly struck by the sight of a crowd of people around him, many of whom were recording videos on their phones while others were pointing and whispering. He immediately urged loudly, "Everyone disperse. This is a busy street. Are you all willing to risk your lives just to watch? Hurry up, disperse." Upon hearing this, the onlookers quickly realized the situation and hurriedly left. Zhao Guodong scrolled through his call history and dialed the number he had just called. "Hello, old Su, send someone over again. We've apprehended a suspect who committed an assault in broad daylight. Come quickly." As soon as the call connected, he spoke urgently. Wait, what? Assault in broad daylight. Su Qingshan nearly leaped from his chair, staring at the habitual thief he was about to interrogate, and once more sought confirmation from Zhao Guodong. Old Zhao, you're not joking, right? An assault in broad daylight was undoubtedly a serious matter. A careless approach could incite public panic. In this era where public opinion reigns supreme, many could end up bearing the brunt of the responsibility. Su Qingshan, stop with the nonsense and come here quickly, Zhao Guodong replied before hanging up the phone. He turned his gaze to Su Lin, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. This kid, we are clearly traffic police. What compels one to pursue a career as a criminal investigator, delving into the complexities of major cases? Chapter 5. You lucky fellow, unboxing this time. Su Qingshan did not delegate the task to others, but took the lead himself. Upon arriving at the scene, he discovered a young traffic officer restraining a slender youth, who lay motionless on the ground, evidently having surrendered. Oh, uncle, he killed my father. My father. The heart-wrenching cries echoed by the roadside, as a dear little girl's face was etched with pain and despair, evoking deep sympathy. Cuff him. Upon witnessing this distressing scene, Su Qingshan promptly instructed the two officers behind him to take over Su Lin's duties and secure the perpetrator's hands behind his back. Old Zhao, what is going on? He called out to Zhao Guodong, who was comforting the young girl by the roadside. Hearing the voice, Zhao looked up at his old classmate, gently patted the girl's shoulder, and approached. He gestured towards the girl, saying, she is a victim but has been greatly traumatized. You should take her back and arrange for psychological counseling. Understood. Nodding in agreement, Su Qingshan quickly assigned another female officer to escort the little girl to the vehicle. As they passed by Su Lin, the girl suddenly broke free from the officer's grasp and timidly stood beside him, clutching his sleeve tightly. I want to leave. I want to stay by my brother's side. I want to go anywhere. The abrupt turn of events caught everyone off guard, especially Su Lin, who stared blankly at the girl's delicate features, perplexed as to when he had become her source of solace. Little sister, please be obedient. Your brother is still working. You can accompany this lady to the police station and explain the situation. Rest assured, as soon as I finish my work, I will come to see you. He patiently reassured her. Brother, you're not lying, are you? The little girl looked at him, her face streaked with tears. Su Lin responded with a warm, comforting smile. Nodding, I'm not lying. I'm a police officer. All right, then I will go with this lady, the girl replied, nodding before returning to the side of the female officer. The officer glanced up at the sunlit, handsome Su Lin, a look of understanding dawning upon her regarding the girl's choice. A savior, a figure of justice, exuding safety, she would have made the same decision. Once the little girl was escorted to the police car, Su Qingshan, Zhao Guodong, and Su Lin withdrew their gazes. The former looked at Zhao Guodong and Su Lin and inquired, what is going on? Zhao Guodong turned to Su Lin, clearly indicating it was his turn to explain. When I apprehended that habitual thief earlier, I encountered the little girl, and when I saw her again, she sought my help. I sensed something was amiss. Su Lin calmly articulated the most reasonable explanation. Zhao Guodong felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this, and even Su Qingshan felt a surge of adrenaline. This young man is truly fearless. He directly shielded the victim with his own body and fought against the assailant. What if the assailant had a gun instead of a knife? Just the thought was terrifying. Unable to contain himself, Zhao Guodong stepped forward to thoroughly check Su Lin for injuries. Rest assured, Captain Zhao, I am unscathed. Su Lin began with a smile, but was abruptly interrupted. Wait, hiss, you, little rascal, you truly have a remarkable life. Zhao Guodong exclaimed in astonishment, swiftly pulling up Su Lin's reflective vest. Su Lin was momentarily taken aback, lowering his gaze in confusion, only to discover a gash slashed horizontally across the vest, measuring over a foot in length. Fortunately, the police uniform beneath remained intact, yet the sight sent a chill of sweat cascading down his spine. Su Qingshan's expression mirrored the shock, as he recalled a brother's encounter with a sharp bone knife, capable of effortlessly slicing through tendons and easily inflicting grievous wounds. He regarded Su Lin with a profound gaze and proposed, Brother, would you consider joining our police station? If you're willing, I could report your interest immediately. Upon hearing these words, Su Lin could not feign indifference. After all, he had pursued a degree in criminal investigation. Spending some time at the police station would position him well to ascend directly to the municipal criminal investigation team, given his capabilities. However, he was reluctant to depart so easily. Regardless of who had suppressed him, he was determined to seek justice. Accepting the offer now would not only prevent him from transitioning roles, but could also potentially jeopardize Su Qingshan's position. Thus, it was not yet time. Resolutely, he shook his head and replied, I apologize, but the organization has assigned me to the Traffic Police Division, and I shall remain there. Su Qingshan was momentarily stunned. having never anticipated Su Lin's refusal. Even Zhao Guodong was left speechless. Su Qingshan did not dissuade those who sought to recruit him for this very morning. Su Lin had demonstrated through his actions that he possessed the qualities befitting a criminal investigator. He was nearly convinced that Su Lin would acquiesce, yet to his surprise, the young man declined. However, within the tone of that refusal, there seemed to linger a hint of indignation. Why? Zhao Guodong and Su Qingshan spoke in unison. Su Lin chuckled lightly. What is there to question? Our instructors at the police academy have instilled in us the principle of unwavering obedience to superior orders. Su Qingshan sensed something amiss. Being astute individuals, they instinctively grasped the underlying implications. His lips parted, yet he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. Zhao Guodong's expression also shifted, and he ceased his inquiries. The more they pondered, the more they found themselves intrigued by the young man. They contemplated leveraging connections to investigate the circumstances surrounding the matter. Subsequently, Su Qingshan departed with his team. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. Congratulations, host. You have captured the true culprit behind the kidnapping and murder case, earning 500 points. As the announcement echoed in his mind, Su Lin clenched his fist in quiet determination. He was merely 400 points away from his goal. Reflecting on the near-fatal encounter with the perpetrator, he felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Following this, Su Lin and Zhao Guodong resumed their duties in traffic management. Zhao Guodong mused that perhaps today would pass without incident. Yet, to their astonishment, within a mere 10 minutes, Su Lin apprehended a habitual thief, discovering several stolen mobile phones and a collection of cash and jewelry. What a predicament! Overwhelmed by the situation, Zhao Guodong felt compelled to enlighten Su Lin about the true purpose of a traffic officer. However, before he could utter a word, approximately 7 or 8 minutes later, Su Lin made his move once again. This time, he apprehended a flamboyantly adorned young man who was brazenly implicated in multiple cases of public disturbance and assault, each carrying a sentence of no less than 5 years. One after another, the arrests continued. By 10 o'clock in the morning, the entire street had been thoroughly cleared, and Su Lin, at Zhao Guodong's behest, reluctantly concluded his operations, still savoring the thrill of the chase. Nearby, a police officer from the Daqiao community watched numbly as the last suspect was ushered into the vehicle, feeling as though he were trapped in a dream. This marked the 6th suspect he had seen placed in the car. Adding to this were the habitual thief and the kidnapper-murderer previously taken to the station. In just one morning, 8 individuals had been apprehended. What kind of extraordinary force was this? Even seasoned criminal investigators could not boast such prowess. Su Lin, with a beaming smile, began tallying his gains. Congratulations, host, for capturing a thief. You have earned 100 points. Congratulations, host, for capturing a suspect in an assault case. You have earned 210 points. Congratulations, host, for capturing a thief. You have earned 110 points. Gazing at the impressive total of 1,460 points displayed on the system interface, he issued his command without hesitation. System, open the mystery box. Chapter 6, Su Lin. You are on fire. Extracting skills is akin to opening a blind box. Su Lin felt a surge of anxiety, uncertain of what his first draw would yield. With a heart full of trepidation, a radiance suddenly illuminated the system interface. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a new skill, King of Close Combat. King of Close Combat, an extraordinary proficiency in melee combat that endows the host with overwhelming power to crush criminals. The system notification reverberated in his mind, and an avalanche of information surged forth, instantaneously saturating Su Lin's memory and leaving an indelible mark. Simultaneously, he sensed a subtle transformation occurring within his own body. Every fiber of his muscles grew stronger, and his reflexes and strength intensified. The combat techniques he had previously learned at the police academy, intertwined with the combat information imparted by the system, amalgamated into an entirely new fighting style. The King of Close Combat, his combat prowess reached an extraordinary level. At this moment, even if the champions of the fighting world stood before him, they might not fare well against him. Should his power amplify further, he could effortlessly overpower those world champions. Exhaling deeply, Su Lin lifted his gaze, a radiant smile illuminating his face. With each increment of strength, his confidence soared. Now, if he were to confront the murderer from earlier, he could undoubtedly execute a flawless takedown without sustaining any harm. Ancestor, can we return now? Suddenly, the voice of Zhao Guodong reached my ears. Upon turning my head, I found the captain's face adorned with an expression of profound resentment. The morning rush hour had been delayed by nearly an hour, prompting a barrage of complaints to the brigade leader, who had already called him to express his discontent. To be frank, it felt somewhat unjust. He cast a deep glance at Su Lin and suddenly realized that having such an exceptionally talented subordinate was not necessarily a boon. The crux of the matter was that this talent was not being applied to their primary duties. However, one could not accuse him of wrongdoing. After all, he was in the process of apprehending criminals, often catching them in the act. In Zhao Guodong's eyes, this young man was undoubtedly a formidable presence, someone not to be scolded or trifled with. Captain Zhao, what do you need? Su Lin inquired, utterly bewildered. An ancestor, Zhao Guodong replied tersely. Su Lin, please, Captain Zhao, my surname is Su, not Zhao. Zhao Guodong, his eyes wide as saucers, glared at Su Lin, who wore a teasing grin, as if he were itching to deliver a reprimand. The two of them boarded the vehicle and departed from the intersection of Longhua Road. At this moment, in the 1st Traffic Police Brigade, the returning Deputy Captain Liu Zhao was watching a video with a group of officers and auxiliary police, all wearing expressions of astonishment. Deputy Captain, are you certain this young man is one of our new recruits? One officer stammered, pointing at the figure on the tablet with wide eyes. The footage of Su Lin apprehending a habitual thief and a kidnapper-murderer had already gone viral online, spreading various sensational headlines at an astonishing pace. The most formidable traffic police officer has emerged, apprehending a murderer with ease. The heroic traffic officer, fearless and valiant, stands as a testament to the courage of law enforcement. The video, while lacking footage of Su Lin tackling the habitual thief and murderer, does capture the moment he subdued the criminal, including a clear segment showing Zhao Guodong disarming the murderer by removing the knife from his hand. Enthusiastic netizens swiftly unraveled the unfolding events, even uncovering the identity of the young girl and her father. Yu Haojiang, chairman of Haokong Group, was discovered brutally murdered in his office, leaving his only daughter, Yu Xiaoyan, as the sole heir to the company. The perpetrator was a contractor under Haokong Group, who, harboring ill intentions after being denied acceptance of substandard construction work, committed the heinous act. The incident, involving the public hostage situation, sent ripples of concern throughout the city. Furthermore, brief videos of Su Lin capturing the remaining criminals surfaced online, instantly elevating him to the status of the most dashing traffic officer and the emblematic figure of the entire traffic police force. Unbeknownst to him, he had become a sensation. He, along with Zhao Guodong, arrived at the Longhua Road police station in the Daqiao district. He had promised the young girl that he would visit her once the mission was complete. Upon entering a reception room at the station, the trembling girl, upon seeing Su Lin for the first time, immediately sprang up and ran into his embrace. Su Lin widened his eyes, glancing at Zhao Guodong beside him and then at the policewoman who had been comforting the young girl, her expression fraught with tension. Wait, little sister, please. Let go of me, Su Lin hurriedly said. The little girl sobbed, Brother, Daddy has been harmed, and Yin has no family left. Woo. I am all alone now, woo woo woo. Her heart-wrenching cries enveloped the reception room in silence. Su Lin sighed and gently patted the girl's back. As her cries gradually subsided, the little girl unexpectedly fell asleep in Su Lin's embrace. He carefully lifted her and placed her on the sofa, then turned to the policewoman and said, Comrade, we will take our leave. Please take care of her. Sure. Rest assured, once she wakes up, I will talk to her. The policewoman replied, her gaze lingering on Su Lin's face, eyes sparkling and cheeks slightly flushed. This young man is truly handsome. Having fulfilled the promise made to the little girl, Su Lin, accompanied by Zhao Guodong, proceeded to Director Su Qingshan's office. Su Qingshan personally brewed them a fine cup of tea, his words laced with courtesy, especially towards Su Lin, who could almost sense the flattery in the air. Xiao Su, those individuals you apprehended this morning have already confessed, including the one who committed the murder. I have reported to higher authorities and recommended you for commendation regarding the case of the daylight attack. However, whether it will be approved, I cannot say for certain. Rest assured, you are not a part of our system. I have applied for a reward for you as an informant. Thank you. Su Lin did not decline, as he was in need of funds. After his parents purchased a modest apartment for him in Jiangyan City, they returned to their rural home, leaving him with a monthly mortgage payment of several thousand. Su Qingshan remarked, I should be the one expressing gratitude. You have been an immense help. Had it not been for you restraining that deranged individual, all of us at the Longhua Road police station would have faced repercussions. Su Lin shook his head. If I had not encountered him, it would have been one thing, but when faced with such a situation, one must intervene. Traffic police are also law enforcement officers, tasked with safeguarding the lives and properties of the populace. Well said, Su Qingshan exclaimed, slapping his thigh emphatically. He continued, by the way, Xiao Su, you have become quite the sensation. Your news is all over the internet. The most gallant traffic officer and heroic and fearless are just some of the accolades. I suspect you will be trending in the top 3 in Jiangyan City today. Attention is beginning to focus on you, and even the dark hand lurking behind you will be unable to stifle your ascent. From Su Lin's previous narrative, he had already deduced that a nefarious force was at play, hence the assertion. Su Qingshan leaned closer to Su Lin and said, Xiao Su, should you decide to resign from the traffic police, come to me immediately. I will reserve the deputy position for you. Zhao Guodong interjected, Su Qingshan, enough. Poaching talent in front of me. Su Qingshan shot him an irritated glance, responding, all right, Lao Zhao, keeping him with you would be a waste. Our responsibilities within the system differ, and you should possess a clearer understanding than I. From our perspective, based on Su Lin's capabilities, he is destined to go further. Zhao Guodong listened, letting out a helpless sigh. This was the truth, and he could not refute it. Su Lin, however, furrowed his brows in concern. Was it truly happening so swiftly? He suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. If everyone became aware, would not the criminals circumvent him, making it impossible for him to apprehend anyone and earn points? Yet, there was little he could do, for he lacked the power to sway public opinion. Chapter 7. The subtle suppression of Su Lin's influence. Su Lin lacks the means to sway public opinion, yet there are those who possess such power. At the police academy, within the office of the vice principal, Lin Jinghe found himself unable to withstand his daughter's relentless coaxing. He acquiesced to assist her in dealing with Su Lin, vowing to ensure that the young man would be deprived of any chance for redemption. Particularly after hearing Lin Su mention that Su Lin intended to confront him personally, he resolved to crush him utterly, ensuring that he would never rise again. However, just as he prepared to take action, someone abruptly entered his office, their face etched with confusion and ire. Old Lin, what is going on? How is it that Su Lin is at the traffic police department? I demand an explanation. The newcomer, clad in a Zhongshan suit and appearing to be in his 50s, emanated an air of authority tempered with displeasure. Tang Yan, the principal of the police academy and concurrently the party secretary, had only just learned from an online video that this outstanding graduate, Su Lin, had been assigned to the traffic police department as an intern. He was well aware of Su Lin's remarkable performance at school, where he had excelled in all subjects and even earned a third-class merit during his studies. Why, he pondered, would such a talent end up in the traffic police? Upon recognizing Tang Yan, Lin Jinghe promptly rose and said, Principal Tang, what brings you here in person? I thought you were recuperating. What has stirred you to come? Tang Yan waved his hand dismissively. Lin Jinghe, spare me the pleasantries. I won't dwell on past matters, but regarding Su Lin, you must provide me with an explanation. As he spoke, he forcefully placed his phone onto the desk in front of Lin Jinghe. After glancing at the video on his phone, Lin Jinghe's expression darkened slightly. Come, explain this to me. Tang Yan spoke again, his tone filled with palpable anger. Upon hearing this, a smirk appeared at the corner of Lin Jinghe's mouth. Principal Tang, what explanation do you seek? His tone had subtly shifted, shedding the previous respect and now laced with a hint of disdain. He continued, by the way, regarding your son's incident, I am currently arranging for a resolution. I assure you, it won't be long before he is free of any troubles. TSK, 2 lives lost. If not handled delicately, he may very well face dire consequences. Tang Yan's face paled in response to these words, his finger trembling as he pointed at Lin Jinghe. After a moment, he was unable to utter a curse, collapsing despondently onto the sofa. Forget it. I won't interfere any longer. You handle it as you see fit. With that, Tang Yan turned to leave. In truth, his authority had long been usurped by Lin Jinghe. His son had been involved in a hit-and-run accident that claimed 2 lives, and in a desperate attempt to evade repercussions, he had sought to cover up the incident until the victims had perished. The extent of his madness was utterly appalling. Yet, as he was about to take his son to confess, Lin Jinghe intervened, offering to help them resolve the matter. From that moment onward, he found himself ensnared in a web of coercion. Ultimately, he had no choice but to feign illness and retreat, preferring to turn a blind eye. Once Tang Yan departed, Lin Jinghe promptly seized the telephone on the table and spoke. Hello, Mayor Li. This is Lin Jinghe. The matter is as follows. After the call ended, within a mere 10 minutes, all video content regarding Su Lin vanished from the internet. Every commentary had also dissipated into oblivion. Concurrently, those who had uploaded the videos were confronted by officials who warned them that their actions could jeopardize the life safety of that heroic traffic officer. Given the prevalence of retaliatory behavior in society, upon hearing this, those individuals realized their impulsiveness in exposing the hero, and one by one, they surrendered their phones and willingly deleted all backups. Within the span of just 1 hour, the Su Lin incident was rendered completely silent. Lin Jinghe's objective was to minimize Su Lin's influence and subsequently obliterate it entirely. The most effective approach was to identify some issues and have him expelled from the traffic police force. Within the External Operations Office of the Traffic Police's 1st Brigade, Lu Zhao and his subordinates were discussing the video featuring Su Lin when, suddenly, the video was taken offline, eluding their attempts to locate it. Deputy Chief, what is happening? Inquired a burly traffic officer with wide eyes. Lu Zhao replied, it seems the higher-ups have intervened. After all, the case involving Su Lin is quite significant. What if his friends or family seek revenge? It must be said that the rationale concocted by Lin Zhenghe and his associates was indeed compelling and difficult to refute. Even Lu Zhao shared the same sentiment. What are you all gathered for? Is there nothing else to do? Hurry and have lunch. Afterward, dispatch 2 teams for patrol duties. Suddenly, the voice of Zhao Guodong resonated from outside the door, prompting everyone to turn their heads in unison. Subsequently, including Lu Zhao, they rushed to the entrance, encircling Su Lin. Upon witnessing the predatory gazes of the crowd, Su Lin promptly exclaimed, "Vice Captain, let us discuss this amicably. Refrain from any violent actions. I admit to having delayed the early rush hour, but there were reasons behind it." "You little rascal," Lu Zhao exclaimed, delivering a hearty slap on Su Lin's shoulder while giving him an approving thumbs up, his face radiating admiration. "Su Lin, we have yet to introduce ourselves properly. Allow me to formally present myself. I am Yang Wei, the leader of Team 1, Group 1. The tall and robust second-level officer cheerfully introduced himself. Su Lin widened his eyes in astonishment. "Yang Wei, are you serious with that name?" He then continued, "Su Lin, you have brought glory to our team. I shall ensure that no one dares to claim that our traffic police are only fit for managing traffic and that our collaboration is ever unreliable. Nonsense. We do not require any collaboration. We apprehended 8 criminals in just 1 day. Su Lin, splendid work. Su Lin, you are a deity in my eyes." Observing the camaraderie between the crowd and Su Lin, with laughter and banter in abundance, Zhao Guodong nodded with a smile. Lu Zhao approached Zhao Guodong, gazing at the group of youngsters, and suddenly shook his head with a sigh. A dragon cannot be confined to shallow waters. Ultimately, this place cannot hold him. Zhao Guodong was momentarily taken aback, then remarked, "Old Lu, your insights are indeed profound. Our humble traffic police team cannot contain this individual. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, today he has brought honor to us. Not only can we expect to be recognized as outstanding this year, but I anticipate that our collective efforts will certainly earn us a third-class merit award." "Indeed, I share the same sentiment," Lu Zhao chuckled. After spending some time together, Su Lin became well acquainted with everyone, and his previous gloominess had dissipated. Accepting his circumstances, he realized that the traffic police team allowed him to apprehend offenders. As long as he could detain individuals, accumulate points, and acquire skills, the location mattered little. At noon, in the cafeteria of the 1st Brigade, Su Lin was seated at the same table as 2 congenial comrades, enjoying a meal. "Wei Gu, which area will we primarily patrol this afternoon?" Su Lin inquired, gnawing on a chicken leg. "Come on, Xiao Su, could you refrain from calling me that?" Fong Wei retorted, his eyes wide with mock indignation. The other person beside him laughed. "Haha, Lao Fong, I knew he'd definitely address you like that." Fong Wei shot back, "Is your name particularly melodious?" "Yang Wei, don't push your luck." Su Lin nearly spat out his food in laughter. Indeed, the name Yang Wei did seem to have an amusing irony. "Let them laugh. I've grown accustomed to it," Yang Wei shrugged. "This afternoon, we will patrol the area around the Eastern High-Speed Railway Station. It is densely populated, with numerous vehicles parked illegally and many offenders carrying passengers without authorization. Even during non-peak hours, congestion is a frequent occurrence." Chapter 8. Director, is the crackdown this significant? At the Longhua Road Police Station, Chief Su Qingshan and Officer Yu Ning found themselves in a quandary. The two sat in the office, exchanging glances, each pondering how to report to their superiors. Yu Ning lit a cigarette and remarked, "Old Su, while the recent thefts are manageable, this kidnapping and murder case must be escalated. How am I supposed to articulate that?" Su Qingshan replied, "I'm also contemplating this. Stating that our officers apprehended the suspects is evidently insufficient. Given the uproar online, if we present it that way, the higher-ups may accuse us of seeking credit. What should we do then?" "You suggest, and I shall write," Yu Ning proposed. Su Qingshan shot him a glare. "Are you the officer in charge here, or am I?" All right, let us just write it as it is." Yu Ning conceded. Su Qingshan let out a sigh. He initially believed that such an approach might complicate matters for Su Lin, who was already a target of higher authorities. Being too ostentatious could lead to trouble. However, since the matter had already stirred considerable attention online for a day, he felt indifferent. "To be honest, Old Su, had you not said it yourself, I would hardly believe a traffic officer could apprehend so many criminals on his very first day on duty. Is he a traffic cop or an undercover operative? No. He is even tackling criminal investigations," Yu Ning mused while writing the report, not missing the opportunity to speak. "Haha, we're on the same wavelength." Su Qingshan laughed heartily. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. "Come in," Su Qingshan said immediately. A police officer entered and spoke. "Su Chief, the Criminal Investigation Division has come to take someone." Upon hearing this, Su Qingshan promptly rose and headed outside. Yu Ning also set down his pen and followed him out of the office. In the courtyard of the Longhua Road Police Station, 3 police cars were parked outside the gate, and several plainclothes detectives emerged from the vehicles. "Captain Hu, you arrived quite swiftly," Su Qingshan exclaimed with surprise as he approached the leader to shake hands. Hu Gang, the captain of the Criminal Investigation 2nd Division, was renowned for his exceptionally high case resolution rate and held a formidable reputation within the police force of Jiangyan City. "Old Su, my apologies, but this case is urgent. You know how it is when a businessman encounters trouble, especially one of our city's major taxpayers. The higher-ups are keenly interested in this matter," Hu Gang remarked while shaking Su Qingshan's hand. "I understand." Su Qingshan nodded and then addressed the officer beside him, saying, "Xiao Su, take the detectives to retrieve the detainee." "Yes." The officer nodded and promptly led several detectives to the holding area to fetch the prisoner. Su Qingshan then pulled Hu Gang aside, saying, "Old Hu, wait a moment. I have a few high-value theft suspects that I would like you to take along as well. Rest assured, we brought 3 vehicles this time." "We will certainly take everyone back," Hu Gang replied with a nod. Just then, a vehicle entered the courtyard with a creak. As Hu Gang and Su Qingshan discerned the license plate, their expressions turned solemn, and they promptly approached. From the vehicle emerged a figure clad in police uniform, adorned with an olive branch and a 4-pointed star, a 3rd-level police supervisor. "Director Gua," they exclaimed in unison. Guoliang nodded slightly and, in a grave tone, remarked, "I have just concluded a meeting and heard that Yu Haojiang has been murdered. Is it true that the perpetrator has been apprehended by your Longhua Road police station?" Su Qingshan promptly replied, "Indeed, Director Gua. We were just about to hand the suspect over to Captain Hu when you arrived." "Well done." As the head of the sub-bureau, Guoliang felt the weight of pressure from such a significant case within his jurisdiction. Upon learning that the suspect was indeed captured, a wave of relief washed over him. He stated, "Su Qingshan, your team at Longhua Road Police Station has performed admirably. When it comes time for the Bureau to recognize outstanding contributions, I will ensure you receive an additional nomination." "Thank you, Director Gua," Su Qingshan responded, standing tall. He then scratched his head and added, "However, Director Gua, to be precise, it was not us who captured him, but rather a traffic officer." At that moment, the criminal was holding the victim's daughter hostage. Upon hearing Su Qingshan's account, Guoliang's demeanor softened slightly. He nodded and affirmed, "Indeed, commendable bravery." They stepped forward without hesitation. "Once the case concludes, I will contact the leadership of their team to commend them." Just as he spoke, the criminal investigation team emerged, leading out 7 thieves along with the murderer. As Guoliang observed 7 or 8 individuals being escorted out, he momentarily froze. Wasn't it said there would only be one? His expression was one of astonishment. Su Qingshan's lips twitched slightly as he explained, "Director Gua, it's like this. One is a perpetrator of homicide, while the others are thieves, all apprehended by that traffic officer." Guoliang was taken aback, as Hu Gang also stood in shock, having assumed these thieves were captured by the Longhua Road police station. It took them a while to process the information. Guoliang turned to Su Qingshan and inquired, "All of them are thieves?" "Indeed," Su Qingshan affirmed with a nod. "All captured by the traffic police?" "Yes." Su Qingshan lowered his gaze. "Then pray tell, are you the station chief?" "Huh, what nonsense is this? A mere traffic officer outshines you all. What a disgrace, an utter disgrace." Guoliang chastised loudly before turning to enter his vehicle. Just before closing the door, he pointed at Su Qingshan and commanded, "Prepare a 10,000-word report for me. This is outrageous." Su Qingshan broke out in a cold sweat. 10,000 words seemed excessively harsh. "Director, is this necessary for such a significant matter?" At the East City High-Speed Railway Station, Su Lin followed Yang Wei and Feng Wei to the intersection outside the station. Yang Wei gestured toward the roundabout in the middle of the intersection, stating, "This area is prone to accidents. I will take charge here. Feng Wei will oversee the heavily trafficked intersection to the east, and Su Lin, you will manage pedestrian flow at the exit." "Understood." Feng Wei and Su Lin wasted no time and promptly took their positions. Before long, the trio became engrossed in their tasks. Su Lin positioned himself at the exit, his gaze sweeping over the passers-by with increasing intensity. Unbeknownst to him, he activated the eye of good and evil. Hao Qing Lai, good and evil value. 3. Qin Song, good and evil value. 1. Yang Bainian, good and evil value. 47. Habitual thief, involved in cases totaling over 540,000. His focus sharpened, and he sensed the temptation to stray from his duties. However, witnessing such transgressions left him no choice but to act. Silently, he offered apologies to Team Leader Zhao and Team Leader Yang, who had accompanied him on this mission. His professional integrity demanded that he apprehend the wrongdoer upon discovery. Fixating on his target, he strode purposefully forward, seizing the thief's arm amidst a flurry of panic in the latter's eyes. With a swift series of actions, the young miscreant was swiftly subdued to the ground. The surrounding crowd was momentarily taken aback, prompting Yang Wei and Feng Wei to rush forward in curiosity. Su Lin, rummaging through the thief's belongings, was astonished to discover nearly 20 mobile phones. Realizing he had been unmasked, the thief promptly surrendered without further resistance. Yang Wei, suppressing a smile, turned to Su Lin and remarked, "With so many onlookers, don't you think the traffic seems even more congested?" Su Lin grinned widely and replied, "Team Leader Yang, we must apprehend the thief, don't we?" Yang Wei gave a thumbs up, then retrieved his police communication device to contact the team. Chapter 9, Misguided Thoughts. Retreat as resistance in the office of the 1st Traffic Police Brigade. Captain Zhao Guodong was animatedly recounting the details of Su Lin's apprehension of a suspect to Deputy Liu Zhao, whose rapt attention suggested he was experiencing the event vicariously. "Wait a moment, old Zhao, you mentioned this kid nearly got hurt?" Liu inquired, his brow furrowing in concern. "Yes, there was a gash on his abdomen, but fortunately, it only tore his reflective vest and our uniform," Zhao replied. "That's exceedingly dangerous. We cannot allow this to continue," Liu asserted, waving his hand dismissively. At that moment, a voice suddenly emanated from the police communication device before them. "Captain Zhao, it's Yang Wei. Don't dawdle, just speak up," Zhao urged impatiently. "All right, Captain Zhao. Su Lin has apprehended another thief," Yang Wei stated bluntly. Bang. Liu, who was about to sip his tea, abruptly set the cup back on the table, his eyes wide with disbelief. The corner of Zhao Guodong's mouth twitched. "Old Liu, perhaps we ought to grow accustomed to this." "Accustomed to what nonsense? We are traffic police. Let us go and see for ourselves," he retorted, rising from his seat and heading toward the door. Zhao Guodong also stood, donning his cap hurriedly as he dashed outside. As he ran, he took out his phone, opened his contact list, and dialed Su Qingshan. "Hello, old Su. We've caught another thief over here." "Indeed. Right at the East Railway Station." "What? That falls under the jurisdiction of the station's precinct?" "All right, I understand. Please provide me with the phone number," Zhao Guodong said before hanging up. Upon arriving at the parking lot, he noticed Liu driving out of the parking space in a hurry, prompting him to immediately take a seat in the passenger side. After fastening his seatbelt, the vehicle surged out of the traffic police department's gates, heading towards the high-speed railway station in the eastern part of the city. En route, Zhao Guodong received a text message from Su Qingshan. Upon glancing at the number, he promptly dialed the contact. At the Longhua Road police station, Su Qingshan was in a state of distress, pulling at his hair in frustration. How could one possibly write a 10,000-word report? He felt that even if he racked his brain, he could barely manage 100 words. Remembering the call he had just received from Zhao Guodong, a wry smile crept onto his face. Having recently taken on 8 criminals, he was now being penalized by the director with a demand for a lengthy written reflection. If more cases came his way, would he still have a life to live? Thus, he decisively and justifiably shifted the blame onto his colleagues at the front station. "Hey, Zhang Wengue, don't hold it against me. It's just that I can't bear this burden," Su Qingshan lamented, shaking his head and forcing a smile. It was his first time pushing the criminals onto others. But what choice did he have? The director would surely make his life miserable otherwise. Now, at least he had someone to share the director's wrath with. After receiving Zhao Guodong's call, the chief of the front station, Zhang Wengue, promptly assembled 6 officers from the anti-pickpocket team and hurriedly made his way to the intersection at the front square. The issue of theft has persistently plagued crowded locations such as train stations. Over the years, numerous anti-theft officers have come and gone, yet the thieves continue to proliferate. The anti-theft team at the station's police substation manages to apprehend hundreds of pickpockets annually, but this is hardly sufficient, as many offenders remain at large. These individuals employ remarkably cunning tactics, making it difficult for even the most skilled anti-theft personnel to detect any signs of wrongdoing. They often face provocation, with handcuffs being stealthily taken from the officers and later returned to the police station. The station chief, infuriated by this audacity, reprimanded his team severely, leading to a thorough crackdown throughout the train station. Nevertheless, even during this period of heightened vigilance, daily reports of theft continue to pour in. According to incomplete statistics, there are at least 200 individuals involved in criminal activities at the high-speed rail station in the eastern part of the city. This situation is a source of disgrace for both the police substation and their anti-theft squad, making them frequent targets of criticism during meetings, leaving them feeling quite frustrated. Located just a 5-minute walk from the intersection, Zhang Wengue arrived with his anti-theft team, coinciding with Zhao Guodong's arrival. At the junction, Su Lin, Yang Wei, and Fong Wei stood on the curb, facing 3 individuals who were crouched before them. The 3 culprits appeared disgruntled, yet they remained compliant. Upon closer inspection, one could observe that one of them bore visible bruises on his face. Zhang Wengue and Zhao Guodong approached the group, with the former glaring and inquiring, "Hello, comrades. Are these the thieves you apprehended?" "Indeed, I nearly forgot to introduce myself. I am Zhang Wengue, the head of the Qian Station Police Department." This is our anti-theft team leader, Li Dong, along with several of his team members, Zhang Wengue introduced. Before Zhao Guodong could speak, upon hearing Zhang Wengue's introduction, he stepped forward and said, "Director Zhang, I am the one who called you. I am Zhao Guodong from the 1st Traffic Police Brigade." "Hello, Team Zhao," Zhang Wengue replied. Shaking his hand, Zhao Guodong then turned to Su Lin and inquired, "Why are there 2 more?" Su Lin explained, "Team Zhao, I just apprehended 1, and then 2 more appeared. They attempted to pickpocket a traveler right in front of me. How could I tolerate that?" Zhao Guodong thought to himself. He truly wished to express that this was indeed tolerable, but such a sentiment could not be voiced, as it would betray a lack of integrity. Zhang Wengue observed Su Lin and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Well done, young brother. It is precisely due to the pervasive indifference and apathy that these rascals have become so rampant." He then pointed to the battered thief and asked, "What is the story behind this?" Su Lin replied, "Director Zhang, this fellow, emboldened by his meager martial arts training, attempted to resist. Therefore, I could not let him go. I did not resist." The bruised thief, on the verge of tears, protested, "I only wanted to escape." Little did he expect to be seized by the neck, thrown over a shoulder, and then struck twice, nearly losing consciousness on the spot. "Running away is also a form of resistance," Su Lin retorted, glaring at him. The man instantly recoiled, daring not to utter another word, while the 2 beside him trembled with trepidation. Zhao Guodong placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and remarked, "That's enough." He then turned to Zhang Wengue, saying, "Zhang, I entrust the individual to you. Please take him back." He surveyed the chaotic scene and added, "We must manage the traffic here. With so many onlookers, I'm concerned about potential disruptions." "Understood. Thank you, Captain Zhao," Zhang Wengue responded, then turned to Su Lin, inquiring, "What is your name?" "Su Lin," came the reply. "Very well. Comrade Su, you performed admirably. I will advocate for a bonus for you." "Thank you, Director Zhang." Su Lin responded with a smile and a nod. Zhang Wengue promptly exchanged farewells with Zhao Guodong and prepared to depart, but was called back just before leaving. "Director Zhang, would you mind dispatching a vehicle and assigning 2 officers?" "What do you mean?" Zhang Wengue inquired, somewhat perplexed. "It's nothing much. It's just that this young man here, he's quite capable. You wouldn't believe it, but he apprehended 8 individuals earlier this morning at the Longhua Street Metro Line 2 entrance." "Is that true?" Zhang Wengue exclaimed in surprise. "With such skill, why not have him join the traffic police? He'd have a brighter future in the anti-pickpocket team at the precinct. Each capture could bring in 100 in bonuses. You'll be swimming in rewards." "Trust me," Zhao Guodong replied earnestly. "Very well. I shall send a vehicle shortly, and it will halt at the intersection behind us," Zhang Wengue said as he departed with his team. In less than 10 minutes, a police car arrived at the intersection ahead, and 2 plainclothes officers emerged from the vehicle. Both individuals are newcomers, recently assigned as intern police officers. Upon seeing Su Lin, one of them immediately approached with a beaming face and clapped Su Lin's shoulder heartily. "Su Lin, what brings you here?" a voice of surprise exclaimed. Chapter 10. The Phantom's Back, the Dog's Waist, and the 8-pack abs. As Su Lin surveyed the crowd, a sudden voice from behind startled him, prompting him to turn around and find Zhang Chao, who couldn't help but laugh. The 2 extended their hands and exchanged a fist bump. "On duty, huh? Old Zhang, are you stationed at the front police station now?" Su Lin inquired. "Indeed. Today marks my first day on the job," Zhang Chao replied, nodding with a hint of excitement. "Old Su, you truly arrived at the right time. I heard from our chief that a remarkable expert has come to this area today, apprehending 3 young thieves in a single swoop. The chief asked us to come over to learn from him and instructed us to wait here, just in case that expert catches someone else so we can take them directly in the car. I must tell you, it is precisely because we are newcomers and unfamiliar faces that we have such an opportunity." As Zhang Chao spoke, his gaze swept around until it landed on Zhao Guodong. The serious expression and commanding demeanor led him to instinctively believe that this was the expert the chief had mentioned. Just as he was about to approach Zhao Guodong to greet him, Su Lin, like a panther, darted forward. "What is going on?" Zhang Chao instinctively turned back, only to see Su Lin confronting a middle-aged man with an honest and dull demeanor. Without waiting for the man to speak, Su Lin seized his arm. "What are you doing?" The middle-aged man exclaimed loudly. "Help! The traffic police are assaulting me. The traffic police are assaulting me." Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd quickly converged, murmuring and pointing in curiosity. Zhang Chao, bewildered, immediately approached and exclaimed, "Old Su, have you lost your mind? Release him at once." To his astonishment, Su Lin remained calm as he searched the middle-aged man, swiftly uncovering a collection of wallets, mobile phones, jewelry, and other stolen goods. "What on earth?" Zhang Chao's eyes widened in disbelief. It suddenly dawned on him that the expert the director had mentioned could very well be Su Lin. At that moment, Su Lin lifted his head and addressed him, Old Zhang, why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry and take both the suspect and the stolen items away. Oh, right, coming. Zhang Chao, along with another officer, quickly moved to apprehend the dejected thief. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, Old Su, the expert mentioned by Director Zhang, it wouldn't he happen to be you, would it? Su Lin smiled and replied, if all goes as expected, it should be me. Impressive. Truly impressive. I knew it. Gold will shine wherever it is. Zhang Chao praised enthusiastically before leading the thief away. Zhao Guodong, watching the thief being taken away, stood across the street and gave a thumbs up, feeling a mix of pride and helplessness. Alas, such a wasted talent. Lu Zhao stood in the middle of the intersection, grinning at Su Lin from a distance. I must say, this kid is remarkable. He catches every culprit without fail. It truly is a shame for him to be in the traffic police. With his keen eye for justice and relentless spirit, he would surely ascend the ranks at an astonishing pace. Yang Wei and Fong Wei, too, gave Su Lin a thumbs up from afar. The afternoon swiftly slipped away, and as evening approached, Zhang Chao found himself utterly astounded by Su Lin's remarkable maneuvers. In a mere span of 3 hours, 9 thieves, each passing through Su Lin's domain, were apprehended. Astonishingly, during the peak hours of theft as dusk descended, there had been no reports of thefts occurring at all. It was evident that the thieves had received a warning. Zhang Wengui and Li Dong, gazing at the 12 apprehended thieves lined up before them, exchanged glances, their faces betraying a wry smile. Such a talent as Zhang must be brought back, Li Dong declared with resolute conviction. If we can manage to have him transferred here, I assure you, there will be a prominent place for our precinct at the next commendation ceremony. Very well, I shall make an attempt, Zhang Wengui replied, visibly intrigued. However, when he reached out to Su Qingshan to inquire about the situation, he was met with a stern warning. What? He's being suppressed? Who dares to do so? He is exceptionally capable. Understood, Zhang Wengui sighed, reluctantly setting down the phone and abandoning his plan for the transfer. In Jiangyan City, hundreds of precincts appeared to govern their respective territories, yet ultimately, their ranks were modest, their voices subdued, and they harbored an inherent fear of provoking the wrong individuals. To speak candidly, in these times, no one desires to attract trouble. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Su Qingshan inhaled sharply, nearly scalding his mouth while sipping tea. In just one afternoon, 12 thieves had proven to be even more formidable than in the morning. After work, Su Lin bid farewell to Zhao Guodong and Lu Zhao before riding off on a small donkey, leaving the large group behind. Observing his retreating figure, Zhao Guodong sighed. He should not be here, Lu Zhao remarked sternly. I will investigate further. Regardless of the circumstances, we must transfer this young man. He deserves a broader horizon and a more promising future. Zhao Guodong nodded in agreement. As night fell, Su Lin enjoyed a bowl of noodles outside his residential complex before returning home. After taking a shower, he donned his pajamas and settled onto the sofa, pulling up the system panel. Congratulations, host, for capturing a thief. You have earned 82 points. Congratulations, host, for capturing a thief. You have earned 102 points. Congratulations, host. A flurry of 12 notifications flooded in, amassing over 890 points, which, when combined with the remaining 460 points from the morning, allowed him to accumulate enough for another lottery draw. System, initiate the lottery. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a physical enhancement card. As the prompt sounded, Su Lin immediately noticed a card shimmering with golden light materializing on the system interface. Physical enhancement card significantly enhances strength, speed, endurance, and agility. Bestows the host with a physique that captivates mature women, colloquially known as a cougar killer. Upon reading the card's description, Su Lin's lips twitched. This system was rather irreverent. Nevertheless, with such a valuable item at hand, he decided to utilize it. Use. In the next moment, Su Lin felt a surge of extraordinary energy coursing through his being, as if he were enveloped in a warm, tranquil ocean. After nearly 10 minutes had elapsed, and once all peculiar sensations had faded, he rose and approached the mirror, only to be startled by his own reflection. His physique was not explosively muscular like that of a bodybuilder, but rather possessed a graceful yet powerful silhouette, showcasing an impressive 8-pack, a well-defined waist, and a sculpted back. Standing at approximately 185 meters tall, his form was nothing short of perfection. His chiseled facial features, sun-kissed skin, and well-defined 5 features, along with his striking eyebrows and captivating eyes, created an arresting visage. To be candid, even setting aside the allure for women, he himself was nearly entranced by the handsome figure mirrored before him. Chapter 11. B-Class Fugitive. A walking third-class merit. Early the next morning, Su Lin arrived at the station, carrying a bag of steamed buns. As he stepped through the door, he immediately spotted Yang Wei and Fong Wei engrossed in examining a notice for assistance in a case. With a sense of curiosity, he approached them and soon found himself drawn to a particularly bold and prominent line on the document. Wang Guangping, B-class fugitive? As he nibbled on his bun, Su Lin peered over the two men's shoulders to scrutinize the notice. Upon hearing the conversation behind him, both Yang Wei and Feng Wei turned to glance at Su Lin, their faces breaking into smiles. Yang Wei handed the notice to Su Lin, explaining, "This man is utterly deranged. He murdered his ex-girlfriend and dismembered her into 8 parts, scattering the remains across various locations. The criminal investigation team in Linqing spent nearly 2 months tracking him down. However, it seems he's already fled to our Jiangyan city, hence the notice sent over from their side." Continuing to enjoy his breakfast, Su Lin examined the photograph of the suspect on the notice, silently committing his features to memory. A murderer and dismemberer. This individual must possess remarkable psychological fortitude, he mused. Nevertheless, regardless of how formidable he may be, once I set my sights on him, escape will be impossible. Nonchalantly placing the notice aside, he lifted his gaze and inquired, "Captain Yang, which area are we responsible for today?" "Today, we have the intersection of Jiayun Road and Jinshi Road. With the urban planning underway, this area has gradually taken shape, and coupled with the influx of high-tech industrial parks, hospitals, schools, and other public facilities, our workload has increased significantly. All right, I shall finish this last bite." Su Lin hastily completed his breakfast. Soon after, the trio boarded the vehicle, heading straight for the intersection of Jiayun Road and Jinshi Road. Jinshi Primary School, situated right at the corner, began to draw a crowd as the morning throngs gathered. Parents gradually began to escort their children to school. Upon their arrival at the intersection, they found the traffic already congested, prompting them to immediately immerse themselves in their duties. Unlike the chaotic crowds at the subway and high-speed rail stations, the individuals in this vicinity were predominantly law-abiding citizens. Although a few bore minor infractions, their moral transgressions remained within a modest range. Su Lin, despite noticing these, chose to disregard them. As his discerning gaze swept over the masses, coupled with the need to direct traffic, he gradually felt overwhelmed. After all, the sheer volume of people passing by could easily fatigue his judgment. Additionally, directing traffic required undivided attention. A moment's distraction could lead to unforeseen consequences. Thus, Su Lin resolved to deactivate his moral vision, concentrating solely on his responsibilities. As time progressed, approximately an hour passed, and the morning rush began to wane. The three of them were drenched in sweat, their clothes thoroughly soaked. Observing the diminishing flow of pedestrians, Su Lin finally exhaled in relief. Silently acknowledging the challenge of the task, he glanced at a few individuals in the distance preparing to cross the road, merely taking a fleeting look before shifting his gaze. However, in the next moment, his attention faltered, as an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. He feigned nonchalance and glanced again at the group of pedestrians awaiting the green light. Among them, he noticed an individual who appeared demure, adorned with black-framed glasses and clutching a magazine, exuding the aura of an archetypal office worker. A meticulous examination only intensified his sense of familiarity. He was convinced he had encountered this person before, and as his mind raced through memories, a jolt of realization struck him. Could it be? What extraordinary luck! His eyes widened in astonishment, and a tempest surged within him. This individual was indeed someone he had seen earlier that morning on a notice for assistance in an investigation. To confirm his suspicion, he activated his discerning eye for good and evil. Wang Guangping, perpetrator of a dismemberment murder case, B-level wanted criminal. Special alert, danger index, 3 stars. Sure enough, the man standing less than 20 meters away was none other than the B-level fugitive from the notice, Wang Guangping, the murderer involved in the dismemberment case. As Su Lin scrutinized him, Wang Guangping's calm gaze met his, their eyes colliding in the ether. A sense of dread washed over Su Lin. For an ordinary individual, a mere glance from a traffic officer might go unnoticed. However, Wang Guangping's psychological resilience was formidable, as evidenced by his brutal method of killing his girlfriend and dismembering her. Moreover, his ability to evade capture for 2 months indicated a remarkable aptitude for counter-surveillance. Given these circumstances, Su Lin's gaze would undoubtedly arouse suspicion in his adversary. Indeed, Su Lin observed Wang Guangping retreating slightly. A heavy feeling settled in Su Lin's heart. In the next moment, he sprang into action, sprinting forward several meters in an instant. As he ran, he shouted into the police communication device, "Team Leader Yang. We spotted Wang Guangping." Upon hearing this, the Wang Guangping across the street instantly paled, pivoting to flee down the alley behind him. Yang Wei, taken aback by the shout, paused momentarily. Then, realization struck him like a thunderbolt. His expression shifted dramatically as he lifted his gaze towards Su Lin's direction, only to find him pursuing an individual around the corner. "Holy cow!" Feng Wei exclaimed. "Old Feng, assist Su Lin quickly." Yang Wei commanded. The two immediately sprang into action, giving chase. As Yang Wei ran, he seized the police communication device to contact the squad. Team Zhao, we have located B-grade wanted criminal Wang Guangping, currently fleeing towards Dongming Road. Requesting backup. At that very moment, Zhao Guodong, who was directing traffic, was jolted by the words emanating from the device. His expression shifting instantly. Wang Guangping, a highly dangerous and ruthless criminal, had been reviewed in the alert earlier that morning. To think that less than 2 hours had passed before one of their own had spotted him. Yang Wei, aware that his subordinate might be in peril, wasted no time as he clutched the communication device, commanding, all units, take immediate action to encircle Dongming Road. Upon sighting, surround him at once. Second squad, understood. Third squad, received. Under the cacophony of voices, the diligent traffic police sprang into action. Centered around Dongming Road, officers from over 10 surrounding streets, whether mounted patrols or those directing traffic at intersections, converged towards the epicenter. Zhao Guodong subsequently entered his vehicle, made a call to Su Qingshan, and then sped towards Dongming Road. Su Lin, moving with remarkable swiftness, closed the distance to Wang Guangping in less than 5 minutes, now barely 10 meters apart. Wang Guangping, noticing the relentless pursuit of the traffic police behind him, felt a surge of panic. He glanced at a nearby residential complex and, without hesitation, dashed inside. The security guard at the entrance attempted to block him, but was forcefully pushed aside. Su Lin, witnessing this, resolutely followed him into the complex. Within the residential area, lush greenery adorned the surroundings, creating a serene environment where several elderly individuals and children relished the shade of the trees, enjoying their leisurely moments. However, upon seeing the elderly and children, Su Lin's expression shifted dramatically. Just as anticipated, Wang Guangping spotted an elderly person with a child ahead, and his face contorted into a menacing grimace. He swiftly drew a sharp knife and lunged towards the elderly couple and the child seated on a bench. Stop! Su Lin bellowed, summoning every ounce of strength as he surged forward. Just as Wang Guangping was about to press the blade against the child's neck, a shadow descended upon him. Su Lin seized his arm with a powerful grip and forcefully brought him down to the ground. However, Wang Guangping was exceedingly ruthless, abruptly twisting his wrist to thrust the dagger towards Su Lin's chest. A glimmer of cold light flashed as Su Lin hastily rolled away. Yet his chest was still torn open, blood gushing profusely. Die, you bastard! Wang Guangping's face contorted with ferocity as he charged at Su Lin, brandishing the dagger menacingly towards his throat. Su Lin's expression darkened, poised to retaliate, when suddenly, a burgundy luxury car surged forth from a nearby underground garage, crashing violently into Wang Guangping. Bang! The unfortunate soul was propelled several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground, the dagger flung far from his grasp, lying unconscious. Witnessing this scene, Su Lin exhaled in relief, casting a grateful glance at the luxurious vehicle. He then approached, swiftly flipping the incapacitated Wang Guangping over and searching him thoroughly, confirming no other weapons were present before unbuckling his belt to bind him securely. A Class B wanted criminal, indeed a walking testament to his notorious deeds. Chapter 12, Touch and See? How disgusting. Only after confirming that Wang Guangping could not free himself from his bindings did Su Lin rise. This movement instantly provoked a sharp pain in his chest. He gestured to the frightened elderly man and child to leave, while he settled himself upon a nearby ornamental stone. He removed his outer traffic police uniform, followed by the inner garments, revealing a physique of striking muscularity. A gaping wound, approximately 10 centimeters in length, on his chest was oozing blood. He glanced at the exposed flesh and felt relieved that he had managed to evade a deeper injury. Applying pressure to the wound with his undershirt, Su Lin reached for his police communication device, intending to inform his teammates of their current location. Just as he was relaying the address to Yang Wei and the others, a sudden sound of footsteps interrupted him. He turned in surprise, and the first thing that caught his eye was a pair of exquisitely delicate feet. The red nail polish, the soft white toes, and the smooth skin compelled him to steal another glance. Are you all right? A voice chimed in, imbued with a languid, youthful tone, strikingly reminiscent of the former young boss in his past life. Su Lin promptly lifted his gaze to the source, clad in a sleek black professional outfit. Her features were both refined and stunning, adorned with subtle makeup that accentuated her mature allure. As she gently swept aside a strand of hair, her bright, expressive eyes regarded him with a hint of concern. If he were to assign a score, Su Lin would readily give her a 99, reserving the final point to spare her from arrogance. Suppressing the restlessness within, he pressed his hand against the ground and rose to face a stunning woman, approximately 1.7 meters tall. Judging by her appearance, she seemed to be around 27 or 28 years of age, her beauty nearly impeccable, accentuated by a small beauty mark at the corner of her eye that added an alluring charm. I'm fine, he said with a smile, shaking his head. Thank you for earlier. After a brief moment of distraction, Su Lin's gaze became clear. At this moment, all he desired was to apprehend the thief and enhance his own skills. Everything else felt insignificant. Women, he thought, would only hinder his speed in drawing his weapon. No need. Assisting the police is an obligation, she replied with a radiant smile that rendered the surrounding flowers pale in comparison. Su Lin responded. Sister, I am 22. Calling me uncle seems rather inappropriate, doesn't he? Hee hee. That's what my teacher taught me, she giggled, glancing at Su Lin's nearly perfect physique, her cheeks flushing ever so slightly. Quickly averting her gaze, she said, well, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. All right, goodbye, Su Lin nodded. The woman, stepping into her high-heeled sandals, returned to her car. As he watched her enter the vehicle, he noticed the wine-red Bentley had a significant dent in the front, with one of its headlights shattered. Just as he was about to speak, the car had already started and was driving away from the community entrance. Never mind. I'll look it up later. I must express my gratitude to her, Su Lin murmured to himself, silently noting the license plate. As he concluded his words, several figures rushed in from the direction of the community entrance. Among them were two security guards, alongside Fong Wei and Yang Wei. Yang Wei immediately spotted Su Lin and, upon seeing him covered in blood, his expression changed dramatically. Su Lin, are you hurt? He hurriedly approached, concern evident in his gaze as he observed Su Lin pressing against his wound. Su Lin, seemingly unperturbed, replied with a smile, Captain Yang, I'm fine. It's just a small cut, though I've lost a bit of blood due to my vigorous constitution. Are you certain? Fong Wei inquired, furrowing his brow. Really, I'm fine. If you don't believe me, take a look. He released his grip, revealing that the wound, after considerable pressure, was no longer bleeding profusely. Only a small amount oozed out. The two examined it closely, confirming there was no serious issue, and they felt relieved. Now, they simply needed to wait for assistance to take Su Lin to the hospital. Wow, Su Lin, how did you achieve that physique? At that moment, Fong Wei noticed Su Lin's impressive form, his eyes widening in astonishment. Yang Wei, too, was taken aback and stepped back to scrutinize him, gasping in awe. Goodness. 8-pack abs and a V-taper. Su Lin, you are even more formidable than those foreign actors in the movies. Fong Wei exclaimed, let me feel. Su Lin, upon hearing this, was immediately filled with goosebumps and quickly retreated, saying, Old Fong, are you out of your mind? Ha ha. Fong Wei, realizing the absurdity of the situation, could not help but chuckle as he scratched his head. Congratulations, host. You have captured the B-level wanted criminal Wang Guanping, earning 600 points. As the points were credited, a glimmer of joy appeared in Su Lin's eyes. With 600 points, along with the remaining 350 from before, he would soon be able to participate in the lottery once again. Suddenly, the sound of sirens grew louder, signaling the swift approach of reinforcements. Every member of the traffic police brigade was present, save for 2 on duty and some administrative staff. Furthermore, Su Qingshan, the chief of the Longhua Road Police Station, arrived with several colleagues. Upon stepping out of the vehicle, Zhao Guodong's gaze immediately fell upon Su Lin, whose upper body was stained with blood, causing his expression to change drastically. Team Zhao, I'm fine. Just a superficial cut, merely an abrasion, Su Lin hurriedly reassured him. Zhao Guodong exclaimed, my ancestor. You truly are my ancestor. Do you have any idea how I feel right now? I am tempted to kick you out to spare myself the torment of worrying about your well-being. His concern for Su Lin was palpable. If it were merely a minor injury, it would be one thing, but what if it were severe, or worse, fatal? What would become of him as the captain? Su Qingshan stepped forward, observing the blood on Su Lin's body, and nodded with a smile. It should be nothing serious. This amount of blood suggests at most a 10-centimeter wound, and it's not deep. Otherwise, the blood loss would be more substantial. Su Lin, upon hearing this, gave a thumbs up, acknowledging the old policeman's keen assessment. Su Qingshan returned the gesture with a smile and said, just wait. I will eventually bring you into our station. I have a spot reserved for you as the deputy chief. Upon finishing his words, he strode towards Wang Guanping, who lay unconscious on the ground. After a careful examination, he declared, it's the right person. Cuff him and load him onto the vehicle. He turned to Xiao Zhou and Xiao Yan, instructing, you two are responsible for taking him to the hospital for an examination. Remember, keep him in sight at all times. Understood. The two seasoned officers promptly assisted in getting the individual into the car. Su Qingshan returned to face Su Lin and remarked, Xiao Su, one yesterday and another today. I will report both of these criminals for third-class merit. As for the thieves, I will apply for a bonus for you, which you will receive all at once. Thank you, Officer Su. Su Lin replied with a smile, saluting him. All right, let us head to the hospital. Although the injury is minor, it still requires attention. Su Qingshan said, waving his hand as he turned to leave. Once in the vehicle, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw the name Director Gua flashing on the screen. In a hurry, he answered, Director Gua. Su Qingshan, I hear that the entire Daqiao district is bustling today. All the traffic police in the district are surrounding a B-level wanted criminal, yet not a single person from our precinct is present. TSK. It seems I shall have to join you tomorrow to manage traffic and hand over my tasks to the traffic police. The sarcastic tone of Director Gua sent shivers down Su Qingshan's spine. Director Gua, please allow me to explain. Chapter 13. This woman. I shall circumvent in the future. Su Qingshan was once again subjected to a torrent of scorn, while Su Lin, accompanied by Zhao Guodong, arrived at the hospital. After a thorough debridement and suturing, the young nurse, flushed and breathless, meticulously bandaged his wounds. Meanwhile, the female doctor responsible for his stitches was still dabbing at her own nosebleed with a tissue. Such a physique, how has she achieved such perfection? My dear lady, I sense a warmth in my thighs. What should I do? I can barely stand. Officer, do you have a girlfriend? I wish to bear him a litter of children. Shaoli, aren't you about to get married? Married, my foot. That scoundrel can go as far away as he likes. I refuse to wed. Such a figure. Even the head nurse was nearly unable to restrain herself from leaping forward. Come, let us go together and have a feel. Su Lin had initially intended to rest a little longer, but could no longer tolerate the lewd remarks and fled the hospital in embarrassment. Zhao Guodong remarked, to be fair, your physique is indeed noteworthy. It's only slightly inferior to what I had in my youth. Su Lin replied, Zhao, if that is the case, why aren't you in criminal investigation? Why join the traffic police? Zhao Guodong's expression darkened. You rascal, can you engage in a proper conversation? Su Lin retorted. Didn't you call me an ancestor? Why the sudden shift to rascal? Creak. The car narrowly avoided crashing into a roadside tree. In the following days, Zhao Guodong insisted that Su Lin remain at home, forbidding him from going anywhere. There is no way around it. If he were to be released and subsequently apprehend a criminal, his wounds would remain unhealed. This predicament has left Su Lin in a state of frustration. Yet he must adhere to orders. Consequently, he finds himself stationed at the precinct, attending to calls day after day. A week has swiftly passed, and upon arriving at the station, he seeks out Zhao Guodong. Captain Zhao, could you assist me in investigating a license plate? Su Lin inquires, handing a small slip of paper inscribed with the license plate number to Zhao Guodong. The latter casts a skeptical glance at the plate and responds, You little rascal. Do not engage in any underhanded dealings. I assure you, I am not that kind of person and cannot facilitate such matters. He presumes Su Lin is attempting to leverage his position to rectify a traffic violation. Such affairs are beneath him. He has never even assisted his own wife in such matters. Realizing the misunderstanding, Su Lin quickly clarifies, Captain Zhao, you have misconstrued my intentions. This pertains to the vehicle involved in the collision with Wang Guangping, which came to my aid. Is that the vehicle in question? I shall look into it immediately. You ought to express your gratitude, Zhao Guodong replies without hesitation, accessing the system and inputting the license plate number. Before long, the vehicle's registration details appear. Yin Yao, female, 29 years old, contact number, 13. Residential address, Hongwan Villa, number 1 Zhongjiang, Jiangyan City. Ah, is it her? Zhao Guodong exclaims, astonishment evident upon his face. Captain Zhao, do you know her? Su Lin inquires, intrigued. Zhao Guodong responds, she is a renowned businesswoman in Jiangyan City, number 1 Zhongjiang, Hongwan. Is indeed part of their own enterprise. 2 years ago, I took over the family business, employing decisive measures to suppress all dissenters. And now I wield control over a conglomerate valued at nearly 10 billion. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Su Lin. My goodness. It truly is remarkable. Zhao Guodong. I also heard that he is single. What do you say, Xiao Su? Can you help our traffic police department gain some face by capturing the heart of the beautiful CEO? Su Lin. Captain Zhao, please spare me. With such a status, I'd rather keep my distance. Haraha. Jokes aside, Su Lin still placed a call to the other party. Hello. Upon connection, a cool yet familiar voice resonated from the other end. Hello, Miss Yen, how are you? Su Lin greeted, then continued, I am the traffic officer you met last week. I wonder if you still remember me? In her spacious and brightly lit office, Yin Yao twirled a signature pen while she answered the unfamiliar call. Upon hearing the caller's identity and being asked if she recalled him, she momentarily froze, and then the image of that perfectly sculpted physique flooded her mind. Instantly, a blush graced her cheeks, and her eyes revealed a hint of shyness. It was indeed quite embarrassing. She had remembered the muscles, but not the face. I see. I would like to express our gratitude on behalf of our traffic police department. Additionally, we will cover the cost of your car repairs. Su Lin's voice resonated once more. No, that's not necessary. I can fix the car myself. Well then, how shall we arrange a meeting? Ultimately, unable to suppress the faint stirrings of a belated youthful ardor within her heart, Yin Yao inexplicably consented. Su Lin, on his part, was taken aback. Had she not already declined? Why the sudden change of heart? Yet, he did not dwell on it for long and replied, "Let us meet in the afternoon. You can come to my team, or I can come to you." Yin Yao responded, "I have a meeting in the afternoon, but I will be free after 3 o'clock. I'll come find you then." "All right, I will wait for you at the 1st Traffic Police Brigade. When you arrive, just give me a call. My number is 138. After confirming the details, Su Lin hung up the phone. The morning passed in a tedious manner at the office. By noon, Su Lin made his way to the cafeteria for lunch and suddenly spotted Yang Wei and Feng Wei. His eyes lit up, and he approached them with his tray. "Captain Yang, may I join your table?" Upon seeing Su Lin, the two men immediately broke into smiles and made room for him. "Little Su, you've been quite well behaved these past few days, and so have we. It's good to focus on our duties without worry," Feng Wei said, taking a mouthful of food. Yang Wei added, "Indeed, a regular duty brings forth a delightful day." Su Lin felt as though they were subtly coercing him into complacency, urging him to languish in idleness. Yet, how could that be? He was determined to don a crisp white shirt. Enough of this idle chatter. "If there's nothing on the agenda this afternoon, take me out for a stroll. I feel as though I'm rusting away in this office," Su Lin said, somewhat irritably. "That is not acceptable. Without the captain's consent, we—" Before he could finish, Su Lin interjected, "Is this never ending? If it continues like this, I might as well resign. Being constantly restrained, when will it come to an end?" He was still contemplating how to accrue more merits, hoping to draw the higher-ups' attention, and then return to the city bureau to deliver a significant blow to the Lin family. Being confined in the office like this, not only could he not achieve any accomplishments, but he might not even have the opportunity to make an appearance. "All right, this afternoon we shall head to the sand extraction site at Xiawantang. There have been reports of numerous large sand trucks overloaded and speeding. We should go and assess the situation. Su Lin, you should come along." Yang Wei glanced up, a smile spreading across his face as he spoke. "Sure," Su Lin responded, immediately grinning and enthusiastically devouring his meal. "Don't be too gleeful, young one. Remember to be cautious," a deep voice suddenly echoed from behind. Su Lin quickly turned around to see Zhao Guodong standing there with a food tray. "Yes, Captain Zhao," Su Lin chuckled, finally understanding why Yang Wei had suddenly agreed. It was Zhao Guodong who had gestured from behind. "Hey, this afternoon, let's aim to surpass 1,000 points and enter the lottery once more." Chapter 14. Speeding enforcement and discovery of a nest of violent criminals. After dining and enjoying a brief respite of half an hour, Su Lin, accompanied by Yang Wei and Feng Wei, set off in their vehicle towards the sand extraction site in the Xiaobeitang district. This district lies on the periphery of the jurisdiction of the 1st Brigade, nestled against the newly planned industrial park. Given the numerous factories still under construction within the industrial zone, the demand for sand and soil resources has surged. Consequently, the Xiaobeitang district has witnessed a proliferation of sand extraction sites. However, it appears that these sites have all been absorbed into a singular entity known as Jiangong, a colossal sand extraction operation. Jiangong has monopolized nearly 70% of the market in Jiangyan City, indirectly inflating the prices of sand and soil, thus reaping substantial profits. As Su Lin and his companions arrived at the outskirts of the Jiangong sand extraction site, they observed a flurry of sand trucks racing down the main road, stirring up clouds of dust. Not only did this activity contribute to environmental pollution, but the speed of these trucks was alarmingly high, often exceeding 70 to 80 miles per hour, with some even surpassing 100 miles per hour. It is important to note that this area, being a transitional zone between urban and rural landscapes, still accommodates a considerable number of pedestrians and vehicles. Yang Wei, watching the speeding trucks, felt a surge of indignation. These reckless drivers, hauling tons of sand, would be incapable of stopping should they encounter other vehicles ahead, rendering the brakes utterly ineffective. They were trifling with human lives and the safety of property. He slammed the steering wheel in frustration. Feng Wei added, "Last year, 3 people were killed on this road, one of whom was a child under 10. However, they simply throw money at the issue and continue to act as they please. There is nothing to be done. It is said that Wang Jiangong has influential connections, rendering him untouchable." Su Lin gazed at the rapidly approaching sand truck, his expression darkening. Seeing their traffic police vehicle parked at the side while the truck sped past, he felt a surge of indignation. What was this? A provocation. They were challenging the authority of law enforcement, defying traffic regulations. With this thought, a wave of anger surged within him as he declared, "Team Yang, let us head to the entrance of the sand and gravel factory. We shall block the road directly." Hearing this, Yang Wei shuddered internally. He glanced at Su Lin and exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? Why block the road?" Su Lin replied, "With their reckless behavior, it is only a matter of time before an accident occurs. These scoundrels treat human lives as mere trifles. They think that compensating for a death is the end of it, without any consideration for the societal impact. Previously, I may have been unaware. But now that I am informed, I will not permit them to disregard the law. If we see these violations and remain inactive, that is dereliction of duty. What will the public think of us? Do you not feel a twinge of guilt within yourselves? Upon hearing this, both Yang Wei and Feng Wei displayed a hint of shame. They had initially intended to patrol and issue a warning, as they felt powerless against the sand extraction site. Yet, Su Lin's words struck them like a clarion call, resonating profoundly in their minds. Are we truly going to block the road? Feng Wei questioned uncertainly. Looking towards Yang Wei, who was the leader of the first squad, Yang Wei lifted his head, his gaze imbued with a hint of determination, as if a flame were igniting within him, causing the blood coursing through his veins to boil. He had been thoroughly awakened to his passion by Su Lin's words. With a low growl, he shifted gears and pressed the accelerator, preparing to surge forward. Sitting in the back seat, Su Lin patted his shoulder and said, Captain Yang, hold on a moment. Let us pause here and document all the speeding vehicles. Yang Wei hesitated for a moment before understanding and nodding in agreement. To enforce the law, one must possess irrefutable evidence. By capturing images of all the law-breaking vehicles, they could justifiably block the road. The car came to a halt again, and Su Lin exited, setting up the speed measurement device. Virum, virum. A procession of speeding sand trucks roared past, enveloping the scene in a cacophony of noise and clouds of dust. Within a mere 10 minutes, nearly 100 sand trucks had passed, each exceeding the speed limit, with many drivers disregarding the police vehicle parked at the roadside. Once Su Lin felt they had gathered sufficient evidence, he clapped Yang Wei on the shoulder and declared, Captain Yang, let us proceed. Understood. Yang Wei responded without hesitation, flooring the accelerator as they sped towards the entrance of the sand extraction site. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the site. At that moment, several security guards in the booth to the right of the entrance noticed the police car and promptly emerged. However, to their surprise, Yang Wei executed a swift maneuver, positioning his vehicle directly across the entrance. Feng Wei and Su Lin alighted from the vehicle, and without uttering a word, they brandished a tire iron, positioning it defiantly at the entrance of the sand extraction site. What are you doing? A security guard, witnessing their actions, rushed forward to intervene. Quick-witted, Feng Wei stepped in front of him, raising his voice in a commanding tone. Traffic police enforcing the law, step aside. Enforcing the law? Do you even know where you are? Move aside, or don't blame us for being unfriendly. The guard retorted loudly, gesturing for reinforcements to emerge from the surroundings. Each of them donned short sleeves, adorned with tattoos of dragons and phoenixes, their eyes gleaming with a fierce menace. Even in the presence of the traffic police, this gang displayed no fear and seemed eager for a confrontation. Yang Wei descended from the vehicle and, upon witnessing this scene, his expression shifted dramatically. What is going on? Step back, he shouted. As he spoke, he swiftly retrieved 2 spare police batons from the trunk of the patrol car, handing one to Feng Wei before standing alongside him to confront the unruly group. This was sheer lawlessness, utterly outrageous. They had already declared their authority, yet these individuals dared to resort to threats of violence, exhibiting extraordinary audacity. Su Lin narrowed his eyes, casting a cold gaze over those standing at the forefront. Huaheng, nicknamed Big Pot, a fugitive wanted for murder, evading legal consequences for 11 years, currently employed by the Jiang'an Group. Yui Shui, known as Old Shui, a fugitive from a serious criminal case resulting in 2 deaths and 6 injuries, a matter of grave severity, currently working for the construction group. Zhang Dake, nicknamed Kele, cast his gaze over the crowd of more than 20 individuals, noting that at least 10 were fugitives, making this a veritable den of criminals. Furthermore, Su Lin discerned that among the throng, 2 individuals were core members of the Jiang'an Group, each burdened with significant criminal charges, none of them being mere offenders. The group of over 20 faced Yang Wei and Feng Wei, who wielded police batons, and several among them wore expressions of disdain. Had they been confronted by 2 criminal investigators or special police, they might have shown some trepidation. Even if officers from the local precinct had arrived, they would have held them in little regard, let alone these 2 minor traffic officers. At the forefront stood a young man clad in a black short-sleeve shirt, adorned with floral shorts and flip-flops, who boldly pointed at Yang Wei's nose, berating him. Su Lin's pupils constricted slightly as information about this individual flashed through his mind. Wang Jiancheng, the younger brother of Wang Jiang'an from the Jiang'an Group, was implicated in charges of provoking disturbances, kidnapping, intentional homicide, and willful injury. A torrent of criminal records surged through Su Lin's mind, igniting a fierce anger within him. Such individuals, refusing to submit to the law, are intolerable to the very fabric of justice. Chapter 15. Violent resistance against the law? Is it really that intense? As the younger brother of Wang Jiangong, Wang Jiancheng wielded the influence of his sibling with reckless abandon, unaware of the myriad lives he had ruined. At least 10 individuals had met their demise. both directly and indirectly, at his hands. He engaged in usurious lending, coercing female university students to submit to degrading photographs, gradually luring them into a harrowing abyss where they would sell their bodies to repay their debts. Yet, even under such circumstances, the cycle of debt, compounded relentlessly, meant that even if they sold themselves to death, they would never be free of their obligations. Furthermore, this scoundrel resorted to drugging these women. As indicated by the system's alerts, this sand mining site was, in fact, a den of vice. Under the directive of his brother Wang Jiangong, Wang Jiancheng exerted control over these female students here. To curry favor, these brutes often compelled the students to serve their subordinates, and failure to comply would result in brutal beatings or threats against their families. Under such coercion, several students tragically chose to end their own lives, their bodies buried beneath the sands of the quarry. Upon absorbing this information, Su Lin could only think of 4 words: a sensational case. Should this scandal be unearthed, it would send shockwaves throughout Jiangyan City. Everyone associated with the Wang brothers would face scrutiny, potentially facing imprisonment. I will give you one last chance. Leave at once, or you shall not find me merciful. Wang Jiancheng glared menacingly at Yang Wei and Feng Wei, simultaneously dialing a number on his phone. Hello, brother. The traffic police have sent more people over here. Wang Jiancheng spoke into the phone, addressing none other than his elder brother, Wang Jiangong, the founder of Jiangong Group. Upon hearing his brother's words, Wang Jiangong, who was currently indulging in a bath with several women, abruptly sat up in the large bathtub and coldly inquired, "What do they intend to do? Those bastards, is this trivial matter not yet resolved? Jiancheng, the sand extraction site must not be exposed. We cannot allow them in under any circumstances. Ensure the individuals are dealt with. If they end up dead, I will take full responsibility." Upon hearing the voice on the other end, Wang Jiancheng felt a surge of confidence. If he had hesitated before due to his status, he now felt utterly unrestrained. What of the traffic police? At worst, they could be killed and buried, their disappearance a secret to all. He returned the phone to his pocket and coldly commanded, "Dabo. Strike." Understood. His comrades responded eagerly. "Brothers, let us go." Receiving Wang Jiancheng's directive, Guahang wasted no time, charging towards Yang Wei and Feng Wei with a fierce shout. The expressions of the 2 men instantly shifted. They could hardly believe that these unhinged individuals would dare to act. Suddenly, several fists were swinging towards them, and they quickly brandished their police batons in defense. Yet, 2 fists could not withstand 4 hands, and they soon found themselves on the receiving end of several blows. Out of nowhere, a metal rod struck Yang Wei's head with force, causing blood to gush forth. It was at this moment that a figure, swift and agile like a leopard, surged from behind and crashed into the throng. Having already acquired the skills of a melee combat master and enhanced by comprehensive physical conditioning, Su Lin's combat prowess is now nothing short of terrifying. With a resounding thud, he surged forward like a ferocious beast, confronting the criminal known as Guahang, and delivered a powerful punch to his jaw. The sheer force of the blow, coupled with a speed akin to lightning, caused Guahang's head to snap violently before he collapsed to the ground, motionless. With a swift kick, Su Lin sent another assailant flying, who collided with several others in the process. He then plunged into the crowd like a wolf among sheep, incapacitating at least one person with each strike. His eyes gradually turned a vivid crimson as he unleashed the full potential of the melee combat mastery acquired from the system, employing a repertoire of techniques including punches, kicks, elbow strikes, merciless grappling, and joint locks. In less than a minute, he had taken down 6 individuals. Yet, this was merely the beginning. In the next instant, he seized a burly man standing at nearly 6 feet tall and weighing over 200 pounds. Gripping the man's neck with one hand and his waistband with the other, he swung him around with tremendous force. Thud, thud, thud. Several onlookers were unable to evade in time, being forcefully knocked to the ground amidst a chorus of cries and wails. Undeterred, Su Lin continued to pummel the man in his grasp against those ahead, toppling another 7 or 8. Out of the more than 20 individuals present, only Wang Jiancheng and a handful of his companions remained standing, while the rest lay incapacitated, each suffering from injuries of unknown severity. Stunned, Yang Wei and Feng Wei stood in utter shock, particularly the former, whose head buzzed as if he were trapped in a dream after receiving a blow. Feng Wei, Su Lin, could he truly be so formidable? Feng Wei interjected, "Old Yang, have you not witnessed it yourself?" "Why do you ask?" Yang Wei replied, "I did see it, but it feels unreal." A robust man weighing over 200 pounds was effortlessly lifted and swung around. What kind of strength must that require? Across from them, Wang Jiancheng gazed in horror as Su Lin casually discarded the unconscious behemoth onto the ground, disbelief etched across his face. Confronted by Su Lin's fiery gaze, he instinctively shuddered and retreated a few paces. "Old Shui, Kalu, it's him. It's him." Wang Jianxing frantically pulled the two men in front of him, screaming hysterically at Su Lin. Old Shui and Kulu swiftly drew two sharp daggers from their person, gritting their teeth as they lunged towards Su Lin. Faced with the chilling glint of the blades, Su Lin took a step back. Su Lin, catch! Feng Wei hurriedly approached, handing him a collapsible baton. Su Lin accepted it. But as he turned, the two attackers were nearly upon him. He swung the baton with force, striking one man's hand, causing a sickening crack as the dagger clattered to the ground. However, the other assailant's dagger was already inches from his body, poised to strike. Su Lin, be careful, Yang Wei shouted, his heart racing, feeling as if it were lodged in his throat. Su Lin seized his opponent's hand with lightning speed, then twisted it mercilessly. Crack! Bang! With a single motion, he shattered the arm, followed by a fierce strike to the head, leaving Kulu no time to even scream before collapsing to the ground. The last time he suffered a cut from Wang Guangping was due to his attempt to rescue someone. This time, however, such a scenario was utterly impossible. With his strength and reaction speed, dealing with 2 or 3 adversaries was an effortless task. Witnessing Su Lin's ferocity, Yang Wei finally felt a sense of relief. He reached for his police communicator, which he had long since lost track of, and the body camera on his shoulder had just been shattered. Not only him, but Feng Wei and Su Lin also had no idea where their communicators and body cameras had ended up. Given the chaos of the scene, it was quite normal for such items to be knocked away. Quickly, Feng Wei, call the captain and request backup. At this moment, Yang Wei finally remembered to call for assistance. Chapter 16. Are they traffic police or special forces? Quick, Feng Wei, call the captain and request backup, Yang Wei shouted, clutching his bleeding forehead. Su Lin, upon hearing this, regained a semblance of composure and replied, call the police and report that someone is wielding a deadly weapon in violent resistance to law enforcement, and that there are multiple casualties on the scene. Violent resistance to law enforcement, multiple casualties? Upon hearing these 8 words, Feng Wei and Yang Wei exchanged startled glances. This individual was clearly intent on escalating the situation further. Should such a declaration be made, not only would the local police station respond, but the municipal special police would likely be deployed as well. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that this indeed represents the most effective course of action. Oftentimes, the speed of police response is directly correlated to the severity of the incident, and police presence follows suit. If a mundane report were made regarding a mere altercation, it is probable that only a handful of officers would be dispatched from the municipal bureau, given the notorious nature of the sand extraction gang. Encountering 3 traffic officers would surely provoke a fierce resistance from them. A mere few officers would likely not deter their defiance. No, Yang Wei and Feng Wei were certain these individuals would resist just as fiercely. The sand extraction site was undoubtedly fraught with peril, as evidenced by the frenzied behavior of the assailants. I'll call my classmate in the special police, Feng Wei declared, promptly retrieving his phone to make the call. Damn it, go die? Hearing Feng Wei's intention to contact the special police, Wang Jianxing, who had been retreating in fear, suddenly revealed a wild glint in his eyes. He reached into his jacket, and when he withdrew his hand, he brandished a pistol. Su Lin's body tensed in an instant, and at the critical moment, he swung his hand and forcefully struck the retractable baton down. Crack! The baton accurately hit Wang Jianxing's hand. Bang! A gunshot rang out, striking the ground before the firearm clattered to the earth. Wang Jianxing let out a pained cry, then attempted to retrieve the gun, but he was already out of time. Su Lin took a large step forward and kicked Wang Jianxing with such force that he was propelled 2 or 3 meters away. Without hesitation, Su Lin seized the handgun from the ground, breathing a sigh of relief, his back drenched in cold sweat. The presence of a firearm in Wang Jianxing's possession had taken everyone by surprise. If Su Lin's reaction had been even a fraction slower, it was likely that all 3 of them would have met their demise today. As the gunfire echoed, the entire sand extraction site erupted outside its gates. Yang Wei and Feng Wei stood agape, horrified at the sight of the handgun Su Lin had picked up. Feng Wei still held his phone to his ear, speaking with his classmate, the special police squad leader. Mere seconds prior, he had just connected the call and relayed Su Lin's information, only to have his counterpart dismiss it, incredulous that such violence could still occur in this day and age. However, with the sound of gunfire, the line erupted in chaos. Lao Feng, are you alright? What was that gunfire? His friend exclaimed anxiously. It's armed resistance. Lao Sui, if you don't come soon, I'll need to start collecting bodies. Feng Wei shouted. Hold on, we're on our way. First squad, gather up. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The phone had not yet been hung up when an urgent assembly order echoed from the other end. Feng Wei let out a sigh of relief and promptly terminated the call. He immediately dialed the captain, Zhao Guodong, who, upon hearing of their encounter with violent resistance, issued a command for the entire team to gather without hesitation. Outside the 1st Traffic Police Brigade, A luxurious vehicle came to a slow halt. Yin Yao alighted from the car and, clutching her phone, attempted to dial that number. However, after a brief moment of ringing, an automated message indicated the call could not be connected. A frown creased her brow. Having come all this way, was he truly prepared to leave her in the lurch? With a hint of frost in her demeanor, she instructed the driver to wait and made her way to the guard kiosk at the entrance, seeking directions to Su Lin's office. Just then, a commanding voice rang out. "Hurry up, old Lu, to the sandpit in Xiaobei Tang district." "What is going on?" "Violent resistance. Those rascals are armed." "What?" A group of traffic police hastily boarded their vehicles and sped away. Yin Yao stood in stunned silence, her eyes, like a pool of spring water, brimming with curiosity. Violent resistance and firearms. What did this have to do with the traffic police? Shouldn't it be the responsibility of the criminal or special police? Why the urgency? Suddenly, a thought flickered in her mind. Just a week ago, it had been that young traffic officer who apprehended a wanted criminal, whose identity she had read about in the newspaper that evening. Could it be a special task force? Watching as the officers rushed away, Yin Yao truly felt as bewildered as a monk who could not grasp the meaning of a sutra. The phone remained unreachable, and she could not locate anyone. With resignation, she boarded the vehicle and departed. At the Shaoantang sand mining site, Su Lin, armed with a handgun, coldly regarded Wang Jianqing. "Wang Jianqing," he stated, "you are guilty of provoking trouble, kidnapping, intentional homicide, willful injury, and illegal possession of firearms and ammunition. Your fate is sealed. No one can save you now." Wang Jianqing's complexion turned ashen, and he stammered, You are merely a traffic officer. Why do you meddle in our affairs?" "Damn. Even if you're aware, it changes nothing. I have powerful connections." Su Lin smirked. "No matter how formidable your connections may be, they cannot shield you. The Wang brothers are doomed. Every one of these fugitives on the ground will meet their end." Suddenly, the roar of an engine pierced the air, and a sand truck barreled out from within, disregarding the spiked strips laid on the ground, heading straight for them. Bang! The tire exploded, and the police vehicle was overturned in an instant, while the truck continued its relentless advance towards Su Lin, Yang Wei, and Feng Wei. "Watch out!" Su Lin's eyes widened in alarm. Without hesitation, he dashed towards Yang Wei and Feng Wei, seizing the dazed pair and rolling them to safety. Boom! Due to the blown tire, the truck driver lost control, crashing into a wall at the entrance, and the vehicle finally came to a halt. The driver emerged, wielding a handgun, and aimed directly at Su Lin and his companions. Bang! Bang! The gunshots rang out, prompting Yang Wei and Feng Wei to duck for cover, their hearts racing with dread. Desperados, these blokes are utterly reckless. They come merely to apprehend a speeder, yet find themselves beset by a throng. And now it has escalated into a scene reminiscent of an American blockbuster, with gunfire erupting. Su Lin, in a swift roll, took refuge behind a wrecked police car. He then emerged from the opposite side, raising his firearm and pulling the trigger. Bang, bang. 6 shots rang out in succession, 3 of which struck the criminal. The man, hit, collapsed to the ground, attempting to rise but spewing blood from his mouth, unable to muster the strength to stand. Su Lin's gaze fixed upon him, activating the eye of good and evil. Zheng Hu, alias Tiger, a hired assassin nurtured by the Jianggong group, had previously eliminated 2 competitors for the group and severely injured multiple others. Just as he was perusing Zheng Hu's criminal record, another notification from the system resounded in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have slain a murderer and earned 500 points. Current points, 1450. The tally for the kill arrived swiftly. A chance to draw a reward loomed ahead, yet clearly, this was not the moment. Casting a glance at the corpse, Su Lin inhaled deeply, feeling no disquiet. He was a police officer, the nemesis of evil. Eradicating vile criminals was his duty, and there was nothing to fear. He strode past the body and returned to the entrance of the sand extraction site, noticing Wang Jianqing had already dashed inside. His expression shifted abruptly. According to the system's alert, the malevolence concealed within this sand pit was substantial, with illicit drugs exceeding 1 kilogram. Wang Jianqing had undoubtedly rushed in to obliterate the evidence. As the wailing sirens pierced the air, 2 armored vehicles belonging to the special police barreled towards the scene, followed closely by several urban armored cars and ambulances. Su Lin turned to Yang Wei and said, "Captain Yang, the situation outside is in your hands. I shall pursue Wang Jianqing. There are significant issues at the sand extraction site, and I suspect he intends to destroy evidence." Yang Wei nodded promptly. "Be careful." Without looking back, Su Lin dashed into the sand extraction site in pursuit of Wang Jianqing. No sooner had he entered than police cars arrived on the scene, with heavily armed special police leading the charge. Upon seeing the 2 traffic officers seated on the ground, a special police captain, approximately 30 years of age, approached and immediately grasped Feng Wei. "Old Feng, are you all right?" Feng Wei, upon recognizing the newcomer, quickly responded, Sui Dong, bring your men inside. One of ours has already gone in. Sui Dong, upon hearing this, shouted, First squad, secure the scene. Second squad, advance. Chapter 17. The Golden Rose. The headquarters of the Jian Gong Group is situated in the heart of the city, within a towering edifice of 20 stories. At this very moment, atop the building, Chairman Wang Jianggong set down his phone with a furrowed brow. Fool. A hopeless case. With a resounding crash, he hurled a golden toad to the ground, producing a dull thud as the tiles beneath it shattered. The toad, crafted from pure gold and weighing an impressive 10 kilograms, was a testament to Wang Jianggong's extravagance. Yet, at this juncture, he was far too preoccupied to contemplate the damage inflicted upon the toad. Instead, his face darkened as he retrieved his phone and dialed his brother Wang Jinqing's number. After a moment's pause, the call was answered. Brother, help me please. Wang Jianggong ground his teeth, his voice rising in fury. You imbecile. I told you not to let them in. Why did you engage them? They were merely investigating your speeding violations. Had you cooperated, they would have taken no action. You fool. Why don't you just disappear? As Wang Jianggong's voice trailed off, it turned icy. Hearing this, Wang Jinqing, who was hastening towards the sand extraction office, felt a shiver run down his spine, as if the very air had been sucked from his lungs. Brother, I swear, I won't say a word. I absolutely promise. Brother, I am your flesh and blood. Our mother passed away early, and our father is gone too. You are my only family. Wang Jinqing's desperate cries echoed from the other end of the line. And at last, Wang Jianggong's heart softened. He spoke. Where are you now? Wang Jinqing replied, I am at the sand extraction site. A traffic officer is pursuing me. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianggong immediately exclaimed, You fool, it's just a traffic officer. Why are you exerting yourself so desperately? Does he have a death wish? Erzi, hurry to the blue-tiled house on the right. Someone will assist you there. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Go swiftly. Oh, understood, brother, Wang Jinqing responded, his face brightening with joy, and without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward the blue-tiled house. The blue-tiled house was a peculiar structure within the sand extraction site, surrounded by walls and only opened by Wang Jianggong himself. On regular occasions, even Wang Jinqing dared not approach it easily, for Wang Jianggong had warned him that entering without permission would be tantamount to forfeiting his life. Su Lin charged into the sand extraction site and spotted Wang Jinqing racing toward a building with a green-tiled wall. Without hesitation, he pursued him. The distance between them diminished, and as Wang Jinqing reached the entrance of the blue-tiled house, a figure was already there, opening the door for him. Yes, he had arrived. Understand. Once I escort him out, I will owe you nothing. The figure was a cold, indifferent woman clad in a form-fitting leather outfit, her figure strikingly alluring. She held a phone in one hand, conversing with Wang Jianggong on the other end, while casting a frigid glance at the incoming Wang Jinqing. Her gaze then shifted to a rapidly approaching silhouette some 10 meters away. She raised her hand and brandished a firearm. Bang, bang, bang. The handgun erupted with a flurry of bullets. As Su Lin pursued Wang Jinqing, his attention was drawn to the door of a blue-tiled house as it swung open, and he suddenly caught sight of a woman, his gaze sharpening. When she raised her gun to shoot, he instinctively dove to the side. Yet, despite his evasion, her marksmanship seemed relentless, leaving a bullet wound in his shoulder. Hiss! Observing the blood streaming from his shoulder, Su Lin's expression turned grim. However, at that moment, he had taken refuge behind a wall, momentarily out of her line of sight. Grimacing from the agonizing pain in his shoulder, he lifted his head, his eyes instantly ablaze with fury. How audacious! He was a man of the system. Having been injured, he would not allow her to escape unscathed. Damn it! With a fierce roar, Su Lin felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, propelling him forward like a cheetah, the pain in his wound momentarily forgotten. As if he had entered a wondrous state, his adrenaline surged, erupting at a level 100 times greater than usual. The voluptuous woman was preparing to escort Wang Jinqing into the blue-tiled house before making her exit. Suddenly, she heard a rapid whoosh behind her, and her expression shifted dramatically. She turned, raising her gun, only to find a cloud of dust thrown into her face as he raised his hand. Thud! Instinctively closing her eyes, she still squeezed the trigger, and at the moment the gunfire erupted, her body was violently propelled backward, crashing heavily against the wall behind her. Thunderous rumblings echoed as the walls fractured, and the woman felt as though she had been struck by a speeding freight truck, her entire body engulfed in pain. Wang Jinqing let out a startled exclamation as Su Lin stood before him. Before the man could turn to flee, Su Lin seized him by the neck and forcefully hurled him outside. Thud! Wang Jinqing crashed to the ground, his head hitting first, resulting in an ignoble sprawl, sliding several meters before losing consciousness entirely. Su Lin gazed solemnly at the woman slowly rising from behind the collapsed wall. Though she was female, She emanated an aura of profound danger. In that fleeting moment, as he scattered sand, she remained unfazed, firing 3 shots in quick succession, one of which struck his thigh. Had he not reacted swiftly, she might have inflicted a far graver wound. This woman was undoubtedly formidable, far more terrifying than the assassin who had previously emerged from the sand-laden vehicle. The system, the eye of good and evil, revealed Jean Meguet, a mercenary and assassin, captured during a battle, later rescued by Wang Jiangong, pledged to assist him 3 times. Upon recognizing her identity, Su Lin comprehended the gravity of the situation. This woman was indeed not someone ordinary. She was the epitome of a femme fatale. Fixating his gaze upon her, he gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain coursing through his body, and advanced step by step. Jean Meguet, you should not have come to Daxia. He uttered her name with conviction. The complexion of the golden rose changed dramatically in an instant, and with an icy tone, she inquired, "Who are you? How did you come to know my identity? It cannot be, was it Wang Jiangong who betrayed me?" A faint, chilling smirk appeared at the corner of Su Lin's mouth as he remained silent. Seizing the moment of her mental distraction, he lunged forward. The golden rose reacted with remarkable speed. As Su Lin initiated his attack, she realized that this individual had deliberately called her name to divert her attention. In a duel of experts, distraction equates to death. Bang! Bang! Su Lin's elbow strike was blocked, and in an instant, he lifted his leg for a flying kick, but the golden rose adeptly ducked to avoid it. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged over 10 blows. Su Lin grew increasingly aggressive, while the golden rose found herself retreating step by step. A tempest brewed within her. This young man was certainly no ordinary traffic officer. How could a mere officer possess such formidable skills? Such prowess could be deemed top tier even within their mercenary organization. Cursed be it. She cursed inwardly, and after enduring one of Su Lin's punches, she retreated forcefully into the tiled roof house. Just as Su Lin was about to pursue her, he suddenly spotted the muzzle of a gun, causing him to instinctively withdraw. However, after a few seconds, no shot was fired. Then, from behind the tiled roof house, a rustling sound emerged. Su Lin immediately sensed something amiss and dashed inside, only to discover that behind the house lay a vast, open river. The water surged with rapids, and apart from the rippling waves, there was nothing else in sight. Chapter 18. This little ancestor cannot be kept. The golden rose has fled, and Su Lin is certain of it. The entire interior of the courtyard is desolate, devoid of anything save for a few training apparatuses and a simple single bed. There is no place to conceal oneself. The open window reveals the surging river outside. He gazes at its surface with a grim expression. Assassins and mercenaries are undoubtedly masters of evasion, always prepared with an escape route. This golden rose is no exception. With a deep breath, he contemplates the pursuit, yet feels utterly powerless. The torrent of the river is fierce, and in his current state, capturing anyone is out of the question. Even saving himself seems improbable. With a heavy sigh, he collapses onto the ground, gasping for breath against the wall. The profound fatigue and the haze caused by excessive blood loss weighed down his entire being, rendering him as heavy as lead. The adrenaline that had surged through him earlier now dissipates, making even the slightest movement of a finger feel like a Herculean task. Suddenly, the door is kicked open, and an armed figure rushes in. Then comes a second, and a third. Upon seeing the SWAT uniforms they wear, Su Lin feels a wave of relief wash over him, and his head tilts as he slips into a deep slumber. Identify the injured. Hurry, take him to the hospital. Sui Dong shouts, immediately instructing his 2 team members to lift Su Lin and rush him outside. Subsequently, he led his team to meticulously inspect every inch of the blue-tiled house, only departing once they were certain that no one remained. Upon reaching the entrance, Sui Dong cast a glance at Wang Jiansheng, who was dejectedly being escorted by a special police officer, his demeanor resembling that of one mourning a great loss. A frigid glint flickered in Sui Dong's eyes. This man had openly defied the law and had even attacked law enforcement officers with a firearm. His fate was sealed. Take everyone away, retreat, Sui Dong commanded, and the special police officers promptly escorted the individuals from the sand extraction site. Meanwhile, the supporting officers from the criminal investigation team and the local police station had completed their tasks, leading out hundreds of individuals from the sand extraction site. Additionally, the criminal investigation team had reached out to their counterparts in narcotics, as they had discovered over a kilogram of ice in a basement within the site. Beyond the ice, they also uncovered several female students who had been horrifically tortured. Once all matters were resolved and the sand extraction site was thoroughly sealed, Sui Dong and his colleagues stood outside, where leaders from various departments convened to deliberate. These beasts deserve to die, Sui Dong spat through clenched teeth. Witnessing the pitiful sight of the young women, he felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a bullet to Wang Jianqing. The narcotics team leader nodded in agreement, stating, "They certainly deserve it." Without considering other charges, the mere possession of 1 kilogram of ice is sufficient for us to execute him multiple times over. Upon hearing their remarks, the captain of the criminal investigation team grew anxious and interjected, "Captain Yi, Captain Sui, I believe you should first hand him over to us for interrogation. I am convinced that his crimes extend far beyond this. Just now, when we brought those girls out, they mentioned that several of their companions had been brutally killed." Suidong replied, "Indeed. Regardless of the circumstances, we must unearth all their heinous deeds and deliver justice to the victims." I concurred. Team leader Yi from the narcotics division nodded in agreement. "By the way, I heard that this operation was led by a traffic officer. Where is he?" Team leader Yi suddenly inquired. Suidong nodded and explained, "The incident stemmed from a routine speed check conducted by the traffic officer. But the sand quarry personnel violently resisted the law, even assaulting our officer. Our courageous traffic brother single-handedly subdued a group of assailants. He sustained 2 gunshot wounds, and I have just sent him to the hospital. This gun-related case will surely stir up a storm in Jiangyan City." He then turned to the captain of the criminal investigation team and said, "By the way, Captain Hu, we need to investigate those individuals lying at the entrance of the sand quarry. I suspect there is more to their story. In this day and age, only desperate fugitives would dare to assault an officer." "Understood." Captain Hu nodded in response. At Jiangyan City First Hospital, Yang Wei and Feng Wei emerged from the facility. Yang Wei had suffered a blow to the head, requiring 8 stitches, while Feng Wei had sustained multiple superficial injuries but was otherwise unharmed. As they stepped out, they encountered Zhao Guodong and Lu Zhao, who rushed over in a state of urgency. "Team leader Zhao, team leader Lu," the two called out, their voices tinged with relief after narrowly escaping a dire situation. Had it not been for Su Lin's fearless dedication, shouldering all alone at the critical moment, the two would have emerged not unscathed, but rather severely compromised. Zhao Guodong approached, gently patting the shoulders of Yang Wei and the other, reassuringly uttering, "It is well. All is well." Lu Zhao inquired, "Where is Su Lin?" Yang Wei replied, "He was struck by 2 bullets and is currently in the operating room. However, we just consulted the doctor, and it appears there is no immediate threat to his life." Struck by the gravity of the situation, Zhao Guodong's eyes shimmered with shock and trepidation, accompanied by an overwhelming impulse to chastise Su Lin. Had he known, he would have unequivocally prevented that reckless youth from venturing out earlier that day. Those criminals wielded firearms. What business did a traffic officer have in such perilous circumstances? Why not call for help sooner? Surely, it is far better to let professionals handle the situation than for a mere traffic cop to risk his life. This audacious young man, Zhao Guodong muttered, ultimately shaking his head with a bitter smile. The essence of justice is not easily articulated or relinquished. Nonetheless, not everyone possesses the fortitude of Su Lin. Were he in that predicament, aware of the imminent peril, he would undoubtedly hesitate. For their duties do not encompass confronting criminals directly. Only this reckless youth, a veritable daredevil. Lu Zhao remarked, "Old Zhao, it seems we truly may not be able to retain him this time." Zhao Guodong paused, nodding with a wry smile. Such an exceptional talent will undoubtedly not be overlooked by the higher-ups. Even if suppressed, one day he shall soar to great heights. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao's lips twitched in response. "On the first day of reporting, I apprehended 8 criminals in the morning and 12 in the afternoon. A few days ago, I captured a notorious figure known as B. Today, I dismantled a criminal stronghold involved in organized crime and firearms, leading to the arrest of nearly 20 individuals, including several serious offenders. It is evident that my role extends beyond that of a traffic police officer. Rather, I am here to contribute to the accomplishments of the traffic police team. Although their sense of participation may not be particularly strong, it remains a shared honor for our first traffic police division. I wonder where this young man will be assigned next." As Zhao Guodong and Lu Zhao engaged in discussions about Su Lin's potential future in a lavish villa in Jiangyan City, a few individuals sat in a dimly lit room, quietly sipping tea. Wang Jianxing cannot be allowed to remain. He must be silenced. Suddenly, a commanding voice resonated. In the darkness, the figure exuded an imposing presence, obscuring their features, yet the authority in their voice revealed a person of high standing. "I concur. If Wang Jianxing stays, our entire organization will be doomed." Another voice, slightly aged, chimed in. "I agree. Mr. Hong is correct. I suggest we take action from within." Following this, another voice expressed agreement. The individual seated in the corner, who had remained silent, suddenly stepped forward. Under the dim light, his face came into view. It was my brother, Wang Jianggong. Chapter 19. Su Lin's framing the extent of the individuals within Wang Jiangwo's interest group remains shrouded in mystery. However, it is unequivocal that this coalition harbors several influential figures, for it is inconceivable that they could so effortlessly silence Wang Jianxing otherwise. It is essential to note that Wang Jianxing has been detained in a holding facility, inaccessible to any visitors. To ensure the perpetual silencing of such an individual necessitates a formidable influence. Su Lin gradually regained consciousness, finding himself reclined in a hospital bed, gazing at the immaculate white ceiling and the surrounding sterile environment. His vision slowly came into focus. Not yet departed, it seems my life remains tenacious. A smile involuntarily graced his lips. Within him resided no fear, but rather an indignant fury upon witnessing malevolence, alongside an unwavering heart dedicated to justice. Congratulations to the host. For assisting in the capture of a murderer, you have earned 100 points. Congratulations to the host. For assisting in the capture of a murderer, you have earned 160 points. Congratulations to the host. For aiding in the apprehension of a criminal, you have earned 110 points. Congratulations to the host. For aiding in the capture of a criminal, you have earned. Congratulations to the host. For assisting in the capture of the principal offender, Wang Jianqing, you have earned 580 points. Upon awakening, Su Lin was immediately inundated with a cacophony of frenzied notifications reverberating in his mind. Rewards had been credited within mere seconds. Nearly 20 messages materialized, with the lowest reward exceeding 80 points and the highest reaching an impressive 580 points. Su Lin extracted all the rewards and glanced at the numbers, astonished to find a total of 3,730 points, sufficient to open 3 blind boxes. The highest reward was bestowed upon him by Wang Jianqing, a notorious figure whose subordinates had committed numerous heinous acts, burdened with grave sins. However, it was somewhat regrettable that Su Lin ultimately lost consciousness, leading the system to automatically classify his contribution as assistance in the apprehension. While this left him slightly displeased, it was nonetheless reasonable. Due to the classification as assistance, his points were halved significantly. Although the reduction was substantial, it was certainly better than receiving nothing at all. With a sigh, Su Lin gazed excitedly at the figure of 3,730, pondering what formidable abilities the 3 skill draws might bestow upon him. He murmured to himself, and promptly chose to draw a skill. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Corpse Whisperer. Corpse Whisperer, the ability to converse with the deceased. The ultimate skill for forensic experts. A brief introduction followed, and then an overwhelming flood of information surged into Su Lin's mind. Knowledge regarding autopsies, human anatomy, and an abundance of related information converged into his memory, seemingly etched within. Su Lin felt a heaviness in his head, struggling to assimilate the vast influx of knowledge. Yet this sensation gradually dissipated after a few minutes. Upon closing his eyes, an array of professional information unfolded within his mind, encompassing dissection, examination, and analysis. Such was the potency of this ultimate skill. Unable to contain his eagerness, he felt a compelling urge to seek out a corpse to test the efficacy of his newfound ability. Indeed, it was merely a fleeting thought for him. If he were to act upon it, there would be no bodies available for experimentation. Shaking his head, and with nothing else to occupy his time, he promptly initiated the second round of skill lottery. Congratulations, host, you have received a skill enhancement card X1. Upon hearing the system's notification, Su Lin was initially taken aback, but he quickly accessed the system's repository to examine the skill enhancement card. He soon grasped its purpose. Most skills acquired through the lottery were of the rudimentary level, such as the Eye of Good and Evil and the King of Close Combat, both of which were classified as primary skills. The classification of skills includes primary, intermediate, advanced, and the most formidable, ultimate skills. By utilizing the skill enhancement card, one could directly elevate a skills level, thereby augmenting one's own power. However, there were exceptions. For instance, the Corpse Whisperer was classified as an ultimate skill from the outset. Once more, Su Lin refrained from hastily employing the enhancement card and instead proceeded to initiate the third lottery. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Tracking. Tracking, a thread of clues, pursuing the perpetrator across great distances. An ultimate skill in criminal investigation. An ultimate skill. Su Lin nearly leapt from his hospital bed in excitement. Yet another ultimate skill. At the moment the system's notification appeared, his mind was once again engulfed in a tempest. One that was undeniably more formidable than the last. As the ultimate skill in criminal investigation, tracking encompasses all techniques for solving cases, including footprint identification, microscopic observation, crime simulation, scent discrimination, and chemical analysis, among others. The vast expanse of knowledge nearly overwhelmed Su Lin's mind. He could not help but emit a painful cry. The sensation was akin to a fate worse than death. Suddenly, the door to the hospital room swung open with a crash, and 2 individuals hurriedly rushed in. Upon seeing Su Lin cradling his head, their expressions changed dramatically. These 2 were Yang Wei and Feng Wei. All 3 had sustained injuries and remained in the hospital for observation, while also caring for the immobilized Su Lin. Little did they anticipate that a turn of events would occur during their brief absence for a smoke. Yang Wei, Anxious, exclaimed, "Old Fong, keep an eye on him. I will call for a doctor." "Why call? Just press the bell." "Oh, right, press the bell. No need." Just as the two were flustered, Su Lin had already calmed down, the ferocity in his demeanor dissipating, leaving only beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. "Su Lin, are you all right?" Fong Wei inquired with concern. Su Lin smiled and replied, "I'm fine. I just slept too long and got a cramp in my neck." "Damn, you scared me to death." Yang Wei could not restrain himself from giving Su Lin a light smack on the head. "It's good that you're fine." "Good that you're fine," Fong Wei echoed, relieved. Su Lin glanced at the bandage on Yang Wei's head and the sling on Fong Wei's arm, then asked, "Are you both okay? Have those criminals been apprehended?" He was clearly feigning ignorance, yet it was necessary to maintain appearances. After all, without the system prompt, he would remain oblivious to whether the suspect had been apprehended. Yang Wei nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, not a single one has escaped. They have all been captured." He gave Su Lin a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You, my friend, have made a significant contribution. I just inquired, and the brothers in the Criminal Investigation Department said there are at least 3 individuals involved in the homicide case, particularly that Wang Jiansheng, who has at least 5 lives on his hands." Su Lin remained silent, but internally he added, "That's an understatement. That fellow is responsible for numerous cases, tallying at least 10 lives taken." Fong Wei remarked, "These cases are under investigation. They will have little bearing on us in the future." Yang Wei countered, "Of course they are relevant. We are bound to receive a third-class merit award for this." "Well, at least a third-class merit, and perhaps even a collective second-class award." At this point, he could not suppress his excitement, trembling with anticipation. After 7 or 8 years of service without a single accolade, achieving a third-class merit or a collective second-class award would considerably ease his path to promotion. Fong Wei felt similarly. However, once their excitement subsided, they simultaneously turned their gaze towards Su Lin. This lad, surely, must be even more extraordinary? Su Lin, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by their envious stares, attempted to divert the conversation, asking, "By the way, how long was I unconscious?" Yang Wei replied, "It has been 2 days. Indeed. You cannot fathom how terrifying it was when you arrived the other day, covered in blood." Just as Fong Wei began to speak, Yang Wei's phone suddenly rang from his pocket. He picked it up and discovered it was from Zhao Guodong, immediately answering the call. Upon hearing Zhao Guodong's words, Yang Wei's expression transformed into one of deep distress. What could be the matter? A sense of foreboding arose within Su Lin. Yang Wei spoke, "Wang Jiansheng has died. The doctors confirmed he suffered a fatal blow to the back of his head. The authorities suspect this may be linked to you and intend to bring you in for questioning." Upon hearing this, Su Lin's countenance darkened significantly. He had been framed. Chapter 20. Is the treatment of heroes just surveillance? What? Fong Wei abruptly stood up, his earlier joy completely dissipated. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "How infuriating. Given the circumstances we faced, merely surviving was a stroke of luck. They armed themselves against the law and brazenly fired upon us. Are we wrong for resisting? Surveillance. How dare they utter such a term? Let alone us. Even an ordinary citizen defending themselves in such a situation would be justified in taking a life, wouldn't they?" Yang Wei set his phone down and strode outside, muttering, "Those scoundrels, I will confront them. I want to understand what these fellows are thinking." "Captain Yang, come back," Su Lin called out, halting Yang Wei. His gaze was calm, yet his mind raced with thoughts. The scene from that moment replayed incessantly in his mind. He was certain he had not dealt a severe blow to Wang Jiansheng. Thus, the root of the fatality did not lie with him. What then was the true nature of the situation? The more he pondered, the more he felt a chill creeping over him. It was as if a colossal hand loomed over him and Yang Wei, seeking to thwart their resistance, instilling a sense of despair. For he did not know who comprised that giant hand, their positions, or the extent of their power. Su Lin shook his head and sighed. Indeed, they were entangled in trouble. They not only had to guard against the enemy, but also had to be wary of their own comrades. Yet, the more he felt this way, the more his defiance grew, and he could sense his blood beginning to simmer. They sought to suppress him, but he was resolute in his refusal to yield to their will. "What?" Yang Wei was taken aback. Su Lin replied, "Nothing." Fong Wei then inquired, "Su Lin, what shall we do now?" "We shall do nothing, simply await their arrival," Su Lin stated. "But what if?" Fong Wei hesitated. "There is no what if," Su Lin interjected. Shaking his head, he sighed and continued, "In this matter, we are powerless. After all, our law enforcement recording devices and police communication systems were malfunctioning at the time, leaving us without evidence. Furthermore, we lack the authority to apprehend criminals, a fact you should be more aware of than I." Upon hearing these words, the two men fell into a stunned silence. Su Lin was indeed correct. They possessed no authority to make arrests. In that moment, they had no choice but to act. Failing to call for backup immediately was their gravest mistake. Su Lin had been confident, Yet he had not anticipated the magnitude of the issues within that sand extraction site, nor the extensive web of interests it entailed. That dark network could not possibly have formed without significant financial incentives, and it was inconceivable that it could reach into the detention center to commit murder. The ward fell into a profound silence until Fong Wei suddenly recalled something and retrieved Su Lin's mobile phone, which had been left in the car before the mission. "Xiao Su, there are numerous missed calls, but we have no idea who they are from, and we dared not answer." Fong Wei spoke as he handed his phone to Su Lin. Su Lin nodded in acknowledgement, glanced at the hundreds of missed calls from the past 3 days, furrowed his brow, but chose to disregard them, casting the device aside. He needed to contemplate how to confront the impending scrutiny, setting all other matters aside for the moment. Approximately an hour later, footsteps echoed from outside the ward, followed by a group of individuals who strode briskly into the room. Leading them was none other than the detective captain who had previously been at the scene, named Hu Gang. Upon seeing him, Yang Wei and Fong Wei immediately rose to their feet, positioning themselves protectively in front of Su Lin. Hu Gang, upon noticing their reaction, could not help but furrow his brow slightly. "Gentlemen, please do not be alarmed. We are merely here to gather information regarding the circumstances at that time," he stated, keen to avoid any misconceptions. Frankly, they too were perplexed as to why their superiors insisted on pursuing this matter, considering that the situation was beyond Su Lin's control. It seemed somewhat exaggerated. However, the higher-ups insisted that Wang Jiansheng was the main perpetrator, harboring significant secrets, a rationale that compelled them to take it seriously. "We can ascertain the details here. Have you not observed that Xiao Su has sustained injuries?" A deep voice resonated from the doorway. Zhao Guodong, clad in his traffic police uniform, rushed in, drenched in sweat, evidently having just concluded his duty before hurrying over upon receiving the news, concerned for Su Lin's welfare. "Captain Zhao, I regret to inform you that I have received orders to escort Su Lin back," Hu Gang replied with a wry smile and a shake of his head. "Just wait," Zhao Guodong asserted. He left behind 2 words, took out his phone, and dialed a number. Soon, the line connected, and a deep voice belonging to a middle-aged man resonated from the other end. "Lao Zhao, if you are here to plead for that intern traffic officer, then I am afraid there is nothing I can do. The orders come from above, and we must obey." Upon hearing this, all of Zhao Guodong's intentions were abruptly stifled. Gritting his teeth, he inquired, "Lao Huang, whose orders are those?" "Deputy Mayor Li," the voice on the line replied. "I understand." Zhao Guodong helplessly set down the phone. With even the official in charge of political affairs intervening, it seemed inevitable that Su Lin's arrest was a foregone conclusion. Anger coursed through him. How could this be? A person who had contributed so significantly was being investigated merely due to the death of a criminal? What was happening to society? Did they not fear that their subordinates would feel disheartened? Just as he was about to erupt in indignation, Su Lin unexpectedly spoke up. "Captain Zhao, it's fine. I will go with them. I believe there is still justice and fairness in this world." Upon hearing this, Hu Gang and several detectives lowered their heads in shame. Their current roles were indeed dishonorable. Zhao Guodong nodded, his voice grave as he said, "Wait here. I will fetch a wheelchair and accompany you personally." "Thank you, Captain Zhao," Su Lin replied without hesitation, nodding in gratitude. Jianyun Police Academy, Office of the Principal. Lin Jinghe cheerfully set down the phone just as his daughter, Lin Su, entered the office. "Dad, I heard that wretched Su Lin has achieved something significant. How could you possibly let this happen? Such a trivial matter. Yet he has managed to gain recognition?" Lin Su exclaimed, her face a portrait of discontent. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinghe chuckled, "Recognition? Huh. I believe he is on the brink of demise. Rest assured, Su, I have vowed to crush him and shall not afford him a chance to rise again. He dares to attempt to capture me? I am eager to see if, when he is reduced to nothing more than a pile of refuse that everyone shuns, he can still utter such audacious claims. Is that so? Splendid. Dad, please be sure to inform me when the time comes. Let him feign superiority in my presence. HMPF. What I, Lin Su, cannot attain shall surely lead to his ruin." Meanwhile, at the Jianyun City Criminal Investigation Division, Su Lin sat in a wheelchair, being pushed by Zhao Guodong into a conference room. Upon entering, they beheld 4 individuals seated directly in front of them. One of them appeared to be around 50 years of age, impeccably dressed in a suit, adorned with a pair of black-rimmed glasses. His gaze sharp and commanding without the need for anger. Beside him was a man in his 30s, who seemed to serve as a secretary. Next was an individual clad in a white shirt, with an olive branch and 2 stars insignia on his shoulders, an officer of the 2nd rank at the bureau level. If Su Lin's intuition served him right, this was the chief of the Jianyun City Police Department. The final figure was dressed casually, yet his eagle-like eyes indicated to Su Lin that this person was no ordinary individual. Zhao Guodong cast a fleeting glance at the 4 individuals seated in the conference room, lacking even the inclination to salute them. This time, he was genuinely enraged to the point of laughter. Is this what it means to be treated like a hero, brought here merely for interrogation? What were these people truly thinking? Chapter 21. Without the power to arrest, can one not act with valor? Su Lin gazed calmly at the four individuals before him. An inquiry? Let it come. Su Lin, is that you? A voice of surprise echoed as another figure entered the room, a middle-aged man adorned with the insignia of a third-level police inspector on his shoulder. Su Lin momentarily paused upon recognizing him. Director Guo? Drawing from his memory, he finally recalled the man's identity. Guo Liang, the chief of the Dongqing branch of Jiangyan City, as well as the executive deputy of the municipal bureau. Their acquaintance dated back to Su Lin's time in the police academy, where a singular act of valor had earned him a third-class merit medal. Little Su, so it is you. But how is it that a criminal investigation major from the police academy has become a traffic officer? That shouldn't be the case. After you saved me that time, the higher-ups in the academy jointly awarded you a third-class merit. Guo Liang studied Su Lin, then glanced at the others beside him, pondering their imminent scrutiny of Su Lin, and couldn't help but feel perplexed. A third-class merit? Director Guo, are you jesting? The cold-faced man interjected. Then, a second-level inspector exhibited a look of astonishment and inquired. Director Guo, I am quite curious. How is this possible? A criminal investigation major who has been honored with a third-class merit is assigned to the traffic division? How could that happen? At this moment, the others turned their attention to him, eager to hear how he knew Su Lin. What stories lay hidden in this exchange? Their interest was piqued. Guo Liang, that was 2 years ago. He became ensnared in reminiscence, as the vivid scenes of that time unfolded before his eyes. On his way home from work, Guo Liang encountered a fugitive on the run. As a police officer, he could not allow a criminal to escape. Thus, after contacting his department to request assistance, he resolutely followed the suspect into a dilapidated neighborhood alone. Unexpectedly, during the pursuit, he was discovered by the assailant. Two ruthless individuals cornered him in a dead-end alley, brandishing weapons and stabbing him twice, striking vital organs. In that critical moment, Su Lin fortuitously passed by, without hesitation. He seized an object and swiftly dispatched one of the attackers from behind. Then, disregarding the weapon in the hands of the other, he knocked him down with a brick. Ensuring the threat was neutralized, he promptly bound the two criminals with a length of rope and called for the police. Ultimately, he carried the bloodied Guo Liang for 500 meters, hailing a vehicle to rush him to the hospital. Were it not for him, Guo Liang would surely have perished, and the two fugitives would have evaded capture. Upon awakening from the emergency room, Guo Liang immediately reported the incident. The city bureau officials took the matter with utmost seriousness, and upon learning that Su Lin was an exemplary student from the police academy, they praised him highly. Following a unanimous vote during a meeting, Su Lin was awarded a third-class merit. At that moment, the second-level police supervisor displayed a look of realization, nodding as he remarked, I recall now. There indeed was such an incident. It caused quite a stir at the time. You wrote a report stating that a young hero had emerged in Jiangyan City. Xiao Weihai broke into a smile, gazing at Su Lin, suddenly finding the young man in the wheelchair much more agreeable. Without this young man, he might have lost the opportunity to have an exceptional branch director. Huang Weiang, the youth who had consistently worn a cold expression, slightly softened his demeanor and imperceptibly nodded. Given that he was such an outstanding young individual, the ongoing review seemed rather absurd. At that very moment, Zhao Guodong, after listening to Guo Liang's account, was left agape, his face a portrait of disbelief. Then, a sudden realization struck him, and he exclaimed, No, wait. Director Guo, you must have made a mistake. I have reviewed Su Lin's file, and there is no record of a third-class merit. It's impossible. I personally awarded him the medal. Guo Liang asserted with conviction. Zhao Guodong retorted, That is incorrect. I just examined his file and confirmed that this honor does not exist. Upon hearing this, both leaders' expressions turned grim, especially Xiao Weihai, whose eyes radiated intense fury. How could a third-class merit awarded to a police academy student simply vanish? Even if it were to be revoked, it must be reported to their police department, right? The words of Guo Liang and Zhao Guodong could not be false, leaving only one plausible explanation. Someone had tampered with Su Lin's file or altered it. Such audacity was utterly outrageous. An angry voice erupted from Xiao Weihai, emanating a fierce aura, his gaze almost igniting with flames. Simultaneously, a chilling sensation surged within him. Such an exceptional individual as Su Lin finds himself shrouded in unjust suspicion due to the machinations of certain malevolent individuals. Might there also be imposters infiltrating their ranks? If they are merely frauds, that would be one matter. However, should there be a proverbial black sheep amongst them, it would be akin to a ticking time bomb. The extent of the potential fallout unknown to all. Furthermore, do we witness any collusion among officials? Is there an undercurrent of business and government collusion? If a single rogue element exists within this team, It could tarnish the reputation of the entire police force in Jiangyan City. Young Su, trust in the organization. We will ensure justice is served for you, Xiao Weihai remarked, observing the serene countenance of Su Lin, unable to suppress his admiration. Despite enduring such grave injustice, Su Lin remained composed. His depth of character is evidently profound. Such a person must not be disheartened, for it could lead to immense complications. Yet unexpectedly, Su Lin responded with a smile, saying, "Director, you jest. I truly have not taken this to heart. No matter where I am, I will shine and contribute. After all, becoming a traffic officer does not mean I cease to serve the people, does it? A traffic officer is still a policeman." Xiao Weihai regarded Su Lin for several moments. Realizing he was neither jesting nor harboring any resentment, he then broke into a hearty laugh, applauding, "Excellent. Comrade, you are absolutely right. A traffic officer is indeed a policeman." "Wait a moment," Guo Liang interjected suddenly, his face alight with astonishment as he circled Su Lin. "Young Su, were you the traffic officer who apprehended the perpetrator behind the kidnapping and murder of Yu Haojiang just a few days ago?" Upon hearing this, Su Lin nodded slightly. "It truly is you. I was momentarily taken aback and failed to recognize you." Guo Liang appeared utterly astonished. Xiao Weihai was suddenly struck by a realization. If we delve into this matter, it constitutes yet another third-class merit. Zhao Guodong could not restrain himself from interjecting. Just a few days ago, the B-level fugitive Wang Guangping was also apprehended by Xiao Su, for which he sustained injuries. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Weihai and Guo Liang gasped in disbelief. Even Huang Weihuan scrutinized Su Lin intently, displaying an expression of admiration. A traffic officer capable of such remarkable achievements has already eclipsed the majority of our criminal investigation team. "Director Xia, it is time to address the matter at hand, is it not?" At that moment of astonishment, a dispassionate voice interjected, emanating from a middle-aged man in a suit, who had remained silent until now. Xiao Weihai was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression darkened as he replied, "Deputy Mayor Li is correct. We should commence." He concealed all emotions, his demeanor inscrutable, and addressed Huang Weihuan. "Xiao Huang, you shall take the lead." "Very well." Huang Weihuan nodded and calmly began. "Su Lin, please explain why you forcibly entered the Jiangong sand extraction site. You must be aware that you are traffic officers. Although you possess the authority to enforce the law, you do not have the power to make arrests. Even if an arrest is warranted, detaining a suspect necessitates prior coordination with our criminal investigation unit or the local police station." Upon hearing this, Zhao Guodong's expression shifted noticeably. As he approached Su Lin's ward, he overheard Su Lin utter these words at the entrance, and to his astonishment, this little rascal hit the nail on the head, indeed using it as a point of contention. This matter is not easy to explain. However, Su Lin wore a smile and remarked, "We indeed lack the authority to apprehend, but that is merely a matter of functional regulations." "You are correct. We do not possess such power. Nevertheless, does that not preclude us from acting in the interest of justice?" Upon hearing this retort, Zhao Guodong was nearly overcome with excitement, nearly slapping his thigh in approval. "Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. We may not have the power to detain individuals, but surely we can act in the name of justice? Even ordinary citizens can do so. Must we, as traffic police, be exempt?" Hearing these words, Huang Weihuan suddenly revealed a subtle smile, clearly quite pleased with this response. Chapter 22. Uncertain of the culprit, yet I shall discover the truth splendid. Xiao Weihai could not help but applaud inwardly. Su Lin's words were nothing short of exquisite, representing the finest retort to the ongoing scrutiny. Scrutiny? What a farce. This was Xiao Weihai's immediate reaction upon receiving the notification. The trio of traffic officers dared to confront armed criminals, and such valorous spirit deserved to be heralded. Are you truly suggesting they should be subjected to examination? Is this some sort of jest? Without Su Lin's intervention, it is not merely the two officers who would face peril. These criminals would roam freely, and perhaps the truth of their demise would remain forever obscured. Frankly, had he not been clad in his uniform, he might have resorted to flipping tables in defiance of authority. Beside him, Huang Weihuan silently commended Su Lin's remarks. He admired the lad. His meticulous mind remained unruffled in the face of scrutiny, a true candidate for criminal investigation. As for his identity, Huang Weihuan could guarantee without hesitation that there was nothing amiss. So what if a key perpetrator was deceased? In such tumultuous circumstances, who could be expected to maintain composure? Even if self-defense was deemed excessive, what of it? The police and criminals are eternal adversaries. Should a criminal meet their end during an arrest, as long as it is not intentional, the severity of the situation may warrant forgiveness. Moreover, what manner of individuals were they up against? Mere thugs? Was it not quite ordinary for one or two to perish? Guo Liang beamed, nodding towards Su Lin, evidently pleased with his response. Yet, there were those who could not remain composed. Bang! As the group, including Xiao Wei and others, silently cheered for Su Lin. The table was suddenly struck with great force. A man of approximately 50, his face etched with authority, regarded Su Lin with an icy demeanor and stated, "Mind your attitude. What we are discussing is not your duties or acts of bravery, but rather the question of why you took the life of Wang Jianqing. According to our information, he was unarmed. Furthermore, he was the principal offender. Why did he alone meet his demise?" These two inquiries instantly captured the attention of all present. It was evident that he was seeking to provoke, yet no one could deny that this was a crucial aspect of the scrutiny directed at Su Lin. Why was it that the deceased was Wang Jianqing? With no weapon in his possession, what compelled Su Lin to resort to lethal force? During the time Su Lin was admitted to the hospital for emergency care, a substantial police presence was mobilized to interrogate all suspects, including Yang Wei and Feng Wei. This included the special police and support from the narcotics division, who also conducted inquiries. Aside from those who either concealed information, stubbornly remained silent, or exaggerated the truth, the testimonies from the remaining personnel involved in the case were remarkably consistent. Most notably, Wang Jianqing was unarmed. Su Lin, his expression grave, lifted his gaze to meet his interrogator S, displaying no sign of trepidation, and asserted, "I did not kill Wang Jianqing." The interrogator retorted, "Whether you committed murder is not for you to decide. Moreover, we are aware that another individual was present at the scene. Where is that person now?" Su Lin's expression darkened, indicating that someone had indeed spotted the golden rose. Regrettably, he had failed to apprehend the woman. Had he succeeded, this predicament would have been far easier to elucidate. He stated, "That individual is formidable. I was injured at the time, and she managed to escape." Deputy Mayor Li's lips curled into a cold smirk. "As far as I am aware, that individual is a woman, is she not? You, a man, were outwitted by a woman. Do you expect me to believe that?" Su Lin retorted, "She is an expert. That is merely your assertion." Li's sharp tone ignited Su Lin's indignation. He raised his head and coldly replied, "Accusing me of murder is also your unsubstantiated claim. No, we possess evidence. Captain Sui Dong of the SWAT team witnessed you throwing Wang Jianqing out. He fell and thereafter remained motionless. A state of coma also equates to being motionless. Su Lin, in the face of irrefutable evidence, your attempts at denial are futile. Are you aware of the consequences of defying the law?" Deputy Mayor Li slammed the table once more, his tone seething with anger. "Irrefutable evidence? Where is it?" Su Lin gazed at him intently and replied, "Aside from that armed criminal, I have not killed anyone." "Then enlighten us. Who is responsible for the murder?" Deputy Mayor Li's voice turned grim. "I do not know, but I can uncover the truth." Su Lin's response remained remarkably composed. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Weihai, Guoliang, and Huang Weihuan exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a flicker of unusual intrigue. Since the demise of Wang Jianqing, the criminal investigation team has been mobilized extensively, yet thus far, they have uncovered no leads. The individual perished within the detention center, and indeed, there was a wound at the back of his head. According to the forensic examination, this injury was inflicted 3 days prior. All evidence points towards Su Lin. Given Wang Jianqing's status, a thorough investigation is mandated, leaving them no room for defense. "Investigate?" Vice Mayor Li scoffed, a cold smile crossing his face. "Su Lin, who do you think you are? Do you still wish to investigate? Let me assure you, from this day forth, every action you take will be under our meticulous surveillance." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Weihai's eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity. He promptly slammed his hand on the table, declaring, "Vice Mayor Li, since this scoundrel refuses to confess, I propose we take him directly to the detention center. Rest assured, if he indeed has a hand in this, we will show no mercy." This bold statement took both Huang Weihuan and Guoliang by surprise, and even Vice Mayor Li regarded him with astonishment. Guoliang discreetly kicked Xiao Weihai under the table, but the latter paid no heed. Instead addressing Vice Mayor Li, "Leave it to us. We guarantee that no malevolent individual will escape justice." At this proclamation, both Guoliang and Huang Weihuan were momentarily taken aback. Who was the malevolent individual referred to? They quickly grasped the implication and fell silent. Vice Mayor Li, with a smile, glanced at Su Lin and said, "Excellent. Director Xiao, I entrust this matter to you, and I hope you can provide a satisfactory response to both myself and the higher authorities." "Certainly. I understand." Xiao Weihai nodded. Vice Mayor Li cast a fleeting glance at Su Lin, a faint, cold smile gracing his lips, before rising and departing the conference room with his secretary. "This Li Mingyu truly believes he can wield absolute power, doesn't he?" Zhao Guodong scoffed, his expression revealing his displeasure. "Although he oversees legal affairs, it does not grant him the right to directly intervene in cases, does it? You may conduct the review, but the manner in which it is conducted must adhere to established protocols. Close surveillance? Su Lin is not a criminal. On what grounds should he be monitored? And what of Director Xia and the others?" At this thought, Zhao Guodong shot a fierce glare at those before him. He was determined to fight for Su Lin's justice, even if it meant sacrificing his own position as captain. Xiao Weihai glanced at Zhao Guodong, a faint smile playing on his lips as he approached Su Lin and inquired, "Are you certain you can uncover who murdered Wang Jianqing?" Su Lin responded with a smile and a nod. "Director Xiao, I will deliver on my promise." "Excellent." Xiao Weihai's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he asked, "Su Lin, can you still work?" "Absolutely, no issues at all." Su Lin beamed, relishing the trust placed in him by his colleagues. Xiao Weihai lifted his gaze to Guo Liang and Huang Weihuan, giving a slight nod. "Then let us proceed. Delve deep into this matter until the truth is revealed." Indeed. Chapter 23, Threads and Traces, In Pursuit. In the official vehicle number 4 of Jiangyan City, upon entering, Li Mingyu retrieved his mobile phone and dialed a number. "Hello, the person will be sent to the detention center and handed over to you." He uttered but a single sentence before terminating the call. The driver and secretary exchanged glances, remaining silent. Both were trusted confidants of Li Mingyu. Whatever he commanded, regardless of its nature, they would dutifully execute. "Mayor Li, this afternoon Secretary Zheng is convening a meeting. Should we attend?" The secretary inquired. "Certainly. We need not concern ourselves with the ensuing matters," Li Mingyu replied. The secretary signaled to the driver, and the vehicle gradually commenced its journey towards the official building. Outside the municipal bureau's conference room, Zhao Guodong looked on with evident concern as 2 approaching detectives neared him. He wished to remain by Su Lin's side, but was pulled aside by Huang Weihuan. "Old Huang, what exactly do you mean by this?" He glared at Huang Weihuan with clenched teeth. The 2 were high school classmates, sharing a close bond. Although they had both become policemen, their paths diverged within different systems, leading to a significant reduction in their interactions and a decline in their relationship. Upon hearing Zhao Guodong's words, Huang Weihuan chuckled, the first smile he had displayed since encountering Su Lin. He patted Zhao Guodong's shoulder and said, "Old Zhao, why the rush? Am I truly capable of harming my own apprentice?" "He is not my apprentice." "Well, perhaps he is." Zhao Guodong contemplated that personally leading Su Lin on his first day of duty could indeed be considered as taking on a protege, and thus he chose not to argue about it. He fixed his gaze on Huang Weihuan and inquired, "Old Huang, do enlighten me. What exactly are we to do? Will this young man, Su Lin, encounter any peril? If there is danger, shall we abstain from our investigation?" Guo Liang's voice interjected as he and Xiao Weihai approached from behind. The latter turned to Su Lin and remarked, "Young Su, you may have to endure some hardships ahead." Su Lin smiled and nodded, responding, "Director Xiao, what is a trifling inconvenience? As long as we can ensure a clear and just environment for Jiangyan City, any minor sacrifice is inconsequential." "Excellent." Xiao Weihai patted him on the shoulder and then turned to Huang Weihuan, instructing, "Take him to the detention center." Su Lin interjected, "Wait. Is Wang Jianqing's body still in the detention center?" "Indeed, after the incident, I dispatched personnel to monitor it around the clock. Aside from our own forensic expert, no one else has been permitted near," Huang Weihuan replied. Su Lin nodded and stated, "I wish to see the forensic report." "Understood." Huang Weihuan refrained from further discussion, choosing to trust Su Lin. This young man had not only experienced combat firsthand, but he also grasped the intricacies involved. Thus, it was reasonable to believe he would discern the truth. Given that he claimed to be able to uncover the matter, trust was warranted. Among comrades in arms, such trust was still present. Xiao Weihai leaned closer to Su Lin, his voice low and earnest. "The inspection team will soon arrive in Jiangyan. Rest assured, I have your back." Indeed, Su Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. In his previous life, he had witnessed numerous television dramas and films, and the inspection team was a formidable sword of the great Xia, striking down both tigers and flies, as well as all manner of malevolent spirits. Their arrival promised intrigue. "Let us proceed." Huang Weihang waved his hand, and 2 detectives promptly pushed Su Lin's wheelchair towards the exit. Zhao Guodong, feeling anxious, hurriedly followed behind. Once only 3 remained in the corridor, Guo Liang spoke up, "Can that young man truly manage this?" Xiao Weihai replied, "I believe he represents our breakthrough. Once he enters, I am certain some will become restless. When they make their move, we shall ensnare them." Huang Weihang inquired, "Director Xia, do you place such trust in him?" "I do not trust him. I trust my own judgment of character." Xiao Weihai smiled, then added with admiration, "However, it must be said, the way he has handled matters is indeed impressive. Among the 11 individuals burdened with criminal charges, 8 are implicated in homicides. I find myself pondering what accolades he deserves. A third-class merit seems unrealistic. Perhaps a second-class merit is warranted." "That is essential," Huang Weihang replied with a smile. "What are you laughing at? Do you think you can recruit that young man and celebrate in advance?" Guo Liang looked at Huang Weihang. "This young man is the captain of the criminal investigation team. Typically, talents like Su Lin end up in the criminal investigation unit. It's customary. Then, Director Gua, where else could he possibly go? Guoliang responded, I cannot say for certain. However, I believe that your criminal investigation team cannot accommodate such a formidable individual. Huang Weihuan. Enough of the nonsense. Go and make arrangements. Xia Weihai said to Huang Weihuan. The latter nodded and immediately walked outside. At the detention center of Jianyun City Police Department, Su Lin was pushed out of the vehicle by two officers from the Criminal Investigation Unit. The two led him inside. Before long, they arrived at the innermost cell of the detention center. As Su Lin walked through, he recognized several familiar faces, including some of Wang Jianqing's subordinates whom he had confronted 2 days prior. Upon seeing him, those individuals glared menacingly. He merely responded with a cold smile. Brother, I apologize for the inconvenience. One of the officers whispered in Su Lin's ear, then placed a stack of documents on his lap. The two turned and exited the cell, closing the door behind them. As soon as they departed, Su Lin was about to open the file in his hands when a chilling voice echoed from the adjacent cell. You filthy cop, you're finished. What does it matter if you arrest us? Do you really believe that it won't be long before we are free again? When that time comes, not only you, but your family and friends will face retribution one by one. Mouse, do not frighten him. We are merely ordinary citizens. Haha. Yes, we are all ordinary citizens. Well, occasionally engaging in some extraordinary activities. The cold voice continued to emanate from the neighboring cell, and Su Lin's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. He spoke no superfluous words, opening the file bag to extract the autopsy report. The blunt force trauma to the occipital region resulted in a minor intracranial hemorrhage. Due to the delayed discovery, resuscitation was futile, leading to death. Su Lin scrutinized each word carefully before glancing once more at the photographs of the corpse and the wounds. Upon noticing the slight redness and swelling on the scalp, he firmly asserted that this was not the result of his actions. For at the moment he had thrown Wang Jianqing out, it was his forehead that met the ground, not the back of his head. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that intracranial hemorrhage could hardly persist for 48 hours. There lies a significant issue within this timeline. He continued reading and suddenly stumbled upon another segment of text. The deceased body contained a substantial amount of pollen residue. The pollen types identified were golden shower and night blooming jasmine. Golden shower and night blooming jasmine. Su Lin furrowed his brow slightly. While Jianyun City is indeed a hub for floriculture, these two particular flowers are somewhat niche, rarely cultivated extensively outside of floral markets. Just as he was engulfed in contemplation, a sudden stillness gripped him as a faint floral fragrance wafted through the air. A multitude of information coalesced in his mind, forming two names: golden shower, night blooming jasmine. This was a gift of his tracking skills, weaving together strands of evidence, chemical analyses, and the myriad scents of perfumes and floral aromas. Chapter 24. A life and death struggle in the monitoring room of the detention center. Huang Weihuan sat before the surveillance screens, his gaze fixed intently on Su Lin. Beside him were two others, Hu Gang, the captain of the 2nd Criminal Investigation Team who had previously assisted Su Lin, and Shen Hua, the captain of the 3rd Team, possessing a robust demeanor and a countenance radiating integrity. After observing for a while, Huang raised his head and inquired, "Where is Du Jiqi?" Du Jiqi was the captain of the 1st team among the 3 major teams under the Criminal Investigation Division. Upon hearing the inquiry from their superior, Chen and Hu exchanged a glance, and then Chen responded, "Captain Du has gone out. He mentioned he had discovered a lead on a suspected B-grade wanted criminal in the southern part of the city." A suspected B-grade wanted criminal? Huang Weihuan nodded at this information, choosing not to elaborate further, though his expression betrayed a hint of dissatisfaction. Chen shifted the conversation, gesturing toward the surveillance screen as he asked, "Captain Huang, do you truly believe he can uncover the truth?" Hu Gang, equally curious, added, "Indeed. Captain Huang, this young man certainly displays courage, but it stems from sheer enthusiasm. After all, he has only just graduated from the police academy. Can he really solve a case that even we find daunting?" Chen interjected, "Time is of the essence. We cannot afford to waste it." Hu Gang concurred, "Captain Huang, even if he manages to uncover something, it may take a week or even longer. We cannot afford to wait." Huang Weihuan smiled and remarked, "Whether we can uncover the truth remains uncertain, but I am confident he is no less capable than you. This young man possesses both courage and wisdom. He is truly a talent. Director Xia values him highly, and I believe he is the most suitable choice to take the reins. Even if we cannot ascertain the facts, someone will inevitably step forward, and we will still achieve a comprehensive victory." Upon hearing this, the two captains were momentarily taken aback. Hu Gang was the first to regain his composure and said, "Huang, are you and Director Xia using him as a pawn?" "No, to be precise, as bait." "Yes, precisely as bait," Huang Weihuan readily acknowledged, adding, "He is aware that once he enters the detention center, he becomes a mere lure. Does that not imply he is in constant peril?" Chen Hua interjected, his expression betraying a sense of urgency. Huang Weihuan responded, we will maintain constant surveillance. Even if danger arises, we can avert it in time. Furthermore, I believe that young man is not as feeble as one might think. After all, he has managed to subdue a group of ruthless criminals. How could he falter against these petty offenders? The two captains paused, contemplating his words, and eventually nodded in agreement. Indeed, Su Lin had proven himself formidable, particularly in Hu Gang's eyes, who had witnessed such scenes firsthand. Yet, they still struggled to comprehend why Director Xia placed such significant emphasis on Su Lin. At that moment, Su Lin on the surveillance screen suddenly lifted his head and gestured towards them. The three men, captivated by the footage, were momentarily bewildered. What did that gesture signify? Had he made a discovery? Chen Hua, come with me. Huang Weihuan suddenly rose to his feet and strode towards the exit. Indeed, Chen Hua, taken aback, promptly followed suit. Had it only been 15 minutes? It hardly seemed that long. Just moments ago, they had been discussing how Su Lin would require at least a week. What a resounding slap in the face this was. Hu Gang remained in the monitoring room, incredulously observing Su Lin on the surveillance screen, exclaiming, could it be that a discovery has truly been made? Suddenly, he spotted a figure approaching Su Lin's cell on the monitor. Du team leader? Upon recognizing the individual, Hu Gang's expression shifted. Team leader Du was the most senior captain in their criminal investigation team, and prior to Huang's ascension, everyone had anticipated that he would inherit the position from the former captain. Who would have thought that Huang would be parachuted into Jianyun City, usurping command from him? Fixated on the surveillance video, Hu Gang seized his phone and dialed Huang Weihuan. Huang, team leader Du is heading to Su Lin's cell. He urgently informed him as soon as the call connected. Upon hearing this, Huang Weihuan's countenance changed, and he immediately urged Chen Hua to rush towards the cell. Before long, they encountered the guards at the door. Upon seeing the two approach, the guards' expressions promptly altered. Huang Weihuan did not afford them the opportunity to speak, instructing Chen Hua, summon reinforcements and secure this area. Take them down. Understood. Chen Hua swiftly drew his weapon, aiming it at the two guards. The situation took a sudden turn. The two guards dared not resist and could only surrender, relinquishing their weapons. Huang Weiheng seized the keys from one of the guards, unlocking the door and stepping inside. Chen Hua utilized the intercom to call for reinforcements, and within a minute, over 10 individuals arrived at the scene, securing the exits. He then led 4 others swiftly deeper into the facility. At the end of the detention center, Captain Du Jiqi of the Criminal Investigation Division stood before the cell, his gaze calmly meeting that of Su Lin. His expression was somewhat grim, even shadowed with a hint of unease. His unexpected arrival had not instilled any fear in the other. Rather, a faint smile graced Su Lin's face. Su Lin remarked, you shouldn't have come. Du Jiqi's countenance darkened abruptly, a foreboding sensation creeping over him, as if he had unwittingly walked into a trap, ensnared by a web awaiting his arrival. I merely came to see who possesses such audacity to single-handedly dismantle a criminal den, Du Jiqi replied solemnly. Su Lin retorted, it's futile, no matter how you explain. It won't matter. The scent you carry is quite distinctive. I detected it here in this cell. Haha, what nonsense. As a captain of the Criminal Investigation Division, is it not entirely normal for me to come in and interrogate a suspect? Du Jiqi's heart raced with mounting anxiety. Indeed, that is quite normal. However, the issue lies in the fact that I heard you came here yesterday afternoon and did not interrogate Wang Jianqing. He died later that day, in the same cell. You were the last person to see Wang Jianqing, am I correct? Du Jiqi's eyes flickered with shadows as he replied, when I left, he was still very alert. Indeed, quite alert, for his wound posed a significant issue. Su Lin continued to smile, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Du Jiqi, as if he could see through everything. Du Jiqi panicked, suddenly raising his hand, revealing a syringe-like object. Yet, before he could make any move, a cold voice resonated from behind. Old Du, stop. Huang Weiang stood 5 meters away, his gun aimed at Du Jiqi, his expression exceedingly stern. Betrayal had always been the most despised act within their team. Du Jiqi turned his head to see Huang Weiang, followed by Chen Hua and others rushing over, his complexion instantly paling to a shade of despair. He realized his fate was sealed. Not only his own life, but that of his family would be met with disdain and contempt. No, they could even be silenced. With this thought, he hesitated not a moment longer and plunged the syringe into his neck, the liquid swiftly coursing into his veins. You're insane. Huang Weiang dashed forward, but it was too late. In the next instant, Du Jiqi's face turned ashen, his lips a deep shade of purple. Old Du, why? Huang Weiang, filled with sorrow, held Du Jiqi close, his voice heavy with grief. Du Jiqi murmured, Old Huang, I do not harbor hatred towards you. However, there is no turning back for me now. With each step taken, I find myself ensnared in a web of mistakes and regrets from the past. In a mere span of a few fleeting seconds, Du Jiqi breathed his last. Su Lin's pupils contracted as he spoke in a grave tone. It appears that the situation is far more dire than we had anticipated. This is a struggle for survival, where one must prevail over the other. Chapter 25. A case solved in 15 minutes. It seems the Criminal Investigation Bureau is facing unemployment. It appears that the situation is far more grave than we had anticipated, Su Lin remarked solemnly. The thought of a chief inspector willingly facing death raises questions about the formidable power of the shadowy forces behind them. Curse it, Huang Weihuan shouted, delivering a furious kick to the wall. Ji, now is not the time for venting anger, Su Lin cautioned. They seek our lives, and we must act decisively to bring them down first. Huang Weihuan snapped back to reality, looking at Su Lin and inquiring, what shall we do? Only 15 minutes have passed since my arrival, and their people have already struck. Clearly, they are aware of the flaws they have left exposed. Come, let us examine Wang Jianqing's corpse. Only after this can I ascertain the truth, Su Lin instructed. Chenhua, Huang Weihuan called out. Chenhua approached. Yes, Ji, please take care of Du Jiqi's body, Huang Weihuan said with a hint of sorrow. Understood. Huang Weihuan then personally led Su Lin to a room located at the back of the detention center. The air conditioning was set uncomfortably low, causing both men to shiver slightly upon entering. Su Lin's gaze settled on the corpse draped in a white cloth. He then wheeled himself forward, lifting the cloth to reveal Wang Jianqing's body, which bore the marks of extensive autopsy, blood staining both the sheet and the body. Despite a moment of tension, Su Lin quickly regained his composure. His inner self, having endured the previous battle, had grown exceedingly powerful, having already dispatched one of the bandits. What was there left to fear? Taking a deep breath, he donned a pair of gloves and gently lifted Wang Jianqing's rigid head. Indeed, he discovered a small indentation at the back of his skull, so subtle that it would go unnoticed upon a cursory glance. Remarkably, the surface of this indentation was unbroken, merely a slight depression. A flurry of lethal weapon designs flashed through his mind, one after another, until they finally settled upon one particular item, a life-saving hammer. He uttered the 3 words in a low voice, lifted his gaze, and said, "Let us proceed. The cause of death has been identified as intracranial hemorrhage, but it bears no relation to me. However, the perpetrator is already deceased, making it exceedingly difficult to locate the weapon." Shaking his head, Su Lin promptly shifted his focus to another matter. Hearing this, Huang Weihuan felt a wave of despondency wash over him. He understood Su Lin was referring to Du Jiqi's demise. That individual was the true culprit, yet now they found themselves utterly incapable of extracting any clues from him. The case seemed to have reached an impasse. As they stepped outside, Huang Weihuan's expression darkened. Xiao Su, with Du Jiqi dead, where do we begin our investigation? He inquired. Previously filled with confidence, Du Jiqi's unwavering willingness to meet his end had shattered his steadfast belief in their success. Their adversary was indeed formidable. Su Lin, however, simply smiled and replied, though the murderer is deceased, we can still track down an accomplice. An accomplice? Huang Weihuan's expression suddenly became serious. Who was the accomplice? Did he have another clue? Captain Huang, can you smell the fragrance of the flowers in the air? Su Lin asked inexplicably. Huang Weihuan nodded, feeling an urgency within him. At such a moment, why was Su Lin talking about the scent of flowers? I have examined Wang Jianqing's wounds. Such injuries could not possibly lead to extensive intracranial bleeding in just a single day. I reviewed his medical records. He suffers from asthma and hypertension. Huh. With both conditions present, if he manages to survive, I would be quite surprised. What do you mean? Huang Weihuan was utterly perplexed, struggling to grasp the significance of Su Lin's words. Su Lin clarified, the night-blooming jasmine releases a plethora of odoriferous particles at night, and inhaling a substantial amount can cause dizziness and discomfort in patients with hypertension and heart conditions, potentially exacerbating their illnesses. In excessive quantities, it could lead to hypertensive fainting. Furthermore, the golden trumpet flower, when inhaled in large amounts, can directly trigger asthma, resulting in difficulty breathing, rapid heartbeats, and a blood circulation rate that could exceed normal levels by 3-fold. With asthma, hypertension, accelerated blood circulation, and the head injury combined, what do you think the outcome would be? Su Lin gazed intently at Huang Weihuan. At that moment, Huang Weihuan's mouth fell agape, utterly bewildered. He understood each word individually, yet when strung together, it felt utterly implausible. Could flowers truly be lethal? Surely, this was absurd. However, seeing the earnestness in Su Lin's eyes, Huang Weihuan found himself believing wholeheartedly. At this juncture, Su Lin spoke again, saying, if I am not mistaken, a significant number of golden trumpet flowers and night-blooming jasmine have recently been relocated near the detention center. Huang Weihuan nodded solemnly and replied, a couple of days ago, a nearby farm changed ownership. A florist came over, bringing with him a substantial quantity of golden trumpet flowers and night-blooming jasmine. Goodness. Upon finishing his sentence, he abruptly lifted his head and, without further ado, propelled Su Lin forward. Before long, Su Lin was handed over to Chunhua by Huang Weihuan, who then proceeded to the aforementioned farm. Soon, the florist and his family were brought to the interrogation room for isolated questioning. Before long, the results emerged. The florist confessed that someone had approached him to purchase the land he had previously cultivated, even providing him with a new location at a considerably high price. Consequently, the florist promptly relocated all his flowers, which included the golden trumpet flowers and night-blooming jasmine. However, when asked about the appearance of the buyer, the florist claimed to have forgotten, stating that the individual wore a hat and sunglasses, obscuring their features. Huang Weihuan scoffed at this. Such trivial matters could hardly deter him. He immediately organized his criminal investigation team to meticulously scrutinize the surveillance footage surrounding the florist's former farm. Ultimately, they identified a potential target. When Su Lin beheld the enlarged photograph, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Lin Jinghe? The individual who approached the florist was none other than the vice principal of the police academy, Lin Jinghe. Huang Weihuan, taken aback, inquired, "Do you know him?" "Very well," Su Lin replied. Su Lin nodded with a smile and proceeded to explain to Huang Weihuan the reasons behind his assignment to the traffic police squad. With a resounding thud, he slammed his fist onto the table and exclaimed vehemently, "A scourge upon the community." Su Lin, still smiling, pointed to the surveillance footage and remarked, "Captain Huang, I believe he is our key to breaking through. Furthermore, there is certainly more to him than just this incident. His daughter, as far as I know, has also committed numerous misdeeds. Leave it to me," Huang Weihuan declared as he prepared to lead a team to apprehend Lin Jinghe and his daughter. Upon hearing this, Su Lin promptly interjected, "Take me with you. How could you possibly capture them without my involvement? I had promised to personally bring them to justice." "Very well. I shall accommodate your request," Huang Weihuan replied with a smile, feeling a sense of relief. Having identified a breakthrough, the subsequent tasks would undoubtedly be more manageable. During their journey, Huang Weihuan placed a call to Xiao Weihai, who, upon hearing the news, was nearly so astonished that he almost dropped his teacup. "What did you say? You found a breakthrough in just 15 minutes? Such criminal investigation techniques. Huang Weihuan, your team of detectives might soon find themselves out of work." Chapter 26. A contest with the inspection team. After ending the call with Huang Weihuan, Xiao Weihai smiled amiably at the man sitting across from him, dressed in a tailored black suit, whose gentle smile belied the brilliance flickering in his eyes. "Group Leader Ma, I apologize, my subordinates have some matters to report." Since receiving the call, his smile had remained unbroken, save for the final utterance. Opposite him, Ma Jinhua furrowed his brow, perplexed by the intentions of his old comrade. As the head of the inspection team, he had been dispatched to Jianyun City to investigate certain cases. However, upon his arrival, he was unexpectedly assigned to Xiao Weihai's side by the senior officials of Jianyun City. Initially, he found it bewildering, questioning the underlying motive behind this arrangement. Ma Jinhua held an unwavering trust in Xiao Weihai. Both men were well acquainted, fully aware of each other's temperaments. Yet from the moment he entered, he sensed that his old friend seemed somewhat unwell, cheerfully animated in a manner that struck him as peculiar, almost deranged. Doubts began to creep into Ma Jinhua's mind. Could it be that his old comrade had succumbed to madness under the weight of the cases? Unable to restrain himself, he finally spoke. "Old Xia, tell me honestly, is the pressure too much for you? I understand that Jianyun City, being in the southwest, inherently faces a high crime rate. If you are feeling unwell, you must seek medical attention promptly." At this remark, Xiao Weihai's expression darkened instantly as he retorted, "You are the one who is sick. Old Ma, can't you wish me some good fortune?" Ma Jinhua replied, "But you do appear rather deranged. Get lost. If you utter another word, I shall lose my temper." Xiao Weihai's face turned a deep shade of displeasure. After a careful observation, Ma Jinhua revealed a smile. It was evident that this old Xia was indeed the Xiao Weihai from his memories. Clearing his throat, Xiao Weihai spoke, "Old Ma, your inspection team may commence. However, we too must set our plans into motion." "What do you mean?" Ma Jinhua inquired, his expression one of confusion. "Haha, you shall soon find out." Xiao Weihai chuckled heartily. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed through the room. "Come in," Xiao Weihai called out. Guo Liang entered, and upon seeing Ma Jinhua, his demeanor shifted, and he greeted Group Leader Ma. "Hello, Director Guo," Ma Jinhua replied, rising to shake hands with Guo Liang. After exchanging pleasantries, Guo Liang approached Xiao Weihai, presenting 2 commendation reports along with a stack of bonus application forms. "Director Xia, these are submitted by the personnel from below. Zhang Wengue from the front station and Su Qingshan from the Longhua Road station. 2 third-class commendations, along with nearly 20,000 yuan in bonuses," he stated. Xiao Weihai paused, a perplexed expression crossing his face. "What commendation reports? And what bonuses? Please take a look for yourself," Guoliang replied, handing the documents to him. Upon reading the names, a broad smile spread across Xiao Weihai's face. Ah, it's this young man. Quite impressive indeed. He nodded approvingly, and without further ado, signed the documents. As long as it is confirmed to be for Su Lin, simply sign it without even glancing at the contents. Consequently, team leader Ma, upon witnessing this, instantly darkened in expression. After Xiao Weihai completed his signature, he placed his hand over the stack of documents and remarked, Old Xia, signing without even a glance is not in accordance with protocol. Xiao Weihai chuckled at the comment and replied, Rest assured, I am well aware. Old Ma, I assure you that your inspection tour in Jianyun City will be the most effortless of your career. Ma Jinhua furrowed his brow again. All right, take it away. Xiao Weihai, without further ado, extracted the documents and handed them to Guoliang, advising, by the way, let the traffic police department issue the commendation medal themselves. We shall not intervene. Once this operation concludes, that young man will surely come to our side. Understood, Guoliang nodded, exchanged farewells with the two, and departed. What does this mean? Are they still involving the traffic police? Ma Jinhua was even more perplexed. 2 systems, and the commendation had surprisingly reached the city bureau. Has Jianyun City become so corrupt? However, before he could voice his inquiries, Xiao Weihai suddenly received a personal phone call. Without hesitation, he answered it right in front of Ma Jinhua. Hello, Uncle Xia. It's Yin Yao. A melodious voice resonated through the receiver. Yao Yao, what brings you to call? Xiao Weihai couldn't help but ask. At that moment, Yin Yao, in her office, was using foundation to conceal her dark circles, her delicate face bearing signs of fatigue. As she applied her makeup, she inquired, Uncle Xia, I am just curious, is the Traffic Police 1st Division a clandestine unit of our municipal bureau? Upon hearing this, Xiao Weihai was utterly bewildered. What could it possibly mean? Yin Yao continued, previously, when I visited the Traffic Police 1st Division, they were all mobilized, speaking of armed resistance and such. To deploy traffic police for such perilous tasks, could they not be considered a special force? Xiao Weihai pondered, realizing that this situation likely pertained to the incident at the sand extraction site involving Su Lin and his team. Indeed, the Traffic Police 1st Division had provided assistance in that matter. Moreover, Uncle Xia, I wish to inquire about someone. Yin Yao interjected, still in a daze. Who? Xiao Weihai asked. Su Lin, I have heard he is a traffic officer in the 1st Division. He stood me up, and this is the first time in my life I have ever been stood up. Most importantly, I have been unable to reach him by phone. Yin Yao's frustration was palpable. That scoundrel, after making plans, he has simply vanished. It has nearly been 3 days without a word. I have dialed over 100 times, yet no one answers. Although their acquaintance was fleeting and she had lent him assistance, it was rather unacceptable for him to disappear after making commitments. Xiao Weihai was taken aback, wondering how Su Lin had become entangled in this matter. He could only respond, Yao Yao, I am not sure about this either. Perhaps I could inquire on your behalf later? That would be a great help, Uncle Xia. After hanging up, Xiao Weihai shook his head and smiled wryly. Ma Jinhua remarked, Old Xia, I sense that the system in your Jianyun City is rather chaotic. Including yourself, everyone needs to investigate. Feel free to look into it. I am indifferent. After Su Weihai spoke, he stroked his chin and inquired, Old Ma, to what stage has your inspection team progressed? Upon hearing this, Ma Jinhua revealed a faint smile and replied, My subordinates are still conducting their inquiries. Even if I were aware, I couldn't disclose that information to you. Have you forgotten about organizational discipline? Su Weihai's face brightened with a smile as he suggested, How about we compare our speeds? Ma Jinhua furrowed his brow in confusion. What do you mean by speed? With a sly grin, Su Weihai responded, Let us see who resolves the trouble first. Very well, let us have this competition. Ma Jinhua narrowed his eyes, sensing that his old comrade was behaving oddly. Yet, he remained uncertain whether this was a good or bad sign. Chapter 27 I have stated that I will personally capture you. Within a lavish club in Jianyun City, Wang Jiangwo gazed with a brooding expression at the 3 individuals before him. To the 2 leaders, according to your plan, my brother is dead. Yet now, that traffic officer remains alive. You promised that he would accompany my brother in death, but where is the fulfillment of that promise? His tone was somewhat somber, akin to a wolf poised for a desperate fight. Xiao Wang, do not be hasty. Certain matters require patience. We may have faltered this time, but we possess more cunning strategies in reserve, a raspy voice interjected. Seated opposite Wang Jiangwo was an elderly gentleman of remarkable presence, clad in a sharply tailored suit. With graying temples, he radiated a robust vitality that commanded respect. Elder Zheng, do not attempt to deceive me. I believe your own situation is precarious, is it not? Wang Jiangwo retorted with a cold smile. I have heard that the inspection team has arrived, and there are individuals on my side conducting clandestine investigations. It will not be long before our ship capsizes. Rather than endure such a fate, I would prefer to take decisive action against that traffic officer and then vanish without a trace. With a resounding thud, the table was struck as Li Mingyu pointed an accusatory finger at Wang Jiangwo, exclaiming, "Wang Jiangwo, how dare you speak to my superior in such a manner? Are you seeking death?" Wang Jiangwo responded with a chilling grin, "Li Mingyu, you truly cannot intimidate me. I, Wang Jiangwo, emerged from the rough and tumble of life, carving a bloody path through countless battles. I have evaded death on numerous occasions and am uncertain how many lives I hold in my hands. You are still too inexperienced to frighten me." Upon hearing that arrogant tone, Li Mingyu's expression darkened considerably. However, just as he was about to speak, the elderly man patted him on the shoulder, compelling him to reluctantly close his mouth. The old man smiled benignly at Wang Jiangong and said, "I have already arranged for someone to report that young traffic officer. Mark my words, he will soon draw the attention of the inspection team. As for me, having been in Jiangyan City for so long, do you think I have not made my own arrangements? Young Wang, one must not merely scratch the surface of a problem. Some matters are far more sinister than you can fathom. If you act impulsively, you may not be the only one to perish. Your family could also be ensnared. I have heard that you have sent your wife and children to Port City. My apologies, but I have a few acquaintances there as well. You." Wang Jiangong's countenance changed dramatically. "Remain calm. As I mentioned, one must look beyond the surface. You perceive this as a crisis, yet it may very well present me with an opportunity. Understand that my report concerns not just that young officer, but also the top official of Jiangyan City. Should he fall, who will step into his shoes?" Li Mingyu interjected, "Leader, naturally, it would be you." The old man nodded silently, his expression indifferent. Yet his eyes betrayed a glimmer of avarice. Wang Jiangong felt a jolt of realization. If this gentleman were indeed to ascend as the top official of a city boasting over 6 million residents, he would truly have the power to navigate Jiangyun with ease. "Elder Zheng, my apologies. I now understand what must be done," Wang Jiangong said as he stood up and bowed deeply, exhibiting utmost respect. Having concluded the formalities, old Zheng chuckled, his complexion slightly flushed. "I heard that 2 new foreign language teachers have arrived here, Xiao Wang?" "Indeed, indeed. I shall arrange that for you immediately." Wang Jiangwo thought bitterly to himself, but dared not refuse. He promptly rose and exited. Once he was gone, old Zheng narrowed his eyes, a glint of malice flickering within. Li Mingyu remarked, "Leader, this individual cannot be allowed to remain. Let him stay for now. We must not act hastily, or we risk drawing the attention of the inspection team." Old Zheng shook his head. Ma Jinhua emerged from Xia Weihai's office and swiftly returned to the inspection team's operational base. As he entered, 2 young men in their 30s approached him. "Chen Shuo, Yang Jin, I need you both to investigate Xia Weihai immediately," he instructed them directly. The 2 exchanged glances, and the former queried, "Captain Ma, isn't Xia Weihai your old comrade? Could it be that he is involved in something dubious?" "It is difficult to ascertain, but I must uncover what that fellow is truly up to," Ma Jinhua replied. They nodded in understanding. Subsequently, the man named Yang Jin presented a document, stating, "Captain Ma, there has been a formal complaint against a traffic officer, alleging that he has engaged in violent enforcement, injuring multiple individuals, and even fatally striking a victim with his vehicle. Such lawlessness is utterly intolerable." Ma Jinhua exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. "What is the name of this traffic officer?" "Su Lin," Yang Jin responded promptly. With a slight furrow of his brow, Ma Jinhua suddenly found the name somewhat familiar, and in the next moment, he recalled that he had heard it from Xia Weihai's lips. At that time, it seemed he was conversing with a young woman. "Investigate thoroughly," he commanded coldly. "Understood. Team leader Ma, we shall proceed at once. Should we bring the suspect back first?" Chen Shuo asked. "No, let us observe for now. We must exercise caution in apprehending individuals to avoid alerting the others," he replied. Once the 2 departed, Ma Jinhua surveyed the bustling crowd in the hall. Shaking his head and sighing, "Old Xia, what exactly are you up to?" Meanwhile, as the inspection team prepared to investigate Su Lin, he was coordinating with Huang Weihuan and the criminal investigation team's brothers to capture Lin Su. "Su, why are we targeting Lin Su first?" Huang Weihuan questioned, puzzled. "Shouldn't we apprehend Lin Jinghe first?" Su Lin explained, "Huang, if we arrest Lin Jinghe and he withstands interrogation, it will prove challenging to obtain evidence. However, if we manage to break Lin Su, we might directly acquire incriminating evidence against Lin Jinghe, making a subsequent raid considerably more feasible." Smart thinking. Huang Weihuan's eyes lit up. And he chuckled, "You truly think further ahead than I do. When this is over, I will certainly help you secure a position. The vice captain role shall be reserved for you." "Well then, I shall not decline," Su Lin grinned, taking Huang Weihuan's jest in stride. Before long, they had tracked Lin Su's whereabouts and swiftly set their plan into motion. It is somewhat astonishing that the plump woman was apprehended in the residence of a duck. "On what grounds do you detain me? My father is Lin Jinghe. He will undoubtedly make you pay dearly for this. Release me, or I shall take legal action against you." When the woman was escorted to the interrogation room, she continued to throw a tantrum. The two slender policewomen were left utterly worn out by her antics. Su Lin's expression remained cold and indifferent, while Huang Weihuan personally pushed the wheelchair, accompanying him into the interrogation room. Lin Su, it has been a long time. Upon seeing Su Lin's familiar face, Lin Su's countenance twisted into a grimace. Su Lin, so it is you. The moment she laid eyes on Su Lin, Lin Su's gaze sharpened, and she suddenly regained her composure. With a sardonic smile, she retorted, even if you have captured me, what of it? I have committed no crime, and you possess no evidence. At most, you can detain me for 24 hours before you must release me. Su Lin replied, is that so? It appears Miss Lin is well versed in the law. However, it seems you are rather forgetful. Allow me to assist you in recalling. Wang Ziyu, Li Xiaoxiao, Zhang Xiner, Liang Yu. As he casually uttered each name, Lin Su's complexion drained of color, her body trembling in response. I warned you. I will personally bring you down. Chapter 28. Deceived. This kid is the ultimate weapon. After reciting a list of names, Su Lin turned to Lin Su with a cold demeanor and declared, not only can I personally apprehend you, but I can also convict you with zero testimony. This succinct statement shattered Lin Su's psychological defenses. To be candid, Su Lin held a deep disdain for a woman like Lin Su. While her unattractiveness was not her fault, her intimidating presence was a grave misstep. Furthermore, her heinous acts against numerous students rendered her utterly deserving of her fate. Nonetheless, he understood that as an enforcer of the law, he must not allow personal feelings to cloud his judgment. Previously, he had refrained from confronting Lin Su not due to forgetfulness regarding her transgressions, but rather because he lacked the authority to act. However, the situation had changed. He now possessed the authorization from Xia Weihai, making it entirely within his purview to proceed. Just an hour prior, Huang Weihuan had dispatched his subordinates to summon the victims and their families to the Criminal Investigation Division, where a comprehensive investigation and evidence collection regarding Lin Su's crimes had commenced. Lin Su would not escape this time. Under Huang Weihuan's interrogation, a multitude of dark secrets from the Lin family were unearthed, including collusion between Lin Jinghe and city officials, the transfer of illicit benefits, and harm inflicted upon police academy students. Even cases of intentional injury and murder surfaced, revealing the depth of her depravity. Huang Weihuan swiftly initiated actions. In less than 20 minutes, Lin Jinghe was brought to the Criminal Investigation Division. As he was escorted in handcuffs, Lin Jinghe felt a surge of anxiety. Yet he still clung to a glimmer of hope. Behind him stood Li Mingyu and Zheng Jingsheng. Had they known they were apprehended, they would undoubtedly seek ways to exonerate him. Upon entering the interrogation room and beholding Su Lin seated in a wheelchair, Lin Jinghe's gaze suddenly sharpened, revealing a flicker of panic. Although their encounters had been infrequent, Lin had long been devising schemes to undermine Su Lin, intent on utterly defeating him. Thus, when Su Lin confronted him directly in the interrogation room, the tumult of anxiety within Lin erupted in an instant. Huang Ji, this individual should not be present here, he thought. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jinghe cast a cold glance at Su Lin and addressed Huang Weihuan, who presided over the interrogation. Huang Weihuan chuckled and replied, Vice Principal Lin, I apologize, but Su Lin is the party involved in your case, the victim. Furthermore, he is fully responsible for this matter. Preposterous. Where has your understanding of the law gone? As the party involved, one should maintain a distance to avoid conflicts of interest. Is such a simple principle lost on you? Lin Jinghe retorted, his expression grave, though to outsiders, his sternness lacked any semblance of righteousness. Vice Principal Lin, I regret to inform you that although I am the party involved, the magnitude of your case precludes avoidance. Please continue, and let us see if you can still fabricate a reason for me to withdraw, Su Lin replied, raising his hand with a smile. You. Lin Jinghe's face paled. Su Lin then remarked, let me show you a video. As he spoke, Huang Weihuan promptly turned the laptop, directing the screen towards Lin Jinghe, and began to play footage of Lin Su. It was all my father was responsible, Su Lin stated. I genuinely wish to extend my apologies and make amends to them. However, my father has exonerated me from any wrongdoing and cautioned those individuals against speaking out. Moreover, the incident involving Principal Tang's son, who fatally struck someone with his vehicle, was also smoothed over through my father's connections with Li Mingyu from the city. As Lin Su began to divulge all his issues like a spilling bucket, Lin Jinghe's complexion grew increasingly pallid. Do you not feel a sense of failure? This is the very person you have endeavored to protect, even at the risk of your own safety. Yet, she was the first to betray you entirely. Su Lin's lips curled into a faint smirk as he continued, I do not act for my own sake, but rather for the sake of those students and families you have wronged, seeking a semblance of justice. Having said this, he propelled his wheelchair and turned towards the door of the interrogation room. Huang Weihuan gazed at Su Lin's departing figure, feeling a profound shock. This young man truly comprehends the intricacies of human nature. By targeting Lin Su, he first capitalized on her identity as a woman. Secondly, faced with a series of undeniable evidence, she had no means of denial. By breaching the opponent's defenses, he effectively dismantled Lin Jinghe's as well. Neither of this father-daughter duo could escape their fate. Continue the interrogation, Huang Weihuan directed towards Hu Gang. Lin Su spoke up, yet Lin Jinghe remained silent. One could surmise that this old man harbored countless secrets. Just as Su Lin exited the interrogation room, he was met by Chun Hua and two impeccably suited young men, their expressions radiating righteousness as they approached him. Chun Hua appeared somewhat troubled as he approached Su Lin, saying, "Su Lin, these two comrades from the inspection team are looking for you." Inspection team? At that moment, Huang Weihuan also emerged from the interrogation room. Upon seeing the two individuals, his brow furrowed tightly. "What is the matter?" he inquired in a low voice. Chen Shua glanced at Su Lin, who was seated in a wheelchair, and frowned slightly. "Someone has formally reported you for excessive use of force, causing personal injury to others, and even for having once run someone over with your vehicle. We are here to gather some information regarding these allegations." Su Lin was momentarily taken aback. He did not contest the claim of excessive force, acknowledging that he had indeed been forceful on one or two occasions, albeit under pressing circumstances. However, the accusations of personal injury and vehicular homicide seemed utterly preposterous. Huang Weihuan cast a glance at Su Lin and coldly stated, Who made these claims? Bring the accuser here. I demand to see the evidence." It was utterly ridiculous. Su Lin had barely been on the job for less than 10 days. How could he be accused of excessive force, personal injury, or running someone over? Who could possibly assert such things? I assure you, within these 10 days, he has apprehended over 20 criminals, one of whom was a Class B wanted felon. Do you even know what a Class B wanted felon is? As these words were spoken, Chen Shua suddenly chuckled. "So, you are Captain Huang Weihuan, correct? I am well aware of all that you have mentioned. Just half an hour ago, we conducted a thorough investigation of Su Lin's entire record, including his history at the police academy. And we have also gathered information from some of his classmates and juniors. Certainly, we do not believe Su Lin to be that kind of person. However, I personally feel that it would be best for him to live under our protection for the time being, as there are those who wish to do him harm. The investigation conducted by the inspection team is exceedingly thorough. Within the span of less than an hour, they nearly uncovered all of Su Lin's secrets." When Ma Jianhua perused Su Lin's dossier, his jaw dropped in astonishment. "Damn it, I've been tricked by Lao Xia," he thought. "This young man is precisely Lao Xia's trump card." Suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, Ma Jianhua found it impossible to remain seated. They had made a wager. And while losing did not entail a financial penalty, the humiliation was unbearable. The mere thought of Xia Weihai's strategic demeanor filled him with discontent, prompting him to dispatch Chen Shua and Yang Jin, contemplating whether there might be an opportunity to seize a fortuitous advantage. Regrettably, it was somewhat too late. Once Lin Jinghe's interrogation concluded and Chun Hua delivered the testimony to Huang Weihuan's office, Huang Weihuan immediately rose and commanded in a firm voice, "Action, close the net." Chapter 29. A repair costing 620,000? Woman, are you extorting? In the official building of Jiangyun City, within a spacious office, 8 individuals were gathered. These 8 represented the core echelon of Jiangyun City, ranging from the venerable Li Xiyuan to the least prominent Xia Weihai. Among them sat an unexpected guest, Ma Jianhua. Positioned beside Xia Weihai, he observed the smug expression on the latter's face, his teeth gritting audibly in frustration. "What troubles you, old Ma? Feeling unwell?" Xia Weihai teased in a deliberately low voice. Ma Jianhua replied, "Old Xia, you have concealed your strategies quite adeptly. To hide your trump card within the traffic police team and then execute a complete turnaround. Impressive." Xia Weihai chuckled and shook his head in response. "Old Ma, this isn't my scheme at all. That young fellow Su Lin was intentionally placed in the traffic police by Lin Jinghe. I merely borrowed another's chessboard to play my own game. Regardless, your move is commendable," Ma Jianhua remarked, raising his thumb in approval. He had harbored doubts about his old comrade's intentions, but it now appeared that his ally had been prepared all along. At this juncture, the foremost figure, the serious-faced Li Xiyuan, cleared his throat. Donning gold-rimmed spectacles, he surveyed the assembly, his gaze flitting over Zheng Jingsheng and Li Mingyu, before he spoke in a subdued tone. "I have summoned you here today to inform you that I have been officially reported for accepting bribes amounting to 10 million yuan. In response to this report, Group Leader Ma from the inspection team has conducted a thorough investigation, uncovering several extraordinary revelations. Indeed. We have also identified a cadre of corrupt elements lurking within the organization. For instance, the vice president of the Jiangyun City Police Academy, Lin Jinghe." Upon the mention of Lin Jinghe's name, Li Xiyuan's gaze inadvertently flicked towards Li Mingyu and Zheng Jingsheng. The latter maintained an expression of indifference. Yet Li Mingyu's countenance shifted dramatically. Lin Jinghe possessed a wealth of knowledge, sufficient to potentially capsize their entire operation. Although Zheng Jingxing's demeanor was devoid of emotion, a tempest of turmoil surged within him. Above Lin Jinghe was Li Mingyu, whose support stemmed from his own influence. Should these two falter, he would undoubtedly be the next in line. Moreover, he could distinctly sense a glimmer of malice in Li Xiyuan's eyes, indicating an impending strike. The thought of preemptively launching a formal accusation against the opposition, while they might unearth his deepest secrets in retaliation, sent shivers down his spine. Among us, some individuals have forsaken their convictions, forgetting their oath to serve the people, and have brazenly amassed wealth through the abuse of power, colluding with unscrupulous merchants for coercive transactions and illegal acquisitions. A pivotal meeting unfolded, lasting over an hour. The moment Ma Jinhua rose from his seat, the faces of the second-in-command, Zheng Jingxing, and the fourth, Li Mingyu, turned ashen. With a creak, the meeting room door swung open, and a group of individuals entered with resolute determination. When the summons documents were placed before Zheng Jingxing and Li Mingyu, the two men immediately collapsed in despair. If it were merely a municipal issue, they would not possess the authority to address them. However, they were now confronted by the Kyoto inspection team, the most authoritative supervisory body, wielding the official sword of justice. Simultaneously, on Huang Weihuan's side, a coalition of special police forces, armed police, and personnel drawn from various local precincts launched a comprehensive campaign to eradicate the criminal forces led by Wang Jianggong. A formidable contingent of over 1,000 officers swept through, dismantling all enterprises and entertainment venues associated with Wang Jianggong within a single day, resulting in the arrest of nearly 300 individuals, thereby obliterating a criminal syndicate that had cast its shadow over Jianyun City for nearly a decade. The entire city underwent a thorough cleansing, restoring clarity and justice to the populace. When the citizens viewed the news the following day, they erupted in applause. It was still the same restaurant, the same private room, and the same group of friends. Su Lin and several classmates raised their glasses, celebrating their reunion. After 3 rounds of drinks, conversation flowed freely. Zhang Chao leaned closer to Su Lin and remarked, "Old Su, now that Lin Jinghe has been apprehended, it is said he faces a high likelihood of receiving a life sentence. That woman, Lin Su, will also face a minimum of 10 years. At last, you have avenged yourself." Su Lin smiled and nodded, indeed feeling a sense of vindication. To be honest, he bore no opposition to others harboring affection for him. Even if they were somewhat unattractive, it mattered little, as long as they pursued him through legitimate means. Ultimately, he could always decline their advances. The woman, Colin, possessed a heart as venomous as a serpent, resorting to every conceivable means to achieve her ends. Were it not for the system I possess, I might have truly fallen victim to her schemes. Yet now, the clouds have parted, and clarity has finally emerged. Su Lin, have you completed your transfer report? Li Xinxin inquired, her voice laced with a hint of shyness. Previously, she had confessed her feelings to Su Lin only to be met with rejection. However, she had since come to terms with it, for her affection remained untainted. Should fate not allow their union, there would always be other choices, particularly in their youth. Upon witnessing Li Xinxin's bashful demeanor, Su Lin felt a sense of helplessness. It must be noted that the girl was not lacking in beauty, yet he felt no stirrings of affection within. Suddenly, an enchanting figure flashed through his mind, prompting him to slap his forehead in realization. It seemed he had overlooked certain matters. He had indeed made a promise to that woman, only to have stood her up due to his commitments. The memory of a string of missed calls evoked a twinge of remorse within him. He had neglected to write the transfer report, preoccupied instead with drafting an operational report over the past few days. Raising his glass in a toast to the assembly, he declared, "This is the final toast. My injuries have yet to heal properly." Though he possessed robust physical resilience, the gunshot wounds to his leg and shoulder would require at least 2 weeks to mend, a duration that could extend to over a month for others. "Are you injured?" Suddenly, 2 melodious voices chimed in unison. One belonged to Li Xinxin, while the other emanated from behind him, accompanied by a subtle, fragrant aroma that filled the air. Su Lin turned around, and, upon seeing the visitor, his expression immediately shifted to one of embarrassment. "You, what brings you here?" Standing behind him was Yan Yao, who he had left hanging for 5 days and had bombarded with no fewer than 80 phone calls. Her eyes burned with anger, her chest heaving as if she might tear Su Lin apart. "You still have the leisure to drink? What a delightful disposition." Yan Yao felt that her anxiety over the past few days had been wasted. No, even if it were given to a dog, the dog would at least respond with a few whimpers of acknowledgement. This guy, after receiving so many of her calls, was he truly incapable of sending even a brief message of reassurance? Su Lin stammered, "I sincerely apologize. I was genuinely too busy and forgot." "Busy drinking?" Yan Yao queried coldly. "Fine. He realized that continuing to speak would only lead to further excuses. Yin Yao chose not to press the matter further. Instead, she retrieved a receipt from her bag and placed it on the table before Su Lin. Did you not say you would reimburse me for the car repair expenses? This is the receipt. Please return the money to me later. As she spoke, she elegantly nodded towards the astonished Zhang Chao and his companions, offering a faint smile before turning to leave. Su Lin did not pursue her. Instead, he picked up the receipt from the table. Wow. 620,000, he exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. A single thought flashed through his mind. Woman, you are now suspected of extortion. Chapter 30. Brother, you may be unaware of your sister's capabilities. With the receipt in hand, Su Lin rose and descended the stairs. Once he departed, Zhang Chao and the others regained their senses. Goodness, that woman is stunning. A celestial beauty, exclaimed one. Old Zhang, how did Su Lin come to know her? Their relationship seems rather extraordinary. Bah, she's merely an older woman. Xian, are you envious? Several voices chimed in. Asli Xian's expression of jealousy elicited a sense of melancholy from the other men. Why is it that he can indulge in both the feast before him and covet what lies beyond, while we can only stand by and salivate? Oh, brother, my heart aches, Zhang Chao lamented, clutching his chest as he glanced at Gui Xiaoran and Wang Feng. Brother, spare me, my heart is already shattered, Wang Feng cried. Hiding his face in despair, Su Lin hurried down the stairs and spotted Yin Yao opening the car door to take the driver's seat. Without hesitation, he approached, pulled open the passenger door, and settled in beside her. Yin Yao regarded him with an icy demeanor and inquired, What are you doing here? Holding the receipt with gravity. Su Lin replied, Miss, I present you with an opportunity. Reclaim this receipt, or else you may find yourself in considerable trouble. Yin Yao raised an eyebrow. What trouble? Please enlighten me. With a mysterious smile, Su Lin responded, Are you aware that you may have already committed extortion? Previously, I observed that the damage to your vehicle merely consists of a shattered front bumper and a single headlight. Regardless of the repairs, it is implausible to reach a sum of 620,000, is it not? Do bear in mind, I am a traffic officer. Although I may not afford such a luxury automobile, I possess a modicum of understanding regarding its value. Are you certain you grasp the price? Yin Yao smirked, tilting her body slightly closer to Su Lin. The fragrance enveloped him, causing Su Lin to instinctively lean back and raise his hand, inquiring, What are you intending to do? Huh? Yin Yao scoffed, retrieving from beneath the passenger seat a document resembling a contract, and nonchalantly tossed it into Su Lin's lap. Puzzled, he opened it, only to find it was indeed a purchase agreement. However, the text rendered him uneasy. It was entirely in English, yet he comprehended it. A bespoke Bentley Mulsanne, with an overall price of 12 million euros. 12 million euros? Su Lin felt his lips tremble. Indeed, poverty constrains one's imagination. His conception of a Bentley was merely 4 to 5 million at most. Even if a headlight and bumper were damaged, a maximum of 100,000 would suffice for repairs. He could merely request funds from his superiors, and perhaps they would allocate the necessary budget. 620,000 could practically procure a fully equipped 5 Series, with some leftover. Approaching the captain for assistance would likely result in severe reprimand. Awkwardly, he gazed at Yin Yao's exquisitely flawless visage and sheepishly inquired, Did you file an insurance claim? No, she replied. You did mention you would cover the costs, so I opted not to involve the insurance. Yin Yao's lips curled into a faint smile. This fellow is amusing. If Su Lin were to discover that she found him amusing, it would likely infuriate him to no end. Upon hearing this, Su Lin's mouth twitched. I genuinely cannot afford this vehicle of yours. Yin Yao nodded. Su Lin, with a face full of suspicion, inquired, What happens next? There is nothing further. Since you cannot afford it, I shall have to seek your superior. If that fails, I will approach the city. Stop. Su Lin raised his hand and said, Is it really necessary? I could forego that. This amount of money is, in truth, not a significant burden for me. How about this? Let us consider an alternative form of compensation. Yin Yao smiled as she spoke. All right, go ahead. Remove your clothes. What? Su Lin was startled. Sister, while you are indeed beautiful, I prefer to sell my talents and not my body, if you please. Bah, what nonsense about selling talents. I am a police officer. Will you strip or not? A glimmer of coldness flickered in Yin Yao's beautiful eyes as she slowly retrieved her phone. Fine, I will take it off. Su Lin gritted his teeth. After all, shedding his clothing before such a stunning woman wasn't a loss. Men, after all, commonly walk around shirtless in public. Without further ado, he removed his shirt. Though in doing so, he inadvertently tugged at his wound, causing him to gasp in pain. Yin Yao's gaze was fixed upon him, and her eyes immediately caught sight of the knife wound from a few days prior, followed by the gunshot wound on his shoulder. Both injuries were still bound with bandages. Her eyes widened in shock, her face stirred with emotion. She reached out, yearning to make contact, yet hesitated and slowly withdrew her hand. Shifting her gaze from the wound, she beheld his perfectly sculpted physique, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. "Well, your pants are off," she remarked. "What? Sister, that's a bit much," Su Lin exclaimed, his expression turning wary. This woman was decidedly provocative. "Too much? Brother, you may not be aware of your sister's capabilities," Yin Yao replied, a playful smile gracing her lips, her eyes curving like crescent moons, utterly enchanting. Su Lin gritted his teeth. "I am a person of principles." "Huh." Yin Yao's delight only deepened. She found amusement in teasing this lad, believing it would bring boundless joy to her otherwise tense work and life. "Enough. Take your principles and get out of the car." She realized her demand might be somewhat excessive, directly instructing Su Lin to exit. "Goodbye." Su Lin alighted from the vehicle, hastily fleeing as if he feared that lingering even a moment longer would lead to his utter demise at her hands. Women, a veritable force of nature. Giggles echoed from the back seat of the Bentley, like the sound of silver bells. Yin Yao observed his retreating figure, her laughter fading into a soft blush adorning her cheeks. The reason she had agreed to meet Su Lin was that she had witnessed him recklessly saving a child, even at the cost of his own injury. On the very day she had been stood up, she had seen a large contingent of emergency responders and heard the phrase armed resistance, which inevitably caused concern for the boy she had met only once. Su Lin's complete disappearance left her in a state of anxiety. The kindness deep within her soul made it impossible for her to disregard the life and death of this young man. Upon their reunion today, witnessing the myriad of scars adorning his body only solidified her belief that he was a silent hero, unrecognized by the world. A complex feeling stirred within her, particularly when she recalled the joy he had brought into her life. Yin Yao sensed a sweetness in those memories. Suddenly, she scolded herself, her face flushing crimson as she drove away. The following morning at 7 a.m., Su Lin remained sound asleep at home until a phone call jolted him awake. "You rascal, hurry to the team. There's something significant happening." Zhao Guodong's excited voice erupted from the other end of the line. "Zhao, what madness are you spouting this early?" "I'm on sick leave," Su Lin mumbled in response. "Forget about the sick leave. Get up and come to receive your commendation. The team leader and director Xia are coming to personally present it to you. They will arrive shortly, so hurry." At these words, Su Lin's eyes flew open, and a look of joy spread across his face. Chapter 31. 2 Second-Class Merits. Exceptional promotion to first-class officer. The award of a merit medal is a profound honor and recognition for anyone within the police system. Su Lin was acutely aware of his achievements and had long anticipated the day he would don the merit medal, though he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. He promptly donned his attire, freshened up, and hurriedly departed, racing towards the 1st Traffic Police Brigade. As the taxi came to a halt in front of the brigade's entrance, Su Lin immediately noticed 3 vehicles also arriving at the scene. All 3 bore police license plates, and upon spotting Su Lin, the driver of the foremost vehicle halted the car and lowered the window. "Huang Ji," Su Lin greeted upon recognizing the individual. Huang Weihuan, with a rare smile gracing his serious countenance, replied, "Xiao Su, I am here to witness your moment of glory today. Hurry inside." Su Lin, brimming with excitement, nodded eagerly and strode into the brigade. Upon entering the conference room, Su Lin was met with the resounding applause of brigade leader Zhao Guodong, who was the first to initiate the clapping. The sound reverberated through the room as dozens of traffic police officers and auxiliary officers from the 1st Brigade beamed at Su Lin. Notably, Yang Wei and Feng Wei were particularly ecstatic, their hands nearly stinging from the fervent applause. Before long, footsteps echoed behind Su Lin as several dignitaries entered the conference room. The first to arrive was a tall, middle-aged man with striking features, clad in the standard uniform of a traffic officer. He surveyed the room with a warm smile. "Chief of the division." Zhao Guodong promptly stepped forward, saluting with respect. Su Lin and his companions hurriedly straightened their postures and saluted. The visitor was none other than Lu Gong, the captain of the traffic police team in Zhongyuan City. Upon noticing this group of spirited young individuals, Lu Gong's smile widened, causing his eyes to squint with delight. Approaching Su Lin, he extended his hand in a gesture of camaraderie and remarked, "Comrade Su, you truly bring honor to our traffic police. I wonder who would dare claim that we merely stand guard and check vehicles." Su Lin, feeling a surge of excitement, grasped the hand of this esteemed captain and beamed with joy. "Old Lu, I must say, I find that remark rather unpalatable. Who has ever asserted that your traffic police are limited to standing guard and checking cars? Such a statement is nothing short of slander." Just then, a voice interrupted, and another figure entered, none other than Xia Weihai, the city bureau chief. Following Xia were Guo Liang, the division chief, and Huang Weihuan, the head of the criminal investigation team. For Su Lin, aside from Huang Weihuan, these were all significant figures. With a serious demeanor, Lu Geng shook hands with Xia Weihai, saying, "Old Xia, while you may not have uttered it, rumors abound." Xia Weihai replied, "As you mentioned, those are merely rumors. Rest assured, from this day forward, there shall be no such whispers within our system." A smile broke on Lu Geng's face. Xia Weihai, grinning, inquired, "All right, let us get straight to the point. Will you go first, or shall I?" Lu Geng replied, "As for my subordinates, I shall take the lead." He took out a document from his pocket, glanced at the excited crowd, and proclaimed loudly, "To the Traffic Police Brigade of Jianyun City, Traffic Police 1st Division, all officers and auxiliary police. In recognition of the outstanding performance of all officers in the 1st Division, who, during the period of September 11th to September 24th, successfully solved numerous cases of theft, kidnapping, murder, and the suppression of criminal activities, demonstrating exceptional teamwork and fearlessness in the face of adversity, we hereby award the 1st Division a collective 3rd-class merit citation." As a token of encouragement, applause erupted as the brothers from the traffic police team clapped enthusiastically, their faces flushed with excitement. It is worth noting that they seldom receive any commendations throughout the year. Thus, a 3rd-class merit award was enough to stir their spirits. However, this was merely the beginning. After Lu Geng personally presented a 3rd-class merit medal, along with a commendation from higher authorities, to Zhao Guodong, he returned to his place and produced another document. In recognition of the remarkable bravery displayed by traffic officers Yang Wei and Fang Wei during the 917 major case, where they fearlessly safeguarded the safety of the people's property, we hereby award Yang Wei an individual 3rd-class merit citation and Fang Wei an individual 3rd-class merit citation. We hope you both will continue to strive in your service to the public." The 917 major case refers to the incident at the Ziob Wantang sand extraction site. Though the two were primarily supportive roles, their courage in the face of danger warranted this 3rd-class merit award. Following the announcement, Lu Geng personally adorned the two with their merit medals and distributed the commendations. At last, he returned to his original position, casting a glance at Su Lin, a smile gracing his lips. From his pocket, he retrieved the final document and proclaimed loudly, "Comrade Su Lin, on September 11th, you successfully solved a kidnapping and murder case, aiding the police in capturing the perpetrator. In the subsequent 2 days, you apprehended over 20 thieves, seizing illicit funds exceeding 2 million. On September 12th, you captured a Class B wanted criminal, sustaining injuries in the process. Moreover, during the significant case on September 17th, you displayed remarkable courage, assisting the police in dismantling a vast hideout of criminal activity, resulting in the elimination of 1 wanted criminal and the capture of 11 others. The Jianyun City Traffic Police Team, in conjunction with the Jianyun City Bureau, has decided, after thorough deliberation, to award Comrade Su Lin with a 2nd-class merit and to promote him to the rank of 1st-class sergeant as a token of encouragement." The meeting room erupted in thunderous applause. Su Lin promptly stepped forward, standing at attention to salute. Lu Geng approached him, retrieving a 2nd-class medal from a red box, personally placing it around Su Lin's neck and handing him the commendation. "Congratulations, Xiao Su," he said with a smile, giving Su Lin a gentle pat on the shoulder. Although his face radiated happiness, a hint of helplessness lingered. He understood all too well that exceptional talents are ultimately difficult to retain. Applause erupted once more as Su Lin stood tall, saluting everyone present. At this moment, Lu Geng had fulfilled his mission and stepped aside. Xia Weihai approached, gazing at Su Lin with a beaming smile. At this juncture, Su Lin's face was alight with exhilaration. Wasn't it said to be a 3rd-class merit? How did it suddenly transform into a 2nd-class merit? He remained incredulous, as everyone claimed that one could simply receive a 2nd-class merit while reclining. Yet, considering his numerous injuries, he pondered that had it been someone else, they might indeed have received it effortlessly. "Comrade Su Lin, I still have something here." Just as he was reveling in his good fortune, Xia Weihai spoke up. Su Lin raised his head, a look of confusion adorning his face. "Something else?" The former retrieved a document from his pocket and began to read aloud. "Due to the commendable efforts of Comrade Su Lin from the Traffic Police 1st Brigade, who assisted us in successfully solving a homicide case during a cleanup operation and uncovered vital clues that enabled us to eradicate a long-standing menace that had plagued Jianyun City for over a decade. The Municipal Bureau's Party Committee has voted to award Comrade Su Lin a 2nd-class merit." Upon hearing the word 2nd-class merit, Su Lin nearly succumbed to a state of shock. One was not enough, another had arrived. Having served as a traffic officer for just over 10 days, he had astonishingly attained 2 2nd-class merits. Such an extraordinary achievement was likely unparalleled throughout the entire realm of Daxia, perhaps even unprecedented. It is crucial to remember that he was a traffic officer. With 2 second-class merits, he had leapt 5 ranks from a probationary officer to a first-class sergeant. The surprise came swiftly and forcefully, leaving him momentarily dazed. Chapter 32. Has Su Lin been taken for granted? Gazing at the 2 medals adorning his chest, Su Lin felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. It was only when Lu Geng personally fastened the shoulder insignia onto him that he regained his senses, observing the single stripe and 3 4-pointed stars on his shoulder. His current administrative rank must surely be at least that of a deputy section chief, right? Indeed, you are enjoying the benefits of a full section chief, Lu Geng remarked with a smile. Yes. Su Lin stood tall and exclaimed. Lu Geng patted him on the shoulder, but as he turned away, the smile swiftly vanished from his countenance. Zhao Guodong, come with me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guodong obediently followed. Once outside, Lu Geng's expression darkened, and he coldly stated, I merely went to the provincial capital for a brief study, and you cannot even manage such trivial matters? Do you have any idea how many pairs of eyes are watching Su Lin? Could you not have called me? Zhao Guodong felt quite aggrieved and replied, Captain, I must have made at least 10 calls a day. Not only could you not be reached, but you didn't even bother to return my calls. What can I do? The political commissar instructed me to contact you, but I must be able to reach you. Lu Geng's lips twitched slightly, as he recalled seeing missed calls a few days prior, though he had no intention of returning them. After finally stepping out to learn and take a break, he never anticipated encountering such a situation. Su Lin, that lad, truly wished to make his mark. In the span of just half a month, their traffic police brigade had garnered a collective third-class merit award, 2 individual third-class merits, and Su Lin himself had earned 2 second-class merits, soaring to prominence and gaining widespread acclaim. If we were to keep him in the team for a year or 2, without uttering a word, he would undoubtedly have a chance at the provincial level. However, given the current circumstances, so many eyes are upon him, to speak candidly, he cannot withstand the pressure for long. Hence, Lu Geng addressed Zhao Guodong, saying, Do not say anything, ignore others who approach you, and simply state that it requires my consent. I shall take my leave to continue my studies. Oh, and inform Su Lin that we have already reimbursed him for the repair costs of that vehicle the day before yesterday, allowing him to concentrate on his work. I have invested considerable resources for his sake. After uttering these words, he turned and dashed outside. Wait, old Lu, where are you off to? At that moment, Xiao Weihai emerged, noticing Lu Geng's hasty retreat, and hurried after him. However, the more he pursued, the faster Lu Geng ran, swiftly reaching the outside and departing in a vehicle. This old fellow. Xiao Weihai glared, fully aware that Lu Geng was evading him. Angrily, he turned back to face Zhao Guodong and said, Young Zhao, regardless of the circumstances, we must transfer Su Lin. You must understand that his more suitable position is that of a criminal investigator. Zhao Guodong nodded in agreement, saying, Director Xia, you are absolutely correct. However, it is you who must communicate this to our division chief. Xiao Weihai regretted not having followed Lu Geng earlier. Nonetheless, a faint smirk crept across his face. Escaping was futile, as he was determined to secure this individual. He silently mused to himself, with the captain absent, surely you cannot evade the traffic bureau? As long as the higher-ups issue an order, whether you are present or not makes no difference at all. Xiao Huang, let us go. He opened the conference room door and addressed Huang Weihuan, who was still ingratiating himself with Su Lin. The latter paused, stepping out to inquire, Director Xia, has it been resolved? Xiao Weihai shook his head, not yet, but rest assured, this individual will undoubtedly be in your department's custody. In no more than half a month. I shall arrange for his transfer. A derisive smile flickered across Zhao Guodong's face. If your captain does not make an appearance within half a month, how will you manage the transfer? Xiao Weihai noticed his expression, and a sly grin crept onto his lips. He spoke, Xiao Zhao, since we cannot obtain the person directly, might we negotiate? Could we borrow him for just a few days? There are several major cases in the criminal investigation department, and I would like to enlist Su Lin's assistance. High-profile criminal cases inevitably cast a detrimental shadow, and I wish to provide the public and the victims with a satisfactory resolution as swiftly as possible. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guodong found it difficult to refuse. After all, their service was for the people. If they denied Su Lin assistance and the higher-ups learned of it, they would likely face severe reprimand. Not to mention, the public would harbor grievances against them. Very well, we can arrange for a temporary transfer, but you must specify the duration clearly, Zhao Guodong said with a solemn demeanor. 7 days. We shall borrow him for 7 days. How does that sound? Xiao Weihai proposed, keeping his request reasonable. That I can approve, Zhao Guodong replied. Zhao Guodong nodded. After all, it was merely a temporary transfer, so there was nothing to be concerned about. Su Lin, step outside for a moment. With a beaming smile, Xiao Weihai promptly entered the conference room and beckoned Su Lin to follow. Director Xia, Captain Zhao, Officer Huang, what is the matter? Su Lin asked, his face a picture of confusion. He had a premonition that he was about to be reassigned, which filled him with a slight thrill. To his surprise, Xiao Weihai said, "Young Su, we need to temporarily assign you to the Criminal Investigation Division for a few days. They have several significant cases and seek your assistance." Su Lin was momentarily taken aback. Just a temporary transfer? However, he quickly came to terms with it. It wasn't a big deal after all. Reflecting on his time in the traffic police team, he realized he had been doing quite well. In the entire division, even Captain Zhao treated him like royalty, and the cafeteria staff always served him double portions. Life was indeed quite comfortable. "I have no objections. I will comply with the organization's arrangements," he stated, shaking his head. Upon hearing his agreement, Xiao Weihai immediately turned to Zhao Guodong and said, "Little Zhao, I will take him for now. Please report to Old Lu later." "All right, Director Xiao, understood," Zhao Guodong nodded, then turned to Su Lin and advised, "Young Su, when you're over at Criminal Investigation, make sure not to bring shame upon our division." Su Lin replied confidently, "Rest assured, Captain Zhao, when have I ever embarrassed us? You little rascal. Aren't you the little emperor?" Su Lin retorted with a grin. "Get lost." Zhao Guodong shot him a glare, about to turn away when he suddenly remembered something and added, "By the way, I have already transferred your bonus of 30,000 yuan to your account. Moreover, Lu Ji instructed me to convey that he has settled the repair costs for that luxury vehicle the day before yesterday, urging you to focus on your work, as there is considerable support for you from above." "What?" Upon hearing this, Su Lin's jaw dropped in astonishment. He couldn't help but recall the scene from the previous night. It seemed he had indeed taken advantage of the situation. Women, it appears, become increasingly cunning with their beauty. Anger surged through him, and he gritted his teeth, vowing to remain vigilant in the future, refusing to be soft-hearted merely due to a pretty face. One must be resolute and steadfast, never bowing before a lure. "Enough. Let us be on our way." Huang Weihuan tugged at Su Lin, hastily leading him outside, for they were indeed confronted with a challenging case, and time was of the essence. Chapter 33, The Eerie Suicide Incident. Unraveling clues as Su Lin followed Huang Weihang into the meeting room of the Criminal Investigation Team. He was taken aback to find the room nearly filled to capacity. The majority of attendees were clad in police uniforms, while a portion sported civilian attire. Su Lin, dressed in the uniform of the traffic police, wore the emblem of his department on his chest and the corresponding arm insignia. Upon entering the room, many gazes turned toward him. Chun Hua and Hu Gang's eyes lit up, their expressions brimming with delight as they fixated on Su Lin. Wonderful. The captain has finally brought someone in. They held profound admiration for Su Lin, having been thoroughly impressed by his prowess in the previous Wang Jianqing case. Within a mere 15 minutes, he had unearthed critical clues and subsequently solved the case, while they had toiled for an entire day and night without any leads. This young man undoubtedly possessed remarkable skills. However, many attendees were unfamiliar with Su Lin, and as they observed the young man in the traffic police uniform, expressions of skepticism emerged on their faces. This was particularly true for some seasoned investigators, who cast puzzled glances at Huang Weihang. Ignoring the inquisitive stares, Huang Weihang surveyed the room and declared, "Now that everyone has arrived, we shall commence the meeting." He gestured for Su Lin to find a seat, while a technical officer activated the projector, causing an image to materialize on the wall before them. He Tsong, male, 42 years old, a resident of Jiangyan City, residing at Huamao Street, Building 3, Apartment 502 in the Xingfu Garden community. 6 days ago, he was discovered dead at home, having committed suicide by carbon monoxide poisoning. With no witnesses present, the body was found by his son, who had returned from school over the weekend. His wife received a phone call and hurried back from out of town. Wang Yingzhen, a 42-year-old man from Jiangyan City, resided in room 601 of Building A in Honghe community. He was found hanging in his home 3 days prior. Surveillance footage clearly captured him voluntarily, suspending himself from a beam in his house. Zhong Ming, also a 42-year-old from Jiangyan City, lived in room 501 of Building 9 in Wantai Haoyuan. This morning at 9:20, after returning home from grocery shopping, his wife called the police, reporting that her husband had committed suicide by cutting his wrists. Similarly, the entire incident was recorded on surveillance cameras, and after meticulous examination by the technical team, it was confirmed to be a suicide. Su Lin gazed intently at the projected images, his expression serious and wholly absorbed, with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. This was his first genuine encounter with criminal investigation. Compared to directly utilizing the eye of good and evil to apprehend criminals, this presented a greater challenge. For even if one possessed knowledge of the perpetrator's identity, what could be done? A complete chain of evidence is imperative. Without it, prosecution is impossible. How often has one known the criminal, yet been powerless to act? To Su Lin, the eye of good and evil was well suited for earning points. But in cases like these, it merely served as an auxiliary tool. He believed it best to momentarily set aside this skill and instead employ the abilities of a corpse speaker, using those true professional skills to enhance his investigative experience. With this thought, Su Lin cast aside the eye of good and evil and immersed himself in the case at hand. 3 cases, as it currently stands, exhibit several commonalities. Firstly, they all involve men. Secondly, each one is a suicide. Furthermore, they occurred at intervals of precisely 3 days, resembling a ritualistic pattern. However, he finds this coincidence rather unsettling. In today's society, where living standards are elevated and the populace enjoys a stable and contented life, apart from a few individuals suffering from depression, it is exceedingly rare for anyone to choose the path of suicide. Or rather, it seems altogether implausible. Unless there exists an external force compelling them towards such an end, such as predatory lending, for instance. Huang Weihuan continued, over the past year, our city of Jianyun has recorded only 4 suicide cases. Yet in this month alone, within a mere span of 10 days, 3 have occurred. Could this truly be mere coincidence? The echoes of questioning reverberated in everyone's ears. Each individual wore a grave expression. Coincidence? Impossible. The essence of criminal investigation lies in dismantling various coincidences, impossibilities, and dissecting all inexplicable facts to unearth the fundamental truths and answers. They resolutely refuse to accept that such a multitude of coincidences could exist in the world. However, the on-site investigations and forensic examinations revealed that these 3 cases seemed genuinely devoid of any connections, merely a coincidence. Su Lin stroked his chin, his gaze fixated intently on the projected images, unwilling to overlook even the slightest detail. He meticulously observed the demeanor of the deceased at the time of their passing, as well as the circumstances surrounding them. Though no significant discoveries emerged, he remained convinced that details would inevitably come to light. Xiao Su, here is the information. At that moment, a deliberately lowered voice echoed, revealing that Chunhua had approached Su Lin's side, presenting him with a report on the autopsies of the 3 deceased, along with their familial backgrounds. Thank you, Captain Chun, Su Lin said with a smile. Chunhua gave his shoulder a pat and returned to his seat. Unbeknownst to him, this gesture astonished everyone present, even the seasoned detectives who had been in the field for 7 or 8 years, their faces etched with disbelief. Both Chunhua and Hu Gang were renowned for their prowess in solving cases, having cracked countless major cases during their careers spanning over a decade or 2. Their accolades adorning the walls. Naturally, such individuals tend to be more arrogant, offering encouragement to younger colleagues. Yet they would never go so far as to deliberately seek camaraderie in such a manner. Many were left wondering, what exactly is the background of this traffic officer? Could it be that he is yet another privileged youth seeking to gild his resume? Hu Gang, witnessing this scene, ground his teeth and muttered a curse at Chunhua. Flattery will get you nowhere. He is unlikely to join your team. You know nothing. Chunhua shot a glare at his old partner. He indeed wished for Su Lin to join his team, yet he understood the slim chances of that happening. The act of handing the information to Su Lin also bore a hint of testing him. Meanwhile, Huang Weihuan at the main table continued discussing the case. While Su Lin had already immersed himself in the presentation report and the extensive details regarding the 3 deceased, soon, he discovered 2 additional commonalities. The time of death for the 3 individuals fell between 8 and 9 in the morning. Furthermore, a striking detail is that they were all aged 42. Moving on to the forensic reports, it is noted that, apart from the wounds sustained at the time of death, there were no external injuries on their bodies, not even a pinprick. The remnants of food and gastric fluids in their stomachs, along with the blood tests, confirmed the absence of any signs of poisoning. The forensic expert issued 3 reports, each citing the cause of death as suspected suicide, due to insufficient additional evidence. The term suspected was employed, leaving uncertainty. Next, there are materials from the investigative interviews. According to the neighbors, these 3 individuals had cheerful dispositions and maintained excellent relationships within the community. They exhibited no signs of aggression, treating others with kindness and embodying integrity and generosity. Following that, there are several medical card records. Apart from minor colds, they had rarely visited a hospital, indicating no signs of depression. Subsequently, a background investigation was conducted, delving into their identities, and nearly all evidence suggested that there was no connection among the 3 deceased. It seemed that these 3 cases were mere coincidences. Su Lin could not help but furrow his brow. He felt that merely reviewing these documents was insufficient. A visit to the crime scenes was imperative, as he needed to examine all 3 locations. Just as he was about to set aside the materials, a sudden realization struck him, and his expression shifted dramatically. In the section detailing the relationships of the deceased's children, it was noted that each of the 3 had a son, all aged 17. The father and son shared the same age. Suddenly, he squinted his eyes and seized the pen and notebook from the nearby detective, who was glaring at him with palpable annoyance. Unperturbed, He began to scribble furiously. The detective, witnessing Su Lin's disregard for him, could hardly contain his anger and abruptly reached to reclaim his belongings. However, Huang Weihuan called out, "Xiao Yi." It turned out that the captain had also noticed Su Lin's peculiarity. With his utterance, all eyes shifted to Xiao Yi and the engrossed Su Lin, who was fervently writing. Chapter 34, Suicide? No, it's murder. Huang Weihuan was the first to rise, quietly making his way behind Su Lin. Following him were Chun Hua and Hu Gang, who joined Huang in fixating on the word Su Lin inscribed in his notebook. The first line boldly proclaimed two characters, accompanied by a question mark. Coincidence? Upon seeing these words, Huang Weihuan and the others realized that Su Lin must have uncovered something significant. In rapid succession, Su Lin began jotting down a series of coincidences. 1. Suicide. 2. All victims aged 42. 3. Families of moderate affluence. 4. A 3-day interval. 5. Approximate time of death consistent. 6. All children aged 17. As these revelations unfolded, Huang Weihuan, Chun Hua, and Hu Gang exchanged astonished glances. Within merely 10 minutes of their arrival, had this young man truly made another discovery? His speed was astonishing. Noticing the captivation of the three captains, several seasoned detectives also stood up and gravitated towards Su Lin, eager to discern what could elicit such intense interest from their superiors. Meanwhile, the young detective who had previously lost his notebook to Su Lin gazed in shock at the series of coincidences being documented. The ability to uncover such a multitude of coincidences in such a brief period underscored the meticulous nature of this young man's intellect. He instinctively glanced up, his eyes widening in surprise as he noticed Su Lin's rank, a single stripe and 3 stars, a first-class inspector. He could not help but gasp in astonishment. After 3 years of service as a detective, during which he had solved several cases and received a third-class merit award, he still held the rank of a third-level police officer. Yet, here stood this young man, barely in his early 20s, already a first-level officer. It was simply inconceivable, utterly unfathomable. At that moment, Su Lin completed his writing and began to organize his thoughts, ultimately drawing a bold line beneath the entry indicating that all the children were aged 17. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze towards Huang Weihuan, only to discover that the young man was nowhere to be found. Moreover, he noticed that those around him seemed to be observing him intently, their eyes unblinking. Just as he was about to speak, an arm reached out from behind him, snatching away the notebook he had just filled. Upon recognizing Huang Weihuan, he promptly remarked, "Typically, children of the same age attend school together. They are all 17. Could they not have been in the same school? Or perhaps they participated in the same competition, or even shared the same classroom. Of course, they might not be attending the same high school now, but what about during elementary, middle school, or even kindergarten? I believe this avenue is worth exploring." Huang Weihuan's eyes sparkled with insight as he exclaimed, "Hu Gang, immediately investigate the educational backgrounds of the deceased children." "Understood," Hu Gang replied with determination, gesturing for 7 or 8 detectives to follow him as they swiftly exited the meeting room. Chun Hua cast a glance of envy at the individual, pursing his lips. He too yearned to participate. In the next moment, Su Lin finally came to his senses and addressed Huang Weihang, saying, "Huang Ji, I wish to witness the scene firsthand. I want to visit all 3 locations." "Very well. Chun Hua, do not think I am favoring one over the other. Take Xiao Su with you. The extent of your accomplishments will depend on your capabilities." Huang Weihang remarked with a significant tone. "Yes." Chun Hua immediately responded with a salute, his face alight with excitement. "This is splendid. Accompanying Su Lin to the scene will undoubtedly yield fruitful results." Although he had just been testing Su Lin, he was now thoroughly astonished. In a mere 10 minutes, this individual had uncovered a potential lead, infusing their entire team with renewed vigor. Regardless of the outcome, the experience was invaluable. This young man was indeed extraordinary. The memory of how he had detected a clue merely by inhaling the fragrance of flowers during their last encounter in the cell was simply astonishing. Chun Hua's excitement grew as he turned to Su Lin, saying, "Xiao Su, I shall take you there." Su Lin nodded, disregarding the astonished gazes around him, and together with Chun Hua, they made their way outside. Once the two departed, the detectives could no longer contain their curiosity. "Huang Ji, who is this young traffic officer?" "Indeed. Huang Ji, is this expert someone you invited? Is the lead he mentioned of any significance?" A chorus of inquiries erupted. Huang Weihang surveyed the crowd, and, with a huff, replied, "Consider this for yourselves. You have all been in criminal investigation for several years now, haven't you? Why was such crucial information overlooked? You all focused on the interpersonal relationships of the victims, perhaps paying attention to familial ties, yet habitually excluded the student demographic from the investigation. Observing you, it seems each of you could benefit from a refresher course in criminal investigation techniques." Huang Weihuan remarked, suddenly flushing, as he realized he too had neglected this aspect. After all, These three families had no intrinsic connections. Who would think to explore that layer? The field investigations also failed to emphasize this information. He glanced again at his notebook, picked up his phone, and dialed Xia Weihai's number. Hello, Director Xia, this is Huang Weihuan. We have made some progress in the suicide case, and I recommend establishing a special task force. Upon hearing these words, the detectives gathered in the conference room adopted a grave demeanor. A special task force is only formed for major cases. Once established, there is an imperative to resolve the case within a set time frame. Understood, Huang Weihuan exclaimed as he received an affirmative response on the other end of the line. Meanwhile, Su Lin and Chen Hua arrived at the crime scene. Upon entering, Su Lin activated his remarkably advanced tracking skills. The first thing he noticed was a multitude of scents, each belonging to different individuals. Ever since he acquired his tracking ability, his sense of smell had surpassed that of the average person, allowing him to discern various odors and even track individuals based on their scents. However, the scene of the incident was permeated with a multitude of odors, and having had no prior exposure, he was unable to discern the source of the scent emanating from an individual. He observed the white lines on the ground, the extinguished charcoal stove beside them, and the scattered charcoal ash along with various footprints. After a moment of silence, he gently shook his head. There was no way. There were absolutely no clues. With a sigh, he approached the window, casting his gaze around the area below, and briefly glancing at the building across from him before turning away. In that instant, his eyes suddenly sharpened as they fell upon the windowsill. There sat a potted green plant, a common spring orchid. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The key lay in the immaculate water tray beneath the plant, devoid of any trace of dirt. Gloves, Su Lin exclaimed with a commanding tone. Upon hearing his words, Chen Hua's expression shifted, and he promptly produced a pair of white gloves. Su Lin swiftly donned the gloves and delicately lifted the spring orchid. Chen Hua, somewhat bewildered, thought there appeared to be nothing on it. Indeed, to his eyes, it seemed completely unremarkable. Yet, through Su Lin's enhanced perception, akin to a microscope, he detected traces of having been wiped clean. As he gradually lifted the water tray, he was astonished to uncover an irregular circular mark beneath it. Those who have tended to potted plants know that prolonged exposure outdoors inevitably results in circular stains on the base. At this very moment, the imprint before them serves as a piece of evidence. It is irregular, almost elliptical in shape, and would be difficult for the naked eye to discern without careful observation. Additionally, there are subtle signs of damage on the imprint's surface. Quickly search for any surveillance in the vicinity that might capture this window, Su Lin stated, placing his belongings down with a grave tone. The situation was dire. He was 90% certain that it was a homicide. Upon hearing this, Chen Hua immediately organized a team to commence their investigation. Within a mere 15 minutes, he located a surveillance camera from a nearby shop. However, the footage only covered the moments prior to the incident, as the surveillance on the day of the event had been interrupted for maintenance. What a coincidence! Yet another coincidence. Su Lin, undeterred, promptly instructed the owner of the surveillance equipment to contact the manufacturer. The response from the manufacturer confirmed that no service visit had ever taken place. As Su Lin and Chen Hua exited the shop, they exchanged a grave glance, their expressions mirroring the weight of their realization. Murder, they both uttered in unison. Just then, Chen Hua's phone began to ring. Chapter 35, Su Lin, deputy head of the Special Investigation Team. Chen Hua's phone rang. It was a call from Hu Gang. Upon answering, Hu Gang's first words were, "Old Chen, return to the team immediately." Understood, Chen Hua replied. The two promptly got into the car, and with a swift press of the accelerator, the Volkswagen sped towards the city bureau. Upon their return to the bureau, they hurried to the third floor where the team was located, quickly arriving at the conference room. As before, every seat was occupied. Upon entering, Su Lin was the first to rise, holding several documents which he handed to Su Lin. Upon receiving them, Su Lin's frown gradually relaxed. It was confirmed murder. Moreover, based on my deductions, the likelihood of it being a vendetta was the highest. Raising his head, his expression exuded confidence, and his tone was resolute. Huang Weihuan nodded, giving him a thumbs up. Well done. You've uncovered leads in just 10 minutes. It seems we all need to rethink our approach. Previously, we had all fallen into a cognitive trap, desperately attempting to connect the three victims solely based on their interpersonal relationships. Given their suicides, our focus had been primarily on those around them. The perpetrator, however, had left no trace, demonstrating remarkable cunning in their methods. Su Lin remarked, focusing exclusively on the victim's interpersonal relationships is insufficient. A person's life trajectory is, in essence, quite simple: career, family life, and social interactions. We need only to approach this matter from these 3 points to weave together the entire network of relationships. The answers we seek shall undoubtedly surface. Regardless of how astutely the perpetrator operates, The existence of connections among them will inevitably lead to their identification. Well said. Huang Weihuan clapped his hands. Addressing the dozens of detectives present, make sure to note this down. It will aid you in solving cases in the future. The group of detectives, initially stunned and shocked, quickly regained their composure and began to jot down notes. Huang Weihuan turned to Su Lin, grinning broadly. Su Lin, from now on, you shall be the expert of our Jianyun City criminal investigation team. No, Huang, I am merely a traffic officer, Su Lin replied modestly. Sooner or later, you will become one of us in criminal investigation, Huang Weihuan chuckled, dismissing the matter of expertise, and continued. You visited the crime scene. What clues did you uncover? Su Lin nodded and said, we have made significant discoveries. It is now confirmed that this is a series of homicides, even without having visited the other two scenes. I can assert this with certainty. Firstly, based on my findings at the crime scene in Heetsung's residence, the murderer entered through the window and exited after committing the crime. We located a surveillance camera at a nearby retail store that could capture the windowsill of the victim's home. Regrettably, the footage from the day of the incident has been lost. After contacting the manufacturer and service provider, we received a clue. They did not dispatch anyone for maintenance. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions changed dramatically. Su Lin continued. Moreover, with the information Huang Ji has just provided, I can assert with absolute certainty that this is a case of murder. The documents handed to him by Huang Weihan were indeed the academic records of the sons of the three deceased individuals that Hu Gang had been investigating. The records revealed that all three boys had been students at Jianyun City No. 1 High School a year ago, and they were even classmates. From April to June of the previous year, the three boys had successively transferred to their current schools. This raises a significant question. Jianyun City No. 1 High School is undeniably the most prestigious institution in the entire city. Why would they transfer from such a distinguished school to comparatively lesser ones? This discrepancy is indeed thought-provoking. Su Lin, Huang Weihan commanded sternly. Attention. Su Lin was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly stood at attention and shouted in response. After deliberation at the Bureau, we have decided to establish a special task force for the suicide case, and I will serve as the team leader. I hereby appoint you as the deputy team leader of this task force. From this moment forth, you may access all resources of the entire division. Everyone, including myself, will comply with your directives. You have 10 days to solve this case. What? Su Lin was bewildered. Are you joking, Huang Ji? I am a traffic police officer here to assist. You can't just assign me the title of deputy team leader for a special task force. Will the seasoned detectives agree to this? What do you mean what? I am asking you now, do you have any objections? Huang Weihan replied in a grave tone. Report. There are no objections. Upon hearing this, Su Lin straightened his neck and shouted with conviction. This opportunity for recognition was practically handed to him on a silver platter. How could he possibly refuse? Subsequently, his gaze shifted towards Chunhua, and then to Hu Gang on the opposite side, where he observed both of them smiling with an air of insincerity. Hu Gang reassured, rest assured, Deputy Group Leader Su, no one will raise any objections. Indeed, if anyone has an issue, let them come to me, and I shall ensure their compliance, Chunhua added with a grin. A group of criminal investigators nodded in agreement, for Su Lin's earlier display had already garnered their admiration. Huang Weihuan declared, since there are no objections, we may commence. Su Lin nodded and turned to Chunhua, instructing, Who? You are to extract information from those three children. I do not concern myself with the methods you employ. As long as they remain within the bounds of the law, uncover what we seek. Understood. Hu Gang nodded in affirmation. Su Lin then directed his attention back to Chunhua, stating, let us proceed to the other two crime scenes and consult with the forensic team. I wish to ascertain the methods employed by the perpetrator. Very well. Chunhua promptly agreed. Lastly, Su Lin turned to Huang Weihuan and inquired, who is currently the captain of the first criminal investigation team. He was aware that the captain who had previously attempted to assassinate him was deceased, naturally leading to someone else assuming the captaincy. Reporting, Deputy Group Leader, it is I. My name is Zhang Gong, and I am the acting captain of the first team. A young man in his 30s rose to respond. Su Lin nodded and instructed, Captain Zhang, your current task is to visit the school and investigate whether any students, aside from the three victims, transferred or withdrew from Jianyun High School during the second semester of their first year last year. Understood, Zhang Gong replied with a nod. Shortly thereafter, the three groups of individuals swiftly departed from the brigade's conference room, each embarking on their own investigations. Huang Weihuan observed their retreating figures and smiled broadly. This young man must be brought in. Indeed, it is imperative to have Director Xia urge the Traffic Bureau. Ordinarily, the traffic police are under the jurisdiction of the Public Security Bureau, required to adhere to its directives and policies. Typically, major policies are communicated from the Public Security Bureau to the Traffic Management Bureau, ultimately being implemented at the various traffic police divisions. Whether or not Lu Gong, the brigade leader, is present is of no consequence. As time passed, the better part of the day slipped away. Su Lin meticulously searched and organized the 3 crime scenes repeatedly, conducting a thorough examination of the physical evidence once more. Ultimately, he had to concede that the perpetrator had indeed executed their plan with remarkable precision. Aside from a few traces that could merely indicate homicide, there were virtually no clues to be found. Neither the scene nor the deceased bore any substantial evidence. Yet, the more elusive the challenge became, the more exhilarated he felt. Without challenges, how utterly mundane life would be. Chapter 36. The case is solved, against all odds in the evening, within the temporary office of the Criminal Investigation Team. Su Lin sat at his desk, engrossed in a case analysis chart he had meticulously drawn. The first victim had succumbed to carbon monoxide poisoning, a result of a charcoal-burning suicide. The second victim had taken her life by slashing her wrists, with the autopsy confirming death by exsanguination, corroborated by surveillance footage from the victim's home. The footage clearly depicted the deceased inflicting the wounds upon herself. Su Lin had scrutinized this segment repeatedly, finding no discrepancies. The third victim had hanged himself, and the autopsy affirmed this cause of death. The surveillance footage from the victim's residence also bore no signs of foul play. It seemed the investigation had reached an impasse, leaving Su Lin pondering the underlying issue without illumination. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Su Lin absent-mindedly reached for a nearly soaked instant noodle cup, intending to satiate his hunger momentarily. At that moment, the door swung open, and Zhang Gong entered the office. Deputy Team Leader Su, I have conducted an investigation throughout Jiangyun City No. 1 High School. Over the entire past year, aside from the 3 deceased students, there was only one other female student of the same grade who passed away, Zhang Gong announced. Passed away? Su Lin looked up, astonishment etched across his face. Yes, she passed away. That female student had a congenital heart condition. We retrieved her medical records from the hospital, and it indeed corroborates this. Her date of death was March 19th, and I have brought back the resuscitation records. Moreover, I have specifically consulted the doctor, who confirmed that he was indeed the attending physician at that time. He, too, believed that the girl's condition might prevent her from reaching the age of 20, though her demise occurred somewhat earlier than he had anticipated. After sharing this, Zhang Gong placed a photograph before Su Lin. In the image, the girl appears delicate and charming, standing amidst a sea of flowers, exuding an innocent and carefree spirit, reminiscent of a sprite dancing gracefully in a floral paradise. Zhang Yeye? Su Lin murmured the girl's name, followed by a heavy sigh. How blind fate can be. He then lifted his gaze and instructed, investigate the girl's family background. It would be prudent to speak with her parents. Zhang Gong hesitated momentarily, then replied, Deputy Team Leader Su, might this be a tad too cruel? After all, they lost their daughter just a year ago. Upon hearing this, Su Lin paused slightly, his hand clutching the instant noodles. Indeed, such an action would be undeniably harsh. Yet, in the pursuit of justice, he found himself devoid of alternatives. An instinct whispered to him that there might be a connection. What a coincidence it would be for the girl to have passed away on March 19th, while 3 individuals began transferring schools in April. The earliest transfer record was dated April 3rd. He directed his attention to Zhang Gong, stating, Team Zhang, please proceed to investigate the information regarding this student's parents. We shall determine our course of action thereafter. Zhang Gong retrieved 2 files from his bag, saying, I have already looked into it. The girl's parents both work for a telecommunications company. One was a senior executive in the communications department, and the other was a network engineer. Su Lin nodded as he took the files of the 2 individuals from Zhang Gong's hands. A glance revealed that both were exceptional graduates from prestigious universities, and their professions were indeed commendable. All right, I shall peruse these materials, he said. Good. Zhang Gong nodded and turned to depart. Once Zhang Gong had left, Su Lin began to consume his instant noodles while meticulously arranging the documents on the table. As he gazed at the photographs, his expression suddenly sharpened. A flash of insight struck him. It appeared he had overlooked something vital. He set down the noodles and tore off the images of the deceased girl and her parents, swiftly making his way to the whiteboard behind him. Without hesitation, he wiped away the previous analysis with his sleeve. He then affixed the photographs using small magnets, including those of the deceased and her family members. Subsequently, he inscribed beneath each image their respective professions and potential connections. With a sudden clap of his hands, he fixed his intense gaze upon the parents of the deceased girl, specifically scrutinizing their occupations. When she, the supervisor of the operations department at a mobile communications company, Jiang Zhenbin, the deputy chief engineer of network communications at the same company, he swiftly turned back to his desk, searching through the chaotic pile of documents, and soon retrieved several files. The shop across the street from the residence of the first deceased utilized surveillance from the mobile communications company. The homes of the second and third victims had recently installed surveillance cameras through door-to-door sales within the past 6 months, both utilizing products from a mobile communication company. All 3 victims were connected by mobile numbers from the same provider. When these coincidences intertwine, they cease to remain mere happenstance. However, a lingering question persisted. If the 3 victims were acquainted, why was there no record of communication among them? He promptly picked up the phone and dialed Zhang Gong. In less than 3 minutes, Zhang Gong returned. Once assigned to the special task force, the seasoned detectives found themselves in a battleground where lives were at stake. It was not uncommon for them to remain away from home for 72 hours straight. Zhang Gong had intended to spend the night at the office. Yet before he could rest, Su Lin's call came through. Deputy Team Leader Su, have you made any discoveries? He inquired hurriedly upon returning to Su Lin's temporary office. His tone tinged with surprise. Su Lin nodded and instructed, Zhang, immediately contact the telecommunications company to verify whether Wen Qi and Jiang Zhenbin are present at work. Furthermore, I need you to retrieve all call records of the 3 victims from the past 6 months. Also, please bring in someone from their company who is well-versed in communication billing. Upon hearing Su Lin's directives, Zhang Gong was momentarily taken aback, but wasted no time in executing the orders. Even though it was already past midnight, he hesitated not. For a detective, a homicide case was of paramount importance. Once Zhang Gong departed, Su Lin swiftly reached out to Huang Weihuan, Hu Gang, and Chen Hua, summoning them all to the conference room. Observing the 3 weary faces before him, he felt an unusual thrill and spoke up. Huang Ji, Captain Hu, Captain Chen. If all goes well, the case is solved. Oh. Huang Weihuan instinctively nodded, then suddenly widened his eyes and stood up, exclaiming, Xiao Su, what did you say? The case is solved? Hu Gang and Chen Hua were equally taken aback. Chen Hua instinctively remarked, Deputy Captain Su, don't joke around. It can't be that quick. Hu Gang, however, could not resist asking Su Lin, gazing into his confident eyes, Deputy Captain Su, are you serious? Su Lin smiled and nodded. In an instant, the 3 were astounded, staring at Su Lin in disbelief. Then, he flashed a grin and said, I have already instructed Captain Zhang to gather evidence. If this lead proves fruitless, I fear our special investigation team may face some reprimands. Seeing his relaxed demeanor, the 3 exchanged glances, wondering if he could truly be serious had they really cracked the case. Chapter 37. Ultimately, it was a step too late. He achieved his revenge. Su Lin, accompanied by Huang Weihan and another individual, sat quietly in the office, awaiting developments. Approximately an hour later, at 1 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Gong hurriedly returned to the squad with a USB drive in hand. Trailing behind him was a manager from a telecommunications company, adorned with black-rimmed glasses, exuding a scholarly demeanor that, at first glance, might have suggested a young woman. Su Lin immediately rose to his feet, prompting Huang Weihan and the others to do the same. Zhang, please provide me with the call records for the 3 individuals, he stated. Zhang Gong exchanged pleasantries with Huang Weihan and the others before handing the USB drive containing the call logs to Su Lin. Subsequently, everyone gathered around the computer. He began to scrutinize the call records of the 3 deceased, meticulously examining each entry. Let us open another computer. I wish to take a look as well, Huang Weihan proposed. Upon hearing this, Hu Gang promptly powered on a nearby laptop. Old Zhang, let us share a screen, Chen Hua suggested, inviting Zhang Gong to join him at one terminal. Before long, they were all engrossed in the call logs. The records spanned 6 months, comprising thousands of entries. And when including text messages, the total exceeded 10,000. This was undoubtedly a monumental and intricate undertaking. The telecommunications manager was assigned to the side, where Su Lin instructed him to take a breather, as his assistance might be required shortly. After nearly 2 hours, as each participant's eyes grew bloodshot from the strain, they finally completed the cross-referencing of all communication records. I do not possess any records of their mutual communications. Huang Weihuan spoke first. He reached into his pocket, extracted a pack of cigarettes, offered one to Chun Fei and the others, and, with a troubled expression, took a puff. Chun Fei remarked, Deputy Team Leader Su, I have none on my end either. The atmosphere grew somber among the group. Could it be that Su Lin had just uncovered a lead, only for it to be abruptly severed? Su Lin smiled and said, it seems they are indeed very cautious, or perhaps, the perpetrator is exceedingly meticulous. What does that imply? Is it possible for the murderer to have erased the communication records among the 3 victims? As Huang Weihuan spoke, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Su Lin approached the manager of the mobile communications company, gently tapping the resting man and saying, Manager Wei, could you assist us? Oh yes, I'm coming. The quietly composed manager promptly rose from the sofa, donned his glasses, and approached the computer. Su Lin continued, Manager Wei, please compile all the call records for these 3 individuals and provide the details of their expenditures. Ensure accuracy. Understood. Manager Wei, being a professional, completed the accounting of their expenses in less than an hour. He verified the calculations twice, arriving at identical figures. Su Lin then activated the printer, producing 3 text messages. These messages were unmistakably the monthly statements sent by the mobile communications company to the clients, spanning from March to August of the previous year, with each month accounted for. When the bill was placed before Manager Wei, he immediately widened his eyes and exclaimed, "How can this be? The call charges for March exceeded by a staggering 19 yuan, April by 26 yuan, May by 18 yuan, and June. The figures are accurate. July, the figures remain precise, and August shows no discrepancies. Why then? Are the call expenses for these 3 specific months inflated?" Upon comparing the settlement costs of the 3 deceased individuals' call durations with the actual charges levied by the mobile communications company, Manager Wei was left in a state of shock. Huang Weihang, Zhang Gong, Chun Hua, and Hu Gang fixated on the computer screen, feeling an unsettling chill run down their spines, their hairs standing on end. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. They couldn't help but glance at Su Lin, who wore a smile imbued with confidence. Huang Weihang inquired, "Manager Wei, your company wouldn't be overcharging users, would you?" "No, absolutely not. In the past, there may have been exceptions, but now the system handles automatic settlements, and errors are impossible." Manager Wei hurriedly shook his head. "Found it." Huang Weihang took a deep breath. Meanwhile, Zhang Gong's expression darkened. He raised his head to look at Su Lin and asked, "Is it truly that couple?" Su Lin replied, "It is highly likely. However, we are still missing the final piece. I wish to ascertain who took that girl to the hospital for emergency treatment, and which doctor performed the urgent surgery on her. Once this is confirmed, the entire criminal process will be nearly complete. 2 cases can be resolved simultaneously." 2 cases? Huang Weihuan was suddenly taken aback. Chen Fei exclaimed, "What 2 cases?" Hu Gang inquired, "What is the other case?" Only Zhang Gong spoke in a subdued tone. "The case of the girl with heart disease?" Su Lin snapped his fingers and remarked, "That's her." Zhang Gong cast a deep glance at Su Lin, a surge of admiration welling up within him. It must be said that the gap between him and Su Lin was indeed substantial. Ding ding ding. Just as the expressions of the group varied, Huang Weihuan's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and realized it was nearly 4 a.m. The call was from the duty room, and he answered immediately. "Hello?" A voice on the other end replied. "Hello, Huang. Another person has died." Bang. Huang Weihuan's expression changed, and he asked in a grave tone, "What is the situation?" "Another suicide. The deceased is Wang Kai, the head of the emergency department at Dongfang Hospital in Jiangyan City." Boom. Upon hearing this, Su Lin abruptly stood up from his chair, causing it to crash to the ground behind him. "Let's go." He dashed outside. Huang Weihuan and the others instantly understood and followed suit, sprinting out. However, Zhang Gong, who was at the back, remembered that Manager Wei was still in the office. So he quickly turned back to inform him that he needed to assist with their investigation and called 2 young detectives to keep an eye on him. Before long, the group arrived at the hospital, ultimately finding the deceased doctor on a gurney in the emergency department. A surgical knife had severed the carotid artery, and blood was everywhere. In his grasp, he held a surgical knife. Su Lin gazed at the lifeless body on the bed, his complexion ashen, and exclaimed with fury, "Immediately retrieve the surveillance footage. We must scrutinize everyone who entered the emergency department. Furthermore, I demand to know who last encountered this physician." As his words lingered in the air, Zhang Gong entered the emergency operating room, clutching a photograph in his hand. He cast a glance at Su Lin, raised the picture, and stated, "I just inquired with the on-duty nurse and the head nurse, and they confirmed that it was 3 deceased individuals who brought Jiang Yan to the emergency room a year ago. The attending physician was named Wang Kai, this very individual." As Zhang Gong pointed to the now deceased Wang Kai, the expressions of those present turned grim. At this juncture, it could be said that the case had nearly unveiled its truth. Yet, it was still a moment too late. He, or rather they, had fulfilled their vendetta. Chapter 38. A Tragedy of Humanity. A crime worthy of death. Huang Weihuan glanced at Su Lin, poised to speak. Yet Su Lin abruptly raised his head, his expression one of stark indifference as he commanded, "Arrest them. What are you waiting for? Seize them." Without hesitation, Huang Weihuan turned to Chen Fei and the others, barking an order. "Yes." The 3 team leaders dashed out in unison, and swiftly, nearly all members of the criminal investigation team mobilized, rushing to the suspect's residence. Su Lin cast a final glance at the lifeless body before pivoting and striding outside. Despite his profound hatred and disdain for the doctor named Wang Kai, he recognized that a living being should face the rigors of legal justice, not the brutality of extrajudicial punishment. Huang Weihuan caught up with Su Lin, and upon stepping outside, instinctively reached for a cigarette. "Su, pass me one," Su Lin requested. Taken aback, Huang Weihuan complied, handing him a cigarette and lighting it personally. Su Lin inhaled deeply, exhaling a cloud of smoke. In his previous life, he had been an avid smoker, Yet in this life, he had exercised restraint. However, in this moment, he felt the need for a cigarette to alleviate the simmering anger within. "Sue, please elaborate on the case for me," Huang Weihuan prompted. To be candid, as the leader of the special investigation team, he still struggled to grasp the intricacies of the case, relying on Su Lin's insights, which left him in a haze of confusion. Su Lin nodded slightly in response. Taking another drag from the cigarette, he began. "The case should be traced back to a year ago. Based on my deductions, Jiang Ye's demise was certainly not a mere case of cardiac arrest. Rather, her affliction was likely provoked by some external stimulus, intricately connected to the children of the three deceased. When Jiang Ye fell ill, the trio of children, realizing their inability to conceal the truth, summoned their parents. They escorted Jiang Ye to the emergency room, where she encountered a physician with whom she was likely acquainted. Subsequently, Jiang Ye passed away, and it is evident that these individuals concealed certain truths, possibly pertaining to the true cause of her death. In due course, it is certain that Jiang Ye's parents became aware of their daughter's victimization. A year's time is ample for them to orchestrate a plan for retribution." As Su Lin spoke calmly, Huang Weihuan felt a chill run down his spine. This case within a case, compounded by 2 homicides, undoubtedly qualifies as a major incident. With 5 fatalities and a cycle of vengeful killings, Jiang Ye's parents could easily be deemed deranged. Su Lin continued, stating that his suspicion was directed towards the culprits due to their affiliations as employees of a telecommunications company, holding positions as executives and engineers, thereby possessing the capacity to obscure evidence of their crimes. For instance, they could manipulate surveillance and eliminate connections to the 3 deceased, rendering them as isolated entities, thus evading suspicion. In truth, they were on the verge of succeeding. Su Lin mused, gazing at the flickering cigarette but in his hand, and solemnly remarked, "They could have placed their trust in us. However, they are determined to take an extreme path." He lifted his gaze to the sky, where a hint of dawn was gradually emerging, marking the passage of a night. He extinguished his cigarette and stood, declaring, "Let us proceed." Beneath the avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Huang Ji, apprehend the families of the 3 deceased as well. The case from a year ago must be rectified. Indeed, regardless of how heinous Jiang Jinbin may be, that young girl remains the primary victim of this case, and justice must be served on her behalf. Huang Weihuan nodded in agreement and rose. The 2 swiftly drove back to the task force. During their journey, Huang Weihuan made a call, ordering the arrest of not only Jiang Jinbin and Wen Qi, but also the son and wife of the 3 deceased. Su Lin, feeling fatigued, returned to his office and collapsed onto the couch, succumbing to sleep. It was unclear how much time had passed when he was roused from his slumber. Groggily, he looked up to find Huang Weihuan standing before him. "Huang Ji," he said as he immediately sat up. Huang Weihuan replied, "I brought you breakfast. Wake up and eat." Su Lin glanced at the clock, realizing it was 8:30 a.m. He had slept for over 3 hours, which had somewhat alleviated his exhaustion. He first drank a large glass of water, then picked up a bun from the table and took a bite. Huang Weihuan also grabbed a bun, stating, "Everyone has been brought back. However, Jiang Jinbin and Wen Qi have remained silent." Su Lin nodded slightly in response, saying, as expected, "This couple possesses remarkable mental fortitude." Changing direction, let us first interrogate the sons and wife of the 3 deceased. By questioning them, we can confirm that the incident involving Jiang Ye a year ago was not due to a heart attack, nor can we establish Jiang Jinbin's guilt. Huang Weihang remarked, "Indeed, we cannot prove their culpability. Even though we are aware that they manipulated data from the mobile communications company, we can only charge them with offenses such as data forgery and commercial fraud, rather than intentional homicide. However, by interrogating the 3 children, we can uncover the truth from that year and find a way to extract confessions from the couple." Huang Weihang felt that his reasoning was sound, and thus, he quickly consumed the buns on the table before leading Su Lin into an interrogation room. Inside the room, a teenager, barely in his teens, sat in a chair with a pallid expression, his body trembling slightly as he mumbled incoherently. Su Lin merely glanced at him and discerned that the boy could not withstand the pressure of the police interrogation. He shook his head and exited, proceeding to the 2nd and then the 3rd interrogation rooms. The results were similarly disheartening. These adolescents, having never encountered such circumstances, would divulge everything under even the slightest pressure. Indeed, within a mere 20 minutes, the door to the 2nd interrogation room swung open. Chun Fei entered, holding a laptop, and gravely announced, "They are nothing but beasts. They truly deserve to die." As the video began to play, and the boy within slowly recounted the truth from that year, even Su Lin could not help but murmur in agreement. Well deserved. 3 young boys, having indulged in inappropriate films, sought to release their pent-up desires through the company of a female classmate. Their unfortunate encounter led them to Jiang Ye, whom they lured under the pretense of tutoring at Hitsung's residence. What ensued was a collective act of humiliation, with all three boys complicit. Su Lin could not suppress the haunting image of the delicate and charming girl from the photographs. Envisioning her despair at that moment, his expression darkened with profound sorrow. According to their accounts, it was only after they had satiated their base instincts that they realized Jiang Ye had suffered a heart attack and had fallen unconscious. Fear gripped them, compelling them to contact their parents. Upon learning of the situation, the three sets of parents rushed to the hospital, yet tragically, it was too late. Subsequent examinations revealed that the true cause of Jiang Ye's demise was not a heart attack, but rather a catastrophic loss of blood. One of the boys' parents wielded considerable influence and maintained a good rapport with the medical staff. After outlining the circumstances, they orchestrated a cover-up, instructing the doctors to erase all evidence, presenting the incident as a heart-related death. They then attempted to reach out to Jiang Ye's parents, who were away on a business trip, unavailability extending for a week. Upon receiving this distressing news, the three parents conspired with the physician to expedite Jiang Ye's cremation, erasing all traces of their heinous act. Su Lin, upon absorbing this revelation, clenched his fists, his eyes radiating a chilling fury. How could they strip the parents of their right to see their daughter one last time? Why such cruelty? The parents were deprived even of a final glimpse of their daughter, and they were unable to see her remains, which is akin to tearing at their very souls and severing their flesh. One can only imagine the profound despair and anguish that engulfed Jiang Jinbin and Wen Qi upon their return from a business trip, only to confront the ashes of their beloved daughter. Chapter 39. The Released Demon. The interrogation of the three families has concluded. At last, everyone learned that Jiang Jinbin had uncovered the truth from the son of the third deceased and had spent nearly a year plotting his revenge. Although the truth of the case from a year ago was finally revealed, a sense of unease lingered among all present. The office was pervaded by a stifling atmosphere, with Huang Weihuan, Su Lin, 3 criminal investigation team leaders, and over 20 detectives, all displaying evident anger. The root of this turmoil stemmed from a single act of juvenile crime. It was chilling to witness the grotesque behavior exhibited by the parents of the three families. Equally detestable was the doctor, who had acted in such stark violation of medical ethics. The cycle of justice is relentless, and the heavens spare no one. One can only speculate if they ever anticipated such a day would come upon them. Most tragically, upon discovering the truth, Jiang Jinbin and his wife chose not to report it to the authorities. Instead, they transformed into vengeful demons, taking the lives of the 4 culprits into their own hands. Yet, the most astonishing revelation was their decision to spare the 3 children, those who had instigated Jiang Ye's demise. Had their hearts softened? Who will interrogate Jiang Jinbin and Wen Qi? Huang Weihuan inquired, raising his head. I shall, Su Lin replied. Very well, Huang Weihuan nodded slightly. As Su Lin stepped outside the interrogation room, he took a deep breath and pushed the door open. In the interrogation room, a man sat calmly. Observing the entrance of Su Lin, his gaze tinged with surprise as he immediately noticed Su Lin's traffic police badge. A traffic officer? He queried, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Indeed, I am a traffic officer, Su Lin replied with a smile, but I have recently been reassigned to criminal investigations. And it is I who will be interrogating you. Jiang Jinbin nodded slightly, returning the smile. Officer, I have already stated that I know nothing. Su Lin's eyes fixed intently on the man before him. He exhibited a composed demeanor, articulate in speech, and possessed a tranquil disposition. Such a person would prove exceedingly difficult to breach psychologically. Yet, to Su Lin, perhaps it was unnecessary to engage in such complexities. What he needed to ascertain was the identity of the murderer. He silently invoked the Eye of Judgment, activating its formidable power. In an instant, Jiang Jinbin's information materialized before him, the blood-red hues strikingly vivid. Jiang Jinbin, perpetrator of a serial murder case, responsible for 3 deaths. Merely reading the first line left Su Lin astounded. The implication was clear. Among the 4 deceased, one was not slain by Jiang Jinbin. Beyond him, the only other possibility was his wife, Wen Qi. Su Lin spoke slowly. Jiang Jinbin, are you certain that you know nothing? Do you truly believe that we possess no evidence? While you may manipulate communication data, you cannot alter the charges imposed by the telecommunications company, as it exists as a wholly independent entity, directly overseen by the corporate headquarters. Am I correct in this assertion? Upon hearing these words, Jiang Jinbin's expression momentarily stiffened. However, he managed to display a faint smile and replied, this alone does not substantiate any wrongdoing on my part. The worst that could happen is a lawsuit alleging that I tampered with the company's core data, thereby tarnishing its reputation, which would likely result in a conviction for commercial crimes. Indeed, Su Lin nodded in agreement and inquired, what of your wife, Wen Qi? She was also involved and even took a life herself. Do you believe she possesses the fortitude to withstand interrogation as you do? At this, Jiang Jinbin's pupils constricted. and a semblance of panic flickered across his countenance. How could he possibly know that his wife had taken a life? It was inconceivable. He had meticulously managed the scene. Each detail had been flawlessly executed. It was simply impossible. Jiang Jinbin's mind roared in protest, raging with fury. How do you know this? He stammered, his lips quivering as his eyes fixed intently on Su Lin, brimming with a profound and unrelenting hatred. He despised the injustice of the world, questioning why it had to treat their daughter so cruelly. She was already a tragic figure. The doctors had stated she would not survive beyond the age of 20. A girl with no future. The couple toiled relentlessly, striving to accumulate enough funds for her surgery, hoping to take her to the finest hospital abroad. In their quest to secure a tomorrow for their daughter, they had nearly forsaken all of their own dreams. However, there are those who have taken the life of a daughter, shattering their spiritual refuge. Su Lin observed Jiang Jinbin, whose eyes were reddened. As his psychological defenses began to waver, he spoke. Jiang Jinbin, if one wishes to remain undiscovered, one must refrain from wrongdoing. The details surrounding the Tsong family are too crude, leaving behind half a fingerprint. We merely need to conduct a slight comparison. Impossible. Jiang Jinbin roared suddenly, exclaiming, "You are slandering us." Su Lin replied, "It seems you are quite confident. Then let me ask you, did you clean the bottom of the flower pot on the balcony?" Jiang Jinbin was taken aback, unable to respond. "You dare not clean it, do you? For if you had done so, it would have left a trace. Thus, you meticulously handled the evidence below, yet you deliberately avoided touching the base of the flower pot." Su Lin smiled faintly. The half fingerprint was genuine, and they had already extracted it, soon to be compared. This could be regarded as the only substantial evidence they had gathered thus far in their investigation. His previous words were also a veiled gamble. The initial crime scene was exceedingly crude, resembling a crime of passion rather than premeditated murder. A stark contrast to the subsequent two scenes. Jiang Jinbin lowered his head, his form trembling, his gaze fixated on his own hands. Noticing his silence, Su Lin realized that this individual was still on the brink of collapse, yet had not truly broken down. He then opened the notebook before him and began to play the interrogation records of the three youths. Jiang Jinbin abruptly lifted his head, his expression transforming into one of sheer ferocity. "Beasts. All of them are beasts. They all deserve to die." He was driven to madness, his eyes a fiery red, as if possessed by a frenzy. In truth, anyone faced with such circumstances would succumb to insanity. Within mere minutes, he was drenched in sweat, as though he had just emerged from the depths of a river. Su Lin switched off the interrogation video on his laptop and inquired, "Why did you not take action against the three of them first? I presume your plan for revenge must have included them." Su Lin was not well versed in criminal psychology, yet he understood the nature of humanity. Once the demon is unleashed, it seizes control of the soul. To kill one is to kill two is no different. So why not simply eradicate all those who brought ruin to his family? These three families, along with that doctor, were all complicit in their guilt. Jiang Jinbin slowly lifted his head and spoke. "I confess, they were all killed by me. All four of them. I am responsible for their deaths." Su Lin furrowed his brow, realizing that this man intended to bear the entire burden alone. Chapter 40. The Frustrated Honest Man. The justice you owe. Upon witnessing Jiang Jinbin shoulder all the burdens of the case, Su Lin could not help but sigh lightly. Were he to falter, he would indeed regard him with a modicum of disdain. Yet, despite this, he would never disregard the law. The reality is undeniably harsh, but he could not bear to watch the murderer roam free. No matter the justifications, the act of murder remains an irrefutable truth. You wish to bear all the blame, but that is simply impossible. The fingerprints from He Tsong's household belong to your wife. Even if you truly took all the responsibility upon yourself, she would still be considered an accomplice. No, she is not. Jiang Jinbin lost all composure. His eyes ablaze with fury as he let out a series of roars, his hands shackled, thrashing wildly in desperation. Yet, no matter how fiercely he struggled, he could not break free from his constraints. Su Lin observed him coolly, choosing not to engage. After nearly 5 minutes, Jiang Jinbin gradually regained his composure, his eyes dull and devoid of spirit. "I will speak. I will tell everything," he rasped, his gaze lost in memories. "Yaya has always been exceptionally understanding. She was the pride of our family. However, on that fateful day, March 19th of last year, our beloved daughter, she was so brutally defiled and ultimately killed by a group of vile creatures. Even more infuriating was the fact that they denied us the right to see her body. Do you know what it felt like when we gazed upon Yaya's ashes? From that moment onward, I was dead. Do you understand?" Jiang Jinbin's emotions surged once more. Su Lin gestured towards the one-way glass, prompting Huang Weihang to step inside immediately. "Huang, bring me a pack of cigarettes." The latter nodded, produced his own cigarettes, lit one, and handed it to Jiang Jinbin. "Thank you," Jiang Jinbin replied somewhat numbly. He accepted the cigarette, observing the curling smoke before taking a drag. Yaya is very obedient. She has never caused us concern. Her heart condition is managed with medication, and she rarely suffers episodes. Moreover, those individuals had the audacity to cremate her body without our consent, which raises my suspicions regarding her death. For a period, I tracked the three families. It was only after the three little rascals changed schools that I became certain they had done something to Yaya. Consequently, I began my investigation, and the heavens did not forsake the diligent. I finally uncovered the truth from the child surnamed Jean. At that moment, I wanted nothing more than to kill him. Yet, that was insufficient. It felt utterly inadequate. All three families are culpable. They must accompany Yaya in death, and not a single one shall be spared. The hysterical tone of his voice, laced with venomous resentment, caused the temperature in the interrogation room to plummet by several degrees. Su Lin raised his head. So, you began to plot your revenge? Yes. Jiang Jinbin nodded, taking another drag from his cigarette, and remarked, I began to covertly observe their daily habits, scrutinizing each individual's behavior in detail. Each day, aside from my work, I plotted how to eliminate them without drawing attention. My fear does not stem from being discovered. Rather, I dread the thought of failing to eradicate them all before you uncover my intentions. Su Lin interjected, so, you fabricated a suicide scenario. Indeed, that was my strategy. First, I aimed to eliminate the three men who posed the greatest threat, followed by those three vile creatures, and ultimately, I would deal with the three women. Initially, I refrained from confiding in my wife. However, as my actions grew increasingly erratic, she eventually discerned my manipulations at the company just as I was poised to execute my plan. Under her relentless questioning, I felt compelled to divulge the truth, a decision I now regret immensely. At this juncture, Jiang Jinbin became agitated once more. She had the audacity to confront Hitsung alone. Do you know what that scoundrel did? He violated my wife. He deserves to die, 100 times, 1,000 times over. They took my daughter's life and sullied my wife. Should they not face justice? Speak. His hysterical roar reverberated throughout the interrogation room, igniting murderous intent in the eyes of Su Lin and Huang Weihuan. Indeed, that wretch truly deserved to perish. Huang Weihuan contemplated. If his adversary were to stand before him, he would be unable to restrain himself from drawing his weapon and dispatching the foe without hesitation. First, his daughter was brutally murdered, and now he was subjected to such indignity. His wife, having lost the will to live, took advantage of that beast's slumber to ignite the coal stove. Fortunately, I had installed a locator on her phone. By the time I arrived, she was nearly unconscious. Upon hearing my voice, she summoned the last vestiges of her strength to open the door for me. I beheld her frail form, and the desire to dismember that monster surged within me. Yet, I restrained myself, for my intention was to ensure the obliteration of their entire family. Subsequently, I began to orchestrate the scene, but regrettably, there were too many remnants left behind for me to eradicate completely. Otherwise, you would have been unable to trace me. Next, I initiated my vengeance against the other two individuals. First, I employed my technical skills to alter the surveillance footage. The images captured in those recordings were, in fact, manipulated by me through advanced technology. As Jiang Jinbin recounted the events, the case was entirely reconstructed. Su Lin and Huang Weihuan, upon concluding the narration, could not help but chuckle wryly, shaking their heads. This fellow was indeed a genius. No wonder they could not unearth any clues regarding the homicides of the other two victims. The surveillance footage had all been replaced by Jiang Jinbin, and his physique bore a striking resemblance to those of the deceased. Having engaged in prolonged imitation, he had managed to conceal his facial features to such a degree that few could discern any discrepancies. Su Lin and his colleagues had previously attempted to inquire with the neighbors regarding the individuals captured on surveillance, and the neighbors promptly identified them as the men from those two households. Little did they realize, it was a case of mistaken identity. The interrogation persisted for nearly 2 hours before concluding. At the moment when Jiang Jinbin was led away, Su Lin suddenly spoke. Officer Huang, confine him and his wife together. What? You fool, do not give reckless orders. If you disrupt the protocol, you shall bear the consequences, Huang Weihuan replied sternly. Yet, on Jiang Jinbin's face, a glimmer of hope emerged as he gazed at Su Lin with profound gratitude. He then shook his head and said, Thank you, officer. However, I am acutely aware of the grievous sins I have committed. I do not dare to hope for leniency. Su Lin responded, If it is not feasible, then at least place them in adjacent cells, allowing them to see one another. That is acceptable, Huang Weihuan nodded. Thank you. Jiang Jinbin's eyes brimmed with tears, leaving streaks of regret upon his cheeks. No need for thanks. This is the justice owed to you, Su Lin replied, shaking his head. In truth, when you first learned the truth, there was another choice. No, there was no other choice, only this one. For the sake of our daughter, we would sacrifice our lives, seeking merely a semblance of justice. Regrettably, we failed to eliminate those 3 vile beasts. Had I known of your capabilities, I would have dealt with those 3 wretches first. Su Lin reassured him. They shall face the consequences of the law. The consequences of the law? No, that is far too lenient. In comparison to life, what do those penalties amount to? As Jiang Jinbin spoke, he was escorted out of the interrogation room by 2 criminal detectives. Chapter 41. Special marks. As Su Lin stepped out of Jiang Jinbin's interrogation room, he let out a deep sigh. This wretched case. He shook his head, feeling that it would be far more gratifying to simply apprehend criminals on the street. Tackling such cases was enough to plunge him into despair. Huang Weihuan patted him on the shoulder and said, as criminal investigators, we encounter all sorts of cases. What is this compared to witnessing a parent who has taken the life of their own child? Upon hearing this, Su Lin's gaze sharpened. Is there truly such a beast in this world? Even a tiger refrains from consuming its young. Indeed, I have experienced it firsthand, Huang Weihuan replied gravely, nodding his head. I suddenly find myself yearning to return to the traffic police, Su Lin lamented. Criminal investigations are far too disheartening. That's out of the question. With your abilities, you will only encounter ever more unimaginable cases in the future. We must learn to be resilient, my friend. Do not forget our graduation oath and our beliefs. Very well. Su Lin responded with a wry smile. The case was officially solved, and the special task force, initially set for 10 days, was disbanded on the spot. Su Lin and Huang Weihuan made their way to the office of the bureau chief, where they found Xia Weihai immersed in work. Director Xia, Huang Weihuan called out. Xia Weihai gestured for Su Lin and Huang Weihuan to take a seat, while he continued perusing the documents in hand, his head not lifting as he said, Please, have a seat. I will finish this document shortly. Before long, he completed his reading and poured 2 cups of tea for them personally. How did the case progress? As they settled into their seats, Xia Weihai initiated the conversation. The special investigation team had been established just yesterday, and he was preoccupied with numerous matters on his end, leaving him little time to attend to the other side. Huang Weihuan remarked, Director Xia, the case has already been solved. Resolved? Xia Weihai responded, his expression one of disbelief. He turned to Su Lin, and upon seeing him nod, he finally allowed himself to believe it. Glancing at his wristwatch, he was astonished to note that a mere 21 hours had passed, less than a day. The speed of this resolution was astonishing. Come, enlighten me on the details, he urged, suppressing his astonishment and inviting Su Lin and the others to report on the situation. Su Lin, you take the lead, Huang Weihuan nudged Su Lin. Su Lin shot him an irritated glance and retorted, You should present it. I'm afraid I might let slip some profanity. Very well, Huang Weihuan acquiesced, and proceeded to lay out the entire sequence of events. As Xia Weihai absorbed the details of the case, he remained silent, yet the rising and falling of his chest, along with his increasingly flushed face, betrayed the fury simmering within him, an anger that sought an outlet but found none. With a sudden motion, he seized a teacup and smashed it onto the ground. How can such malevolence exist in this world? Despicable, indeed despicable. He had lost his composure. In truth, anyone who had acquainted themselves with the case would feel similarly. Director Xia, Su Lin interjected, I believe we should consider a degree of leniency when we initiate prosecution. Honest individuals, when pushed to their limits, can truly be driven to madness. I comprehend. Xia Weihai nodded and remarked, as enforcers, we can only present the facts and offer our opinions. Whether to adopt them or not is the prosecution's prerogative. Su Lin also nodded, refraining from further insistence. At last, the case concluded, and Huang Weihuan drove him home. The day and night had indeed been exhausting, necessitating ample rest. Upon arriving home, he collapsed into slumber. He slept for nearly 13 hours, awakening only at 8 the following morning. He hastily arose, donned his uniform, freshened up, and then descended to have breakfast before taking a taxi to the Municipal Criminal Investigation Division. Zhao Guodong informed him that he was only on loan for 7 days, after which he would return to the Traffic Police Department. Although fatigued from the previous 2 days, he felt rejuvenated today, shaking off the gloom of yesterday. While seated in the car, Su Lin accessed the system and noted the 800 points earned from apprehending Jiang Jinbin and Wenqi the day prior, which, combined with previous points, exceeded 1,000, allowing him to draw for skills once more. Without hesitation, he clicked on the lottery interface. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a special skill, special marking. Special marking, an advanced skill. It allows the host to mark any target. Once marked, the host can clearly discern the target's location. Note, up to 5 targets can be marked, with a maximum marking distance of 10 meters. Su Lin's eyes widened in astonishment, his joy evident. Special marking, wasn't that akin to a tracker? Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. It was nothing short of a formidable weapon, suppressing the excitement within. He prepared to find someone for an experiment, with criminals undoubtedly being his primary targets. Upon arriving at the city bureau, as he alighted from the taxi. He noticed Xiao Weihai personally escorting a woman downstairs, a smile adorning his face. Su Lin's eyes widened upon seeing the woman. How dare she come back when the debts of her previous exploits had yet to be settled? Su Lin, come here. At that moment, Xiao Weihai spotted Su Lin and waved him over. Su Lin approached, casting a glance at the woman, whose beauty was as alluring as a blooming flower. He saluted Xiao Weihai and then said, Chief Xiao, I have matters to attend to. I must head upstairs. Wait a moment, you rascal. Xiao Weihai quickly grasped his arm. She is here to see you. Why the rush? A few detectives passing by overheard this exchange and couldn't help but stop to watch. For Su Lin had become a figure of almost divine status in their eyes. The fruit of divinity. Perhaps a single taste could grant extraordinary strength. She's looking for me? Su Lin inquired, bewildered. Yin Yao's lovely eyes, tinged with a hint of indignation, playfully reproached, What's wrong? Can't I come to see you? Do you have something to discuss? Feeling the potent allure she exuded, Su Lin resolutely focused his thoughts, vowing not to let this woman take advantage of him again. I'm here to apologize. I was in the wrong last time and completely forgot you had already reimbursed me for the repairs, Yin Yao said with a smile, though a cunning glint sparkled in her eyes. Su Lin, this is deliberate. She is certainly doing this on purpose. Damn it, I'm all in. He concealed his dark expression, revealing a hint of a smile, and said, In that case, should I not reclaim the compensation I offered you? I recall that last time. You stripped me of my clothing. Today, might I not also indulge in a visual feast? What? Xiao Weihai was bewildered, staring incredulously at Su Lin. Yet, he merely observed as Su Lin wore a half-smile, seemingly relishing the upper hand. To his astonishment, Yin Yao regarded him with utmost seriousness. After a few seconds, she subtly nodded, reached out, and grasped Su Lin's arm, declaring, Let us head to the car. I shall undress you. Wah, what did you just say? Are you unable to handle it? Yin Yao teased playfully. Su Lin gritted his teeth in frustration. Fine, you have the upper hand. I concede, farewell. A woman devoid of shame truly possesses an invincible aura. As an enforcer, surrounded by so many onlookers, should he find himself in the vehicle, even if nothing occurred, he would be at a loss for words. This woman was no innocent. He feared he might be ensnared without realizing it. However, just before ascending the stairs, a mischievous smile crept upon his lips as he discreetly cast a special mark into the air. Special mark, targeted individual Yin Yao, marking duration 72 hours. Let us see if I can ensnare you. He grinned widely before vanishing into the corridor. Watching Su Lin dart up the stairs, Yin Yao smiled sweetly. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Young lad, you are still too naive to challenge me. Xiao Weihai gazed in astonishment at the daughter of his comrade. Goodness, where had that obedient demeanor gone? How had she transformed into a little ruffian? The onlookers were filled with envy as Su Lin dashed up the stairs. If it had been them, they would have undoubtedly clambered onto the vehicle, even if it meant breaking their legs to do so. Su Lin arrived at the office, casting aside thoughts of the woman from downstairs, and greeted Huang Weihan and others before aimlessly wandering about. The Criminal Investigation Division was quite leisurely in the absence of cases. Particularly for him, a seconded traffic officer, the pace was even more relaxed. No matter how shameless Huang Weihan might be, it was unlikely he would involve Su Lin in every case. Su Lin meandered over to a detective's workstation and suddenly noticed the young officer engrossed in his computer, which displayed a series of photographs. Brother, what is this? He couldn't help but inquire out of curiosity. Su Gu, these are wanted criminals. The detective looked up, and upon recognizing Su Lin, immediately responded with a smile. Chapter 42, An Unforgettable Memory, Sweeping the Internet for Wanted Criminals. Su Gu, these are all wanted criminals, Officer Liu, the criminal investigator, explained with a smile upon recognizing Su Lin. Su Lin remarked, Brother, you are approaching 30. Is it appropriate to call me brother? Unbeknownst to him, the two cases he had handled, along with the sand extraction case from his time in the traffic police unit, had already spread throughout the entire criminal investigation team. A group of seasoned detectives had been thoroughly captivated by this young man who had only recently graduated. Su Gu, would you like to take a look? Officer Liu inquired with a grin. Sure, Su Lin responded, putting aside any concerns about the address. After Officer Liu stepped aside, he took a seat and began to scrutinize the documents closely. Name, Wang Tong, B-level wanted criminal. ID number. Suspected of multiple counts of intentional injury and murder. Name, Li Feng, a level wanted criminal. ID number. Suspected of 3 counts of kidnapping and murder, as well as 1 count of robbery and murder. Name, Hu Yonghua, B-level wanted criminal. ID number. Suspected of illegal fundraising, amounting to 350 million. Name, Zheng Guoli, B-level wanted criminal. ID number. Principal offender of a loan sharking group, profiting illegally over 40 million, and suspected of intentional injury and creating disturbances, resulting in multiple injuries. Name: Gao Yu, a level wanted criminal. Identification number: suspected in multiple murder and dismemberment cases, with victims numbering as many as 8. As Su Lin perused the wanted notices, he suddenly realized that his mind seemed to be exceptionally sharp, retaining the identity information and crimes of each individual he had examined with remarkable clarity, particularly their appearances, which appeared to be indelibly etched in his memory. A slight smile graced his lips, a mix of surprise and delight, though he was not overly astonished. Ever since the activation of the system, his abilities seemed to have significantly enhanced. Subsequently, after utilizing a physical enhancement card, his capabilities in all aspects surpassed his previous limitations. Swiftly scanning through the information, he committed the features and details of the fugitives to memory. Su Lin assured himself that should he encounter any of them on the street, even without the use of the Eye of Justice, he would recognize them. Even if they attempted to disguise themselves, they could not escape his discerning gaze. Regardless of cosmetic alterations, the distance between a person's eyes remains unalterable, and the essence of one's gaze cannot be concealed. He would still recognize them. Among the tracking skills, there exists an ability to magnify any minute clue. From the crime scene to the physical characteristics of the suspects, all could be employed. Behind him, little Lu observed Su Lin rapidly flipping through the files, a look of skepticism on his face. He had initially assumed that Su Lin held little interest in this matter, hence his swift reading. However, as time progressed, he noticed Su Lin was completely engrossed, even neglecting to respond when called for dinner. He remained seated for nearly 3 hours. If he truly lacked interest, how could that be? In an instant, he found himself engulfed in doubt. Could it be that this formidable individual had truly memorized every person listed on the wanted notice? Suga, he called out a few more times. Su Lin finally snapped back to reality, lifting his gaze to regard him with a face full of bewilderment, inquiring, "What is it?" "Xiaolu, Suga, it's time to eat. Didn't we just finish breakfast? What meal is there to have now?" Su Lin murmured. But upon glancing at the time displayed in the bottom right corner of his computer, he was instantly rendered speechless. It was 11:50. Good heavens. Had he really been absorbed for nearly 3 hours without realizing it? He cast his eyes over the extensive list of fugitives he had reviewed, over 1,000 in total, with nearly 2,000 still remaining. With more than 3,000 fugitives at large. Some were likely hiding within the country, others may have already met their demise, and many had fled abroad to live freely. Regardless of the circumstances, should he encounter any of them, he was resolute in his intention to bring them to justice. "Well, approximately 2,000 remain. I shall continue this afternoon." Su Lin nodded. Rising to beckon Xiaolu, "Let us go, it's time to eat." Xiaolu, somewhat bewildered, widened his eyes in astonishment at Su Lin, asking, "Su Ge, you can't possibly mean to tell me that you memorized all of the over 1,000 individuals you just reviewed?" Su Lin looked back at him, stating matter-of-factly, "Of course I need to remember what I have seen, otherwise, why would I spend this time?" Xiaolu, he wore an expression of utter disbelief, exclaiming, "Brother, that's over 1,000 people. It is not merely dozens, nor even a handful. How could you possibly remember them all?" Upon hearing this, Su Lin chuckled and began to recite, "Name, Wang Tong, B-class fugitive. ID number, suspected of multiple counts of intentional injury and homicide. Name, Li Feng, A-class fugitive. ID number, implicated in 3 abduction homicides and 1 robbery homicide. Name, Hu Yonghua, B-class fugitive. Name, Zheng Guoli." As Xiaolu listened to Su Lin enumerate names as if reading a menu, an indescribable expression suddenly crossed his face. All right, he admitted he was indeed a mere novice. No, compared to this individual, none in their criminal investigation team would dare claim they were anything but novices. A genius? No, this person was entirely an anomaly. A veritable prodigy. "Come, let us dine," Su Lin said, feeling a sudden pang of hunger as he patted Xiaolu's shoulder and made his way to the cafeteria of the municipal bureau. Upon entering, he observed police officers from various departments seated at tables, enjoying their meals in small groups. Several brothers from the criminal investigation team, upon spotting him, cast eager glances and beckoned him to join their table. Su Lin smiled and nodded, but then realized he seemed to lack any form of identification or meal card. It appeared he might not be able to partake in the meal. Noticing this, Xiaolu promptly produced his meal card, but at that moment, a voice rang out from within the cafeteria. "You must be Xiaosu, right? Director Xia has instructed that you may dine without payment. Feel free to eat at your leisure." He was a middle-aged man, possessing only 1 arm and a leg that was somewhat disabled. Yet the vigor and spirit emanating from him were astonishing. "Thank you, my friend," Su Lin exclaimed, his face breaking into a grin. Behind him, Xiaolu gazed at the middle-aged man with profound respect, calling out, "Team leader Xiao." "What team leader? I'm merely a man serving meals now." The middle-aged man retorted with a stern expression, before serving Su Lin with a hint of surprise. The dishes included braised pork, oil-braised eggplant, cucumber stir-fried with eggs, and small yellow croaker. While the fare was not exquisite, in such a bureaucratic cafeteria, it was considered quite satisfactory. Su Lin, just as he received his meal, he heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he discovered it was Huang Weihang and Director Xia, the latter waving at Su Lin with a beaming smile. The two were seated at a table meant for just the two of them. Upon seeing this, Su Lin carried his plate over. The entire cafeteria was filled with astonished gazes directed at Su Lin. Those aware of his identity were not curious, but the majority here were uninformed about who he was, leaving them to ponder who this young man in the traffic police uniform truly was. Director Xia was the head of the entire municipal bureau, and his courteous demeanor towards Su Lin left everyone feeling as if they had witnessed a ghost. "How is the food? Not too shabby compared to your traffic division, I presume." As Su Lin took his seat, Xiao Weihai remarked with a smile. "This is certainly better than what we have." Su Lin nodded in agreement. He then asked, his face alight with curiosity, "Director Xiao, Officer Huang, what is the background of that man serving meals? I heard Xiao Lu call him Captain Xiao. Where did he withdraw from?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Weihai glanced at the middle-aged man with a severed arm in the cafeteria and sighed. "He is the former captain of the city's SWAT team, Chao Yinhua. During a bomb disposal mission, he lost an arm and a leg. He is a first-class meritorious officer and a paragon of heroism." Hiss. Su Lin inhaled sharply. No wonder he could sense the formidable spirit emanating from the man. It was indeed quite powerful. Chapter 43. The Powerful Special Mark. Witnessing the unseen gazing at team leader Chao in the distance, Su Lin felt a surge of respect within him. Their eyes met, and team leader Chao smiled broadly, giving him a thumbs up. Su Lin returned the smile. An unspoken understanding seemed to blossom between them, a unique transmission of values. It was the old generation of police imparting their faith and honor to the new generation. After hastily finishing his meal, Su Lin returned to his office, resuming his relentless pursuit of wanted criminals on the computer. With his almost prodigious intellect, once a person entered his mind, they were unlikely to be forgotten. He toiled late into the night, poring over every file of fugitives, only returning home to rest once he had reviewed them all. In truth, he did not need to memorize this information. With his eye of judgment, he could directly discern wanted criminals. However, he did not activate the eye of judgment at all times. Prolonged use caused discomfort, making his eyes sore and heavy, often rendering them nearly unable to open. He had conducted some experiments previously, discovering that the eye could be utilized for a maximum of about 4 hours each day. Exceeding this limit would result in mild discomfort. The longer the usage, the more intense the discomfort became. Thus, it was prudent to refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. With his mastery over the information of these fugitives, he could recognize them even without activating the eye of judgment. Moreover, akin to the previously investigated case of Jiang Jinbin, the most significant flaw of the eye of good and evil remains evident. One can only discern the perpetrator when they are physically present. In their absence, one is rendered blind. Thus, in future investigations, it is imperative to rely primarily on other skills, such as tracking, the art of corpse speaking, or the identification of unique markings. Upon contemplating the notion of special markings, Su Lin felt a stir within, recalling his little white mouse. He reclined on his bed and summoned the system panel, subsequently accessing the target information regarding the special markings. A vast image materialized on the panel, revealing an intricate three-dimensional map of the entire Jiangyan city. Upon further inspection, the map displayed the location of the target, accompanied by a minimized visual representation. Su Lin, filled with curiosity, clicked on the image. In the next instant, a scene capable of inciting criminal thoughts unfolded before him. He nearly lost control, as his nose threatened to bleed. There, in an immense bathtub, a person with alabaster skin was indulging in a bath, rose petals floating serenely on the surface, their flawless form obscured and revealed by the gentle ripples of water. Hastily, Su Lin closed the image, internally commending the system for its ingenuity. "One should not gaze upon the inappropriate," he murmured repeatedly, until the indecent images dissipated from his mind. Once he regained his composure, he touched his flushed cheeks. It was nearly 1 o'clock, and this woman was still bathing? He pondered, when suddenly a mischievous thought crossed his mind. He retrieved his phone and dialed Yin Yao's number. The phone rang thrice before being answered, and a languid, enticing voice emerged. "Hello, little brother, what is it? Missing your sister in the dead of night?" Yin Yao teased with a smile. Su Lin, upon hearing this, spoke with utmost seriousness. "Sister, after midnight, it is the witching hour, the time when the Yin energy is at its peak. I merely wanted to inform you that you must refrain from bathing or soaking afterwards, lest you attract malevolent spirits. As for what those spirits might be, I trust you understand." A shrill scream erupted from the phone, followed by Yin Yao's furious exclamations. "Su Lin, you scoundrel! You! You scared me, you rascal. At that moment, Yin Yao clutched her phone, huddled in a corner of the bathtub, her eyes darting warily around her surroundings. Then, with a splash, she hurriedly emerged from the water, donned her bathrobe, and flicked on all the lights in her home, her panic-stricken face gradually calming somewhat. Even a woman who is a powerhouse in her daily life can be gripped by fear in the presence of certain ominous entities. Su Lin, you. Yin Yao was about to unleash another tirade when she suddenly froze. Wait, Su Lin, how did you know I was bathing? Did you install surveillance in my house? Her expression darkened, her face as cold as ice, her tone chillingly frosty. What? Sister, you really were bathing? Ha ha. This is hilarious. I guessed correctly. Ha ha. Su Lin laughed heartily, though his mirth was tinged with embarrassment, his excuse quite reasonable, yet his inner feelings decidedly awkward. Wait for me. You scoundrel. A dangerous glint flickered in Yin Yao's eyes. Su Lin retorted, Are you threatening me? Humph. My dear lady, I've heard that during the midnight bath, something lurks nearby, watching you. If it takes a liking to you, it will whisk you away as a bride. When you awaken, you will discover. Ah, stop it, Su Lin, I was wrong. Please, just stop. The scream echoed once more. Su Lin, with a triumphant smile, said, Very well. Since you wish to remain uninformed, I shall refrain from speaking further. Good night. With a click, the call ended, and this heartless fiend burst into laughter. This momentary victory was indeed worthy of celebration. However, the neighbors retaliated with 2 resounding knocks on the wall, bellowing, Are you insane? It's the dead of night. Su Lin quickly silenced himself, then lay down with a smile, closing his eyes and drifting into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he beheld a bathtub, occupied by a woman with a flawless figure. Her skin as white as jade, shimmering and translucent. Suddenly a splash. A bucket of water was poured over his head, and Su Lin sprang up from his bed. His eyes widened as he realized the lights were still on, and a woman stood before him, fierce and commanding, holding a basin. Beside her stood a locksmith, holding a toolkit, wearing a bewildered expression. What? How did you come to my home? What madness is this? Su Lin's face turned completely dark. Very well. Inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy, while suffering 800 oneself. The locksmith, upon arrival, indeed recognized the woman as she had described, and awkwardly said, Miss, could you please settle the payment? Certainly. Thank you, master. Yin Yao replied with a radiant smile, scanning the payment code, her enchanting smile nearly causing the locksmith to drool. He turned to Su Lin, speaking earnestly, Young man, with such a beautiful girlfriend, you must cherish her. Su Lin, holding the business card, plopped onto the bed, feeling utterly despondent. After personally seeing the locksmith out, Yin Yao closed the door and returned to Su Lin's side, playfully saying, Come on, little brother, continue the story. Sister wants to listen. Su Lin shot her a glance of exasperation, then rose to the bathroom to grab a towel, wiping away the water from his body before reclining on the sofa. I'm not in the mood. Feel free to amuse yourself. Where's my basin? Yin Yao asked as she got up to search for it. Su Lin responded. Are you not done yet? I surrender. Is that acceptable? No, you must lull me to sleep, Yin Yao stated with utmost seriousness. Are you a child? No, but you frightened me into insomnia. How do I lull you? Su Lin swore to himself that he would never provoke this woman again. I want to listen to music. Forget that. If not singing, then hold me while I sleep, Yin Yao said with a mischievous smile. Su Lin perked up. Are you sure? Yes, but I get to choose the position. Yin Yao nodded and continued. I just wonder if you are up to the task? Rest assured, it shall undoubtedly be accomplished. Come forth. Chapter 44. The legend of 6 hours early the next morning, Su Lin, sporting a pair of panda eyes, arrived at the Criminal Investigation Division. As he stepped into the office, he happened to cross paths with Huang Weihang, who was also present. Upon noticing Su Lin's dark circles and his groggy demeanor, Huang could not help but inquire, Su, did you spend the night embracing a lady? Su Lin shot him a disgruntled glare, wondering if this fellow possessed some sort of clairvoyance. He retorted, embracing a lady is no easy feat. Oh, it appears there is some truth to it. Huang Weihang seemed to possess an insatiable curiosity, leaning in with a mischievous glint in his eye. Come on, how many times did you manage? Su Lin replied, Once. With such lackluster performance? Young man, it seems you need to hone your skills. Huang Weihang chuckled, then pressed further, how long did it take to achieve this sorry state? Su Lin responded, what are you laughing at? Huang Weihang continued to exhibit keen interest. Finally, Su Lin blurted out, 6 hours. Huang Weihang's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief, his expression one of utter astonishment. Once for 6 hours? Even with substances? That would be quite extraordinary. The real question is, you still managed to come to work? Su Lin forced a smile that resembled more of a grimace. Huang, how long do you think a 90-pound girl can be held in a princess carry? Uffed. Huang Weihang, poised to take a sip of water to calm his nerves. instantly sprayed it everywhere. He scrutinized Su Lin from head to toe, noticing his trembling hands, the occasional support of his waist, and his quivering legs. You held that young lady for 6 hours? Su Lin lamented. It's the first time I've encountered someone who needs to be cradled to sleep. That woman, she is nothing short of a giant infant. My back, my arms, oh dear. Upon seeing the despondent expression on this young man's face, Huang Weihang could not contain his amusement, bursting into laughter that echoed throughout the office. Gee, what is you in such high spirits? A figure entered the room. It was Chenhua. He observed Su Lin's comical state, and then turned to Huang Weihang, sensing that something amusing had transpired. Huang Weihang promptly pulled him aside and began to recount the tale. 3 minutes later, another round of laughter erupted. News spread like wildfire. Soon, everyone in the criminal investigation unit was aware that Su Lin had been completely outmaneuvered by a woman. Thus, the legend of the 6-hour ordeal began to circulate widely. However, the identity of the woman remained a mystery to them all. Su Lin, uninterested in the antics of his colleagues, sought a comfortable spot and laid down to sleep. Suddenly, a nursery rhyme floated into his mind. The young monk descends the mountain to beg for alms. The old monk has warned him that the women below are tigers. In a haze, he could not discern how long he had been asleep when someone roused him. Lifting his head, he found Chenhua standing before him. Xiao Su, wake up. It's time for our patrol, he instructed. Patrol? Su Lin momentarily struggled to comprehend, and when realization dawned upon him, he exclaimed incredulously, Captain Chun, are we not detectives? Must we still go on patrol? Generally, we are not involved. However, recently, over 10 thefts have occurred in the Nanhua community, amounting to over 1 million. These crimes transpired in broad daylight, instilling a sense of unease among the residents, prompting complaints that even reached the Chief's office. Chief Xia directly contacted Huang, delivering a stern reprimand, after which Huang instructed us to assess the situation. With determination, Su Lin sat up, rubbed his face, and, accompanied by Chenhua, stepped outside. Yet, instead of heading straight out, they made their way to the equipment depot of the squadron. When Su Lin saw Chenhua emerge with a Type 54 pistol and 2 magazines, his eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. What man does not have an affinity for firearms? Back in police academy, he had consistently ranked first in shooting assessments. The mere sight of the gun ignited a thrill within him. What are you dawdling for? Take it, Chenhua urged, handing him a pair of handcuffs as well. For me? Su Lin asked, somewhat astonished, as he was not even yet a member of the criminal investigation team. Huang instructed me, your situation is unique. Your captain has informed me that you've narrowly escaped death at least twice. It's prudent for you to have a firearm for your safety. However, heed my warning. Only draw it when absolutely necessary, he added, cautioning Su Lin from behind. Grinning, Su Lin quickly accepted the pistol, nodding vigorously as he replied, understood, understood. With the gun secured at his waist, he felt an undeniable surge of confidence, as if he could withstand another 2 hours in a princess carry like the night before. Soon, the duo drove to the Nanhua community. The Nanhua community is inherently an upscale neighborhood, predominantly inhabited by individuals of considerable means. Throughout its existence, the security here has been commendable. Since the residents took up residence, no notable incidents have occurred. However, following the establishment of a nearby street food market, a diverse array of individuals has begun to frequent the area, leading to the Nanhua community becoming a target for some petty thieves, with items disappearing every few days. Despite the extensive surveillance cameras throughout the premises, blind spots remain, and the thieves, often masked, show little concern even if captured on film. 2 individuals, driving an unremarkable black Volkswagen, arrived at the entrance of the community, scanning the vicinity for any suspicious figures. Moments later, Chenhua and Su Lin exited the vehicle. Su Lin's gaze was drawn to the bustling street food market, located less than 300 meters from the community entrance. Even at noon, the place was teeming with activity. After observing for a moment, he turned to follow Chenhua, but suddenly furrowed his brow. Just as he turned his head, he caught a glint from a reflective surface, reminiscent of the shine from binoculars, as it revealed 2 points of light. For an ordinary person, such a fleeting glimpse might pass unnoticed. Yet, Su Lin was no ordinary individual. He immediately sensed something was amiss. Why would someone use binoculars to observe this side? If one were to spy, why choose the main thoroughfare? Alarm bells rang in his mind, prompting him to call out to Chenhua, who was about to cross the street. Old Chun, wait for me a moment. I'm going to grab a bite. Chenhua, upon hearing this, turned back in surprise. Subsequently, Su Lin ambled confidently towards the entrance of the snack street, striding in with an air of nonchalance. Upon his exit, Chenhua had changed into civilian attire, while Su Lin remained clad in his reflective uniform from the traffic police department, a striking and somewhat perplexing sight. Nevertheless, as he entered the bustling snack street, Numerous curious glances were directed towards him, for after all, traffic police are still officers of the law. This appearance, however, allowed many to lower their guard. For instance, there was an individual peering out from a window, gazing downwards. Su Lin glanced upward briefly, but after merely a second, he lowered his gaze, his pupils contracting sharply as a name flashed vividly in his mind. Ding Wenwu, a B-level wanted criminal, identification number, accused of robbery, theft, instigation of public disorder, and intentional injury. A multitude of charges that could easily result in a sentence of 10 to 20 years. Prior to this, however, Su Lin had activated his discerning eye to confirm the veracity of his thoughts. Ding Wenwu. There was no need to investigate further. Chapter 45. More than a thief, but a fugitive. Having ascertained the other party's identity, Su Lin approached a stall and addressed the proprietor. Sir, I would like a bowl of stir-fried noodles. As he spoke, he produced his phone to scan and complete the payment. Certainly, officer, the proprietor, a man in his 30s, cheerfully called out, which left Su Lin momentarily speechless. He feigned awkwardness and inquired, "Excuse me, where might I find a restroom nearby?" The proprietor responded with a smile. "There's one in the hallway of the rental apartment behind us, on the second floor, around the corner." "Thank you, kind sir," Su Lin exclaimed, immediately dashing towards the hallway. Witnessing this scene, a young man peering from the third floor quickly withdrew his head and informed a middle-aged man lying on the bed, "Boss, a traffic officer has come up, claiming he needs to use the restroom." The middle-aged man abruptly sat up, retrieving a 30-centimeter-long dagger from beneath the bedside. With a grim expression, he cast a glance at the door. "Xiao Wu, go take a look. Lu Zi, prepare to charge out," he instructed Ding Wenwu, then turned to a lean young man on the other side. The latter nodded, brandishing a short knife. "Boss, we cannot remain here. Once this batch of goods is sold, we must leave immediately." "Indeed, I understand," the middle-aged man affirmed, nodding in agreement. Ding Wenwu glanced at them before approaching the door. He pressed his ear against the door for several seconds, then slowly opened it a crack to peer outside. In that fleeting glance, he beheld a size 43 foot. A thunderous crash echoed as the door was violently kicked down, along with Ding Wenwu, who was propelled backward. Blood streamed from his forehead, and he lay motionless on the ground. Cursed. Damn. The room reverberated with the exclamations of a middle-aged man and a lean young man, both of whom sprang into action, brandishing knives and fixating their gazes on the traffic police officer who had just entered. Su Lin narrowed his eyes upon recognizing the duo. Wang an A-level fugitive, with identification number, is wanted for homicide, intentional injury, robbery, and several other serious criminal offenses. Xiao Zitsong, a B-level fugitive, with identification number, is implicated in human trafficking, kidnapping, extortion, and theft. Both individuals were indeed on the wanted list. Even without activating his discerning eye for good and evil, Su Lin could ascertain their nefarious status at a glance. Coupled with the menacing weapons they wielded, there was no need for further deliberation. They could be apprehended without hesitation. He envisioned the points beckoning to him. "Don't move." Just as he prepared to advance and take action, a voice rang out from behind. Chunhua's voice. Sensing something amiss as Su Lin approached, he had followed closely. Indeed, this young man had identified the target. At that moment, Chunhua, gun in hand, observed the two armed assailants in the room with a cold glare. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of cash and various luxurious items laid out on the bed, including gold bars and bricks. It became abundantly clear that they had stumbled upon the scene of a robbery in progress. However, that Su Lin is undeniably courageous, approaching without so much as a greeting. What if something were to go awry? Damn. At that moment, Wang let out a furious roar and lunged directly at Su Lin. Using his body as a shield against Chunhua's gun, the lean youth moved with astonishing speed, rolling to position himself before Su Lin. The two of them launched an assault on the traffic officer before them. Wang seemed intent on struggling, as if attempting to take Su Lin hostage. Yet, just as their blades were about to reach the officer, a sudden blur caught the eye, followed by the sound of a fierce gust. Su Lin first unleashed a powerful slap upon Wang face, his speed almost unfathomable. The sound of the slap resonated as his foot simultaneously struck Xiao Zitsong's face, the sheer force propelling him over a meter away. Then, stepping forward, he seized Wang's knife-wielding arm and executed a forceful shoulder throw, fortuitously crashing him onto Xiao Zitsong. The dull thud was followed by two anguished cries. Within a mere 3 seconds, both men were utterly incapacitated. Chunhua stared wide-eyed, incredulous at the scene unfolding before him. He had just been drenched in cold sweat, and now that sweat was being forced back into him. Goodness, so formidable. He felt that even he would be swiftly defeated if faced with Su Lin. This was no mere officer. He was akin to a relentless machine of offense, executing each move with perfect timing. Did he not nearly fall victim to the assailants on 2 occasions? With such combat prowess, one must wonder the strength of his adversaries. After subduing the two culprits, Su Lin swiftly kicked the weapon aside and retrieved handcuffs from his waist to secure Wang Er. At that moment, Chenhua finally came to his senses and promptly cuffed Xiao Zizong. As for Ding Wenwu, Su Lin directly procured a length of rope and bound him. Having completed these tasks, Su Lin found a bag and filled it with the stolen goods from the bed, while Chenhua began dialing Huang Weiyang. Congratulations to the host for apprehending an A-level wanted criminal, earning 780 points. Congratulations to the host for apprehending a B-level wanted criminal, earning 460 points. Congratulations to the host for apprehending a B-level wanted criminal, earning 390 points. What a delight. Just one encounter, and I have amassed over 1,500 points. In addition to the remaining 600 points, which allows for 2 lottery draws. Yet, Su Lin was not in haste. He would wait until he returned to make his selections. In less than 10 minutes, Huang Weihang arrived with his team. Upon seeing Su Lin and Chenhua overseeing 3 battered and bloodied individuals squatting at the entrance of the snack street, he immediately approached. His expression darkened when he noticed Su Lin indulging in a hearty serving of stir-fried noodles. "Old Chen, are these the thieves?" Huang Weihang, uninterested in the antics of Su Lin, inquired of Chenhua. Chenhua nodded, lifting the travel bag to indicate the stolen items are all contained within. A preliminary estimate places their value at around 2 million. Not merely that. Su Lin hastily swallowed the last mouthful of stir-fried noodles, letting out a satisfied burp. Huang Weihang inquired, "Not just over 2 million?" Su Lin shook his head. "What I meant is that they are not merely thieves. This one, Wang Er, is a Class A wanted criminal. And this Xiao Zizong and Ding Wenwu are both listed among the Class B offenders. Oh, by the way, Ding Wenwu has already confessed. He claims that Wang Er coerced him into it, and is willing to atone for his crimes." Hearing this, Chenhua shuddered, exclaiming, "Why didn't you say so earlier? With such dangerous individuals, we should have waited for backup before taking action. It was just too perilous." Huang Weihang's eyelids twitched as he stared incredulously at the 3 men crouching on the ground. 3 wanted criminals? He glanced at Su Lin, who certainly did not appear to be jesting. "Hu Gang, Zhang Gong, take those 2 back to the station and be cautious on the road. Given that we are dealing with 3 wanted criminals, we must not underestimate the situation," he commanded, dispatching 2 teams to escort the individuals. "Understood," they replied, promptly signaling to their teammates, who converged to secure the 2 men as they proceeded towards the vehicle. Huang Weihang turned to Ding Wenwu, stating, "Since you are willing to cooperate, let us first have you identify the scene." "All right, I promise to disclose everything, officer," Ding Wenwu responded eagerly. The group then marched into the Nanhua community, locating the property management office to commence the identification process. Originally, this step was to be taken only after the interrogation was complete. However, since Ding Wenwu was willing to confess, it provided an opportunity to verify whether the owners of the stolen goods had reported their losses truthfully. Families that had been victimized by theft were quickly contacted. Some were hurrying back, while others were already at home, cooperating willingly with the criminal investigation team. As they proceeded, they swiftly confirmed the identities of several households that had suffered theft. Upon arriving at the last residence, the homeowner greeted them. Huang Weihang stepped forward to engage in conversation, while Su Lin's attention was drawn to a nearby villa, his brow furrowing slightly. He took a deep breath, his expression growing increasingly grave. Stepping forward, he interrupted Huang Weihang, pointing towards the adjacent villa and inquiring of the homeowner, "Sir, may I ask if anyone resides in that villa?" "Oh, you mean villa number 6? Yes, it was occupied by a young couple, but they moved out. A few days later, a beautiful young woman moved in," the homeowner responded, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Su Lin's demeanor turned serious as he replied, "Sir, please return home immediately and secure your doors. Do not venture outside." With that, he drew his service weapon from his waist. Huang Weihang and the others, initially puzzled by Su Lin's actions, felt a rush of alarm as he brandished his gun. And instinctively, the entire team unsheathed their weapons. Chapter 46. The grave consequences of Su Lin drawing his weapon. Huang Weihang held his gun with both hands, the muzzle pointing downwards, and swiftly approached Su Lin from behind. "Xiao Su, what is the situation?" His expression was profoundly serious. He had just received a report from Chenhua, detailing how Su Lin had entered the rental apartment of Wang Er and his companions without drawing his weapon, even upon encountering armed individuals. However, the fact that Su Lin had now drawn his gun without the sight of any adversaries underscored the gravity of the situation. Su Lin's gaze was fixed on a villa in front of them, his eyes narrowing slightly as he pointed towards a location on the second-floor windowsill of the villa. He remained silent, his movements deliberate and cautious. Following his line of sight, Huang Weihang initially failed to discern anything. Yet, upon closer inspection, his pupils constricted sharply in shock. Although they were positioned more than 20 meters away from the villa, anyone with keen eyesight could discern a glass mirror nestled in the corner of the second-floor balcony of that household. What Su Lin observed was reflected within that very mirror. Unless one was intentionally searching for it, even staring intently for an extended period might not reveal the chilling sight captured in the reflection. A corpse. 2 corpses. Indeed. Behind the drawn curtains on that second-floor balcony, 2 bodies were bound to chairs, their mouths silenced by adhesive tape. Both individuals had their heads reclined backward, each bearing a gruesome scar on their necks, a fatal cut. Huang Weihuan witnessed this horrifying scene, and after a few seconds, Chunhua too had made the grim discovery. One by one, the diligent detectives searched for their objective and gradually laid eyes upon the lifeless bodies. The expressions on their faces shifted to one of solemnity in an instant. Huang Weihan turned to Su Lin and inquired in a low voice, "How did you come to this discovery?" Su Lin replied, "I detected the scent of blood and a faint whiff of decay. I estimate that the time of death was no more than 36 hours ago." Huang Weihan couldn't help but murmur, "Are you boasting again? You can ascertain the time of death merely by smell?" Su Lin offered no explanation, instead gesturing for the others to keep back. He holstered his firearm and took several steps back, then swiftly made his way towards the villa. "What are you doing?" Huang Weihan's expression changed drastically upon witnessing his actions. Chunhua and the others felt a wave of tension wash over them, their palms slick with cold sweat as they clutched their weapons. Yet, in the next moment, they beheld a scene that would be etched in their memories forever. Su Lin dashed to the corner of the villa, leaping high into the air, his foot pressing against the wall, propelling himself upward, before using his left foot to gain additional leverage against the wall. With a swift motion, he suspended himself from the drainage ditch of the balcony, which was at least 4 meters high. Then, with a powerful heave of his arms, he flipped onto the balcony. As his feet touched the ground, his firearm was already back in his grasp. His gaze, cold and unfeeling, swept through the glass, surveying the room's interior. Due to the angle, he could see everything clearly. However, this clarity induced a sharp intake of breath. It was not 2 corpses, but 4. In addition to the 2 individuals seated, there were also 2 lying down. For people in total, all had met their demise by a swift strike, the incisions remarkably neat, appearing almost as straight lines. He entered the room, quickly surveying the surroundings to confirm the absence of others before crouching down to observe the corpses before him. The deceased comprised 3 men and 1 woman, all seemingly quite youthful, likely not exceeding the age of 30. The bodies exhibited livor mortis, and given the current temperature, he surmised they had been dead for at least 24 hours, but no more than 36. This indicated that the victims had perished the previous day. Furthermore, it was evident that the bound man and woman had suffered methods akin to torture prior to their deaths. Their bodies were riddled with scars. Nearly all their fingernails had been torn off, and several teeth were missing. Additionally, 1 ear from each had been severed and discarded beside the corpses. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from downstairs. Huang Weiang entered with his team through the front door, finally ascending to the upper floor. When the room door swung open, even with mental preparation, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. "For corpses," Huang Weiang exclaimed, his face paling significantly. This was undoubtedly yet another major case, one that could potentially be classified as a high-profile incident by the provincial department. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he was about to step inside, but Su Lin raised his hand to halt him. "Do not enter just yet. I need to examine the scene." Upon hearing this, Huang Weiang's expression darkened. What did this imply? That they were not permitted to inspect the crime scene? "You, my friend, seem to have forgotten your own identity." However, he merely contemplated this thought, for he held a profound admiration for Su Lin's capabilities. Given that the entire room was nearly inundated with desiccated blood, a careless move could easily compromise the integrity of the scene. Thus, he opted to remain at the doorway with his companions, refraining from entering further. Su Lin lay prostrate on the ground, his face turned towards the illuminated balcony, where he could faintly discern several footprints on the floor. Among them, some were unmistakably the imprints of the sandals worn by the 2 deceased individuals who had been bound, while another set of prints belonged to the leather shoes of the 2 bodies lying there. In addition to these, there was a solitary footprint belonging to a woman, a size 38 shoe. Based on the impressions left in the congealed blood, it could be deduced that this was an adult female, her steps steady and measured, not indicative of haste. The 5th individual, he silently mused, his nostrils flaring slightly. Indeed, the lingering essence in the air confirmed the presence of 5 individuals. However, the stench of decay and the metallic scent of blood had considerably diluted these traces, rendering it nearly impossible to discern their distinct odors. Once Su Lin established the existence of the 5th person, he nodded towards Huang Weihuan and the others, prompting a large contingent of criminal investigation officers to enter and commence their examination of the scene. Su Lin, meanwhile, stood aside, meticulously observing the corpses. Apart from a single fatal wound on the neck of each body, there were no other lethal injuries evident. 3 men and 1 woman, particularly those 2 robust gentlemen lying on the ground, had not been restrained yet fell victim to a single, lethal strike. The perpetrator was undoubtedly a skilled assassin, one who could kill without a moment's hesitation. Moreover, according to Su Lin's assessment, the owner of the 5th footprint, belonging to a woman with size 38 shoes, was indeed the killer. He had observed that particular footprint both in front of the 2 seated corpses and behind the 2 recumbent ones. Unlike ordinary footsteps, this print was slightly incomplete and bore drag marks, suggesting it was made under considerable force exerted by a flexed foot. The murderer had displayed a blatant disregard for concealing any evidence, indicating an alarming level of arrogance, perhaps even a complete contempt for the criminal investigation team of Jiangyan City. Su Lin's expression darkened. This was undeniably audacious. While he could not concern himself with the potential embarrassment for the investigation team if the murderer remained at large, he knew he could not allow himself to be defeated in this endeavor. As he glanced up, he noticed Huang Weihuan already organizing the work, prompting him to refrain from further comment. In less than half an hour, the entire villa had been thoroughly examined, revealing that the valuables, cash, jewelry, and such remained untouched. This indicated that the incident was likely not a mere burglary gone awry. So, what could have motivated the killer to commit such heinous acts? Soon, the forensic team arrived, and after collecting samples from the scene, they transported the bodies for further examination. They would perform autopsies and provide comprehensive reports detailing their findings. Xiao Lu and Qin Dali, you 2 remain on site while the others return to the team for a meeting. Huang Weihuan, seeing that the situation was nearly under control, left 2 of his criminal investigation colleagues to guard the scene and prepared to lead the team back to the precinct. Such a significant case necessitated an immediate meeting to devise strategies for solving it, followed by a formal report to superiors. Su Lin, realizing there was little purpose in staying behind, accompanied Huang Weihuan in leaving. As he sat in the car, he furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation about the case. The perpetrator exhibited a high level of professionalism. Individuals of such caliber would never act impulsively. It was evident that certain vested interests were at play. Moreover, the 2 male corpses were clearly not associated with the couple. If it were a case of revenge, the presence of those 2 bodies remained inexplicable. He closed his eyes, his mind racing through various possibilities. They had endured severe interrogation. Was the assailant searching for something? If I were in their position, where would I conceal the item? Another conundrum arose. Evidence of the crime was discovered within the villa, yet no traces of the assailant remained outside, not even a hint uncovered by his tracking skills. How? Indeed, had that individual departed? Chapter 47. Striking a deal with the director? A solo charge. Old Fong, you must release this individual. I am fully aware of your intentions. You aim to retain him within the traffic police department to garner additional accolades. How shameful of you. Let me make it clear, such a notion is utterly unrealistic. In criminal cases, if you manage to secure a few achievements, you should consider yourselves fortunate. Do you truly believe there is room for more? You are well aware of the promotion system within the traffic police ranks. Su Lin is exceptionally talented. Does this seem fair to him? Not to mention, given his capabilities, I assure you that within a year, he will attain the rank of police supervisor. Xiao Weihai sat in his office, the telephone clutched tightly in his hand, his expression a mask of fury. On the other end was a leader from the traffic bureau, clearly indicating that Lu Gong had communicated with them prior to his departure, which is why they were adamant about not releasing Su Lin. With Su Lin's secondment period having already lapsed by 3 days, if matters were not resolved soon, he would be reclaimed by the traffic police. Old Fong, do not push me to the brink. After all, you are still under the jurisdiction of our public security system. If you continue to provoke me, I will not hesitate to escalate the matter to the provincial department. Upon hearing this, the voice on the other end seemed to waver. Old Xia, it seems you are quite anxious. Very well, we shall convene a meeting to discuss this matter. I will hang up for now. With a decisive click, Xiao Weihai was met with the sound of a dial tone, his frustration palpable. Convening a meeting to discuss what? He gritted his teeth, tempted to report to the provincial department, yet he ultimately restrained himself. He feared that the provincial department might also vie for talents, and if that were to happen, the higher authority would undoubtedly prevail, leaving any hope of transferring Su Lin to the municipal bureau in tatters. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Come in. Xiao Weihai set down his phone. Huang Weiang entered the office, a document in hand, his expression grave. Director Xiao, we have another major case, he announced, placing the file on Xiao Weihai's desk. It contained the written report of the case discovered that afternoon, along with relevant on-site and forensic examination reports. Damn it, these despicable murderers. What do they take human lives for? Xiao Weihai's face turned ashen as he gazed at the body with a slashed throat. Huang Weiang, I don't care what methods you employ. You have 1 month to apprehend the culprit and bring them to justice. Understood. Huang Weihang responded with a salute, then added, Director Xiao, there's another matter. This afternoon, Su Lin captured 3 wanted criminals, 1 Class A and 2 Class B. Their identities have been confirmed. What did you say? Xiao Weihai's demeanor shifted, disbelief etched across his features. How is it that wanted criminals are as plentiful as cabbages by the roadside, waiting for that lad to pluck them? He looked at Huang Weihang, a shadow of annoyance crossing his face. Little Huang, compared to that fellow, your team has merely been going through the motions lately. Huang Weihang remained silent, wishing to voice a retort, yet he found no words. Indeed, as Director Xia had pointed out, they had been somewhat lackluster in their efforts. Do not say they are fugitives. Even this recent major crime scene was discovered by Su Lin. Very well. I shall report these 3 fugitives immediately. It appears our bonuses this year will be considerably increased. Moreover, I shall commend that young man as well. You may return now. Remember, it is imperative to ensure the safety of the people's lives and property. Indeed. Director Xiao, I shall take my leave now. Huang Weihua nodded, leaving Xiao Weihai's office with a wry smile. Once he departed, Xiao Weihai promptly picked up the phone and dialed the Transportation Bureau leader again. Hello, Lao Fong. I need those individuals, and I am calling the provincial department right now. The person on the other end of the line was taken aback. He sensed the uncompromising tone in Xiao Weihai's voice. However, contacting the provincial department would escalate the matter significantly, and he anticipated facing reprimands when orders came down from above. Old Xia, let us discuss this calmly. We have just convened a meeting, and while we can provide the personnel, it seems we are short 2 vehicles this year, and, we are also missing 10 motorcycles. Additionally, various teams are understaffed. Perhaps you could request assistance from the higher authorities to resolve this issue? The voice on the line belonged to a middle-aged man, scholarly in appearance and sporting black-rimmed glasses, who proceeded to elaborate extensively. Xiao Weihai's expression darkened upon hearing this. The pressure was mounting even upon him, the head of the municipal bureau, yet the thought of Su Lin, a rare gem, compelled him to grit his teeth and suppress his frustration. Very well, Lao Fong, you are quite formidable. I will find a way to secure the vehicles, motorcycles, and personnel for you. Please issue the order immediately. No, once the goods arrive, I will release him. A firm voice echoed from the other end of the line. Xiao Weihai gritted his teeth. Fine, I shall handle it right away. Meanwhile, Su Lin had just finished work and was exiting the Criminal Investigation Division with his head bowed when he nearly collided with someone. Lifting his gaze, he found himself staring into a pair of sparkling eyes belonging to a charming, radiant face. You. Su Lin's expression darkened, the matter at hand instantly forgotten. Sister, dear lady, I was wrong. Let us act as if we are strangers from now on. Please do not torment me any further. He immediately raised his hands in surrender. Yin Yao shot him a sidelong glance, playfully flicking her hair with an air of allure, and replied, Not a chance. You have provoked me, and a price must be paid. She herself was unsure of the reasons behind her feelings, but she found being with Su Lin remarkably effortless. Occasionally teasing this younger man brought her delight. Coupled with his muscular physique, he provided a sense of security that she cherished. Above all, it was simply entertaining and joyful, experiences she had never encountered in her usual work and life. The men she had previously encountered were either duplicitous, self-serving individuals or wealthy heirs who thought with their lower halves, or they were subordinates who merely complied. This was her first encounter with a man who actively sought to maintain distance. She had to admit, this young man piqued her interest. Su Lin gazed at the alluring woman, gritting his teeth as he inquired, What is it that you truly desire? Speak your mind. It was not that he was being overly dramatic. Rather, his focus was solely on solving the case and apprehending suspects to earn points. A woman would merely impede the swiftness of his draw. My water pipe is leaking, dear. Could you assist me in fixing it? And the drain is clogged as well. Do lend a hand with that too, Yin Yao said, her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. The words made her feel akin to a character from an adult film, yet the troubles with her plumbing were all too real. Fixing the water pipe and the drain. Su Lin's expression changed, his face suddenly reflecting a look of astonishment. Water pipes, drains. He jolted awake, finally comprehending why there were no traces left by the perpetrator aside from the crime scene. They had already reviewed the surveillance footage outside the villa, and not a single shadow had been captured. How could this be explained? The assailant had either not departed or had exited from another location. Yes, that was it, he exclaimed excitedly, having unraveled the conundrum that had occupied his thoughts throughout the afternoon. Without further ado, he rushed forward and embraced Yin Yao, who was taken aback and flustered. It's all clear now, he declared. He then turned and dashed outside, calling back to Yin Yao. You head home first. I will assist you once I conclude my investigation. You little rascal, you. Yin Yao felt a mixture of embarrassment and anger, but by the time she gathered her thoughts, Su Lin had already vanished from sight. Initially exasperated, she gradually found her expression transforming into a smile. As she entered the vehicle, she addressed the driver. "Qing Jia, please take me to Fenglin Road. Also, kindly make another call to the locksmith from yesterday and request him to come again." "Understood, Ms. Yen," the female driver replied, glancing at the rearview mirror. She couldn't help but murmur to herself that their esteemed female C seemed to have taken a liking to that young traffic officer. Meanwhile, Su Lin hurriedly exited the municipal building and hailed a cab, directing it straight to the crime scene at Nanhua Community. "Driver, please hurry to Nanhua Community," he urged. Casting a worried glance at the darkening sky, he felt a twinge of anxiety as nightfall approached, fearing that something might go awry. Chapter 48 Special Markings. Target. Golden Rose. Su Lin felt a sense of urgency in his heart. If his instincts were correct, the perpetrator had likely not vacated the Nanhua Community. In fact, it was quite probable that they had not even left that particular villa. Sometimes, the most perilous places are, paradoxically, the safest. There is wisdom in this notion. Due to the evening rush hour, traffic was heavy, and the taxi's pace was sluggish. The presence of a traffic officer seated behind him heightened his anxiety. What should have been a journey of merely half an hour extended to nearly an hour before the vehicle finally halted outside the gates of Nanhua Community. Su Lin settled the fare and hurriedly made his way to the security kiosk outside the community. 2 security guards were stationed outside, while another was inside. Upon seeing Su Lin sprinting towards them, they momentarily froze, puzzled by the urgency of the traffic officer's approach. "Officer, is there something amiss?" one of the guards inquired. Su Lin replied, "Open the gate. I need to enter." The guard hesitated before responding, "I apologize, officer, but this is a high-end community. Entry is restricted to residents and their family members, or you must possess an official letter of assignment to gain access." It was rather absurd. The Nanhua community had recently experienced a spate of thefts, inciting fury among the residents. Those residing within were affluent individuals or wielders of power, and the property management was nearly in tears, compelled to bolster security measures. In addition to the 3 security guards at the booth, there are at least 2 teams of 12 guards patrolling around the clock. Su Lin's brow furrowed upon hearing the guard's words. He recalled the 2 brothers left behind by Huang in the afternoon. One was Xiao Lu, and the other was a subordinate of Zhang Gong, named Qin Dali. He took out his phone and promptly dialed Xiao Lu's number. "Hello, Xiao Lu," Su Lin began, but there was no response from the other end, only the sound of something heavy crashing to the ground. "Oh no." Su Lin's expression changed. Without further ado, he shouted at the guard. "I am the officer who discovered the body at Villa number 6 this afternoon. Have your manager call Captain Huang Weihang of the Criminal Investigation Team for assistance, quickly." His sudden outburst shocked the guard, who was momentarily taken aback before Su Lin pushed past him and dashed towards the entrance, effortlessly leaping over the nearly 2-meter-high gate. "Wow, a Superman." The guard widened his eyes, then snapped back to reality, hurriedly preparing to sound the alarm. However, just then, he recalled Su Lin's earlier words and rushed into the booth. "Captain Shun," the traffic officer just said. Captain Shun in the booth was momentarily taken aback. As soon as the guard finished speaking, he glanced at a business card on the table and dialed a number. "Hello, is this Captain Huang? We are the security team at Nanhua Community. It transpired that a stranger had intruded upon our community, requesting that we notify you and seek assistance." On the other end of the line, Huang Weihan was poring over case files when he noticed the unfamiliar call. Initially reluctant to answer, he ultimately decided to respond. Upon hearing the words from the other party, he sprang to his feet in alarm. "What did you say? Who sent you to request assistance?" he queried urgently. "We do not know. He was dressed in a traffic police uniform," Captain Shin promptly replied. "By heavens." Huang Weihan realized who it was and immediately hung up the phone. He flung open the door and bellowed to the office outside. "Everyone, follow me. We are heading to Nanhua Community, quickly." In an instant, the entire criminal investigation unit erupted into chaos, each individual hastening to gather their equipment before assembling outside and boarding their vehicles. As the cars roared to life, sirens blaring, they sped towards Nanhua Community. Meanwhile, Su Lin had just entered the community and was swiftly making his way towards Villa number 6. After approximately 10 minutes, he finally arrived at the villa's entrance. Fixing his gaze, he locked onto a woman emerging from the villa, filthy yet with eyes sharp as daggers. "It's you." Su Lin's expression shifted to one of shock. The woman was none other than the infamous Golden Rose, with whom he had crossed paths before. He could scarcely believe that the very woman who had escaped from him at the sand extraction site had not left Jianyan City, but continued her nefarious deeds. In an instant, he drew his gun, and the speed of the Golden Rose was equally impressive. The two of them nearly simultaneously aimed their firearms at each other. And then the gunfire erupted. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sounds of gunshots reverberated throughout the entire community as Su Lin and the Golden Rose dodged and shot at one another. In a matter of mere seconds, Both of their magazines were emptied. Click. Su Lin swiftly replaced his magazine, taking cover behind a patch of greenery. He inhaled deeply, refraining from exposing himself, and instead leaped more than a meter high. The height of the greenery was nearly 3 meters, and with his jump, he was just able to glimpse the scene behind it. He saw the golden rose gripping her pistol tightly, the muzzle aimed precisely at the edge of the foliage. The moment Su Lin revealed himself, she could swiftly pull the trigger and eliminate him. However, she never anticipated that Su Lin would leap directly upwards, his head emerging from the midst of the greenery, accompanied by the ominous sight of a dark gun barrel. Bang! Bang! Stumbling back, a spray of crimson erupted from the golden rose's abdomen as she let out a muffled groan, her body retreating instinctively. In that fleeting moment, Su Lin issued a command to the system. Special mark. Special mark. Marked individual golden rose. Validity 72 hours. A flash of light enveloped golden rose. Yet she remained entirely oblivious to it. At this point, she was already injured, a bullet lodged in her right side. She raised her head, her face contorted with a fierce expression, gritting her teeth as she turned and fled. At this moment, Su Lin had already activated the system panel, and he was immediately aware of Jean Megui's attempt to flee. Just as he was about to pursue her, he suddenly noticed a figure lying in front of the villa's entrance. It was Xiao Lu. His expression shifted dramatically. He could not afford to chase after Jean Megui, for the safety of his comrade was of utmost importance. Whether Jean Megui escaped or not was inconsequential, as she bore a unique mark that ensured she could not evade capture as long as she remained within the territory of Daxia. Xiao Lu! Xiao Lu! Su Lin exclaimed as he lifted Xiao Lu, only to discover that the young man had sustained stab wounds to both his abdomen and shoulder, clearly a result of a struggle with Jean Megui. At that moment, Xiao Lu's pallor revealed he had lost a significant amount of blood. Su Lin retrieved his phone and urgently called Huang Weihuan. Hello? Su Lin, what's the situation? Huang, call for an ambulance, quickly. Understood. Upon hearing Su Lin's frantic tone, Huang Weihuan immediately hung up and dialed for emergency assistance. Su Lin gently set Xiao Lu down and ventured into the villa, quickly finding another brother from the criminal investigation team in the main hall. The sight of his comrade's condition caused Su Lin's heart to constrict with sorrow. He was dead. The brother named Qin Dali had sacrificed his life. A dagger had pierced through his throat, and blood pooled around him, the metallic scent of death overwhelming the air. Gazing into the lifeless eyes that could no longer close, Su Lin felt as though his heart had been brutally stabbed. This was the first time he had witnessed the loss of a brother in arms, and an inferno of rage surged within him, threatening to erupt. Capture her. The thought echoed in his mind, leaving him with a singular, fervent resolve. Chapter 49. There are many ways to ruin a person. The sudden sound of gunfire sent shockwaves through the entire Nanhua community. Homeowners hastily dialed the property management, while the security team rushed to the exterior of Villa Number 6. Upon witnessing Su Lin emerge from the villa with a grim expression, the countenance of the onlookers shifted dramatically. Su Lin's gaze was frigid, his eyes resembling those of a feral beast. The security guards, mere ordinary individuals with only a modicum of training, had never encountered such a penetrating stare. One by one, they instinctively recoiled. Take care of my brother, he intoned gravely, before dashing into the encroaching darkness, vanishing from sight within mere seconds. Captain Wang, what should we do? Captain Li, how would I know what to do? The two security captains exchanged bewildered glances, both appearing utterly perplexed. They approached the lifeless form of little Lu, sprawled in a pool of blood, stealing their nerves. After assessing the situation, both captains wore expressions of grave concern. The injuries were severe, life-threatening. Just then, the sound of sirens pierced the air, as police and ambulances arrived almost simultaneously. With a rush, a cadre of agile figures disembarked from the police vehicles, all wielding firearms, swiftly advancing toward the villa. Meanwhile, 2 doctors and 3 nurses exited the ambulance, hurrying to the villa's entrance. Huang Weihuan, noticing the 2 security teams present and the absence of Su Lin, immediately inquired. Where's our man? Director Huang, are you referring to that traffic police officer? A security captain inquired. What about him? Huang Weihuan, somewhat anxious, replied. He left, instructing us to take care of his brother before running off in that direction. The security captain promptly gestured towards the east gate of the community. Is this lunatic out of his mind? Huang Weihuan's expression shifted dramatically. We've discovered shell casings. At that moment, Chunhua approached Huang Weihuan, revealing 4 shell casings in the palm of his hand. Did someone just discharge a firearm? Huang Weihuan's countenance hardened as he glanced at the 2 security captains. Indeed. Captain Ji, there was a flurry of gunfire moments ago, and your comrades were armed, one of them affirmed with a nod. Damn it. Huang Weihuan cursed vehemently. Just then, Zhang Gong emerged from the villa, his eyes red-rimmed, radiating fury. I will slay that beast, damn it. His sudden outburst drew the attention of everyone present. Dolly! Dolly! A heart-wrenching scream resonated from within the villa. Huang Weihuan and the others' expressions shifted in alarm as they rushed inside. Upon witnessing the lifeless body cradled in a brother's embrace, their eyes brimmed with tears. Huang Weihuan's breath grew labored, and after a prolonged silence of over 10 seconds, he bellowed, "I demand access to all city surveillance. Investigate. Damn it. Shenhua, you remain here to assist the doctors in saving the injured and to care for our fallen brother. Teams 1 and 2, follow me." With a commanding shout, Huang Weihuan swiftly entered a vehicle and retrieved his mobile phone. The call connected, and a breathless voice emerged from the other end. "Hello, Huangji." Su Lin activated the system panel and swiftly pursued the light point indicated on it. It was just after nightfall, and the streets were bustling with people. He dared not act too recklessly. If the Golden Rose discovered him, the surrounding civilians would be in peril. "Su Lin, where are you?" "Hello, Su Lin." Suddenly, the call was disconnected. Su Lin shouted a few times, but there was no response. He hastily set down the phone and noticed it was out of battery. At that moment, he could not afford to dwell on such trivialities. Following the guidance of the special marker, he continued his pursuit towards the location of the Golden Rose. The visage of Qin Dali repeatedly flashed through his mind, the pool of blood seeming to stain his very pupils with hues of red. Anger, hatred, and murderous intent filled his thoughts. Su Lin was perilously close to the edge, his entire being enveloped in a volatile state, ready to ignite explosively at the slightest provocation. Out of the city? After pursuing for nearly half an hour, Su Lin's expression suddenly shifted. He realized that the Golden Rose's speed had remarkably increased. Heading directly towards the outskirts, he instinctively prepared to flag down a car, but as he observed the private vehicles racing past him, illuminated by their headlights, clarity returned to his mind. With a screech, a car abruptly halted before him, and a figure emerged. It was Zhao Guodong. "Su Lin, what is going on?" Zhao Guodong lowered the car window and inquired. However, the next moment, he caught sight of the firearm in the young man's hand, and his expression instantly stiffened. Su Lin, recognizing his former superior, wasted no time and directly stated, "Captain Zhao, I need to borrow the car." Without hesitation, Zhao Guodong swiftly exited the vehicle. He opened the rear door, allowing a woman in her 30s and a child of around 8 or 9 to disembark. "I apologize, Captain Zhao, and to you as well. Madam, I have an urgent matter to attend to. I promise to return the car to you later," Su Lin declared before accelerating away. He watched as their car sped off, unable to suppress a shove towards Zhao Guodong, asking, "Dear, who is that?" Zhao Guodong replied, "He is a remarkable talent from our brigade. Remember when you asked about the honors our team achieved and how the bonuses increased by several thousand? That young man is the reason behind it." He responded, "Is he the one you mentioned, born to be a criminal investigator, a traffic officer?" Zhao Guodong affirmed, "Indeed, that is him. Come now, darling, let daddy hold you," he said. The couple glanced at the receding vehicle until its taillights vanished from sight before departing with their daughter. The eastern outskirts of Jiangyun City connected to the mountains. Not a single soul could be found, let alone 100. Yet, Su Lin remained unperturbed, for the special markers would provide him with precise location data. He intended not only to capture the Golden Rose himself, but also to instill a profound sense of despair in the woman, making her regret ever coming to Daxia. There are countless methods to bring someone to their demise. Time passed swiftly, and before long, over an hour had elapsed. The pace of the Golden Rose remained quick, and Su Lin was not lagging behind. The two had arrived at the border between Nanlin City and Jiangyun City, a region characterized by undulating hills that stretched for hundreds of kilometers. It was not just a challenge for one or two individuals. Even if an entire army were to venture in, if they truly desired to conceal themselves, finding them would prove exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, due to its proximity to the border, Nanlin City was rife with complex power dynamics and rampant crime, particularly concerning drug trafficking and human smuggling, with countless individuals involved. Upon reaching the destination, Su Lin raised his brow slightly, contemplating whether he should have Huangji contact the brothers in the criminal investigation unit of Nanlin City. He did not wish for them to intervene, but merely to inform them, ensuring that he would not be mistaken for a criminal himself. He took out his phone, only to remember that it was dead, the screen a void of black. "Well, it seems I shall face this alone." Shaking his head, Su Lin's gaze was ignited not only by a spark of hatred, but also by a flame of excitement. Ever since the system had bestowed upon him numerous skills through the lottery, he had never unleashed his full potential. This time, he would seize the opportunity to test the extent of his strength. Wait a moment, it seems I still have 2 more lottery draws left. Chapter 50, The King of Guns Temporary Card, Brand New Skill. Suddenly, Su Lin recalled that he still had 2 chances to draw. He had just captured 2 B-class wanted criminals and 1 A-class wanted criminal, accumulating over 2,000 points, allowing for 2 more draws. As the saying goes, the more skills one possesses, the better, and in the event that the Golden Rose had assistance, having additional means of self-preservation would be prudent. System, initiate the draw. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained the King of Guns temporary card, valid for 3 hours. King of Guns temporary card, during its validity. It elevates the host to the level of a world-class sharpshooter, ensuring perfect accuracy. Note, this card allows the host to instantly master various firearm knowledge. And once the validity expires, there is a chance to enhance the hostess' firearm skills. Su Lin was taken aback. A temporary card? Only 3 hours. To be honest, this was his first time drawing something with a time limitation. However, based on the system's explanation, it was undoubtedly an extraordinary asset. A world-class sharpshooter is among the most elite marksmen in the entire world. Furthermore, the note added that even after the validity period, there remained a chance to enhance his firearm skills. These 2 aspects were indeed remarkable. It was on par with a permanent, one-time enhancement card. System, continue. Su Lin felt a surge of excitement. This item would undoubtedly prove invaluable to him. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a brand new skill, Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye, intermediate skill. The host's vision is enhanced 3-fold, and night vision is also improved 3-fold. Note, it is upgradable. Once again, a prompt emerged in Su Lin's mind, and he felt a refreshing coolness in his eyes. Suddenly, the entire world seemed to undergo a transformation in hue. The previously dark sky was now illuminated in his perception, reminiscent of the twilight that follows a sunset, allowing him to see clearly without the aid of artificial light. Moreover, his visual range had significantly expanded. Typically, an ordinary person struggles to discern an adult's facial features beyond 20 meters, and at 100 meters. It is akin to observing ants, indistinguishable. Yet, now, even from 60 meters away, he could perceive outlines distinctly. His visual distance could extend beyond 300 meters, enabling him to recognize figures with remarkable clarity, a rather extraordinary ability. Su Lin suddenly realized that his skills, the Gun King's effectiveness, and the Eagle Eye ability, were a perfect match. With an assault rifle in hand, he could undoubtedly become a harbinger of death at a distance of 200 to 300 meters, capable of taking lives with ease. In this moment, he felt assured. If he had previously harbored doubts about his ability to eliminate the Golden Rose single-handedly, he now possessed unwavering confidence in his capacity to outmaneuver her. Suppressing his excitement, he immediately accessed the special marking interface. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he abruptly hit the brakes. In the midst of his lottery draw, the Golden Rose had unexpectedly halted. No, it was not that she had stopped. Rather, she had abandoned her vehicle and opted to proceed on foot. Through the surveillance provided by the special marking, he could clearly see the Golden Rose navigating through the jungle. You cannot escape. Su Lin let out a cold laugh as he assessed the distance between both parties, which was scarcely 5 kilometers. Shortly thereafter, he spotted an abandoned off-road vehicle by the roadside. However, Su Lin had no intention of stopping. Instead, he accelerated towards his destination. His mind had already mapped out the route, as he planned to circumvent and position himself ahead of the Golden Rose. Meanwhile, in the dense jungle, a team was swiftly maneuvering deeper into the foliage. Hong team, just 3 kilometers ahead lies Frog Forest Village, according to our intelligence. The target is expected to rest at Black Chicken Valley adjacent to Frog Forest Village, awaiting their contact, a breathless voice announced. This team could be divided into 2 distinct groups based on their equipment. One group comprised 12 individuals, each clad in the camouflage of the Great Xia Army. Fully equipped with special operations gear, they exuded vitality, their gazes sharp and predatory, reminiscent of wolves. The other group, numbering over 10, donned civilian attire with bulletproof vests layered over them, brandishing handguns. Presumably, these individuals were detectives or narcotics officers. The one who spoke was the leader among the officers. Captain Xiao, let us take a moment to rest, he suggested. Upon hearing the officer's words, Hong team's leader responded. In truth, he was merely being considerate. Given their specialized training, traversing 10 kilometers in armed off-road conditions was merely a fundamental exercise for them. The distance they had covered thus far was hardly a challenge. However, Captain Xiao was a different story entirely. They certainly do not have the luxury of time for extensive training. Their investigation efforts often leave them with scant sleep, inevitably resulting in a physical condition that pales in comparison to that of Captain Hong. All right, let's take a moment to rest. Xiao Chongqing nodded, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He glanced at his subordinates, who were in a similar state, with some even displaying pale lips. Having run nearly 5 kilometers continuously through dense jungle terrain, they were hardly comparable to elite special forces. It would be disastrous if they encountered the enemy and found themselves unable to lift their weapons. Hong Wenhan observed Xiao Chongqing collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. And he shook his head slightly. There was no disdain in his gaze. Rather, he was averse to delays that could jeopardize their mission. In special operations, their strength lay in infiltrating enemy lines ahead of time, meticulously preparing for a decisive strike at the opportune moment. However, there was little that could be done. While they trained daily in the absence of missions, the police force lacked such extensive time for preparation. One was a military unit, while the other was responsible for maintaining public order and upholding the law's dignity. Despite their differing functions, he held a deep respect for the police force. After all, they faced a vast population and were constantly confronted with challenging cases. 10 minutes later, Xiao Chongqing rose from the ground and addressed Hong Wenhan. "Captain Hong, we are well rested now. Let us proceed." Upon hearing this, Hong Wenhan made a subtle gesture. "Let us move out." The team swiftly resumed their infiltration towards the direction of Fallon Village. Meanwhile, in another direction, two figures were hastening towards Frog Forest Village. Jean Meiji was drenched in sweat. One hand pressed against her wound as she staggered towards her destination. Once she reached the village ahead, she would be safe, for there awaited a band of mercenaries ready to assist her. Having been shot, her ability to run such a distance was a testament to her formidable willpower. After nearly 2 hours of running over several dozen kilometers, she was utterly exhausted, yet the fierce determination in her eyes still emanated an indomitable spirit. To Jean Meiji's left, in the dense forest, Su Lin moved with the swiftness of a leopard. He had abandoned his vehicle 3 minutes prior and was now swiftly maneuvering to intercept her. However, it seemed that the woman had sensed his presence and was darting towards the southwest. From a bird's eye view, one could discern that several groups within the jungle shared a singular objective: Frog Forest Village. Chapter 51. The unyielding spirit. Golden Rose staggered, her complexion pale, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead like pearls. A mere 1,000 meters remained before she could reunite with Buka. Just 1,000 meters. Her gaze resolute, she murmured softly to herself. As a top-tier assassin and mercenary within the realm of the immortal tribe, it must be said that Golden Rose possessed remarkable resilience. Surviving in a ruthless world where one could be devoured without a trace is no small feat. She had surpassed many men in this regard. Trained from a young age, constantly dancing with death, she had truly maximized her potential. If she could return this time, it would not be long before she once again became the infamous Golden Rose. Rustle, rustle, rustle. However, this time, she encountered a formidable adversary. Suddenly, footsteps echoed, and a lithe figure emerged swiftly from her left front. The reflective strips on his attire glaringly bright. Damn it, it was him. A fierce snarl contorted Golden Rose's face as she hesitated not a moment longer. She halted and drew her weapon to shoot. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire resonated throughout the forest, startling countless birds into flight, scattering in all directions. Su Lin moved with the grace of a cheetah, weaving through the trees, using them to conceal his presence. Though armed, he refrained from firing in haste, for he knew that only 2 bullets remained in his chamber. Unless he was absolutely certain, he dared not pull the trigger recklessly. The Golden Rose swiftly expended a magazine and promptly replaced it with another, then, with measured steps, retreated rapidly to the right. Beneath a grand tree, Su Lin scrutinized the figure distancing itself from him on the map displayed on his specialized interface, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Flee, you overestimate yourself," he uttered coldly, his form flickering as he pursued the Golden Rose. The sudden gunfire startled not only the birds of the jungle, but also a 10-man squad stationed behind the Frog Forest Village. This team, clad in uniform eagle sauce gear, boasted the finest tactical vests and bulletproof vests available in the world. They were collectively known as the Buka mercenaries. At the moment the gunfire erupted, a youthful leader among the 10 immediately raised his head, revealing a camouflaged face. Alarmed, he exclaimed, "This is bad. The Rose may be entangled with someone. Damn it. These Dachau police are truly courting death," cursed another mercenary, before adding, "Captain Zelu, let us go assist the Rose. If those Dachau police dare to pursue, we shall eliminate them." Understood. Everyone, prepare to advance and support the Rose. The man referred to as Zelu immediately led his team forward. The Rose possessed something of great significance. There could be no mishaps. Meanwhile, on another front, Hong Wenhan and Xiao Chongqing were also startled by the sound of gunfire. The once hastily advancing troop came to an abrupt halt under Hong Wenhan's hand signal, clenched in a fist. The sound of gunfire pierced the air. It was the unmistakable discharge of a Glock. Hong Wenhan's expression shifted dramatically. Clearly, the standard military equipment belonged to foreign troops, not their own. The estimated distance was less than 1,000 meters. "Everyone, be cautious," he cautioned, as he continued to lead his team forward. At that moment, all eyes converged towards the location from which the gunfire had emanated. Su Lin, once again, stood resolutely in the path of the advancing Jean Meiguet, as if he were a ghost, haunting her relentlessly. "Ah, die, just die." Jean Megaway had lost her composure, spiraling into despair as she frantically screamed, raising her pistol to take aim at Su Lin's position. Bang, bang, bang. Within her mind, Jean Megaway raged internally. Why? Why did fate conspire to place her in the path of this individual? He was merely a traffic officer. How could he possibly be present at the crime scene? And moreover, how had he recognized her? Recalling their first encounter, she remembered how that wretched man had thwarted her plans. And then the second time, just as she had secured the items needed by the Buka mercenary group, she once again found herself confronted by this jinx. She longed to question him. Why had he become a detective, armed no less? Had it not been for him, she would have long since reunited with the Buka members, and none of this chaos would have unfolded. The gunfire abruptly ceased, replaced by the sharp clicks of the firing pin. The Golden Rose glanced at the firearm in her hand and swung it forcefully towards the conspicuous reflective strip in the jungle. Whoosh! It seemed she had struck her target. Yet only the sound of the gun hitting the ground echoed in the air. Suddenly, a voice devoid of emotion emerged from behind her. You come to Defies to play the Good Samaritan. I couldn't care less. Do you dare to come to Defies, commit murder, and think you can escape? Dream on. You killed my brothers in criminal investigation. If I let you flee, wouldn't he that leave Dilly restless in his grave? Therefore, not only will you not escape, but you will also face the consequences of Defies' laws. Su Lin, holding a gun, regarded the Golden Rose with a cold stare, devoid of any sentiment. Go to hell. The Golden Rose unexpectedly brandished a dagger, charging forward with a fierce thrust aimed at Su Lin's right arm, where he grasped the weapon. Su Lin recoiled sharply, ready to retaliate, when suddenly a flash of red light flickered before him, leaving a burning sensation across his face. A large hole erupted in the tree to his right. Boom. Only after all this transpired did the sound of a sniper rifle echo through the air. The sniper rifle. Su Lin's expression changed dramatically as he fell backward. In the next moment, another gunshot rang out. Boom. Just in front of where he had been standing, a spray of dirt erupted. All these events unfolded in the blink of an eye. Upon witnessing Su Lin being shot, the Golden Rose's face lit up with joy, and she turned to sprint forward. Yet, at that very moment, sparks erupted from Su Lin's firearm. Bang, bang. 2 shots, one to the left and one to the right, struck the Golden Rose's thighs. What does it matter if there are helpers? None of you will escape. Su Lin's eyes glowed with fury as he intently fixed his gaze upon the direction from which the gunfire emanated. With a swift burst, he darted into the jungle, resembling a cheetah in his remarkable speed, traversing hundreds of meters in mere minutes. At that moment, figures concealed in the shadows came into view, prompting his expression to shift dramatically as he hastily rolled into the underbrush. Boss, it seems we are caught in the middle, he remarked. At that instant, Su Lin observed a group of individuals taking cover, coldly watching the source of the sniper's shots. Hong Wenhan, Lynx, have you located the sniper yet? Boss, that individual is beyond my range. Give me 2 minutes, replied the Special Forces operative known as Lynx, who promptly retreated. Seeing the Special Forces initiate their operation, Xiao Chongqing immediately instructed his men to closely monitor the direction from which the gunfire had recently erupted, preparing for an imminent assault. In the darkness, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, as though a tempest were on the verge of breaking. Chapter 52. Another team? The Nanjing Municipal Bureau was bewildered. Following the gunfire, the forest descended into an unsettling silence, enveloping everyone in an oppressive atmosphere. Hong Wenhan and Xiao Chongqing wore expressions of tension. One was the commander of the Falcon Assault Team from the Red Eagle Special Forces in the Southwest Theater, while the other served as the deputy chief of the Criminal Investigation Team in Nanjing. Their objective was a group of mercenaries who had infiltrated the territory of Daxia. The intelligence had been gathered by the Criminal Investigation Team, prompting them to act first and follow the clues that led them here. Due to the formidable identity of the enemy, they had sought the support of the nearest Red Eagle Special Forces unit. Their main force was estimated to take at least 2 hours to arrive. However, regardless of the mercenary schemes, they were determined to capture them all. Hong Wenhan took a deep breath and spoke into his personal communicator. Li Mao, position yourself swiftly and locate the enemy sniper for me. Understood, Li Mao replied. Subsequently, Hong Wenhan turned to Xiao Chongqing and said, Captain Xiao, contact the command center. We may need to reveal ourselves prematurely. I suspect another team is currently in action. As a commander of a special forces unit, he understood the implications of the recent gunfire. Another team? Xiao Chongqing's expression hardened. He had harbored suspicions earlier, and upon hearing Hong Wenhan's words, he felt a sense of certainty. Hong Wenhan continued, the initial gunfire originated from our southeast. In the area where they recently ascended the mountain, there appear to be 2 groups of individuals, though their exact numbers remain uncertain. They employed 2 distinct types of weaponry. The initial gunfire originated from a Glock pistol. The second volley, following a sniper shot, utilized a police-issued 92 model presumably belonging to your law enforcement personnel. As a top-tier special operations soldier, Hong Wenhan immediately discerned the type of firearm being used. I concurred, and Xiao Chongqing nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he retrieved his mobile phone and dialed a number. Hello, Chief Zhang. We have arrived at the location of Wailing's High and have initiated contact with the enemy. We may need to reveal our position prematurely. Yes, there are our personnel involved. Could you inquire as to their identity? Understood. I assure you we will ensure the safety of our own. After concluding the call, Xiao Chongqing nodded at Hong Wenhan and remarked, Chief Zhang has indicated that an investigation will commence immediately, and we should expect results in approximately 3 minutes. Very well, we shall wait 3 minutes. After that, we will act, Hong Wenhan replied, a fierce determination etched upon his features. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Nanjing City Police Headquarters, it had been designated as a temporary command center. Zhang Tao, the chief of the Nanjing City Bureau, convened representatives from relevant units and various operational departments. Before them loomed a large screen displaying footage captured by drones. Present were the captain of the SWAT team, the commander of the special forces, city officials, the head of the criminal investigation unit, and the technical department leader, among others. The collective group gazed intently at the screen, their expressions grave. Zhang Tao concluded the phone call and raised his gaze towards the assembled crowd. I have just received news that there may be another group of our personnel involved in the operation. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. They exchanged glances, unsure of which group was being referred to. Is it the anti-drug squad? Are they your people? Zhang Tao directed his question towards the captain of the anti-drug squad. The captain promptly shook his head and replied, Director Zhang, it is not our personnel. We are currently not engaged in any operation. Everyone is on standby at the squad. What about the special police? Zhang Tao then turned his attention to the captain of the special police, who immediately denied any involvement. And the armed police comrades? Zhang Tao inquired, looking at a colonel clad in armed police uniform. The colonel responded, No, our armed police have always operated in coordination with the municipal bureau, unless in exceptional circumstances. We do not undertake independent missions. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhang Tao shifted his gaze towards the captain of the Criminal Investigation Division and a major from the Eagle Special Forces. They are certainly not responsible, as both the Criminal Investigation Division and the Eagle Special Forces have personnel participating in the mission and would not deploy a second group. Zhang Tao promptly called out to the technical team, immediately retrieved the surveillance footage from the nearby areas to search for clues. Given that it was nighttime, the dense jungle was shrouded in darkness. Even the most advanced drones would struggle to capture any details within. Zhang Tao quickly contemplated investigating the surrounding mountain roads, hoping to uncover some leads. Indeed, within less than a minute, they discovered 2 vehicles parked by the roadside. Quickly, check the license plates, he commanded, with his commanding voice. Work commenced immediately. The report indicated that both vehicles bore license plates from Jiangyan City. One of the vehicles had been reported stolen 3 hours prior, while the other belonged to Captain Zhao Guodong of the Jiangyan City Traffic Police Brigade. Forget it, I will handle it myself. Upon hearing the report, Zhang Tao promptly seized the telephone before him and dialed a number. Hello, Lao Xia, this is Zhang Tao. The call was directed to Xiao Weihai, who was preparing to leave for home. Taken aback by Zhang Tao's call, Xiao Weihai quickly responded with a smile. Lao Zhang, what is the matter? You seldom call me. Is there a task that requires our cooperation? Cooperate? Nonsense. Zhang Tao retorted sharply before demanding. Lao Xia, have you dispatched anyone towards Walinshai? Walinshai? You mean the border area between our 2 cities? Xiao Weihai pondered for a moment before responding with some confusion. Lao Zhang, what do you mean? We are conducting operations on our side, but we have just discovered another group of individuals, and notably, we found the vehicle of your traffic police brigade's captain Zhao Guodong. Zhang Tao replied gravely. Please hold, I will get back to you shortly. Xiao Weihai abruptly ended the call, swiftly reaching for his phone to dial Zhao Guodong. Hello, Director Xia, came Zhao Guodong's somewhat startled voice. Zhao Guodong, where are you? Xiao Weihai inquired. I'm at home, Zhao Guodong answered. Where's your car? My car has been taken by Su Lin. By the way, Director Xia, is that lad on a mission? I noticed that you have equipped him with a firearm. Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you. Xiao Weihai received his answer and promptly ended the call, subsequently dialing Su Lin's number. Unfortunately, Su Lin's phone was unreachable, so he immediately called Huang Weihuan. Huang Weihuan, where are you? He inquired coldly. Director Xia, we are en route to the direction of Wailing's High, Huang Weihuan replied. Having just reviewed the surveillance footage, they were already aware of the direction in which Jean Meguei had fled, as well as Su Lin's pursuit route, and were hastening towards Wailing's High. After reporting their location, his tone grew somber, tinged with a hint of sorrow, as he said, Director Xia, Qin Dali has sacrificed himself. What did you say? Xiao Weihai sprang to his feet, his voice brimming with fury. Chapter 53. Is this guy even human? The traffic police officer who took down a special forces soldier? Xiao Weihai suddenly rose to his feet, his eyes brimming with fury. Qingdali has sacrificed himself. The image of a simple, hearty face filled his mind, a visage perpetually adorned with a smile. Always the first to greet others with a wide grin, dedicated to his work, and exceptionally caring towards all his colleagues. Whenever someone faced hardship, he would undoubtedly be the first to extend a helping hand. Dali. Xiao Weihai's lips trembled as he uttered, "His child is only 7 years old." Tears welled in his eyes, and he abruptly lifted his head, roaring, "Huang Weihan, at all costs, capture the murderer. I demand justice." "Yes," Huang Weihan promptly replied. "Wait." Suddenly, Xiao Weihai recalled Zhang Tao's concerns and inquired, "Huang Weihan, are you heading towards Wallen Village? Have you taken any preemptive actions? The comrades from Nanlin City are also on the move." "What?" Huang Weihan paused, then exclaimed anxiously, "Director Xia, Su Lin has already gone ahead. You don't think he might clash with the brothers from Nanlin City, do you? In this darkness, if there's a misfire." Hiss. The potential consequences made him involuntarily draw in a sharp breath. Xiao Weihai's forehead pulsed with visible veins as he scolded, "Huang Weihan, what were you thinking? How could you allow that young man to act alone? Immediately order him to retreat. This is madness." Huang Weihan felt greatly wronged, responding, "Director Xia, I didn't want this either. But it seems that young man's phone is turned off. We can't reach him." Xiao Weihai. "All right. No need for further words. Be cautious," he advised Huang Weihan, then picked up his phone and dialed Zhang Tao's number, saying, "Old Zhang, we indeed have an individual inside." "What did you say? One person?" Upon hearing Xiao Weihai's words, Zhang Tao's gaze sharpened. "Old Xia, you are sending only one person over. What mission is this for?" Xiao Weihai replied, "It's not a mission. He is pursuing a murderer. We lost one of our veteran detectives because of that individual." "I understand." Zhang Tao's tone grew somber at the mention of sacrifice. He bore no resentment towards Xiao Weihai. Had one of his own detectives perished, he too would unhesitatingly command his team to pursue the culprit, regardless of the distance. However, sending just one person seemed overly confident, didn't it? While he pondered this, Xiao Weihai continued, "Old Zhang, our detective team is en route and should arrive in approximately half an hour." Zhang Tao responded, "Old Xia, there's no time. We must act first. You inform your people, our team, Feng Wei, is." "Apologies, Old Zhang. We are unable to reach him." Zhang Tao could hardly suppress his frustration. What if they inadvertently targeted their own? "All right, we will exercise caution." He ended the call and glanced at the clock. 3 minutes had just passed. He promptly contacted Xiao Chongqing and recounted the intelligence they had acquired in detail. "What? Director Zhang, you cannot be serious. One person? That fellow surely possesses an audacious spirit. Enough of the chatter. He is unaware of our circumstances and is solely pursuing the perpetrator." Xiao Chongqing replied, "Director Zhang, we can almost confirm that the mercenaries' objective is to assist the fugitive being pursued by Jiangyun City. They have just opened fire." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao was taken aback and asserted, "We must ensure the safety of our comrades. I shall seek out Xiao Weihai later and have him treat us to a meal." "Indeed." Xiao Chongqing concluded the call, his countenance grave as he addressed Hong Wenhan. "Captain Hong, our suspicions were correct. There is indeed one of our own who has entered the woods, a member of the Jiangyun City criminal investigation team. He is unaware of our movements. And should we encounter him, we must exercise utmost caution. Chief, there's an ambush." Suddenly, a cry erupted from Hong Wenhan's individual communication device. Instantly, he was filled with urgency, bellowing, "Assault team, quickly, provide support to the sniping unit. Fire support team, cover us. Recon team, ensure our rear is secure. Move, move, move." The 6 individuals surged forth almost in unison, rushing towards the gathered group. Xiao Chongqing was momentarily taken aback, but promptly followed suit. They swiftly navigated through the jungle, arriving at a trampled meadow in less than a minute. In the center of the meadow, 2 individuals lay sprawled out, clad in combat suits unmistakably belonging to the Falcon unit. Hong Wenhan's expression darkened as he stepped forward to check the pulse of his subordinate, still alive, merely unconscious. "What happened?" Xiao Chongqing inquired gravely. In the next instant, a figure appeared behind Hong Wenhan with lightning speed, a chilling gust of wind rushing past his ear. As the captain of the assault team, Hong Wenhan possessed formidable combat skills. He merely tilted his head to evade the shadow's strike, drawing his military knife to thrust it towards the figure's armpit. Yet, in a blink, he felt a sharp pain in his hand. His knife had been snatched away, now pressed against his neck. "Don't move. Who are you?" "We are the Daxia Criminal Police. Lower your weapon." "We are the Daxia Special Forces. Surrender and drop your arms. Drop your weapons and run out." Commands echoed, the tension palpable. The members of the Falcon assault team were left in astonishment. What kind of divine combat prowess was this? That was Hong Wenhan, the captain of their assault team, a top-tier martial artist. Yet, in an instant, he found himself at the mercy of another. With his own knife held to his throat, Su Lin was taken aback upon hearing the self-introductions of these individuals. He concealed himself behind Hong Wenhan and said, "You claim to be what you say? Present your identification, otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." He was exceedingly cautious, for he was still uncertain about who had fired at him moments earlier. Could it potentially be this group? That was indeed a possibility. "Brother, are you a criminal investigator from Jiangyan City?" Xiao Chongqing suddenly inquired, regaining his composure. Su Lin was momentarily stunned, and as his grip on his weapon slightly loosened, Hong Wenhan swiftly seized his arm and threw him to the ground with a forceful shoulder throw. However, Su Lin's core strength surged as he sprang up from the prone position, rising abruptly like a reanimated corpse. Crack! Hong Wenhan felt a chill at his neck and widened his eyes in shock, daring not to move an inch. Xiao Chongqing gaped, witnessing Hong Wenhan being toyed with yet again, a knife pressed against his throat, and he could not help but swallow hard. This criminal investigator, a traffic officer. Upon noticing Su Lin's insignia, Xiao Chongqing exclaimed in astonishment. "What the hell? Are you joking with me? Why is this fellow wearing a traffic police uniform again?" Chapter 54, 1. 7 seconds to kill. Writing a legend, are you quite the player? Su Lin quipped, once again placing the military knife against Hong Wenhan's throat. If it weren't for his formidable core strength, he might have truly fallen victim to this fellow's counterattack. Hong Wenhan felt a pang in his heart. This young man was somewhat deranged. After being thrown over someone's shoulder, he could instantly spring back to his feet, reminiscent of a zombie. What kind of explosive power and core strength was this? Traffic police. At that moment, Xiao Chongqing let out a startled exclamation, causing Hong Wenhan's jaw to nearly drop to the ground. "Calm down, buddy." A special forces soldier stepped forward, extending his hand in a gesture of restraint. He then urged Xiao Chongqing, "Captain Xiao, quickly produce your identification." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chongqing immediately reacted, retrieving a document and tossing it towards Su Lin. In the darkness, visibility was already poor, and coupled with the document's black color, it was nearly invisible except for the emblem that reflected a faint glimmer. As he threw it, Xiao Chongqing felt a twinge of regret. But the next moment, a hand, swift as a phantom, seized his document. What kind of gaze was this? The Special Forces team, equipped with individual night vision goggles, stood frozen in astonishment. No one understood better than they did the significance of Su Lin's recent movements. In pitch darkness, to accurately catch a document no larger than a palm, did he possess the ability to see in the shadows? Their suspicions were confirmed. Su Lin had activated his eagle eye skill. Although it could not compare to the clarity of daylight, it surpassed that of night vision equipment. Ultimately, technology pales in comparison to raw instinct. Su Lin picked up the identification card and glanced at it. Deputy Team Leader Xiao Chongqing of the Criminal Investigation Division of Namlin City? The credentials appeared authentic. That much he could ascertain. He then compared the photograph with Xiao Chongqing's appearance, confirming it was indeed the same individual. "Apologies, I am from the Jiangyan City Criminal Investigation Division." "No, I am an intern traffic officer from the 1st Traffic Police Brigade of Jiangyan City," Su Lin stated, releasing Hong Wenhan, who was drenched in cold sweat. He then took out his own identification and approached Xiao Chongqing. Upon receiving the credentials, Xiao's subordinates immediately surrounded him, turning on their flashlights to inspect the ID, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. He handed the identification back to Hong Wenhan, who, upon seeing Su Lin's credentials, could not suppress a string of expletives. Is Jiangyan City truly that formidable? Such a distinguished individual relegated to the role of an intern traffic officer? Am I losing my mind, or has the world gone mad? Is the heavens intent on tormenting me? Just as everyone's gaze was fixed on Su Lin, his expression hardened. His eyes fixed intently on a thicket several hundred meters away, and he spoke in a low voice, "Be cautious, they are coming." They? It was only at this moment that Hong Wenhan and Xiao Chongqing realized that the mercenaries were still present, nearly allowing their vigilance to slip. With a swift motion, Su Lin darted behind a towering tree, only to seize a long rifle, unmistakably the sniper rifle belonging to the cat. At that moment, both the cat and another Special Forces operative lay unconscious. The sight of the cat's rifle jolted Hong Wenhan into recalling his incapacitated comrade, prompting him to summon someone to rouse him. It was perplexing that a traffic officer wielded a weapon belonging to one of his own team members. "Cat, wake up! Cat!" A series of sharp slaps finally stirred the cat from his slumber. As he regained his focus, his pupils constricted dramatically, propelling him upright from the ground. Enemy attack. In the next instant, he spotted Hong Wenhan crouched beside him, accompanied by several other team members. "Chief, we encountered." Just as he began to report, his gaze fell upon a figure standing beneath a tree several meters away, eliciting a startled cry. "Chief, it's him. He attacked us." The cat's shriek pierced the tranquility of the night. Su Lin's expression shifted immediately. He fixed his gaze on the 10 o'clock direction, noticing that the assailants had quickly concealed themselves upon hearing the commotion. Estimating the distance, it was at least over 300 meters. He furrowed his brow, glancing at the cat, then at the sniper rifle in his hands. A flicker of inspiration ignited within him as he called upon the system. System, activate the Gun King effect card. Ding. The Gun King effect card is activated, duration, 3 hours. A prompt emerged within his mind, and in the next moment, an abundance of firearm knowledge flooded his memory. This included various models of handguns, rifles, sniper rifles, machine guns, and heavy machine guns, among others. In an instant, he transformed from a mere novice, familiar only with handguns and rifles, into a true master of firearms, a paragon of marksmanship. The muscle memory in his hands seamlessly integrated into his nervous system, forming a formidable reflex. Shooting became an instinct rooted in his subconscious. Return my gun. Suddenly, the lynx erupted once more. As a sniper, his rifle was akin to a second life. With the gun, he lived. Without it, he perished. Thus, upon witnessing Su Lin wielding his sniper rifle, the lynx instinctively charged forward, his expression contorted with fury. Lynx! Hong Wenhan exclaimed, his countenance shifting dramatically, realizing it was too late to intervene. In a surge of anger, he fixed his gaze on Su Lin and bellowed, "Give him the gun." Su Lin, however, paid no heed to either of them. Apologies aside, at that moment, he trusted no one but himself, for he had ascended to the status of a firearms sovereign. Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted, and in the fleeting second prior, as the lynx sprinted, he instinctively sensed a menacing wave of murderous intent. He ducked down, and this instinctive motion saved his life. The bullet whizzed past his head, striking a large tree to his right and creating a gaping hole. A sniper! He instinctively shouted towards Su Lin, yet as the words left his lips, he saw Su Lin abruptly raise the barrel of his gun, aim, and fire. Bang! The dull sound of the gunshot reverberated. The precision of his movements, the impassive gaze, and the terrifying speed of his reaction caused a palpable shift in the expressions of all present who understood the art of sniping. The cat-like figure instinctively exclaimed, 1. 7 seconds. A marksman typically requires around 2.5 seconds from identifying a target to locking on and pulling the trigger. This is already an astonishing feat, considering the calculations needed for factors such as air density, humidity, and wind speed that affect ballistics. It is said that some sniping experts can achieve even faster times, but they seldom complete the task in under 2 seconds. Each second shaved off this interval is akin to scaling a formidable peak. Of course, if one were to shoot indiscriminately, that would be an entirely different matter. However, once Su Lin fired, a gasp suddenly emerged from nearly 300 meters away. Although the sound reached them as a mere whisper, everyone heard it. Within 2 seconds, the look in the cat-like figure's eyes was filled with disbelief. No, not merely within 2 seconds, but rather in 1.7 seconds, an astonishing discrepancy of 0.3 seconds. That 0.3 seconds represents an insurmountable chasm in the careers of most marksmen. Chapter 55. The Raccoon. Here to see a deity as everyone succumbed to shock. The raccoon closest to Su Lin discovered a terrifying situation. That individual possessed no night vision equipment whatsoever. Lacking night vision goggles, his aiming system also bore no nocturnal capabilities. Without any night vision gear or an observer, how was he able to accomplish this? Could it be solely through the prowess of his own eyes? At that moment, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. Abnormal. No, even the term abnormal fails to encapsulate the sheer terror of this individual's abilities. Approximately 300 meters away, in the thicket, Zaru gazed gravely at the teammate lying before him. The sight was horrific. The right side of the soldier's skull had been obliterated. Crimson and ivory fluids pooled around him. Boss, there's a sniper. That person has support. One subordinate spoke to Zaru, his expression fraught with tension. Through clenched teeth, Zaru declared, regardless of the circumstances, we must bring back the Golden Rose. She possesses something of utmost importance. Even if we cannot take her with us, we must retrieve the item. Rest assured, our support is stationed at the border. Should the police from the Great Xia catch wind of us, they will immediately come to our aid. Understood. The remaining 8 individuals cautiously advanced alongside Zaru, who took it upon himself to wield the sniper rifle. Commencing his observation of the surroundings, the mercenaries' equipment was on par with that of Great Xia's special forces. Their combat prowess, even on an international scale, is exceptionally formidable. However, they should never have set foot within the borders of the Great Xia. Su Lin detected their movement the moment they began to advance. A cold smile crept upon his lips as he swiftly vanished behind a large tree, his gaze piercing as it swept across the terrain. Grasping his sniper rifle, he moved rapidly. After covering nearly 20 meters, he abruptly raised the barrel and aimed to shoot. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed as a mercenary, who was advancing, collapsed. A gaping wound torn into his chest, blood gushing forth. Whack! Upon witnessing another of his subordinates fall, the mercenary captain gasped in astonishment. A look of shock crossed his face, realizing that the opposing sniper was far more powerful than he had anticipated. Stop! Everyone halt! Cursing under his breath. He recognized the strength of the enemy sniper and the exceptional skill of his observer. With a stern expression, Zeralu commanded his men to cease movement, urging them to find cover. Yet, it proved to be of little consequence. Su Lin seamlessly navigated through the jungle, his eyes fixed intently on the adversary. After approximately a minute, he locked onto a mercenary whose torso was partially exposed. Without a moment's hesitation, he lifted his rifle, aimed, and fired. Bang! The gunfire rang out once more as the exposed mercenary was sent soaring by the impact of the bullet. Even as he was propelled forward, Su Lin pulled the trigger again. Bang! Another shot resounded, and the mercenary was met with a grisly fate, his head exploding amidst his anguished cries. Alas! Oh dear! The civet cat, behold the celestial being. A series of low, piercing cries and gasps escaped the lips of the recently awakened observer, Wild Boar. As a member of the sniper team, the significance of the observer is undeniable, for he is also the team's deputy marksman. Yet at this moment, Wild Boar realized that, in comparison, his prowess was utterly insignificant. The civet cat had been watching intently. Through his night vision scope, he witnessed the mercenary being sent flying, followed by a fatal shot to the head, sending a chill coursing through him. Such a display of skill was something he had only heard of in legends. Too terrifying for words. He could not help but glance at the young man deftly maneuvering through the jungle. This sniper tactic was a complete annihilation of his own capabilities. A sniper? No. Before him, he felt like a mere novice. In stark contrast to the astonishment of those on the side of the great Xia, Zelu of the Buka mercenaries was gripped by sheer terror. How frightening it was. With such marksmanship, they stood no chance of infiltrating. Flee. His first instinct was to escape. But was there any hope of evasion? Unless they could eliminate the sniper or the adversary chose to relent, none among them would escape unscathed. Damned! How could such a formidable marksman exist? Zelu's heart plummeted, and he cursed under his breath, then instructed his men, "Everyone, keep your heads down and make no noise." Fear had taken hold. Even amidst the lawlessness of Mianbong, where violence reigns supreme, the fear that looms in the presence of such formidable adversaries is magnified infinitely. The marksmanship of that individual has cast a psychological shadow upon them, leaving them to await reinforcements in a state of trepidation. Can hiding like a turtle truly shield them from peril? A cold smile graced Su Lin's lips as he holstered his weapon, his gaze fixed upon the right front. A figure was crawling forward, none other than Jean Mei. Despite Su Lin's bullets striking her legs, this woman refused to yield, gritting her teeth and persevering onward. One must acknowledge that her tenacity is indeed formidable. Su Lin strode over, intent on apprehending her. However, at that moment, a brilliant light erupted in the sky, illuminating the faces of all present. A signal flare? Su Lin's expression tightened. In the next instant, he noticed that the mercenaries across the way had launched a signal flare as well. Following this, a cacophony of gunfire ensued. The rustling of leaves heralded the approach of numerous figures, at least several dozen, armed with assault rifles, rushing towards Su Lin and his companions. In less than 500 meters, within a mere 2 minutes, the two sides were poised for confrontation. The gunfire erupted instantaneously as Hong Wenhan and Xiao Chongqing stepped forth, charging at the enemy. Su Lin's eyes narrowed, an inferno of rage igniting within him. Unbridled chaos. How dare you treat our borders with such disdain? You come and go as you please, and even have the audacity to open fire on our military and police? Eliminate them. Not a single one shall escape. His eyes burning with fury, he advanced with great strides, raising his weapon and firing relentlessly. Bang! Click! Bang! Click! Each shot found its mark with barely a pause, time seemingly compressed to a mere 1.5 seconds, transforming the sniper rifle into an automatic weapon in his hands. In the brief span of 20 seconds, he dispatched 9 foes, leaving the mercenaries rushing forward utterly defenseless. Hong Wenhan, too, led his troops into the fray, taking down 7 or 8 mercenaries. The tide of battle shifted dramatically in favor of Su Lin due to his explosive onslaught. Witnessing this scene, Jean Meigawei crawled forward in a frenzy, her face marred by blood from thorn scratches, brimming with hatred and malice. She yearned to escape, to seek vengeance upon that traffic officer. Eliminate, annihilate his family and friends, so he may comprehend the dire consequences of opposing her. Amidst the chaos of battle, Su Lin had little time to concern himself with Jean Meigawei. However, just as she was about to reach the border, a voice emerged behind her, sending shivers down her spine. "If you escape, how shall I avenge my brother?" Su Lin approached coldly, seizing one of her feet and dragging her forward with brute force. Ah! Jean Megaway threw her head back and screamed in desperation. But no matter how fiercely she struggled, Su Lin's grip remained as unyielding as iron, pulling her along mercilessly. However, she soon realized that Su Lin was heading towards the border. What could he be planning? Was he intending to set himself free? Chapter 56, Standing Firm Against the Enemy. A moment never to be forgotten. Golden Rose gazed at the approaching border line, her eyes wide open, a flicker of hope igniting within them. Closer. So near now. 150 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. Just 50 meters left, the final stretch. Once she crosses this distance, freedom awaits. The military and police of Defies would never dare to fire across the border. They lacked the audacity to do so. As the hope within Golden Rose swelled, another voice echoed in her mind. Why? Why would he allow me to leave? Could it be that Zelu and his men have captured theirs? Yes, it must be so. It must be. 30 meters now, the last 30 meters. 20 meters, just 20 more until I am free. Haha. Defies, the forbidden land of mercenaries? It is nothing. A smile began to grace Golden Rose's face. At this moment, they had emerged from the jungle and onto the open plain. Approximately 300 meters away, a group of people was rushing towards them. Simultaneously, behind Su Lin, Hong Wenhan and the others were in frantic pursuit. Traffic officer, what are you doing? Are you betraying your country? Damn it, what is this guy up to? A crowd stood in stunned silence, watching as Su Lin led the individual to the sacred border line, mere meters from the threshold of freedom. Just ahead lies the free territory. Regardless of the significance of their actions, once they crossed that line, they were compelled to cease immediately. The hearts of all present raced until Chin Su casually tossed the Golden Rose 10 meters away from the national border, then pressed his foot down upon her wound. A piercing scream erupted as the Golden Rose trembled in agony, gritting her teeth and glaring at Su Lin, the glimmer of hope in her eyes extinguished in that moment. She understood. She finally comprehended why this man had brought her to the edge of the border. It was to make her experience that dreadful despair in the face of hope. Hope was tantalizingly close, yet no matter how fiercely she struggled, it remained just out of reach. In this world, nothing was more terrifying than hope. A cold smirk curved Su Lin's lips as he pressed down on the Golden Rose, raising his sniper rifle with a sudden motion. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the air, and two individuals from the approaching group fell immediately. A twofold strike. The marksmanship of this sharpshooter was undeniably extraordinary. Damn it, stop! The more than 20 individuals rushing forward dropped to their knees. Yet it was futile. Su Lin's eagle-eyed skill had significantly enhanced his night combat capabilities, rendering the pitch-black night merely a twilight to him. He pulled back the bolt and aimed once more. Bang! A spray of crimson erupted as a mercenary hiding in the grass collapsed. Continue. He pulled the bolt, raised his weapon, and fired. Bang! 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 With each gunshot, an enemy fell. A group of mercenaries lay concealed in the underbrush, their faces etched with terror. To death! A furious roar erupted as Zeril sprang to his feet. Clutching a sniper rifle, he locked onto his target, aiming meticulously. Yet, just as his finger poised on the trigger, a flash of fire flickered in the scope. And in the next instant, his head erupted. Blood and brain matter splattered across the ground, leaving the mercenaries in sheer horror as they gazed upon the crimson liquid. The scene was utterly terrifying. Such sniping prowess rendered one nearly invincible on this modest battlefield. To the left of Su Lin, Hong Wenhan and Xiao Chongqing, along with their comrades, stared wide-eyed, their expressions a blend of shock and dread. They vowed never to forget this moment. One man, one rifle, standing over the vanquished, taking down formidable foes. It echoed the ancient adage, one man at the pass can hold back 10,000. Move. Everyone retreat. At last, faced with Su Lin's terrifying precision and rapid-fire prowess, the mercenaries nearly 300 meters away could no longer maintain their composure. Their sniper had been eliminated. Even with the rifle still in hand, they dared not lift their heads. The memory of Zeril's counterattack was fresh. Raising their heads meant certain death. Run together, quickly! Shouted a leading mercenary, springing to flee. At that moment, Hong Wenhan and the others finally regained their senses, and without a second thought, they charged forward. Su Lin was at a considerable distance from the mercenaries, yet they were alarmingly close, less than 200 meters away. Upon realizing that the adversaries were fleeing, Hong Wenhan immediately organized an offensive. The sound of gunfire erupted incessantly as the Falcon assault team charged forth like a pack of ravenous wolves, each member exuding an aura of formidable ferocity. Even the detectives, including Xiao Chongqing, advanced with reckless abandon, brandishing their handguns. Despite the enemy being beyond their effective range, they continued to fire, aiming to disrupt the foe's morale and create opportunities for their special forces comrades. Bang! Bang! Su Lin persisted in firing, albeit with a measure of restraint. His eyes, tinged with a hint of crimson, struggled to remain open, and he felt a weakness coursing through his body, accompanied by a dull ache in his left lower back, as if blood were seeping out. There was no time for hesitation. Every enemy eliminated counted. Within a mere 10 minutes, the skirmish concluded. Hong Wenhan and his team reached the national border, witnessing the last 3 mercenaries clumsily leaping into the river to escape. Gritting his teeth, he sighed in resignation. The line beneath their feet was a boundary that could not be crossed. Everyone, secure the area and check for any survivors. Be cautious, Hong Wenhan commanded. Understood. His subordinates promptly responded, springing into action. Xiao Chongqing turned to his comrades behind him and said, "You all assist as well. But be careful." Acknowledged. The group of detectives nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the 2 captains exchanged glances and almost simultaneously dashed towards Su Lin. Before long, they arrived at the location where Su Lin was. There lay a man beneath his feet, unconscious, while Su Lin remained standing upright, his eyes a terrifying shade of crimson. A large stain of blood marred his chest and abdomen, yet he remained motionless, still brandishing his firearm. "Brother, the battle is over. Put down the gun," Xiao Chongqing implored. However, Su Lin appeared oblivious to his words, remaining unmoved. It was not until Hong Wenhan approached and gently touched him that Su Lin staggered and collapsed onto the ground, ultimately falling back with his head tilted upwards. "Brother." The expressions of the 2 men changed dramatically as they rushed forward to assess the situation. Hong Wenhan examined him, taking out a bandage to tend to Su Lin's wounds, and stated, "There's a bruise on his ribcage, quite severe, but he is not in mortal danger. This fellow is incredibly fierce. He must be exhausted and has likely lost a considerable amount of blood." Chapter 57. Why are you wailing when I have no glory? In the hearts of Su Lin, Hong Wenhan, and Xiao Chongqing, there existed but 2 words: admiration. Even though the former was the captain of an elite special operations team, having participated in numerous real combat scenarios and undertaken dozens of perilous missions, he could not deny that the young man before him was the most formidable individual he had ever encountered. To recruit him into the special operations team, no assessments were necessary. A direct enlistment would suffice. He had already resolved to return and convey his thoughts to his superior. Such a talent would surely gain approval from the commander. Even if he were to serve as a sniper instructor, he would undoubtedly cultivate a formidable cadre of snipers for their Red Hawk unit. Traffic police. Perhaps that would be even easier to recruit. They were the pinnacle of disciplined forces, the special operations team. Xiao Chongqing's mind was also swirling with calculations. Simultaneously, he berated the Jiangyun City Bureau for allowing such talent to languish within the traffic police. If they had no use for him, then they should transfer him to them. Upon his return, he resolved to file a report, ensuring that Director Zhang would facilitate the transfer. Such a powerhouse could bestow unimaginable combat capabilities upon their criminal investigation team. What special police, what special operations, stand aside. Both men harbored their own thoughts, yet neither displayed them. They merely mumbled in their hearts. At that moment, Xiao Chongqing noticed Su Lin's eyes. His eyes. Unable to suppress a gasp, he realized that Su Lin's bloodshot pupils, almost bleeding, remained wide open, as if he were gazing at the heavens above. Hong Wenhan, upon hearing his words, noticed the situation and his expression subtly shifted. He was, suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed behind them. Both men instinctively turned to see 2 squads emerging from the jungle, one on the left and one on the right. Among them, a formidable contingent of the special police from Nanlin City appeared, numbering in the dozens, each armed to the teeth. Fully equipped, their helmets illuminated the surroundings with beams of light. The other group consisted of officers in plain clothes or uniforms, wielding service pistols and flashlights. Su Lin, are you still there?" Huang Weihuan shouted in a tone laced with urgency and panic as he searched frantically. He had heard from Director Xia that mercenaries had infiltrated the Wailing Zhai area, their numbers reaching into the dozens, clashing violently with the military and police forces of Daxia. The safety of Su Lin was his paramount concern. Old Su, Su Gu. A throng of officers rushed in, their loud calls drawing bemused glances from the special police and others accompanying them. Xiao Chongqing, hearing the commotion, called out through the night with a hint of skepticism. "Huang Weihuan, old Huang, who is that voice?" Xiao Chongqing, Huang Weihuan suddenly realized, and with a loud cry, he sprinted towards them, followed closely by 20 to 30 members of the criminal investigation team. Before long, they arrived before Xiao Chongqing and Hong Wenhan. A flashlight illuminated the ground, revealing Su Lin lying there, his eyes wide open. "Su Lin, you." Huang Weihang felt a chill in his heart, momentarily speechless, tears welling up in his eyes. It was a sight of unyielding death. "Old Su." Shenhua also let out a mournful wail. All the members of the criminal investigation team stepped forward, calling out Su Lin's name, their voices trembling with suppressed sobs. Cough, cough. What's all the wailing for? I'm not dead. At that moment, Su Lin, who lay on the ground, could no longer contain his feeble retort. Just a moment ago, he had entered a peculiar state. It felt as if his very soul had been drained, devoid of any consciousness. Although his eyes were open, he could see nothing and hear no sound. It was only Huang Weihang's voice that roused him from this trance. Are you tired? Of course I am. The intense pursuit and battle had nearly exhausted his entire being, to the point where he lacked the strength to even raise his hand. Huang Ji, is that you? He managed a grim smile, realizing that this time, he had indeed ventured too far, almost costing himself dearly. It's me. It's me. Huang Weihang quickly knelt on one foot before Su Lin, grasping his hand, his voice choked with emotion. You rascal, you're not dead. Su Lin. Huang Ji, can't you wish for me to be a little better? Don't worry, in this century or so, the king of hell won't come to collect me. Hissing. Su Lin grimaced, his smile inadvertently pulling at his wounds, causing him to involuntarily gasp in pain. You little rascal, it's good that you survived. I knew you wouldn't go down so easily. Huang Weihuan sighed in relief. The ability to jest indicated that all was well. Team leaders Chun Hua, Zhang Gong, and Hu Gang approached, greeting Su Lin. Huang Weihuan noticed the state of his eyes and inquired, Su Lin, what is wrong with your eyes? It appeared that something was amiss. If Su Lin had survived but lost his sight, it would be an unbearable blow for him. Huang Weihuan was genuinely concerned that this young man might not cope with such a fate. Su Lin reassured him, it's nothing, just some eye strain. I'll be fine in a couple of days. No one understood better than him that this was merely a side effect of the eagle eye skill. If it were daytime, the repercussions would be less severe, but given that it was night and he had been observing from a distance for an extended period, his optic nerves had suffered considerable strain. Even the mightiest of eagle eyes has its limitations, 2 hours to be precise. He had just pushed himself close to that threshold, and exceeding it could indeed result in permanent damage. For now, however, a brief respite should suffice for recovery. Huang Weihuan, upon hearing this, chose not to press further. He turned his attention to Xiao Chongqing and asked, Old Xiao, what exactly is going on? Such a significant operation, and you didn't report to the higher-ups? You're outnumbered in this battle. Xiao Chongqing, Old Huang, do not stand there speaking as if it does not affect you. At that time, we had no inkling we would encounter so many adversaries. Huang Weihang nodded, then inquired, how many casualties did you sustain? Xiao Chongqing replied, casualties? None at all. Not a single one. What? Not a single person among you was injured? So it was only Su Lin who was hurt, is that correct? You lot truly excel. Huang Weihang's tone turned sharp, tinged with indignation, and he continued, what about the ambulance? Has it arrived yet? Ambulance. Right. I will call for one immediately. He had just heard Hong Wenhan mention that there was no danger to life, and had completely forgotten to summon an ambulance. It was only upon Huang Weihang's reminder that he remembered. Damn it, what are you calling for now? Huang Weihang was genuinely furious. What on earth were those people from Nanlin City doing? He promptly took out his mobile phone and contacted Xiao Weihai. As soon as the call connected, he stated, hello. Director Xiao, Su Lin is injured. The situation is unclear. He must be transported to the hospital immediately. I recommend dispatching a helicopter. Wait. On the other end of the line, Xiao Weihai did not engage in idle chatter, but promptly hung up to arrange for the helicopter. At that moment, Xiao Chongqing's expression shifted to one of astonishment. To his knowledge, there were only 3 police helicopters in the entire Zhongyan city, and they were rarely deployed. Who would have thought that with just one phone call from Huang Weihang, the higher-ups would immediately acquiesce? He suddenly felt that the prospect of recruiting personnel was rather bleak. Chapter 58, Summer Affairs Greetings. The modest village of Wallenshai boasts a mere population of 200 to 300 souls, predominantly elderly residents. Most of the youth have sought their fortunes in the cities, returning only during festive occasions to pay their respects to their elders. In the absence of these venerable figures, they seldom return. As the elders gradually depart from this world, Wallenshai has grown increasingly desolate. However, today, the village was alive with activity from the early hours of dawn. In fact, since the previous evening, the villagers had been roused by the relentless sound of gunfire. Many elders spent the night awake, rising at the break of day. Some even ventured to the highest point of the village in the dead of night to gaze towards the border. Being the closest village to the border within Haiyuan province, it is not uncommon for border patrol soldiers to traverse the area, combating various crimes. The echoes of gunfire from the frontier have long ceased to astonish them. The elders have witnessed much in their lifetimes. Indeed, some of the village's older inhabitants have participated in wars themselves. Their understanding of this border, their grasp of the nation's history, and their profound sense of national pride and honor far surpass that of contemporary youth. Having lived through so much, they are unflinching, even in the presence of numerous corpses. Hong Wenhan and Xiao Chongqing had no choice but to bring the bodies into the village. After all, Vehicles could only access Wallenshai via a narrow mountain road. It was hardly feasible to carry the bodies away. Child, have some breakfast. Indeed, my child. I have prepared a large pot of eggs at home. Come and partake. Officers, here are some local specialties. Please take them back to enjoy. The elderly eagerly presented their homemade delicacies, for these treasures held the utmost significance for them. Hong Wenhan and Xiao Chongqing, however, could not accept these offerings and politely declined one by one. Thank you, fellow villagers, but we must decline. We appreciate it, but we are not hungry. Sir, we adhere to our principles and cannot partake. Eventually, unable to withstand the warmth of the local people's hospitality, they retreated with their comrades to a barren stretch of land outside the village. The sound of helicopter rotors echoed through the sky after about half an hour. A blue and white police helicopter appeared before the crowd. Xiao Chongqing glanced at Huang Weihuan, his eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Even knowing that this individual had summoned a helicopter, he could not help but be moved. However, as the helicopter gradually descended and several prominent figures leaped down, Xiao Chongqing's eyes widened in disbelief, leaving him momentarily speechless. The first to disembark was Guo Liang, the chief of the Dongxing branch of Jiangyan City, clad in a white shirt, bearing the rank of third-class police supervisor. Following him was another individual, and Xiao Chongqing's lips twitched. It was Deng Zhigua, the chief of the Xiqing branch of Jiangyan City, also dressed in a white shirt, holding the same rank of third-class police supervisor. The individuals descending were indeed rather intimidating. Xiao Weihai, the director of the Jiangyan City Police Bureau, the foremost authority in Jiangyan City, donned in a crisp white shirt, adorned with the insignia of a second-level police supervisor. These three could be deemed the pinnacle of the law enforcement community in Jiangyan City. Upon their arrival, they hurried to the stretcher bearing Huang Weihuan and Chunhua, where they beheld Su Lin, his eyes wide open, bloodshot, and his face flushed with a crimson hue. A chill ran through the trio, their expressions shifting in alarm. Was this a sacrifice? The situation was quite grand. I could hear the whir of helicopter blades. Su Lin remarked, though his vision was clouded in a haze of red, rendering him unable to see anything clearly. You nearly frightened me to death. I thought you had perished in glory. Xia, upon hearing Su Lin's voice, felt a wave of relief wash over him, though his tone betrayed a hint of tremor. Director Xia, even you have come? Su Lin was taken aback. Enough chit-chat. We must head to the hospital. At this rate, you will be left crippled, if not dead. Xiao Weihai retorted brusquely. Director Xia, please speak kindly. I still wish to marry. Su Lin quipped. You little rascal. Xiao Weihai dismissed the banter, gesturing for Huang Weihuan and Chunhua to swiftly lift Su Lin onto the aircraft. The esteemed figures followed suit. Observing this scene, Xiao Chongqing felt a pang of bitterness. With three prominent figures showing such concern for him, could he still fret about his future in the police force? Wait a moment. Why was this fellow clad in traffic police uniform? Is the Jiangyan City Bureau truly this overbearing? A person so valiant, relegated to the traffic police? Have your talents already succumbed to such internal competition? Su Lin drifted into a hazy slumber, his eyes finally closing slowly. In his semi-conscious state, he sensed someone stitching up the wound at his waist. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. When he eventually opened his eyes, he was confronted by an expanse of darkness. Just as he was about to rise, a hand suddenly pressed against his chest. Do not move. The doctor has stated that your cornea is severely damaged and requires several days of rest, ideally away from light. Upon hearing this voice, Su Lin felt a shiver run down his spine. Why is it you? A delicate and fragrant aroma wafted into his nostrils, profoundly pleasant. A slightly fatigued voice broke the silence. Why couldn't it be me? In this city, without any family or friends, if I weren't here to care for you, you would likely be in dire straits by now. Sitting at the bedside was the enchanting Yen Yao. Su Lin replied, please speak more kindly. What do you mean by in dire straits? I'm perfectly fine, just a little weary. Well, I'm all right now. If you have things to attend to, please go ahead. I just need to call a friend. Saying this, he reached for his phone to call Zhang Zhao. Regardless of the situation, he knew he could not afford to provoke this woman. Forming any connection with her might spell his doom. However, as he touched something, his fingers brushed against a delicate, boneless hand, causing him to flinch and quickly retract his own. Are you afraid I might consume you? Yen Yao blushed, shooting a glance at the man before her. With a slight smirk, she remarked, as a distinguished female CEO, personally attending to your needs, do you dare to be picky? Do you believe I wouldn't have a word with the doctor to procure one of your kidneys? Su Lin. The most venomous of hearts belong to women. Indeed. Enough of that, Su Blind Man. I have a question for you. Yen Yao's playful demeanor faded, replaced by a serious inquiry. Is this endeavor truly worth it? I heard from your colleague Huang that the situation is exceedingly perilous, nearly costing you your life. Su Lin, I haven't given it much thought. Witnessing the corpses and the sacrifice of my comrades before me, If I do not apprehend the perpetrator, what significance does this uniform hold? Are you not afraid of death? Yin Yao's voice trembled slightly. Afraid? Who isn't afraid of death? Su Lin replied promptly. However, as a police officer, there are principles one must uphold. Yin Yao. Then if I were to find myself in danger, would you come to my rescue? Su Lin. Sister, I excel in sweet talk. I would undoubtedly save you, even if it meant sacrificing my own life for your safety. Yin Yao's eyes glistened with emotion, and she smiled brightly. All right. I take you at your word. Su Lin. Do you perhaps misunderstand? This applies to anyone. We are police officers. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the hospital room. At that moment, a group of individuals appeared in the corridor, their synchronized footsteps drawing the attention of everyone present. Chapter 59. The Extravagant Heiress. 5 billion to stun a crowd. A group made their way towards Su Lin's hospital room, led by Xia Weihai. In this moment, Xia Weihai displayed an unexpected humility, continuously smiling and conversing with the individuals behind him while guiding everyone towards the ward. Huang Weihuan trailed at the back, feeling like an inconspicuous shadow. In truth, he wished to remain unnoticed, especially considering the presence of Guo Liang from the East City Bureau and Deng Zhiguo from the West City Bureau, who were like loyal attendants, constantly wearing smiles beside him. As Xia Weihai approached the door to the hospital room, a sudden, anguished wail emanated from within, piercing the air with a chilling intensity reminiscent of torture. His expression shifted dramatically. Without even knocking, he forcefully pushed the door open and rushed inside. The two prominent figures, surrounded by admirers, followed closely, nearly causing the doorframe to buckle under their collective presence. Upon entering, they beheld a young man lying on the bed, his eyes covered with bandages. A stunningly beautiful woman, whose allure was almost otherworldly, was biting the young man's left wrist. Their gazes locked, leaving everyone momentarily dumbfounded. Yin Yao, her enchanting eyes widening at the sudden intrusion, quickly realized the situation, releasing her grip on the morsel in her mouth, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Uncle Xia, she stammered, struggling to articulate an explanation, resorting to pinching Su Lin's arm in desperation. However, she soon discovered that his arm was remarkably sturdy, resisting her efforts. Though Su Lin could not see, he acutely sensed the presence of several newcomers in the room. Immediately, he inquired, "Who is there?" Cough, cough, cough. Xia Weihai cleared his throat twice. "Director Xia." Su Lin recognized the voice and called out. Xia Weihai chuckled and remarked, "You rascal, it appears you are recovering quite swiftly. That shout just now was full of vigor, which puts my mind at ease." Without waiting for Su Lin to respond, he turned his attention to a man with thick eyebrows, a square face, and an imposing demeanor, saying, "Director Chun, this is the comrade Su Lin I mentioned to you." "Comrade Su Lin, greetings." The authoritative man stepped forward and shook Su Lin's hand, stating, "Comrade Su Lin, you have rendered us a tremendous service." "A tremendous service?" Su Lin was taken aback, confusion etched on his face. He merely sought vengeance for Dali and had not anticipated making such a significant contribution. Indeed, a tremendous service. Chuning Hu replied with a smile, patting Su Lin on the shoulder. "You are unaware, but the woman you apprehended is of immense importance to us. Particularly the item she possesses has yielded vast benefits for our narcotics enforcement officers. With that sales network in our grasp, we can dismantle a significant portion of the ice, sugar trafficking, and distribution gangs that have infested Haiyuan province." Upon hearing this, Su Lin felt a swell of emotion. He was certain that the woman, Jean Meigawei, was quite formidable and held considerable significance for certain individuals. Otherwise, they would not have dispatched such an army of mercenaries for her rescue. He had simply not anticipated that she wielded control over such an extensive ice sugar sales network. If nothing unexpected occurs, the individuals murdered in Villa Number 6 are likely connected to this matter. "Leader, this is my duty," he stated. "To dismantle the network trafficking in ice sugar is tantamount to salvaging countless families. In the fight against such a loathsome menace, he bears an unavoidable responsibility. The ramifications of this substance are dire. If left unchecked, it could undermine the very foundation of the nation." Monan, situated beside the Eagle Country, serves as a prime example. In that small nation, the police face daily casualties, while ice sugar dealers can wreak havoc upon the authorities. One can only imagine the utter lack of security the citizens endure in such an environment. Good, good, good. Chuning Hu exclaimed thrice, then continued. "You must take care to recuperate. When you are fully healed, I shall personally award you a Medal of Merit." "Yes, thank you, Leader," Su Lin replied with a smile. "By the way, Leader, might we consider updating our municipal bureau's funding and vehicles?" Xia Weihai interjected with a cheerful inquiry. Since Su Lin had achieved merit, it was only natural that they would share in the glory. Not to mention, the aging vehicles of the criminal investigation team certainly require replacement. Furthermore, The Bureau's arsenal of firearms also merits an update. Indeed, it would be prudent to refresh their communication tools as well. We ought to procure some drones. Xiao Weihai, you certainly have a knack for seizing opportunities, Hu observed, well aware of his old subordinate's intentions. Xiao Weihai, apprehensive that his request might be declined, hastened to add, it is indeed true, esteemed leader, our current conditions are quite dire. We lack all advanced equipment. The special police assault vehicles don't even have a spare tire. Just imagine, if we had an additional helicopter this time. Would Xiao Su have sustained such severe injuries? A skilled craftsman cannot work without materials. Delays in support could lead to grave consequences. I dread the thought of comrades sacrificing their lives due to slow assistance. Sighing, he continued, enough of your pretense. Do not harbor hopes for a helicopter. Our provincial department has merely 6 helicopters, and you in Jiangyan City are fortunate to have 3. I can allocate a batch of police cars for you, and also provide some funds. Purchase what you lack on your own. Haha, thank you so much, esteemed leader. Xiao Weihai exclaimed, his face lighting up with a grin. At this moment, Yin Yao, who had been silent until now, innocently inquired, Uncle Xia, is the municipal bureau truly so impoverished? And why is it that the basic equipment of the municipal bureau cannot surpass that of the provincial department? Xiao Weihai quickly cast a warning glance at Yin Yao, thinking, dear lady, refrain from speaking indiscreetly. I am on the verge of securing this deal. Do not provoke the leader's ire, or I may be left empty-handed. Chuckling, he added, little girl, I cannot say whether Jiangyan City's bureau is wealthy or not. But there is no stipulation that the provincial department's equipment must exceed that of the municipal bureau. Upon hearing this, Yin Yao nodded in understanding and replied, that is reassuring. She turned to Xiao Weihai and said, Uncle Xia, if I am not mistaken, the cost of a police helicopter ranges from 40 to 50 million each, right? And for various police vehicles, I believe estimating them at 300,000 each should be quite reasonable, don't you think? Therefore, on behalf of our group, I would like to donate 10 G9 model police helicopters to the Jiangyan City Bureau, along with 300 police vehicles of various types. I will have my assistant contact you later. The crowd was left in stunned silence, their eyes wide and jaws dropped. What does it mean to be extravagant? To propose 10 G9 helicopters, which would amount to at least over 400 million. Adding to that, with 300 vehicles at a price of 300,000 each, it would easily come to almost another 100 million. A total of 500 million donated to the city bureau. Surely that would elevate the bureau's equipment to new heights. Su Lin listened, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Rich lady, do you think your father would approve of such lavish spending? Chapter 60, The Film Emperor and the Lock God? Are you serious, system? Dear niece, are you serious? Xiao Weihai was momentarily dazed by the staggering sum of 500 million. Taking some time to regain his composure, his gaze fixed intently on Yin Yao, his heart inexplicably racing. Yin Yao replied, of course. As an ordinary citizen, I sincerely hope that our society grows increasingly stable and that crime diminishes. Only in such an environment can we feel secure. However, her tone shifted as she glanced at the young man lying on the hospital bed. Uncle Xia, the most crucial point is that support must arrive swiftly in the future. After all, time is of the essence. Xiao Weihai cast a glance at the young man on the bed, a flicker of understanding igniting within him. No problem, he said with a smile. Then I shall express our gratitude to General Yin on behalf of our brothers in the police force of Jiangyan City. Envious. Hu, standing nearby, felt a surge of jealousy, his eyes ablaze. Why doesn't he, the provincial capital, have such extravagant wealthy women? Even if it's not 500 million. A mere 100 million would suffice. No, even 50 million would be acceptable. His gaze shifted from the affluent woman to Xiao Weihai, the leading figure in the police force of Jiangyan City, who felt a growing unease under the intensity of Chen's stare, sensing that something was about to unfold. Xiao Su needs rest. Let us speak outside, Xiao Weihai suggested. He then called out, Huang Weihuan, where are you? Here, Chief Xia, I'm coming. Huang Weihuan hurriedly squeezed through from the back. You stay here to take care of Su Lin. Yes, Chief. Xiao Weihai turned to Yin Yao and said, General Yin, shall we proceed to my office to discuss the particulars of the donation? Rest assured, with Huang Weihuan present, Su Lin will be safe. Yin Yao glanced at Su Lin on the hospital bed and nodded. All right. Once everyone had departed, Huang Weihuan sat by the bedside, retrieved a banana from the fruit basket, peeled it, and took a bite, saying, you really are fortunate. TSK, why isn't there a wealthy lady to shower me with affection? Get lost. Su Lin retorted irritably, then added, don't fabricate relationships. She's south just close to Director Xia. Do you actually believe that? Huang Weihuan spat dismissively. I do, Su Lin affirmed, feigning. They both erupted into laughter, the sound echoing in the room. It wasn't until a nurse entered and issued a few warnings that they fell silent. Su Lin broke the quiet, asking, "Huang, what about Dolly?" Huang Weihuan fell into a contemplative silence, taking over 10 seconds before responding. "He will be posthumously awarded first-class merit. The memorial service is on the 19th. Su Lin nodded solemnly in acknowledgement. In the Great Xiao, the average lifespan of a police officer is just under 48 years, and for narcotics officers, it is merely around 41. They bear the weight of maintaining societal stability and safety while sacrificing their youthful lives. In this line of work, danger is an ever-present companion. On the day of the memorial service, come to fetch me," Su Lin spoke in a subdued tone. "All right," Huang Weihuan nodded. The hospital room settled into a profound silence. The loss of comrades weighs heavily on every heart. Although Su Lin had only known Dolly for a few days, he was profoundly impressed by this earnest fellow and felt a deep sense of sorrow. Yet, this was the fate of a policeman. Perhaps he, too, would face such a day. Leaning against the headboard, a heavy heart weighed upon him. After some time, Su Lin managed to suppress that surge of sadness and summoned the system interface. Regardless of the circumstances, he must become stronger to protect his comrades, safeguard his family, and defend every kind-hearted citizen. The system initiated a point settlement. "Congratulations, host. You have eliminated a mercenary and earned 329 points. Congratulations, host. You have eliminated a mercenary and earned 350 points. Congratulations, host. You have eliminated." The notifications in his mind surged chaotically, with over 10 alerts confirming his accomplishments, and soon Su Lin saw his points soar to over 3,800. At that moment, the final notification appeared. "Congratulations, host. You have captured the criminal Jean Megaway and earned 990 points. With 990 points, he was merely 10 points shy of reaching the 1,000 mark. This was a testament to the myriad heinous crimes committed by Jean Megaway, which could be described as uncountable. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, he had successfully apprehended her. There was no way this woman would leave the Great Xiao alive. The system, skill extraction. He silently uttered a thought, and soon the system interface radiated with brilliance. Moments later, a notification resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired a Strength Attribute Amplification card. Strength Attribute Amplification card. Strength increased by 30%. A prompt emerged in his mind, and in the next moment, Su Lin felt as though a warm current surged through his body. Not only did he feel invigorated, but even the pain from his wounds dulled significantly. He gently clenched his fist, sensing an inexhaustible reservoir of strength within him. Once more, with a spark of excitement, he commanded again. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Physical Enhancement card. Endurance card. Within 2 hours, your physical capabilities will be doubled. Upon expiration, there will be no side effects." Another temporal card, yet another boon. He had previously experienced the Gun King card, which had left him in awe. The Physical Enhancement card, as its name implies, is designed to amplify one's physical prowess. Although he currently had no immediate use for it, he believed it would prove advantageous in due course. Without further ado, he pressed on. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new skill. Film Emperor. Film Emperor, Master of Performance, adept at embodying various characters. Colloquially known as, whatever role you take on, you become." "What is this?" Su Lin nearly leapt from his bed upon hearing the system's announcement. "A Film Emperor? Are you suggesting I should act?" His lips twitched, feeling as though he was meeting this peculiar system for the first time. No, he needed to reassess the system. It was occasionally unreliable. Shaking his head in resignation, he continued to draw skills, knowing this was his final opportunity. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new skill, Lock God. Lock God. From today onwards, you can bid farewell to keys and passwords. With merely a pair of hands and a set of tools, no lock shall remain unyielding. Su Lin, I am undeniably a police officer. Why bestow upon me the skill of lock-picking? System, I seek to pose but one inquiry. In acquiring this skill, shall I not need to report to the Bureau? How vexing. Yet, with skills already drawn, what recourse do I have?" Gazing at the myriad fragments of knowledge concerning locks swirling within his mind, Su Lin yearned to curse, yet ultimately refrained. A sense of foreboding crept over him, as though the system were leading him down an irrevocable path. After resting in the hospital for 3 days, Su Lin finally removed the bandages. Upon reopening his eyes to behold the vibrant world anew, a contented smile graced his face. He then attended the memorial service for Dolly, where he generously contributed all of his savings to Dolly's wife. The child is still young, in any case. The offspring of a hero must not suffer indignities. Regardless of other circumstances, he, a bachelor, could ensure his own sustenance without burdening anyone else. Moreover, he held little regard for money. Following an additional 2 days of rest, Su Lin concluded his medical leave and arrived at the criminal investigation team. His organizational affiliation was officially transferred to the team, where he assumed the position of deputy chief. At the age of 22, he held the title of deputy chief at the deputy section level, not to mention the entirety of the Great Xia. He was undoubtedly the first of his kind in Jiangyan City. Chapter 61. Have I caught the eye of a deputy minister? At the logistics department of the municipal bureau, Su Lin, under the guidance of Huang Weihuan, went to receive his uniforms. The collection included spring and autumn uniforms, winter uniforms, duty attire, multifunctional outfits, short and long-sleeve shirts, undershirts, raincoats, and tactical gear, amounting to nearly a dozen sets of clothing. Su Lin selected a short-sleeved shirt and changed into it. However, just as he was about to remove the shoulder insignia to replace it, Huang Weihuan halted his movements. "You needn't wear this," he said with a cheerful smile. Su Lin was taken aback, glancing at Huang Weihuan and then at the seasoned officer in charge of logistics. "Gee, you can't be telling me that now that I've transferred to criminal investigations, I'll have to start all over again, can you?" He joked. After all, he had earned that single star and 3 stripes through sheer determination. If that didn't count, then what was the point? Noticing Su Lin's expression darkening, Huang Weihuan immediately understood his thoughts and chuckled. "You mischievous lad, what are you thinking? Rest assured, Director Xia will personally adorn you with your insignia shortly." "That's more like it," Su Lin nodded. As a contributor to their successes, receiving his rank from Director Xia felt well-deserved. "Goodbye, Lao Yu." Huang Weihuan greeted the elderly officer in the logistics department, who looked up, adjusted his reading glasses, and replied with a smile, "Take care, Huang." Then, glancing at Su Lin, who was clutching a pile of new uniforms, he murmured softly, "It's becoming increasingly outrageous. Young as he is, a first-level constable, he must have had some connections to get in here, right? Sigh. The moral fabric of society has deteriorated. Where can we find the fervor of our past, when individuals would willingly shed blood for their beliefs?" The two individuals did not heed Old Yu's words. Otherwise, they would have engaged in a spirited debate with him. Upon exiting the logistics department and arriving on the first floor, Su Lin gazed solemnly at the police badge that stood prominently in the hall. This was not his inaugural visit to the municipal bureau, yet it marked his first arrival as a criminal investigator. The distinction in identity naturally imbued the occasion with greater significance. "Shall we proceed? Would you like to visit the conference room on the 3rd floor first? I need to stop by the subunit to arrange some tasks," Huang Weihang suggested before preparing to depart. Suddenly, he turned back and handed Su Lin a bundle of clothing, stating, "I'll place this in your office for you." "All right," Su Lin replied with a nod. Once Huang Weihang had left, he made his way to the grand conference room on the 3rd floor. Upon entering, he observed 2 officers engaged in brewing tea and tidying up the space. One of them, a young officer adorned with a single stripe and a star on his shoulder, bore the rank of 3rd-class inspector. "Are you new here?" The 3rd-class inspector scrutinized Su Lin, first noticing the absence of any insignia on his shoulder. After a brief moment of confusion, he concluded that this young man must be a newly arrived intern, for only newcomers would lack any insignia. However, he pondered, even interns should possess at least a basic rank insignia, shouldn't they? Dismissing his thoughts, he raised his hand and said, "Stop dawdling. Quickly lend a hand. The leaders will be arriving shortly. I must inform you, a high-ranking official from the department is coming down, so be meticulous." Su Lin was momentarily taken aback. Was he expected to work? Very well, he thought. I shall not protest. A bit of labor is preferable to idleness. However, considering that everyone else was toiling away, what was the meaning of his commanding presence? Was he exempt from labor? He cast a sidelong glance at the 3rd-level inspector, his brow furrowing slightly. The condescending demeanor was indeed rather irksome. "Are you questioning me? Perhaps you should consider your own rank in comparison to mine," the 3rd-level inspector retorted, rising to point an accusatory finger at Su Lin. Following that, with a tone laced with sarcasm, he added, "This is the city bureau, not a local precinct. I advise you to open your eyes and learn how to conduct yourself properly." Su Lin's expression darkened immediately. "Thank you for your unsolicited advice. I require no instruction on comportment. Perhaps you should reflect on what it means to be a police officer," he replied coldly. In a vast forest, one encounters all manner of creatures. It was likely that this individual had not entered through legitimate means. How else could such a lack of decorum be explained? "You. Very well. How audacious of you to speak to me in such a manner. I see you are." Just as the 3rd-level inspector was about to erupt, the office door swung open once more. Huang Weihuan entered first, surveying the nearly prepared conference room, and then stood upright to the side. The sound of footsteps echoed as figures entered the conference room, and an imposing aura enveloped the space. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, distinguished by an olive branch perched upon his shoulder, adorned with a glimmering silver national emblem at its center. Su Lin's pupils contracted momentarily. The olive branch did not completely encircle the emblem. This the Deputy Chief Commissioner, a figure of considerable stature at the vice-ministerial level. Following closely was the top official of the Haiyuan Provincial Department, Chininghu. Then came Xiao Weihai, Guoliang, and a cadre of distinguished gentlemen clad in white shirts. Upon witnessing the arrival of such esteemed individuals, a third-level police officer hastily gestured for two officers to depart, then turned to Su Lin, who remained motionless. The officer's expression darkened, and, filled with ire, he advanced towards Su Lin. "What are you still doing here?" he demanded, grasping Su Lin's arm. If he were to offend these high-ranking officials, it would not only jeopardize his own position but also endanger his patron, the deputy director of the municipal bureau. "What are you doing?" At the slightest movement from Su Lin, Xiao Weihai's expression hardened, and he reprimanded sharply. The third-level officer, startled by the tone, quickly released Su Lin's arm. "Director, your presence is no longer required. Leave," Xiao Weihai coldly instructed. "Yes." The officer promptly retreated, almost in flight. Su Lin paid him little mind, casting a fleeting glance before redirecting his gaze. "Leader, this is young Su Lin," Xiao Weihai said with a smile, addressing the imposing middle-aged man adorned with the national emblem. The latter lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Su Lin. Their stares intersected midair. Su Lin remained calm and composed, his expression unwavering. "Young man, quite impressive." The esteemed individual smiled and nodded, then stepped forward, extending his hand. "Fong Ziyuan, but you may call me Deputy Fong." "No, I shall still address you as leader," Su Lin responded, somewhat taken aback. "Fong Ziyuan, are you certain? This opportunity is but a singular one." Deputy Fong. It is a pleasure." Su Lin promptly grasped the goodwill of the esteemed figure. How could he possibly decline? With those two words, their relationship was significantly strengthened. Henceforth, as he ventured out, he could consider himself someone of note within the department. Who would dare to bully him now? Young man. I have reviewed your dossier and examined your case files. You are remarkably intelligent and highly capable," Fong Ziyuan exclaimed with hearty laughter, offering Su Lin high praise. However, after a brief pause, a glint of sharp insight sparkled in his eyes as he continued. "Yet, what I admire most is your valiant stand at the border. That battle upheld the dignity of our great Xia public security, and it brought honor to our police force." Chapter 62, First-Class Merit Awarded in Standing Position. Deputy Division Chief, without further ado, as my time is limited, let us proceed. Fong Ziyuan beckoned to Xiao Weihai, who promptly approached, retrieving a document and a red box from his pocket, which he solemnly handed over to Fong. "Su Lin, present." Su Lin immediately stood upright, his expression grave. Fong Ziyuan opened the document, cleared his throat, and with a resounding voice began to read, "Police Department, document number 102. In recognition of Comrade Su Lin's fearless bravery and outstanding performance during a series of operations including the major theft on September 26th, the homicide on September 28th, the significant drug case, and the border pursuit, which have bolstered our national prestige and set a model for law enforcement. Following deliberation by the Jianyun City Bureau and submission to the Provincial Department for approval, it has been resolved in a meeting convened by the Police Department to bestow upon Comrade Su Lin a first-class merit award. We hope that Comrade Su Lin will continue to strive diligently to maintain public order and combat crime." At the moment the decree was proclaimed, a resounding buzz echoed in Su Lin's mind, and he could not help but tremble with emotion. A first-class merit award. He had indeed been honored with such recognition. Joy, astonishment, and exhilaration surged within him in a tumultuous explosion of feelings. Yet, when he recalled the sacrifice of Qin Dali, a tinge of melancholy enveloped him. It is often said that in the Great Xia, achieving merit is no easy feat. Third-class merit is awarded while standing, second-class merit while reclining, and first-class merit is received by the family. By this standard, it seems that I am indeed an exception. Aside from the first-class merit awarded posthumously, the instances of first-class merit conferred by the police department throughout the year are indeed few and far between. Xiao Weihai's face was alight with excitement. His complexion flushed as though he had consumed copious amounts of liquor. The other members of the Jianyun City Police Force mirrored his enthusiasm, each one radiating a glow of elation. With such a promising individual among them, the Jianyun City Police Force was undoubtedly on the brink of ascendance. The prospect of acquiring whatever they desired seemed within reach. When Fong Ziyuan affixed the medal upon his chest, Su Lin finally came to his senses and immediately stood at attention, saluting. His heart surged with emotion, tumultuous as the crashing waves. The reasoning became clear, why the esteemed Deputy Fong had personally come forth. It was to bestow upon him the first-class merit award. At the municipal level, only the third-class merit could be conferred. To award a second-class merit, one must report to the provincial office for approval before issuance. The first-class merit could only be sanctioned by the ministry itself. Furthermore, Fong Ziyuan smiled, and gestured for Su Lin to lower his hand, then proceeded to announce the subsequent orders. Due to Comrade Su Lin's exemplary performance in the Criminal Investigation Division of the Jiangyan City Bureau, having solved numerous major cases and apprehended several fugitives, he was honored with 2 second-class merits and 1 first-class merit. Therefore, Comrade Su Lin is hereby promoted to the rank of Level 3 Police Supervisor, with a position equivalent to that of Deputy Director. Upon the conclusion of the announcement, the assembled crowd, save for a few in-the-know individuals, collectively gasped in astonishment. A Level 3 Police Supervisor, equivalent to Deputy Director. This elevation in rank and status was truly extraordinary. Su Lin had been on the police force for less than a month, and even spent over half of that time in the traffic police unit. Yet, he remarkably ascended the ranks due to his commendable contributions. Merely a short while later, he achieved a first-class merit, propelling him from the rank of inspector to that of superintendent. Although this appears to be merely a single level, it represents an echelon that some may never attain in their lifetime, particularly given its significant position, equivalent to that of a deputy division chief. It is noteworthy that a typical third-level superintendent would only reach the rank of section chief at best, but he effectively leapfrogged a level, now standing alongside Huang Weihuan at the same tier. To Summer Weihai and others, this was entirely expected. When Huang Weihuan appointed Su Lin as the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team, it was predetermined that he would hold the rank of deputy division chief. The recent formal announcement was merely a formality following departmental approval. Come, the police insignia, Fang Ziyuan beckoned. Summer Weihai promptly presented the prepared insignia with both hands, and Fang Ziyuan took it, personally adorning Su Lin with the emblem. Thunderous applause erupted in the conference room. Su Lin saluted the assembly, his face aglow with excitement. Young man, continue to strive. I anticipate your capture of more criminals, restoring peace and security for our citizens, granting us a tranquil and harmonious living environment. Yes, I assure you I will fulfill the mission, Su Lin declared earnestly. I'm off, Fang Ziyuan remarked, clearly preoccupied. After giving Su Lin a reassuring pat on the shoulder, he departed from the municipal bureau, surrounded by Summer Weihai and others, heading straight for the airport. As the crowd dispersed, only Huang Weihuan and Su Lin remained in the conference room. Su Lin fondled the medal on his chest, glancing at his epaulettes, and broke into a broad smile. Huang Weihuan observed this young man and couldn't help but chuckle wryly, shaking his head. The comparison between individuals can truly be exasperating. While he bore the insignia of a second lieutenant, this young man before him had already attained the rank of first lieutenant. The dilemma was that he was 35 years old, a whole cycle older than Su Lin. The future was indeed promising, he silently acknowledged. A quiet affirmation of Su Lin's potential. Let's go, Huang. Back to the unit, Su Lin said, carefully removing his medal and placing it into its case. Yes, back to the unit. I have a case to discuss with you. It is quite extraordinary, Huang Weihuan replied, nodding. Upon hearing this, Su Lin's interest was piqued. An extraordinary case promised a challenge, which he relished. As they exited the conference room, they encountered 3 figures who also turned to look at them. Among them, the foremost was a third-class inspector, flanked by 2 first-class officers. When the inspector's gaze fell upon Su Lin, he suddenly trembled, his face paling instantly, while beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead. A third-class inspector? How could it be? He was so young, it was simply inconceivable. However, upon seeing Huang Weihuan beside him, he felt an overwhelming certainty that he had just hit a brick wall, and this time, he might be in serious trouble. Indeed, Su Lin cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked, Huang Ji, this individual warrants thorough investigation. I sense something amiss. Upon hearing this, Huang Weihuan's eyes instantly sparkled with intrigue. Su Lin had already established a formidable reputation within their criminal investigation team, earning the moniker Fiery Eye of Insight. Whenever he identified a person of interest, there was not a single innocent among them. Given that this young man had raised concerns, there was undoubtedly cause for suspicion. Rest assured, I shall ensure a comprehensive inquiry, he assured. As the 2 departed, they left behind a visibly pale figure trembling in fear. Upon returning to the team, they were greeted by a multitude of familiar faces. Applaud, welcome our deputy team leader. Shenhua bellowed. The sound of enthusiastic clapping resonated throughout the room. Su Lin's expression turned slightly frosty as he admonished, spare me these theatrics, let us get to work. Initially formidable, the atmosphere shifted as laughter erupted moments later, filling the space with warmth and camaraderie. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Lin made his way to Huang Weihuan's office, accompanied by Chunhua and the other 3 squad leaders. Take a look at this. It has just been submitted from the East City Brigade, Huang Weihuan stated, his demeanor somewhat grave as he handed a dossier to Su Lin. Over the past 7 years, a total of 12 similar cases have occurred in Jiangyan City. Chapter 63, The Mysterious Disappearance. 12 individuals vanished without a trace for 7 years? A dozen similar cases? Upon hearing Huang Weihuan's words, Su Lin realized that this case was far from ordinary. He swiftly opened the case file, extracting a document approximately 2 centimeters thick. The first page prominently featured a young man in his 20s, seemingly fresh out of university, his face radiating youthful exuberance. As Su Lin gazed at this young man, who appeared to be of similar age, his eyes descended to gather information about him. Lin Yun, a recent graduate of Haiyuan University, hailing from Jiangyan City. He had returned home for the summer to apply for a position at a certain company and had gone missing 4 days prior. As Su Lin perused the pages of information, his brow gradually furrowed. This Lin Yun could be considered an exemplary student, preparing to apply for graduate studies at Haiyuan University. And according to his teachers, he was almost guaranteed acceptance. A student with such outstanding academic achievements and a well-behaved demeanor, in the eyes of many, epitomized the ideal child. The sudden disappearance of such a responsible individual, fully capable of criminal accountability, was indeed perplexing. Yet, it remained merely perplexing. After all, it is not uncommon for an adult to go missing for 2 or 3 days. In today's society, such occurrences are quite prevalent. Not only young individuals in their 20s, but even middle-aged people in their 40s or 50s may choose to leave home when overwhelmed by the pressures of work and life. Su Lin had once come across a report indicating that 9 of individuals made such choices when confronted with dilemmas, unverified, do not delve deeply. Thus, it is hardly surprising. However, the family of Lin Yun claimed that he had ventured out only after receiving a peculiar phone call, after which he never returned. Su Lin furrowed his brow. The file before him yielded no insights, prompting him to lift his gaze and inquire with Huang Weihuan about the circumstances surrounding the other cases. Just as he raised his head, he spotted Huang Weihuan, beaming and cradling a hefty stack of case files. "I anticipated your need for detailed information on these cases and have prepared everything for you," he said. "Moreover, Vice Team Leader Su, from this moment forth, I shall be your aide. Feel free to express any request you may have." Su Lin replied, "Huang, please brew me a cup of tea from that aged tea canister hidden behind your cabinet." Upon hearing this, Huang Weihuan's eyes widened in astonishment. "How did you know about my tea stash?" "I swear, that was brought back from my hometown in Fuzhou. Though it may not be from those ancient mother trees, it is certainly from tea trees that are hundreds of years old." Su Lin chuckled softly. "Huang, fine treasures deserve to be shared. You may think you have concealed them well, but do you not consider what our profession entails? Alas, having just thwarted that old fox, Director Xiao, I never anticipated you would take advantage of me." Huang Weihuan shook his head and turned to his office to fetch some tea leaves. Before long, he returned with a steaming cup, filling Su Lin's office with a rich aroma of tea. "Drink up, but do not mention this to Director Xiao," Huang Weihuan cautioned. Su Lin merely nodded, engrossed in the case files before him. Zhang Shuyi, aged 45, a resident of Jiangyan City, an employee at the water treatment plant, had gone missing on his way home from work in March 2023, and his whereabouts remained unknown. A photograph of this seemingly honest man adorned the first page of the file, followed by details of his disappearance and the subsequent investigation. While reports of missing persons are not uncommon, the past 5 years have seen Jiangyan City successfully locate nearly all missing individuals, even if only their remains were recovered. Yet, 12 cases remained shrouded in mystery, as Huang Weihuan noted. Su Lin nodded, continuing to peruse the records. With March marking the 6-month anniversary of Zhang Shuyi's disappearance, both family members and the police had been tirelessly searching for any leads, but it was as if he had vanished into thin air. In this age of advanced technology, where surveillance cameras are ubiquitous, the cases of Zhang Shuyi and the recently missing Lin Yun stood out. Neither had been captured on any monitoring devices, nor had anyone laid eyes on them since their disappearances. Could there be something supernatural at play? Su Lin pondered, furrowing his brow. Yet he remained unperturbed by Huang Weihuan's presence as he delved into the third file. He Yihong, a 38-year-old full-time mother, mysteriously vanished without a trace or any prior indication. 3 individuals, from a societal perspective, shared no apparent connection. Su Lin even pondered that the likelihood of these 3 individuals having crossed paths was negligible. One was a university student, another a worker at a water treatment plant, and the last a full-time mother. Their disparate social standings seemingly afforded no opportunity for acquaintance. Could it be that supernatural forces were at play? A glimmer of insight flickered in Su Lin's eyes as he swiftly opened the 4th dossier. Wang Bin, a 41-year-old delivery worker from Jiangyan City. The 4th case presented itself. Again, there was an absence of commonality among them. Su Lin scrutinized each word on the document, discerning almost no direct connections. Then came the 5th, 6th, and 7th cases. After perusing all 12 files, Su Lin massaged his temples, only then recalling the teacup beside him. The tea had long cooled, and Huang Weihuan had departed at some unknown moment. He took a sip and proceeded to extract all the photographs, affixing them onto the whiteboard in his office. 12 individuals, the eldest being 53 years of age, and the youngest merely 14. The earliest reported disappearance was that of Han Chunshin, a 27-year-old second-generation demolisher. He had exited a nightclub and was driving home when, the following day, his vehicle was discovered abandoned by the roadside, while he himself had vanished without a trace. With the continuous reports of missing persons and the criminal investigation team lacking any leads, Su Lin felt an unsettling chill creep over him. The gravity of the case weighed heavily upon him, instilling a profound sense of pressure. After perusing numerous documents, he found himself utterly at a loss. Yet, this was to be expected. He was not the sole intelligent individual in the world. If the clues were so readily apparent, they would not have remained elusive for so long. As he pondered over the photographs affixed to the whiteboard, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Huang Weihuan entered, carrying a takeaway meal from the cafeteria. "How is it?" he inquired, his gaze brimming with anticipation. Su Lin shook his head. "After so many years without a breakthrough, do you expect me to uncover something in just a few hours? Dream on. I am no deity." "Ah, indeed." Huang Weihuan's eyes dimmed slightly. 7 years had passed, and 12 individuals had vanished in such a mysterious manner, evaporating into thin air, with no leads uncovered thus far. He felt a deep sense of guilt towards the families of those who had reported the disappearances. Su Lin accepted the meal from Huang Weihuan, his attention divided between the whiteboard and the information swirling in his mind. The families of Lin Yun and the other 6 individuals had reported receiving phone calls prior to their disappearances. The remaining 6 had been alone when they vanished, and by the time reports were filed, some had been missing for nearly a month. The timing of the disappearances was uncertain, yet they generally occurred in the early morning, afternoon, or late at night. The locations of these vanishings spanned nearly the entire Zhongyun urban area. Zhongyun urban area. Su Lin suddenly sat up straight, swallowing the food in his mouth and casting it aside as he rushed to the whiteboard. He closed his eyes and contemplated for a moment, then sketched a rough map based on the locations where each person had disappeared. Any discoveries? Huang Weihuan instantly became agitated. Chapter 64, Digging Deep. Clues emerge. Huang Weihuan was deep in thought when Su Lin's sudden movement startled him. He remained silent, observing Su Lin as he sketched a rough diagram. 12 individuals were depicted, 3 missing from the jurisdiction of the East City Division, 4 from the South City area, 1 from the North City, and 4 from the West City. Around each location, he outlined street maps, marking the last known appearances of the missing persons with red dots. Su Lin connected all the red dots, creating an intricate web of red lines. The resulting diagram appeared winding and chaotic, devoid of any discernible pattern. Huang Weihuan felt a sense of confusion wash over him, while Su Lin stepped back, contemplating the diagram in silence. Unable to restrain himself, Huang Weihuan finally inquired, "Su, is there an issue here?" Su Lin shook his head, responding, "It's difficult to articulate, but I sense there is some connection. However, the specifics elude me." Seeing Su Lin's uncertainty extinguish the flicker of hope he had just nurtured, Huang Weihuan suggested, "I will summon Hu Gang and Chunhua. Perhaps they might offer a different perspective." "All right," Su Lin acquiesced. Huang Weihuan stepped outside and called into the hall, "Team leaders, please come here." Before long, the 3 entered Su Lin's office. After listening to Huang Weihuan's account, they turned their attention to the diagram. After a prolonged examination, scratching their heads in frustration, they could discern nothing. Huang Weihuan asked, "Su, is there any connection among them?" Su Lin remarked, "There is no peculiar connection. However, I find it perplexing that all these individuals possess urban residency." Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively furrowed their brows. They were well aware of this fact, having dissected the case no less than 50 times. Yet, no one could substantiate any intrinsic link. Su Lin gazed at them and continued, "What I wish to convey is that if they have indeed been abducted, the perpetrators must have their own motives. Regardless of their intentions, I believe the risk of executing such an act in the city is significantly greater than in the suburbs or rural areas." At this revelation, the 4 were momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, how did I not consider this?" Huang Weihang exclaimed, slapping his thigh vigorously. "In urban areas, the density of the population and the omnipresence of surveillance cameras make it exceedingly easy to expose any misstep or clue when attempting to abduct someone. Conversely, rural regions are vastly different. There, the land is expansive and the population sparse. One could simply incapacitate a person and whisk them away into the woods, departing from a different location without raising any suspicion. This undoubtedly presented a critical lead, and Chunhua and his companions felt a surge of excitement. They looked at Su Lin, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Truly, he was the man renowned for his keen insight, capable of magnifying even the slightest detail and seizing upon a thread of evidence. Though it was but a slender lead, it remained their sole clue at this juncture. Nevertheless, Su Lin shook his head once more, sighing. We are utterly incapable of connecting the dots in this case. What does it matter that they all disappeared in the city? It could merely be a coincidence, after all. They are currently unaware of the whereabouts of these individuals, rendering the clues utterly insignificant. Su Lin gently tapped his chin with his right index finger, contemplating in silence for a moment before he spoke. Huang Ji. Endeavor to identify the commonalities among these missing persons, particularly the shared traits of the 12 individuals. If we can ascertain these commonalities, we would have made significant progress in solving the case. Indeed, Huang Weihuan nodded in agreement. He promptly stated, I will send someone out to investigate the social backgrounds of these individuals, tracing their lineage back generations. I refuse to believe we cannot uncover any commonalities. Before long, Huang Weihuan departed with 3 team leaders to seek out clues. Su Lin glanced at the whiteboard, continuing to sift through the contents of his lunchbox. At this juncture, the sole commonality failed to yield any leads, but it nevertheless marked a breakthrough from nothing. He pondered rapidly in his mind, considering what else might bind them together. As time passed and evening approached, a group of brothers who had gone out to conduct interviews returned. Including Huang Weihuan, everyone hung their heads, displaying expressions of helplessness and fatigue. Some among them had been outright dismissed by the families of the missing persons, while others returned empty-handed, their disappointment palpable. After all, with the exception of Lin Yun, the others had been missing for over 6 months, and it was understandable that their families were in a state of distress. Gazing into Su Lin's eyes, Huang Weiheng shook his head, a wry smile gracing his lips. There is essentially no clue. Even the inquiries we made yielded similar results to before. This outcome was, in fact, anticipated, considering they had conducted at least 20 to 30 visits previously, all yielding no fruitful leads. Then we shall investigate ourselves, Su Lin declared. The others nodded in agreement. Given the recurrence of missing persons, a thorough investigation was imperative. Observing the weary expressions of his colleagues, Su Lin refrained from suggesting overtime. Instead, he seated himself and commenced the meticulous organization of the case files. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had elapsed. During this period, the team was tirelessly engaged in probing the missing persons case, exploring various avenues to uncover the social connections of the disappeared, yet progress remained elusive. Su Lin himself had visited several locations, but after a few attempts, he too had come away devoid of any valuable leads. It must be said, this was the most challenging case he had ever encountered, the level of difficulty surpassing that of the Jiang Jinbin case by an order of magnitude. Within the office of the Criminal Investigation Team, a palpable sense of despondency hung in the air. Huang Weiheng shook his head with a bitter smile, lamenting the all-too-familiar sentiment. Every time they delved into this missing persons case, the scenario remained strikingly similar. Suddenly, with a forceful slap on the table, Su Lin exclaimed, If we cannot find anything on the surface, let us trace their lives back to their beginnings. Birth, schooling, employment. Following their developmental trajectories, I refuse to believe we shall uncover nothing. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the team members shifted dramatically. What an immense undertaking this would entail. Although there were only 12 individuals, they had all lived for over a decade since birth, with the eldest exceeding 50. One might speculate that the doctor who delivered them has long since passed. Nevertheless, since Su Lin had issued the command, they were determined to pursue the investigation, no matter how arduous the task. The following morning, after the team had recuperated, they invigorated their spirits and resumed their work. Their initial focus was on uncovering the locations of their births, the hospitals involved, and subsequently, the schools they had attended. 3 days elapsed, during which the entire criminal investigation unit meticulously scrutinized every facet of these 12 lives, yet yielded no significant discoveries. That afternoon, Huang Weiheng entered Su Lin's office and remarked, Xiao Su, shall we consider putting this case on hold? We cannot afford to squander all our time on a single investigation. The other divisions require our support, and some are struggling to cope. Upon hearing this, Su Lin furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of frustration and reluctance to abandon the case so readily. Just then, the office door burst open with a resounding bang. Deputy Su, why haven't you answered your phone? It was a detective from the second team, one of Hu Gang's subordinates. Su Lin glanced at his phone, realizing it had been set to silent mode. There were 7 or 8 missed calls, all from Hu Gang. What is going on? He inquired. WVE made a breakthrough. WVE identified a commonality among them. They all underwent medical examinations at the same health center. The earliest being 8 years ago, and the most recent, Lin Yun, had his examination less than a month ago. Chapter 65, A Cannibalistic Hellbang. As the detective concluded his statement, Su Lin forcefully placed the blanket he had just picked up back onto the table. Huang Weihuan abruptly slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Their eyes met, revealing mutual astonishment. After nearly a week of relentless effort, they had finally unearthed a genuine lead. In comparison to their earlier discoveries, this was indeed a significant breakthrough. Xiao Lu, which health examination center is it? Su Lin inquired in a grave tone. Sisan Health Center, Xiao Lu promptly replied. Sisan. Sisan. Su Lin and Huang Weihuan spoke in unison, though the latter's voice was tinged with shock. What's the matter? What makes Sisan so special? Su Lin asked, his brow furrowed in confusion as he regarded the startled team leader. Huang Weihuan composed himself and explained, typically, health examination centers are privately established profit-driven entities. However, the Sisan Health Center integrates both health examinations and therapeutic care, boasting one of the world's foremost medical teams. Most importantly, the Sisan Health Center operates as a non-profit institution, or rather, it functions with minimal profit margins. Their fees are comparable to those of hospitals. Yet both their inpatient conditions and medical staff are superior to those found in hospitals. Moreover, within their wellness center lies a renowned welfare-oriented rehabilitation institution, celebrated throughout the entire Haiyuan province. This facility predominantly accommodates retired senior officials, alongside a number of retired founders from prominent enterprises. Naturally, ordinary individuals may gain entry, albeit with a relatively higher threshold. As Su Lin listened to Huang Weihuang's narration, his eyes narrowed slightly. A chilling thought began to materialize in his mind. If a traitor were to infiltrate this comprehensive center encompassing health assessments, treatments, and rehabilitation, how many individuals could fall under their control? Though the retired officials and business founders no longer wield power, their connections and influence remain formidable. Huang, what kind of threshold do ordinary people need to meet to enter the rehabilitation center? Su Lin inquired. Huang Weiheng replied. They must sign a lifelong medical contract and establish a health record. In essence, from that moment forth, you will be required to seek medical treatment exclusively at their wellness center for the rest of your life, with costs exceeding 10. Su Lin furrowed his brow slightly. This condition did not seem excessively unreasonable. Yet, he sensed that it was merely a trap. What necessity was there for a lifelong medical contract and health record? Even official insurance does not impose such compulsory stipulations. What grounds do they have for this? After a moment of contemplation, he lifted his gaze and asked, one final question. Who is the creator of this wellness center? Huang Weiheng clapped his hands and said, you've hit the nail on the head. The founder of the Sisan Wellness Center is Wang Lida. The mere mention of Wang Lida caused a subtle change in Su Lin's expression. If he recalled correctly, Wang Lida was the wealthiest individual in Jiangyan City, a formidable tycoon with assets nearing 80 billion, considered one of the most prominent businessmen in the Great Xia. Shall we investigate or not? I defer to your judgment, Huang Weiheng inquired, his demeanor exceedingly serious. Wang Lida was not to be trifled with. He was not merely a businessman, but also a representative, adorned with numerous accolades, whose influence could ripple throughout society. While ordinary citizens might hold a sense of reverence towards law enforcement, individuals of his stature would likely dismiss it entirely. Investigate. Why would we not? Su Lin replied without hesitation, continuing, if we refrain from inquiry, would that not render our efforts futile? How could we provide closure to the families of the missing? Very well, we shall investigate. Huang Weiheng gritted his teeth, resolute in his support for Su Lin. Despite being his subordinate, he genuinely regarded him as one of his most admired individuals. Although older and possessing extensive experience with numerous cases, he could not deny one truth. When it came to solving cases, he was no match for this young man. I will call Zhang Hua and have a team dispatched immediately, Huang Weiheng decided, prepared to take action. Wait, not yet. None of you move, Su Lin interjected. You have all been serving in the team for quite some time now. I imagine your names and photographs have become quite familiar to many. With that, he turned to Xiao Lu and said, Xiao Lu, you have only been with the team for a couple of months, so it's your turn. Let us go together to assess the situation. Are you contemplating a covert investigation? Huang Weiheng inquired, coming to understand. It's not exactly a covert investigation. We simply intend to take a look first. Rest assured, I am well aware of what I am doing. Su Lin, observing his worried expression, couldn't help but chuckle. Take your firearm. Huang Weiheng expressed some concern. Understood. Su Lin nodded, retrieving his pistol and magazine from the safe in his office. Soon, he and Xiao Lu exited, driving a black Volkswagen service vehicle towards the direction of Sisan. Deputy Su, where shall we park the vehicle? Lu Zhen asked. There is only one road leading to Sisan, and it seems any parking spot would attract attention. Su Lin glanced at Lu Zhen with a look of skepticism. Why not just go inside? Huh, go inside. Lu Zhen was momentarily taken aback. How can we conduct our investigation then? Su Lin replied. Lu Zhen, we are here for a scheduled health check, not to investigate a case. Do you understand? Oh, understood, understood. Lu Zhen nodded eagerly, his face showing excitement as he remarked, Deputy Su, your experience truly surpasses ours. Su Lin retorted with mild irritation. Enough with the flattery. Just be sharp and refrain from speaking out of turn. Most importantly, do not compromise your identity. Yes, understood. Lu Zhen affirmed with a vigorous nod. The members of the team remarked that following Deputy Su in investigating cases required no intellect. One merely needed to act as a tool. He intended to comply. As they entered Sison, the traffic gradually diminished, and the air became refreshing. Hills, verdant canopies, bubbling springs, and the melodious chirping of birds filled the atmosphere. Surveying the surrounding scenery, even Su Lin could not help but marvel. It resembled a paradise untouched by the world. However, this was contingent upon the absence of any issues. Should problems arise, it could very well transform into a hellish nightmare. The vehicle slowly approached the entrance of the wellness center, whereupon the security personnel swiftly approached for inspection. After halting the vehicle, they instructed Su Lin and his companions to disembark. Apologies, outside vehicles are not permitted entry. What is your purpose here? Questioned a security guard clad in uniform and wielding a baton, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Su Lin. Su Lin stepped out of the car, his eyes narrowing slightly as he regarded the guard. Neo Weihao, sin value 450. Charges, suspected intentional assault, intentional homicide, currently classified as a B-grade fugitive. This individual employs ruthless methods and is extremely dangerous. Special notice, danger index 4 stars. The moment this warning materialized in Su Lin's discerning gaze, a chill coursed down his spine. His apprehensions were likely coming to fruition. Chapter 66. Trapped Su Lin, you might be overthinking a mere security guard, yet classified as a B-level fugitive. Is this a mere coincidence? Su Lin did not share this belief. He cast a penetrating gaze at Niu Weihua and said with a smile, "Greetings, Master. We came across your promotional advertisement and wish to register for a health examination." Promotional advertisement? Register for a health examination? Niu Weihua's expression darkened. He replied coldly, "Even if you intend to register, our vehicles provide unified transportation. How did you arrive here on your own?" Upon hearing this, Su Lin's heart sank. He realized he had acted too hastily. Rushing in without thorough understanding was indeed a lack of experience. He glanced at Lu Jin beside him, who wore a bewildered expression and remained silent, merely staring at him vacantly. Great. Another who prefers not to think. Su Lin mused inwardly, then spoke. "Master, we were unaware of that. We thought we could simply come for the health examination. Rest assured, we have the money. We can make an appointment right here, can't we?" As his words settled, Niu Weihua furrowed his brow. This excuse left him at a loss for retort. A glimmer of cold sharpness flickered in his slender, triangular eyes. He replied, "Very well. The vehicle may remain outside. You may enter." "Thank you, Master," Su Lin said, nodding with a smile. He then signaled Lu Jun to park the car, and the two of them proceeded into the expansive sanatorium. At a glance, the area was lush with greenery, and the air was fresh. Indeed, a refreshing delight for the senses. It must be said that the tranquility of this place indeed fosters an exceptionally positive mindset, contributing significantly to both mental and physical well-being. When Su Lin and Lu Jun entered the wellness center, Niu Weihai stationed the other two individuals at the entrance while he proceeded to his office alone. Swiftly, he accessed the surveillance footage and captured screenshots of Su Lin and Lu Jun. However, upon taking the screenshots, he realized that Su Lin's full face had never been revealed. At most, only half of his profile was visible. Dismissing this detail, he picked up an internal phone in the office and pressed 07 times to dial a number. "Hello, boss. Two suspicious individuals have entered. I've captured their images and will send them immediately." "Understood. Keep a close watch on their movements," came a low voice from the other end. "Yes." Niu Weihai hung up the phone and promptly opened a concealed software on his computer to transmit the images of the two individuals. Within less than a minute, the phone on his desk rang. "Hello, boss. One of those individuals is a detective from the criminal investigation team. The other's face is obscured, but he is likely also a police officer. I will immediately halt all their activities and relocate them to a safe place. Find a way to distract them and buy some time." "Understood, sir." Niu Weihai's expression darkened, confirming his suspicions. The tone on the other end shifted to a colder demeanor as the speaker remarked, "The newly constructed building to the west is quite nice. Take them there for a tour, but do not escalate the situation." "Understood." Niu Weihua's lips curled into a sinister smile. Su Lin and Lu Jun remained oblivious to the fact that they had been discovered. They arrived at the reception building of the wellness center, where they were promptly attended to and escorted to the health examination appointment area, where their checkups were arranged. Once the formalities were completed, Su Lin exchanged a glance with Lu Jun and addressed the reception staff. "This wellness center is quite expansive. May we take a look around?" "Certainly, gentlemen. But we kindly ask that you conduct your tour under the guidance of our staff, as there are areas of privacy within our facility." The staff member replied with a smile. Su Lin nodded, assuring, "Thank you. Rest assured, we shall stay close to our guide." He had observed the entire reception area, noting that everyone, including the attendants, had negligible moral values, or rather, all were below 10, with no criminal records. Moreover, Several hurriedly passing doctors also bore white names under the scrutiny of the eye of good and evil, not red ones. Dozens of individuals exhibited the same. He couldn't help but wonder if he had misjudged the situation. Perhaps the encounter with that individual at the entrance was merely a coincidence? Contemplating this, he decided it was premature to draw conclusions and resolved to observe further. Good day. I shall escort you on a tour of our wellness center. At that moment, a male staff member entered, beaming. Su Lin narrowed his eyes. Under the eye of good and evil, he indeed spotted another red name. Sun Xiaozhong, moral value 89. Charges, suspected of intentional injury, brawling, and provoking trouble, currently an individual evading multiple cases. Merely an individual on the run, not a wanted criminal. Yet not to be underestimated. Su Lin remained composed, nodding slightly, and expressed his gratitude. Subsequently, he and Lu Zhan followed a man named Sun Xiaozhong, embarking on a tour of the wellness center. Over there is our recuperation area. As long as you sign a lifelong contract with our wellness center, you may access the recuperation area in your later years. The entire recuperation zone is fully equipped, staffed with dedicated medical personnel. That area houses our health examination building, which is also the location of your scheduled health checkup center. Our equipment is among the finest in the world. Additionally, there is the section that we have recently put into operation, the surgical area. Our wellness center has recruited numerous esteemed specialists in various fields, including internal and external medicine, neurosurgery, and oncology, undoubtedly the most elite medical team in Haiyuan province, and even throughout the entire Great Xia. As they proceeded, Su Lin's gaze narrowed slightly. Although Sun Xiaozhong appeared to be guiding them leisurely, he was intentionally directing them towards the newly operational surgical area. If not for his suspicions, he might have thought the surgical area was innocuous. Why was he being led to this location? Contemplating silently, he did not hesitate to follow Sun Xiaozhong into that zone. Along the way, he noticed numerous surveillance cameras, yet they seemed deliberately positioned to avoid capturing his face. Soon, they arrived at that particular area. Wang Xiaozhong inquired, "Sir, would you like to step inside and take a look? Our equipment is sure to astonish you." At that moment, not only Su Lin but even Lu Zhan felt a twinge of wariness, questioning, what is there to see in the equipment? We are not medical professionals and lack knowledge in that area. Old Su, perhaps we should forgo this visit? As he spoke, he cast a knowing glance at Su Lin. However, Su Lin chuckled, why not? It would be an opportunity to broaden our horizons, wouldn't it? Haha, Mr. Su is right. Let us venture inside together. Come, let us see. With a gesture, Su Lin signaled for the other party to lead the way. Lu Zhan attempted to interject, but Su Lin's glance silenced him. Regardless of the circumstances, it was prudent to observe the intentions of their hosts first. Possessing the skills of a close combat master, along with various enhancements and armed with a firearm, he felt undaunted even if they were to face an ambush. Soon, Sun Xiaozhong led them into the building. Upon entering, Su Lin immediately sensed something was amiss. The interior bore no resemblance to a hospital ward or operating room, but rather resembled a prison. The walls were alarmingly thick, each room sealed with heavy security doors, and the soundproofing appeared meticulously constructed, with windows fortified by double panes of glass. A troubling situation was unfolding. Su Lin narrowed his eyes. At that moment, Sun Xiaozhong suddenly dashed ahead and swiftly reached a heavy iron door, pushing it open and stepping outside. Boom, boom. In the next moment, the iron doors at both ends of the corridor sealed shut, and the stairway door was completely barred. Su Lin and Lu Zhan found themselves trapped within. Sun Xiaozhong cast a glance at the closed iron door, a cold smirk gracing his lips. He picked up a walkie-talkie and stated, "Those two have been locked inside the building. We may commence." Chapter 67. Brother, were you previously involved in burglary? This is it. We are utterly finished. Deputy Su, what should we do? We cannot escape. Right? Call Officer Huang. We need him to rescue us. But the mobile has no signal. This is truly a dire situation. Xiao Lu, somewhat panicked, paced back and forth, his expression rife with anxiety. Su Lin, however, remained composed as he took out his phone to confirm the lack of signal. It was evident that this place had been fortified, equipped with a signal jammer. Moreover, it was likely that there was an independent power supply and security system in place. The only way to escape appeared to be through the imposing door before them. His gaze shifted to the keyhole and the electronic keypad, his expression turning grave. It seemed that it was time for me, the locksmith extraordinaire, to take action. With a smile, he stepped forward, scrutinizing the type of lock. The multi-bolt deadbolt lock offered a significant advantage due to its numerous metallic rods. Once secured, it was exceedingly difficult to breach without considerable force, unless one were to smash the door down. Of course, possessing the key would render the task effortless. Su Lin approached the lock, glanced at it briefly, then raised his gaze to Lu Zhan. Deputy Su, why are you looking at me? I certainly can't open it. Lu Zhan raised his hands, signaling his helplessness. He had regained some composure. After all, being a detective, he still possessed a necessary fortitude. Su Lin cast a glance at the slender metallic object, reminiscent of a pin, or perhaps a sturdier piece of plastic would suffice. Lu Xun, momentarily taken aback, then somewhat clumsily shook his head before saying, "Deputy Team Leader Su, how about this?" As he spoke, he produced a piece of dental floss from his pocket, adding, "This is the only thing that's relatively hard." Su Lin's face brightened at the sight of the dental floss. Perfect. The floss had a pointed end and was adequately thick, albeit a tad short. However, with Su Lin's lock-picking prowess, it should suffice. He promptly took the dental floss and inserted it into the keyhole, gently maneuvering it while his left hand grasped the promotional brochure for the Sison Health and Wellness Center, which he wedged into the door's gap, pushing it gently. A crisp click resonated. 3 seconds later, amidst Lu Xun's astonished expression, the lock emitted a sharp sound. Yet, Su Lin did not cease. The lock had multiple safeguards, and without disengaging them all, the door could not be opened. He persisted in manipulating the lock cylinder, pressing his ear against the door. After approximately 10 seconds, another click sounded, signaling the second safeguard had been released. 3 minutes later, as all 5 safeguards were finally disengaged, the door slowly creaked open. Su Lin peered ahead, only to confront yet another lock of the same kind. Goodness, another one. Is this a game of escape room we are playing? Lu Xun gaped in disbelief, his face a mask of indignation. Su Lin smiled softly. Previously, he might have felt flustered, but after experimenting with the lock god skill, he found it undeniably effective, completely alleviating any concerns about being trapped. As long as it was a lock, any lock would suffice. With a click. 1 minute later, the second door swung open. Following that, the third and fourth doors were swiftly unlocked. Retracing their steps, Su Lin and his companion managed to unlock 4 doors in total. And even accounting for the initial 3 minutes wasted, they had taken less than 10 minutes overall. With a click, as the final door opened, sunlight once again bathed the 2 men. Lu Xun stared in disbelief at his companion, wanting to ask, "Brother, were you previously engaged in burglary?" However, Su Lin's expression remained impassive as he observed a man ahead, who was speaking into a walkie-talkie. Upon spotting Su Lin and his companion emerge, the man's countenance shifted dramatically. "Ah, officers, my apologies. This door was malfunctioning, and I was just about to call for the master to come and repair it. I didn't expect you to come out on your own. Haha. I'm so sorry." Sun Xiaozhong spoke nervously to Su Lin and his companion. Yet he continuously pressed the talk button on the walkie-talkie. Undoubtedly, he was signaling to someone else. "Humph. This wellness center of yours seems rather unimpressive. Even the locks are faulty. I shall certainly file a complaint with the health department. Just wait." Lu Xun feigned a fierce demeanor. Su Lin, however, gently patted his shoulder and sighed. "Enough. We've been compromised." "Compromised? What do you mean?" Lu Xun was taken aback. "Su Lin, did you not hear how he addressed us just now? He called us officers." "Goodness." As soon as those words escaped his lips, Sun Xiaozhong's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately turned to flee. Yet, Su Lin was swifter, overtaking him from behind and delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the ground. To utter their police identity so openly was indeed a blatant revelation. "Ah, what are you doing? Even if you are police, you cannot simply assault someone. Someone help." This fellow, pinned down by Su Lin's foot, attempted to rise but found himself utterly unable to do so, and soon began to cry out in desperation. A number of passers-by appeared from ahead, witnessing the scene, and they approached, voicing their disapproval of Su Lin's actions. Su Lin narrowed his eyes, casting a sharp gaze around. Activating his discerning vision, he noted that none bore a criminal tag, indicating they had been deceived by Sun Xiaozhong. "Lu Xun, cuff him," Su Lin commanded in a low tone. "Understood." Lu Xun promptly stepped forward, producing handcuffs, and with a click, secured them around Sun Xiaozhong's wrists. "So it was the police apprehending someone. You startled me. I thought it was a brawl. Let us disperse, everyone, back to your tasks." "Don't linger." A crowd of onlookers gradually moved away. However, at that moment, a figure with a glint of menace in his eyes rushed towards them, flanked by 2 imposing individuals, exuding an aura of intimidation. Su Lin's discerning vision scanned them, revealing all as marked criminals, each with a sin value exceeding 100. "Release him at once." The individual approaching was none other than Niu Weihao, who exhibited no semblance of courtesy towards Su Lin and Lu Xun. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged at Su Lin, throwing a punch. "Halt! I am a police officer," Su Lin bellowed, raising his badge in defiance. "A police officer? Who would believe you? Beat these 2 troublemakers to death." Niu Weihao, astute as he was, disregarded Su Lin's authority and initiated the assault. He presumed that even if apprehended, he could feign ignorance of his wrongdoing. However, he had never fathomed that Su Lin had already seen through his past misdeeds. With a resounding impact, Su Lin advanced, driving his elbow forcefully into Niu Weihao's chest, propelling him backward over a meter. Following this, Su Lin unleashed a series of flying kicks, sending Nyo's accomplices sprawling. In that moment, Su Lin's peripheral vision caught sight of a young man in a wheelchair being pushed out from the grand building ahead. Lin Yun. Possessing an impeccable memory and having diligently studied the case files in recent days, Su Lin recognized Lin Yun instantly. This sight solidified his conviction that the incident was orchestrated by individuals associated with the Sishan Health Center. Lin Yun was a crucial witness and must not be harmed. Without hesitation, Su Lin drew his firearm and shouted, "Halt! Move again, and I will shoot." The young doctor pushing Lin Yun, startled by the sight of the drawn weapon, instinctively released his grip and stepped back in trepidation. Su Lin cast a cold glance at the doctor, activating his discerning eye for good and evil. He discovered that the physician had no criminal record, which brought him a sense of relief. He then turned his attention to the three individuals lying incapacitated on the ground. Having exerted all his strength in the recent encounter, they had effectively lost their combat capabilities. While aiming his gun at Nyo Weihua, Su Lin retrieved his phone and dialed Huang Weihuan's number. Meanwhile, in the Criminal Investigation Division, Huang Weihuan paced back and forth. A hint of concern and urgency etched on his face. At that moment, Xiao Weihai entered the room and, upon seeing Huang's distressed demeanor, inquired, "What is the situation? You appear quite flustered." "Huh, Director Xia, it's nothing really. I'm fine." Huang Weihuan quickly waved his hand, unwilling to divulge the truth. "And Su Lin?" Xiao Weihai disregarded his response and glanced towards Su Lin's office. Huang Weihuan replied, "He has gone out to investigate a case." "A case? What kind of case?" "A missing persons case." "What? A missing persons case?" Xiao Weihai exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. "Do we have any leads?" Huang Weihuan nodded, "Yes. We have a lead. They have gone out on fieldwork today. Where's the target?" Perhaps it's best if Director Xiao remains uninformed about that." Just as his words left his lips, the phone on the desk rang. Upon seeing that it was Su Lin calling, he immediately answered. On the other end, Su Lin said, "Huang, mobilize the entire Criminal Investigation Division. Contact our colleagues at the precinct and coordinate with the SWAT team to assist us." "Understood." Upon hearing this, Huang Weihuan exclaimed with excitement, and Su Lin called for reinforcements, indicating that the case was nearly solved. Observing Huang Weihuan rush off to gather others, Xiao Weihai narrowed his eyes and called out behind him, "Wait. Where exactly are you going?" "To the Sishan Health and Wellness Center," Huang Weihuan replied succinctly. "Oh, what did you just say?" Xiao Weihai's astonished voice echoed from behind. Chapter 68. The monsters have emerged. Upon hearing the name Sishan Health Center, Xiao Weihai's expression grew stern, prompting him to hastily pursue the matter. Huang Weihuan, halt. What is going on? It was well known that the Sishan Health Center was not to be trifled with, for its residents were of considerable significance. It wasn't that Xiao Weihai was fearful, but rather the impending troubles, an endless array of complications. Beyond the societal issues, there were likely to be directives imposed from above, as the number of retired officials affiliated with that place was substantial. Huang Weihuan came to a stop and turned to say, "Director Xia, Su Lin has already uncovered some leads, and they may have made discoveries today. This fellow has requested backup, indicating that something significant is at play." Xiao Weihai furrowed his brows, his face etched with gravity. After a few seconds, he clenched his teeth and raised his head, declaring, "Go. Whatever happens, I shall bear the consequences. Remember, it is imperative to capture both the perpetrator and the evidence. Otherwise, I will not spare you." "Understood," Huang Weihuan replied with a salute, then swiftly departed. Soon, the criminal investigation team, along with personnel from various precincts, mobilized, including the SWAT team. They rapidly assembled and set off in the direction of Sishan. Meanwhile, at Sishan, Su Lin was overseeing a few individuals at the scene, his expression solemn. Lin Yun sat slumped in a wheelchair, his head rhythmically swaying, his gaze vacant, clearly in a disconcerted state. Su approached and inquired a few questions, but Lin Yun merely chuckled vacantly, showing no sign of response. Deputy Team Leader Su, what is the situation here? Lu Zhan, with a look of astonishment, inquired. The family of Lin Yun has reported him as a university student. It is inconceivable that he appears in this manner, is it not? The only explanation is that he has been subjected to some form of coercion. Su Lin, maintaining a composed demeanor, remarked, and then lifted his gaze to the distance. Not far off, a group of doctors approached hurriedly, their faces etched with indignation. "Who are you? And why have you interfered with my patient?" The foremost bald-headed doctor coldly questioned, his eyes brimming with fury, yet betraying a hint of trepidation. Su Lin activated his discerning gaze, perceiving that all were innocuous individuals, with perhaps only one or two having accepted bribes. None possessed any criminal records, including the leading physician. This revelation eased his mind slightly as he inquired, "Doctor, could you enlighten me regarding the situation of this patient? Regardless of the circumstances, it does not justify your detention of my patient, the doctor retorted, his expression grim. Su Lin responded, he is not merely your patient. He is also one of the missing persons we are seeking. What did you say? The doctor furrowed his brow upon hearing this. How could a missing person from the police suddenly appear at the Sison Health Center? He turned to a student beside him, demanding, what is the situation? Who admitted this patient? It was Dr. Yang Feng who admitted him. And where is Dr. Yang? I saw him this morning. But he abruptly left at noon without notifying anyone. Contact Dean Shi immediately. The doctor commanded straightforwardly. Understood, sir. Before long, the student's call was connected. After explaining the situation to the person on the other end, a doctor soon arrived, clad in a white coat, standing at less than 1.70 meters, and wearing black-framed glasses. Old Ma, what is going on? The doctor cast a glance at Su Lin, his gaze momentarily sharpening before shifting to the previous physician. At that moment, Su Lin's eyes were fixated on the middle-aged doctor, his expression flickering with anger and menace. Shi Jianlong, malevolent value 1020, heinous. In this brief statement, there was no evidence of his crimes, yet the words heinous stood out prominently. Typically, those deemed heinous are the kind that can be executed on the spot during capture, and this short-statured middle-aged man fell into that category. However, Su Lin was somewhat disgruntled by the system's sudden inadequacy, merely presenting the term heinous. Was this some form of jest? Offering nothing of substance, merely 4 words, was he expected to confront the man directly, declaring, "You are heinous. I shall execute you?" Absurd. Without authentication and evidence, it was impossible to condemn anyone. Thus, he refrained from hastily expressing his stance, instead opting to toss a special marker towards Shi Jianlong. Director Shi, you've arrived just in time. This police officer claims my patient is a missing person they are looking for. What shall we do now? The individual was taken by Yang Feng, though I've heard he is on leave. Yes, Dr. Yang is indeed on leave. Rest assured, I will handle it, Shi Jianlong replied. As he approached Su Lin, he spoke politely, saying, Officer, we truly had no idea he was a missing person. I surmised that Dr. Yang Feng brought him back for treatment after seeing a disoriented individual wandering the streets. You must understand, our establishment operates on a non-profit basis. Our intention is to engage in charitable acts. If Su Lin had been unaware of the man's identity, he might have been convinced, but at that moment, he was tempted to deliver a couple of sharp slaps to this despicable fellow. We must take him away, Su Lin stated in a low voice. No problem. Shi Jianlong nodded, then gestured towards the 4 thugs lying on the ground, saying, but these 4 should not be taken back, right? They are suspected of assaulting an officer. Do you think we should take them? Su Lin refrained from disclosing their identities outright, instead framing the situation with the charge of assaulting a police officer. Officer, you see, they truly do not know your identities. Ignorance is no crime. Shi Jianlong maintained a smile, revealing no signs of distress. A cold smile crept onto Su Lin's lips as he inquired, are you certain you wish to protect them? Upon witnessing his smile, Shi Jianlong felt an immediate sense of danger and ceased speaking. He merely cast a calm glance at the 4 individuals on the ground. Niu Weihao and the others gritted their teeth in silence, fully aware that remaining quiet might spare their lives, while speaking up could lead to their inevitable demise. The extent of their boss's influence was far beyond their imagination. Take them away, Su Lin commanded sharply. Wait. A voice, indifferent in tone, interrupted the moment as 2 individuals approached from ahead. One was a middle-aged man clad in an exquisite suit, standing approximately 6 feet tall, exuding an air of authority and dominance. Following closely behind him was a young woman, presumably his secretary. Su Lin narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the pair. The secretary posed no concern, yet the middle-aged man raised alarms. Wang Qi, with a malevolent score of 522, was implicated in multiple kidnappings, assaults, and even homicide. A score exceeding 500 unequivocally classified him as a serious felon, possibly even deserving of the death penalty. This was becoming increasingly intriguing. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Su Lin's lips. The underbelly of society was revealing itself, and he was now fully convinced that this wellness center harbored significant issues. The missing individuals were undoubtedly linked to this place. However, it was clear that Wang Qi was not the mastermind behind it all. A thought crossed his mind, prompting him to cast another special marker. Chapter 69. The price was low, and old Huang was humiliated. Wang Qi was evidently much more formidable than the earlier figure, Shi Jianlong. Upon his arrival, he coldly demanded, Officer, I request to see your identification. Su Lin raised an eyebrow. According to their protocol, if the party being addressed required to see identification, it was indeed necessary to present it. While not obligatory, Su exhibited no hesitation as he promptly produced his credentials. City Bureau Criminal Investigation Team, Deputy Team Leader, Su Lin. Upon seeing Su Lin's identification, Wang Qi's pupils unmistakably contracted. In the entirety of Jianyan City, the average citizen was unlikely to be acquainted with the name Su Lin. Even if they recognized it, they would not know who he was. However, for a select group of individuals, the name Su Lin resonated profoundly. This particular demographic was quite specific, either officials or those within the police system. The only other category consisted of individuals with something to hide. With a smile, Su Lin regarded Wang Qi, who evidently belonged to the latter group. Deputy Team Leader Su, greetings, I have long admired your reputation. Wang Qi extended his hand with a smile, but Su Lin chose to disregard the gesture, stating, may we leave now? Certainly, please proceed. Wang Qi, abandoning his earlier aggressive demeanor, promptly stepped aside, signaling for Su Lin and his companions to exit. Had it been another detective, even the captains of the 3 teams directly under the brigade would have seized the individual first before engaging in conversation. However, upon recognizing Su Lin's identity, he reconsidered his approach. The fact that this man could bring down Zheng Jingsheng and Li Mingyu was sufficient evidence of his capabilities. Moreover, a series of apprehended fugitives and resolved high-profile cases further solidified his reputation, particularly the recent collaboration with Nanlin City in capturing a mercenary assassin, which prompted the department to send personnel specifically requesting an audience with him. Such an individual should not be trifled with, lest one invite endless troubles. Su Lin smiled faintly and proceeded to push Lin Yun's wheelchair, accompanied by Lu Zhun as they made their way outside. Lu Zhun managed to rally Niu Weihao and the others, urging them forward amidst gentle pushes, and no one dared to impede their passage. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from around the corner of the nearby building, swiftly followed by a throng of figures rushing towards them. These individuals were clad in full tactical gear, complete with helmets and visors, armed with assault rifles and various firearms. Clearly, they were members of the SWAT team. In addition to the SWAT personnel, a contingent of detectives donned in bulletproof vests also emerged. Huang Weihuan sprinted at the forefront, accompanied by Sui Dong, the captain of the SWAT team. The two rushed forward, and upon spotting Su Lin unharmed, casually pushing a wheelchair out. With Lu Zhun trailing behind him alongside 3 captured criminals, their expressions shifted dramatically. Su Lin, Huang Weihuan began to address Su Lin, but his words faltered as he caught sight of Lin Yun in the wheelchair, his countenance changing instantaneously. Is this Lin Yun? Has he been found? Su Lin shook his head subtly, casting him a significant glance as he instructed, return and contact the doctor immediately for a comprehensive examination of Lin Yun. Understood. I will proceed at once. Huang Weiing nodded in compliance. He had grasped Su Lin's message, since he indicated a need to go back. It was evident that the Sisan Health Center was currently out of reach. Thank you for your efforts, Team Sui, Su Lin remarked, directing his gaze at Sui Dong. Not at all. It's merely a short journey, Sui Dong replied, waving his hand dismissively, a broad smile illuminating his face. Just a jest. Following Su Lin guarantees a share of the spoils was a widely circulated saying within the police circles of Jiangyan City. During his time in the traffic police, he had been well fed. Now, after barely a week in criminal investigation, he was already enjoying similar fortunes. He found himself wishing to stay close to Su Lin, for perhaps soon enough, he would be able to ascend the ranks and report to the provincial department. As over 100 individuals dispersed outside, Su Lin stood before the vehicle, casting one last glance at the 8-story building at the center of the health facility. A peculiar sensation lingered, as if a pair of eyes were fixated upon him. With a faint smile gracing his lips, he promptly entered the car, which sped away swiftly. Once Su Lin and his team had departed, Wang Qi's expression darkened as he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Father, they have left. Yes, I witnessed it, came the weary and aged voice from the other end of the line. Damn it. Lin Yun has been taken away by him, along with Niu Weihao and the others. Will he discover our involvement? Wang Qi clenched his teeth, his face twisted with malice, and proposed, shall we find someone to eliminate him? As he spoke, he made a gesture across his throat. The person on the other end of the phone fell into a brief silence before replying, no, that's not an option. He must remain unharmed. If he is touched, the police in Jiangyan City will go into a frenzy. Our troubles will only multiply. What should we do then? Wang Qi asked, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Rest assured, he won't be able to investigate for long. I will arrange for some individuals to create disturbances for him, and soon he will be preoccupied with self-preservation, leaving this case untouched. As for Captain Huang Weihuan, I will ensure he is notified as well. We cannot afford any delays. Find a target immediately. Remember, there must be no further issues. Understood. Wang Qi nodded, ending the call. In the vehicle, Huang Weihuan sat in the back seat alongside Su Lin, while Lu Zhun drove swiftly away from the Sisan Wellness Center. Huang Weihuan inquired, Su, was Lin Yun indeed found at the wellness center? Well, what do you think? Su Lin retorted, casting him an irritated glance. If he weren't found here, why would I have called you for support? Why not conduct a search? Huang Weihuan pressed. Su Lin replied, what's the rush? Let them have some time. They'll surely start to panic on their own. I believe they are currently devising ways to counter me or the entire criminal investigation team. He felt confident in this assumption, recalling his previous successes in eliminating Zheng Jingxing and Li Mingyu. With Wang Lida's influence and stature, it was certain he would make the first move. Regardless of the circumstances, they will inevitably reveal their true colors, and at that moment, capturing them red-handed would be far more advantageous. As for conducting a search now, he deemed it futile. Even if Shi Jianlong were apprehended, it would serve no purpose, as there would be no means to implicate the individuals orchestrating from behind the scenes. Very well, the decision rests with you. Huang Weihuan conceded with a gesture of his hands. As the two were hurriedly making their way back, Su Lin's phone suddenly rang. Hello, Su Lin, this is Xiao Weihai. Upon hearing the grave tone from the other end, Su Lin was momentarily taken aback. Director Xiao, what is the matter? Xiao Weihai replied, Su Lin, I am officially notifying you that you have been suspended. An investigation has revealed an unexplained 20 million in your account, and you must provide an explanation for this matter. Damn, Xiao Weihai exclaimed, slamming his palm on the table, the force of his voice nearly deafening Su Lin. Su Lin, equally astonished, remarked, these people are remarkably swift. It seems that Wang Lida's influence is even more formidable than I had anticipated. Also, please inform Huang Weihuan. He is also under suspension for investigation. Xiao Weihai added. What? Huang is also involved in accepting bribes? Su Lin gazed at Huang Weihuan in disbelief. The latter's face turned ashen, realizing that they were attempting to dismantle the very backbone of their criminal investigation team. Yes, 3 million, Xiao Weihai stated. What? Director Xiao? How could it possibly be 3 million? Why am I being accused of such an amount? Huang Weihuan felt utterly humiliated. Su Lin has 20 million, while he has merely 3 million. Who does he think he is looking down upon? Chapter 70. 20 million? Is that all you're worth? Hey, that was remarkably swift. Su Lin hung up the phone, chuckling as he exchanged a conspiratorial glance with Huang Weihuan. It appears, Huang, that your position as a second-level police inspector is worth less than my mere third-level rank. How can you still find humor in this? Aren't you the least bit concerned? Huang Weihuan shot him a disapproving glare. This is troublesome. They had inexplicably acquired 2 suspicious sums under their names, and it was evident to anyone that something was amiss. Yet, despite the issues at hand, it was clear that an investigation would ensue. The Anti-Corruption Bureau from the prosecutor's office was likely already on site, waiting outside the municipal police headquarters. Su Lin shrugged. Is worrying truly beneficial? Rest assured, the innocent will always prevail. At worst, this will merely delay the progress of the case. Regardless of how deep the investigation goes, at this point, Su Lin abruptly lifted his head. Delay tactics? For words flashed through his mind. The adversary was fully aware that such efforts would not genuinely bring him and Huang Weihuan down, so why resort to such measures? No, it was inconceivable. Their opponents were formidable and typically quite arrogant. They would hardly stoop to employing such seemingly futile strategies. Thus, one conclusion remained. The opposition was indeed stalling for time, and they would undoubtedly have further actions planned. Su Lin immediately accessed the system interface, on the page marked with special indicators. The 2 glowing dots representing Shi Jianlong and Wang Qi were nearly overlapping. He promptly opened the screen and discovered that they were standing in a dimly lit room. Faintly, he could discern a figure seated by the window, facing away from them. As there was only a visual feed and no audio, Su Lin was unable to hear their conversation. A smirk crept upon his lips. Indeed, the rabbit was anxious. From this moment forth, he must remain vigilant regarding the movements of these 2 individuals. Should they exhibit any signs of departing from the Sishan Wellness Center, immediate tracking would ensue. As he pondered, the vehicle had already entered the municipal police parking lot. The blaring of horns jolted him from his thoughts. He raised his gaze and observed 3 vehicles belonging to the prosecutor's office parked ahead. The sound had startled Su Lin awake. He noticed more than 10 individuals disembarking from those vehicles, swiftly approaching their car. Huang Weihuan's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated that his suspicions would be confirmed so swiftly. These individuals were indeed prompt. Su Lin, however, merely smiled, opened the car door, and stepped out. Seeing this, Huang Weihuan shook his head with a sigh and followed suit. I am Huang Weihuan, the captain of the criminal investigation team of Jiangyan City. This is Su Lin, the deputy captain. I am Li Yichuan, the deputy director of the Anti-Corruption Bureau. A balding middle-aged man dressed in anti-corruption attire approached them, revealing a set of yellowed teeth and slanted eyes, his face adorned with an enigmatic smile. I am here to formally inform you that there has been a real name report against both of you for accepting bribes, and the amounts involved are substantial. We kindly request your cooperation in our investigation. Su Lin found himself momentarily bewildered, suddenly recalling a person, Director Chun, who specialized in foreign languages. This was indeed the truth. You two come along with us. Li Yichuan instructed Su Lin and Huang Weiyang. Two judicial officers promptly advanced from behind him, preparing to cuff the two men. Wait, what do you intend to do? A furious voice erupted as Xiao Weihai rushed down the steps from the entrance, directly pointing an accusatory finger at Li Yichuan. Li, I warn you, if you dare to place them in handcuffs today, I will ensure you face a thorough investigation. I refuse to believe that you are entirely without fault. Upon hearing these words, Li Yichuan's expression darkened immediately. Su Lin and Huang Weihang exchanged amused glances and gave a thumbs up to Director Xia. Get lost. Xiao Weihai shot back, his eyes narrowing. I've said it before, it's best if we catch them red-handed, but now, their counterattack has surpassed your expectations, swift and ruthless. And you are utterly unprepared. Su Lin replied, Director Xia, my apologies, I truly did not anticipate this. Well, let them investigate. It's fine, the innocent shall stand clear. As he spoke, he exchanged a meaningful glance with Xiao Weihai. The latter, sensing the gravity in Su Lin's expression, was about to approach when suddenly, a deafening roar filled the sky. The thumping noise of helicopter rotors compelled everyone present to look up. They observed two helicopters drawing closer, ultimately hovering above the city bureau before gradually descending onto the helipad on the rooftop. What is happening? That is not our helicopter, Xiao Weihai exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. After the incident, a luxurious car slowly drove in, and two women emerged from it. The one in the lead was a captivating young heiress, her high heels clicking rhythmically against the ground, her swaying figure utterly enchanting. Following her was her bodyguard, Qingjia. Oh, Yao Yao has arrived, exclaimed Xiao Weihai, a smile illuminating his face as he approached Yin Yao, finally grasping the origin of the helicopters. Yin Yao glanced at Su Lin, her eyes shimmering with a hint of brightness, a playful smile gracing her lips. She then turned to Xiao Weihai and said, Uncle Xia, I have come to deliver the helicopters for you. Here are the first two for your acceptance. Wonderful, wonderful. Xiao Weihai nodded eagerly, overjoyed to the point of distraction, momentarily forgetting the matters concerning Su Lin and Huang Weihuan. Yin Yao chuckled softly, stepping closer to Su Lin, playfully winking at him as she remarked, You no longer need to worry about delayed rescues. Su Lin, given my deep concern for you, would it be too much to ask for a meal in return? The young heiress brushed her long hair, cascading down her chest. She wore a fitted pink blouse paired with a black bodycon skirt, her alluring figure on full display. Just as Su Lin was about to respond, Li Yichuan interjected. I'm afraid he is currently under our investigation. What? The heiress's expression turned icy as she cast a cold glance at the balding man before turning to Su Lin and inquired, What is going on? Su Lin remained silent. Yet Huang Weihang stepped forward to recount the entire ordeal, mentioning figures of 20 million and 3 million, while also expressing his own frustrations. 20 million? Is that truly your worth? The young heiress chuckled, casting a disdainful glance at Li Yichuan. She then picked up her phone and dialed the number for the chief financial officer. Hello, Director He. Please check how much capital we currently have in our Group S accounts. Yes, it is urgent. After concluding the call, she approached Su Lin and began to search through his pockets. What are you doing? Su Lin hastily stepped back. Don't move. Yin Yao glared at him. Subsequently, she retrieved his wallet from the pocket of her coat and, under Su Lin's bewildered gaze, extracted a bank card. 2,450,000,000, correct? Very well. Transfer that amount into this bank card with the number. Yes, now immediately. After hanging up, the astonished expressions of everyone present were palpable, as they gazed at the young heiress in disbelief. She had once again surpassed her previous display of extravagance. Huang Weihang glanced at Xiao Weihai, and the two unconsciously pouted, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. Chapter 71. The net begins to tighten. Su Lin. The pressure band. Rich lady, if you continue like this, I truly cannot endure any longer. Li Yichuan and the others gazed at Yin Yao in astonishment, their minds perplexed by a singular question. Who exactly is this woman? Ding dong. In the next moment, Su Lin's phone rang. Upon checking it, his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Yin Yao snatched the phone from his grasp, opening the message interface to reveal the bank transfer notification and balance before the eyes of Li Yichuan and his companions. Come, take a look. 20 million. What does that amount to? Now, do you not have to claim that he has accepted bribes totaling 2 billion? The petite heiress asserted boldly. Why you? This does not prove that his 20 million is not from bribery. Regardless, this individual must return with us for an investigation. Li Yichuan gritted his teeth, his heart racing like a drum. Fine, just you wait. The petite heiress once more raised the phone to her ear. Hello, Director He. I do not care what means you employ. Transfer the remaining 45 million to a prosecutor named Li Yichuan. Yes. By heavens. Li Yichuan was so startled that he leapt to his feet. This woman, possessing a beauty that could captivate kingdoms, wielded tactics even more ruthless than theirs. It was unmistakably a blatant attempt to frame him. Madam, You are framing our public officials, which is against the law. Li Yichuan fumed. Yin Yao replied, should you dare to harm my man, do not speak of framing. I will ensure your demise. Do you believe? As she spoke, a hand gently rested upon her shoulder. I will handle this myself. Su Lin cast a glance of mild gratitude toward her. Yet hiding behind a woman was not in his character. He stepped forward and addressed Li Yichuan, stating, I am willing to accept the investigation, but I must do so at the Municipal Bureau's Criminal Investigation Division. Li Yichuan's face turned ashen as he fixed an intense gaze upon Su Lin, who met his stare unwaveringly, a hint of mockery glimmering in his eyes. After a prolonged silence, Li Yichuan finally replied with a dark expression, very well. You may be at the Criminal Investigation Division, but it must be under our surveillance. Agreed. Su Lin nodded. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of irony. The individuals he had once dealt with were increasingly ruthless. Just a short while ago, he had faced scrutiny, and now he found himself embroiled in a plot against him. However, the more aggressive his adversaries became, the more exhilarated he felt, for it signified that he had become a significant threat to them and that their true intentions were on the verge of being revealed. Give me a few minutes, Su Lin said as he approached the wealthy woman, adding, please return home. I can handle this matter on my own. Really? The affluent woman replied, a hint of hesitation in her voice. Indeed, Su Lin affirmed with a nod. The wealthy woman then said, all right, I shall wait for you at your home. What? Su Lin was taken aback. He had not returned home for several days. What did she mean by that? The woman smiled, producing a set of keys and handing one to Su Lin, saying, I changed the lock at your place. The old one was of poor quality and unsafe. With that, she opened her palm, revealing a silver key that gleamed against her fair skin. You. Su Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. I'm leaving. See you at home. The young heiress offered him no opportunity for conversation, swiftly turning away and entering the vehicle with her bodyguard, Qingjia. You are quite impressive, remarked Huang Weihuan, approaching Su Lin and giving him a thumbs up. Xiao Weihai couldn't help but cover his forehead, commenting, it seems my old comrade's daughter is beyond saving. Su Lin shot them both a glance, but remained silent. Upon their arrival at the Municipal Bureau, Su Lin and his companions were promptly ushered into a small conference room where they were interrogated by Li Yichuan and others. Huang Weihuan feigned ignorance, while Su Lin boldly declared, I have 1 billion in my account. Do you think I would covet a mere 20 million? His words nearly left Li Yichuan choking in disbelief. These two were utterly unafraid of scrutiny, resembling a pair of ruffians, or rather, they stood firm in their righteousness, unperturbed by shadows. After an exhaustive inquiry yielded nothing, everyone's hunger became palpable. When they arrived at the Bureau's canteen, Team Leader Chao pointed at their group, stating, no meal cards, no service. Li Yichuan's eyelids twitched with irritation, gritting his teeth in frustration, wishing he could dismantle the entire Bureau. Ultimately, they had no choice but to order takeout. On Su Lin's side, Xiao Weihai personally delivered meals to him and Huang Weihuan. Xiao Su, what are the results of the investigation? Xiao Weihai inquired, disregarding the two inspectors standing behind him. There are significant issues. Of the 4 individuals we apprehended, 1 is a B-class fugitive and 3 others are still at large. By the way, Director Xia, how is Lin Yan faring? Su Lin did not shy away from addressing the 2 inspectors. The situation is not optimistic, Xiao Weihai responded. The doctor mentioned that his prolonged use of a particular medication has led to significant damage to his frontal lobe, resulting in irreversible harm to both memory and intellect. Even if he recovers, there will be lingering repercussions. Xiao Weihai exclaimed, these beasts deserve to die? Su Lin's face darkened, and he then raised his head to address Xia. Director Xia, we must investigate from several angles. First, the illicit organ trade. Second, I have suspicions regarding that Dr. Ma. Third, look into Niu Weihao. This individual has blood on his hands. As Su Lin spoke, he wrote down his observations and handed the document to Xiao Weihai. Meanwhile, the 2 inspectors standing behind Xiao Weihai committed every word to memory. Xiao Weihai took the note pinned by Su Lin, nodded, and exited the office. Upon returning to his own office, he immediately retrieved the note for a closer examination. He soon realized that the content written by Su Lin differed entirely from what he had verbalized. Unfolding the note, he discovered a message, seal off Sisan Health Center. They are planning something. Wang Qi and Shi Jianlong are involved. There are significant issues. The individuals involved are Hu Gang and Qin Fei. Without hesitation, Xiao Weihai dashed out of his office and headed towards the criminal investigation team. At that moment, members of the team appeared dejected, their faces filled with indignation, some even cursing vehemently. Suddenly, a voice called from the entrance, prompting them to lift their heads. 3 team leaders promptly approached. Gather everyone immediately. I want the Sisan Health Center sealed off in secrecy. Remember, confidentiality is paramount. Everyone must surrender their communication devices. Indeed, the 3 individuals saluted simultaneously. An operation commenced, shrouded in silence. Hu Gang and his companions, one after another, led their teams to various jurisdictions, ostensibly to handle previous cases. However, upon reaching their destinations, they quietly turned back towards Sisan. Over 40 vehicles were parked in a small town outside Sisan. Everyone disembarked and stealthily infiltrated Sisan, enacting a covert lockdown of the entire wellness center. At the very moment they initiated the lockdown, Su Lin observed the special marked map, where Wang Qi's red dot suddenly began to move. His expression changed dramatically, and he abruptly sat up from the sofa. Chapter 72, The Eerie Noodles. Like the parents who kill? Finally, the moment has arrived. Su Lin observed the moving figure of Wang Qi, a glimmer of excitement illuminating his face. He relished this exhilarating sensation of the hunt. Furthermore, he possessed the uncanny ability to precisely anticipate the trajectory of his prey's movements. Akin to possessing a divine perspective in pursuit, a feeling of omnipotence that was utterly intoxicating. Huang Weihuan, noticing Su Lin's sudden alertness, raised his head in curiosity. Both had languished in boredom throughout the afternoon, hindered by the relentless surveillance of Li Yichuan's men outside, a situation that was both irksome and inescapable. Nothing much. Just pondering how Wang Qi will proceed, he mused, his expression grave. He had already conveyed to Huang Weihuan his thoughts on Wang Qi and Shi Jianlong, clearly identifying these two as their targets. However, at this moment, a sense of urgency began to swell within him. While he could track Wang Qi's movements, the cloak of night rendered it impossible to discern how many companions surrounded him. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a mobile phone. This was not his own device. It had been discreetly entrusted to him by Xia Weihai prior to his departure. Since action was imminent, he naturally required the intelligence of someone who had first-hand experience within the wellness center. Yet, unbeknownst to Xia Weihai, Su Lin possessed more than mere intelligence. He dialed Xia Weihai's number. "Hello, Director Xia, how are things?" Su Lin inquired. "Xia Weihai. Xiao Su, we have commenced our operation with over 200 personnel, effectively encircling the entirety of Sisan. Thus far, we have encountered no suspicious individuals." "Very well," Su Lin replied, nodding as he glanced at the specially marked map. "Pay attention to the southwest direction. I sense something amiss there. Earlier today, I noticed a dense forest, and my instincts tell me that something is not right." "Understood," Xia Weihai responded, promptly ending the call. He then picked up the intercom to direct the operation. After concluding his call, Su Lin remained seated, motionless. Huang Weihuan presumed that he was deep in thought and refrained from interrupting him, as the case had been uncovered through Su Lin's keen insights, making his investigative approach crucial. However, as time passed, Su Lin's expression grew increasingly grim. In the system interface, the special markers were shifting rapidly, yet based on his observations from earlier, that area was a forest, and no vehicle could traverse it at such a speed. Something was amiss. He furrowed his brow, slowly lifting his head to see that Wang Qi's marker was nearing the edge of Sisan. Why had Xia and the others not yet acted? He retrieved his phone and dialed Xia Weihai once more. "Hello, Director Xia, have you spotted anyone?" he inquired. Xia Weihai replied, "No, everything is normal on our end. I have assigned dozens of detectives to the southwest. It has been nearly an hour, and they have not reported any anomalies." Su Lin urged, "Director Xia, it is highly probable that they are not traversing the ground." "Not the ground?" Xia Weihai was taken aback. He stood amidst the forest, and upon hearing Su Lin's suggestion, instinctively raised his gaze to the star-studded sky. "Xiao Su, you mentioned not traversing from the ground. Could it be from the heavens?" However, Su Lin shook his head in negation. At this moment, he had captured a close-up view. Wang Qi was behind the wheel of a vehicle. Due to the perspective, he could only discern Wang Qi's immediate vicinity of 2 meters. The man was driving an off-road vehicle at a rapid pace, seemingly navigating numerous curves ahead, constantly adjusting the steering wheel. "Underground." Su Lin's eyes narrowed as he uttered these 2 words. "Underground?" Xia Weihai was taken aback. Su Lin inquired, "Director Xia, during the construction of the Sisan Wellness Center, were any tunnels excavated? Or could this underground passage already exist?" "I am not certain about that," Xia Weihai replied. "Let me investigate." He promptly ended the call and began to verify the details. After making a series of calls, he found himself devoid of any information regarding tunnels. When he informed Su Lin, the latter stated bluntly, "Director Xia, if they have indeed acted, I suspect they may have already left Jiangyan City. Return at once. Contact the neighboring cities, gather their photographs." "No, never mind. We must avoid alarming the serpent." Su Lin halted mid-sentence, realizing he had just revealed his identity before Wang Qi, only to be ensnared by him. If the adversary became aware that the police were onto him, he might vanish entirely. "Director Xia, I must take my leave." Su Lin gritted his teeth, realizing the situation had become rather precarious. He needed to take action. Initially, he He had intended to utilize the ability of the special marker for a casual remote pursuit, but it now appeared that venturing out was unavoidable. I will find a way, Xiao Weihai declared as he abruptly terminated the call. Leaning against a grand tree, he stroked his chin and beckoned Chun Hua over. Xiao Chun, return to the task force immediately and confront Li Tuzi. Remember, you must bring Su Lin back to me. Understood? Yes, Director Xia, Chun Hua replied, saluting with enthusiasm as he set off with a dozen of his comrades. The rest of you, return to the town and await further orders, Xiao Weihai instructed, waving his hand to the others. Although Su Lin had suggested they withdraw, Xiao Weihai suspected that once this young man emerged, he would certainly stir up trouble, so they would remain temporarily stationed in the town. However, to avoid attracting attention, he instructed everyone to disperse around the outskirts of the town. At the municipal bureau, in the criminal investigation team, Su Lin stood up and exchanged a knowing glance with Huang Weihuan, who promptly rose to his feet. Brother, what is the matter? Huang Weihuan inquired, engaging in a brotherly camaraderie with Su Lin. He held nothing but admiration for this young man, not only for his adeptness in solving cases, but also for his remarkable prowess in winning the affections of women. How was it that affluent women would readily approach him without him lifting a finger? We're about to leave, Su Lin said, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Leave? How do we leave? Li Tzu's subordinate was keeping watch outside. Unless we were to confront them directly, Huang Weihang remarked. Su Lin replied, no need. Just as the last word fell, a roar erupted from outside. Li Tzu, how dare you eat my instant noodles? Chun Hua had just returned to the office, and upon entering, he spotted Li Tzu devouring the noodles. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward and forcefully pressed down on Li Tzu's head. Bang! Li Tzu's head was plunged into the bowl of noodles, splashing broth everywhere as the container shattered into pieces. Li Tzu struggled to rise, letting out a pained wail, frantically wiping the noodle soup and remnants from his face. What are you doing, you brat? Li Tzu shouted furiously. What am I doing? That was the instant noodles my girlfriend sent me. I kept them for 2 years without touching them, and you dare eat this bowl of noodles? I'll make you pay? Chun Hua, desperately stifling his laughter, charged forward, his eyes blazing with fury, as if he were ready to devour Li Tzu alive. Li Tzu was taken aback. Was it just a bowl of noodles? Did eating them equate to the murder of one's parents? Chapter 73. The Criminal Investigators, a band of ruffians. Li Tzu was utterly bewildered. Was it merely a bowl of instant noodles? Even if it was a gift from his girlfriend, it remained just that, instant noodles. He could easily return them. However, when Chun Hua charged at him, fists raised, the gravity of the situation dawned upon him. It was far more complicated than he had presumed. Bang! Li Yichuan's left eye socket took a heavy blow, plunging him into darkness as he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness from the impact. Chun Hua, fueled by pent-up frustration, could hardly contain his ire. Why, of all people, were they investigating Su Lin? After all, Deputy Team Leader Su was the one who had led them to victory in previous cases. Such an affront was intolerable. Even without the directive from Director Xia, Chun Hua had resolved to give Li Tzu a sound thrashing, especially after witnessing him consume his instant noodles. This provided ample justification for his actions. Bang! Bang! Chun Hua unleashed a flurry of strikes, leaving Li Tzu disoriented and bewildered. Yet, he remained measured, targeting only areas that would inflict pain without lasting damage. His focus lay on the ribs, armpits, jaw, and eye sockets, ensuring these sensitive spots received special attention. No. I was wrong. Please, don't hit me. Help. The police are assaulting me, help. Li Tzu cried out desperately. Hearing his pleas, a group of Li Tzu's subordinates rushed out from an adjacent office. Witnessing their deputy director being pursued and assaulted, they could not stand idly by and immediately charged to his aid. Excellent. Isn't there more of us? Brothers, let's take them down. Chun Hua found himself encircled by several individuals, receiving a few blows before he bellowed loudly. This was the moment he had been waiting for. If these inspectors did not act, his performance would be in vain. How dare they strike our captain? Brothers from the Criminal Investigation Team 3, take action. Damn it. Bring them down. Go. Bang. Crash. Clatter. Ouch. Stop. I've made a mistake. Halt. Please, we surrender. No more fighting. We concede. Ouch. The cries of despair echoed throughout the office space. In terms of combat prowess, those pampered individuals stood no chance against the seasoned detectives. In no time, they were all taken down, groaning pitifully. The hall was a disarray of scattered files and debris, a truly lamentable sight. Even worse was the state of Li Tzu, along with his 10 subordinates, all of whom, including Li Tzu, bore bruises and injuries. Particularly, Li Tzu looked unrecognizable. His eyes were swollen and dark, his nose inflamed, and his cheeks puffed up like balloons, with several lumps on his head, hinting at the violence he had endured. Woe is me. As Li Tzu opened his mouth, 2 of his front teeth fell out. My teeth, you bastards. Which scoundrel did this? Step forward and behold me. Li Tzu, with his unclear speech and strained eyes, shouted curses at Chunhua and the others. The crowd suddenly advanced a step, causing Li Tzu to instinctively retract his neck and hastily retreat a few paces. My late-night snack, the instant noodles gifted by my girlfriend. Brothers, never mind. Allow me to treat you to supper. He lamented. Alas, what an utter misfortune. Chunhua spat disdainfully, his face etched with grievance, and turned to leave. Li Tzu and his companions were on the verge of tears. Despite each of them sporting bruises and injuries, their adversaries appeared unscathed, feigning expressions of being bullied. What a wretched display. That evening, the number of police officers on duty at the city bureau was scant. Upon hearing about the situation from the Criminal Investigation Department, they hurried over to take a look. As a result, Chunhua emerged from the room, flanked by his companions, all wearing smiles. Come on, Xiao Wang, let us go for supper. Chunhua called to a duty officer. No, Captain Chun, I'm still on duty. The officer replied. What happened in there? Nothing much, just dealing with some pesky rats. Chunhua dismissed casually, confident in their righteousness regarding the incident. Once outside the city bureau, Chunhua immediately turned his gaze toward a figure concealed within the crowd. Deputy Su, Branch Chief Huang, and Chief Xia are still waiting for you in Shuangyang Town, he said, his playful demeanor replaced by a solemn expression. Let us go. Su Lin wasted no time, rushing toward a vehicle. He opened a specially marked map, revealing that Wang Qi had already departed from Jianyin City and had crossed into Donghua City's territory. In Donghua City, one of the prominent municipalities in Haiyuan Province, there was no intention on the part of Director Xia to contact the brethren of Donghua City for assistance. Instead, he quietly awaited developments. As long as the individual in question displayed no signs of leaving the country, he could continue his antics. The paramount objective remained focused on Shi Jianlong at the Sisan Wellness Center. Approximately half an hour later, Su Lin met Director Xia Weihai in Shuangyang Town. At that moment, he was clad in casual attire, with a bulletproof vest worn over it. Director Xia. Su Lin approached Xia Weihai and saluted. You arrived just in time. Now you shall take command, Xia Weihai said without hesitation, relinquishing authority to Su Lin. Su Lin shook his head. Director Xia, I will first investigate the southwestern direction. You should continue to lead the operation. Very well, Xia Weihai acquiesced. Su Lin glanced at Huang Weihuan and said, Old Huang, let us depart. Chenhua, you and Team 3 will accompany me. With that, they proceeded towards the route previously identified by Su Lin through special markings indicating Wang Qi's movements. After a span of over 10 minutes, Su Lin surveyed the surroundings, nearly certain that there were no signs of vehicles or pedestrians having traversed this area. This is intriguing, Su Lin remarked with a cold smirk, addressing Huang Weihuan and Chenhua. Let us return. As time slipped away unnoticed, dawn soon broke. The entire criminal investigation team prepared to disband, yet Su Lin did not permit their departure. He ventured into the town and sought out a few local elders to gather information. Elder, are there any tunnels beneath this place? In my recollections from childhood, I recall an elder in my family recounting tales of his experiences during the War of Resistance, where he would launch surprise attacks on the enemy from within tunnels. These passages, it seems, had proven their worth. After consulting several individuals, one elder finally revealed that indeed, a tunnel lay beneath. Though it was not constructed during the wartime, but rather later, as part of a missile defense project. Unfortunately, the construction was abandoned midway and has since remained dormant. It is said that below, the labyrinthine network is entirely reinforced with steel and concrete, forming a formidable underground fortress. The elder further claimed that the entire Jianyin city was built upon this subterranean base. With a resounding thud, Su Lin struck the table, and a vivid schematic flashed in his mind. He finally grasped the connection. Why had those individuals vanished without a trace? What had prompted Lin Yun's sudden appearance in Sisan? All of these enigmas stemmed from the existence of a vast underground structure beneath Jianyin City. Su Lin activated the system, and on the special marking interface, a red dot was rapidly advancing towards Jianyin City. Wang Qi was returning. Chapter 74. Hello? Surprised? Astonished? Wang Qi took action, which signified the commencement of their operations. Although Su Lin was uncertain of their intentions, it was abundantly clear that their motives were nefarious, with a probability exceeding 90% of being heinous. He promptly accessed another interface marked for special observation and swiftly identified an additional target. Shi Jianlong was also on the move, though his trajectory was limited. Upon magnifying the image, Su Lin discerned that he was escorting a gray-haired man into an operating room. The room was replete with various biological specimens, limbs, hearts, brains, kidneys, and nearly every organ of the human body, all preserved in solution, retaining a grotesque semblance of vitality. Su Lin's expression was colder than those organs. Even through the specialized interface, he could distinctly ascertain that these organs could constitute at least 3 individuals. Furthermore, he discovered 3 human heads immersed in the solution, appearing eerily lifelike. His eyes narrowed, a murderous glint flickering within them. 2 of the heads belonged to individuals from the 12 missing persons, while the third, he did not recognize, was that of a child no older than 10. These fiends had descended into a level of depravity that was utterly appalling. Soon, the screen revealed a group of foreigners alongside several individuals of East Asian descent who were assisting the elderly man onto the operating table. Sure, Jinlong had already turned to leave. Although it was merely a fleeting moment, Su Lin distinctly recognized the figure lying upon the operating table, none other than Wang Lida, the wealthiest individual in Jiangyan City. Indeed, Su Lin had surmised that the missing persons had been abducted for the purpose of organ trafficking. Yet he had not anticipated that Wang Lida was among the beneficiaries of these organs. However, he swiftly deduced the underlying cause and effect. It seemed that the original intent behind the establishment of this Qishan Health Center was to create such an organization. The claims of employing the world's most elite medical teams were nothing more than a deceptive facade. Even if their team were indeed top tier, it likely focused solely on organ transplants. Xiaju, it is time to take action. We can call for support from the armed police and special forces, Su Lin declared. Upon hearing this, Xiao Weihai's expression grew serious. Su Lin's assertion indicated that he possessed concrete evidence and unwavering confidence. He then inquired, "What is the level of certainty?" 50%, Su Lin replied. "What? Only 50%? Huang Weihuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "This is no jest. We are targeting Wang Lida. Isn't 50% rather low?" Yet Xiao Weihai shook his head, stating, "For someone like Wang Lida, 50% is already quite remarkable." He turned to Su Lin and asked, "Is the other half lacking in evidence?" Upon hearing this, Su Lin silently acknowledged the astuteness of the seasoned fox. He had guessed correctly that Su Lin lacked concrete proof. Indeed, individuals of Wang Lida's caliber rarely left behind incriminating evidence. Do not underestimate the passage of mere days. Even years may yield no results. Yet, he believed that even in the absence of tangible evidence, Wang Lida would undoubtedly convey the situation to him, for he intended to extinguish any semblance of hope for this individual's survival. Without evidence, what purpose does an arrest serve? Huang Weihuan inquired. Su Lin chuckled softly, recalling a renowned espionage drama from his previous life, where a villainous character uttered a line he found particularly resonant. Do we need evidence to apprehend someone? Even in the absence of proof, isn't interrogation sufficient? The weight of these words darkened not only Huang Weihuan's countenance, but also that of Xiao Weihai. What was he? A bandit or a lawman? Did he not feel remorse for such declarations? I shall contact the armed police and special forces. Xiao Weihai realized that time was of the essence and promptly moved to reach out to the relevant authorities. As he initiated his actions, the armed police and special forces swiftly assembled, advancing towards Sisan. Yet, an invisible pressure loomed once more. Initially, the armed police received directives from the provincial headquarters to return immediately. Subsequently, the captain of the provincial special police unit issued a personal order for all special forces in Jiangyan City to proceed to the provincial headquarters for practical assessments. Departing that very night, the 2 most crucial divisions of the criminal investigation team were thus rendered ineffective. Upon receiving this news, Xiao Weihai's expression darkened ominously. However, before he could voice his frustrations, a call from the provincial office rang through to his mobile phone. The matter of the incoming call was addressed by the provincial deputy's chief secretary, who simply remarked, "What nonsense are you up to? Withdraw immediately." Wang Lida of Sisan was nominated this year as the representative of private entrepreneurs to Kyoto, a figure representing the public, and must not encounter any mishap. Otherwise, he would be summarily dismissed. Su Lin was seated in a commuter vehicle, casually nibbling on a piece of bread. His gaze drifted toward a hillside ahead, where he pulled out a specialized marked map from the system and glanced at it. Time was of the essence. In less than 10 minutes, Wang Qi would pass through that location. Their operation could officially commence. "Old Huang, hurry up, prepare to set off," Su Lin exclaimed, patting Huang Weihuan, who immediately leapt from the vehicle, brimming with excitement as he checked his weaponry. Su Lin, in turn, inspected his service pistol, ensuring the magazine was fully loaded along with 2 spare magazines. His gear was complete, including a bulletproof vest, a high-intensity flashlight, and a telescopic baton. The 2 then approached a segment of the hillside, feeling the freshly cleared concrete wall. With all their strength, they slowly pushed it aside. This location was pointed out to Su Lin by an elder, and this round of reconnaissance promised ample rewards. The tunnel, initially shrouded in darkness, transformed into brightness as sunlight streamed in. Su Lin observed that it boasted a width of nearly 3 meters and a height of close to 5 meters. For Wang Lida, this spot served as an impeccable concealment tool. Exiting and entering the tunnel, regardless of what he transported, would evade the notice of ordinary individuals. Had it not been for his possession of a unique marking skill, it is unlikely that he could unearth something that had lain dormant for decades. Even if he were to dig 3 feet deep, a faint humming sound suddenly emerged, prompting Su Lin to press his ear against the mountainside, listening intently for 2 seconds. They are coming. Prepare for action. Over a dozen criminal investigation team members swiftly entered the tunnel, sealing the entrance behind them, plunging the entire passage back into darkness. Approximately 1 kilometer away, a business vehicle sped along the road. Inside, 2 bound high school students wore expressions of despair, yearning to cry out for help. Yet the terrifying demeanor of the man behind the wheel stifled their voices. 800 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters. In the blink of an eye, the vehicle was less than 100 meters from Su Lin's location. This spot coincidentally marked the entrance to the heart of Sison Mountain, where the tunnel ahead was barely 1.5 meters wide, rendering the vehicle incapable of proceeding further. Thus, the rapidly approaching business vehicle began to decelerate. Creak. The sound of brakes echoed as Wang Qi exited the vehicle, opened the rear door, and addressed the 2 students. Come down. Your fate is sealed. Do not blame me. Hey, Wang Qi, why not say that Wang Lida is destined to die and blame no one else? A mocking voice rang out, causing Wang Qi's body to tense with alarm. He quickly turned to see a face brimming with scorn. Surprised? Unexpected? Chapter 75, The First Sin of History. Deserving of death on the outskirts of Sison, Xiao Weihai held the phone, swiftly dialing Su Lin's number. It was unreachable. He then attempted to call Huang Weihan, but to no avail. A smile crept across his face. I have heard the provincial orders and have made my efforts, yet they have already taken action, leaving me powerless. Old Xiao, are you truly all right? A middle-aged police officer approached, concern etched on his face. He was Zheng Guoxin, the deputy chief of the municipal bureau. Having just returned from a provincial training session, he had barely settled into his office before rushing to Sison. Upon hearing that Xiao Weihai intended to confront Wang Lida, he nearly lost his composure. However, upon learning of Wang Lida's connection to the missing persons and witnessing the condition of the rescued Lin Yun, he gritted his teeth and followed suit without hesitation. Hearing Zheng Guoxin's words, Xiao Weihai grinned and replied, "What is the issue? It's only a task. It's quite normal for the phone to be unreachable. When the time comes, I can provide them with the call records." "Fine, you call the shots," Zheng Guoxin nodded, somewhat regretfully saying, "What a pity, it didn't connect after all. I was looking forward to joining them." "Enough, old Zheng, know your limits. We are both in our 50s. Must you compete with the youth for accolades? Even if you had the will, do you truly possess the strength?" Xiao Weihai jested, then returned a call to the provincial secretary of the second in command. "What? They have already begun their operation? Xiao Weihai, what are you doing? Just wait. The leader wishes to speak with you personally." Upon hearing the furious words from the other end, a smirk crept onto Xiao Weihai's lips. The call was then taken over by another individual, whose deep, raspy voice resonated. "Xiao Weihai, I care not what methods you employ. Cease your actions immediately. Otherwise, I shall revoke your position." "Understood. Leader, I shall attend to it at once," Xiao Weihai replied emphatically before hanging up. He then casually offered a cigarette to Zheng Guoxin, both sharing a conspiratorial grin as they lit up beside the vehicle. In the tunnel, Wang Qi's face turned ashen as he gazed at Su Lin. He initially intended to resist, but a swift kick from Su Lin shattered his leg, as beams of flashlights pierced the darkness, illuminating the ominous muzzles of firearms. He succumbed to fear. "Wang Qi, I offer you a chance. Confess honestly, what is Wang Lida waiting for?" Su Lin pressed. Wang Qi gritted his teeth, glaring defiantly at Su Lin, and shouted, "You won't extract a single word from me. If you have the courage, just kill me." "Kill you? Fear not. That will come soon enough," Su Lin sneered. With no further reason to converse, he instructed Captain Zhang Gong to escort Wang Qi out. Su Lin and Huang Weihuan, along with their team, hastened deeper into the tunnel. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at the tunnel's end, where bright lights illuminated a clean and tidy disinfection room connected to the passage. The crowd cautiously ventured into the interior, yet as soon as they entered the disinfection chamber, Su Lin was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of peril. He swiftly retreated a couple of steps. Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted, and immediately, over a dozen armed assailants emerged from the far side of the disinfection room, each wielding handguns and automatic weapons, directing their onslaught towards the detectives. Rat-tat-tat, bang-bang-bang. The ferocious barrage of firepower rendered Su Lin and his companions unable to lift their heads. Goodness, such formidable firepower, these thugs could easily rob a vault. Huang was incensed, cursing vehemently. Meanwhile, Su Lin leaned against the door of the disinfection chamber, his expression remarkably composed. Ever since he had utilized the Gun King effect card, his mind had been flooded with a wealth of gun-related knowledge, including the nuances of maintaining composure during combat. At this moment, he was undoubtedly more poised than anyone else. He listened intently to the gunfire emanating from the disinfection room, silently counting to 3 in his mind. In the next instant, he leapt up, transitioning from the left side of the disinfection room to the right, and while airborne, fired 3 shots into the fray. Bang, bang, bang. 3 assailants fell, struck down. Congratulations. Host, you have eliminated a fugitive, earning 360 points. Congratulations, host, you have eliminated a fugitive, earning 330 points. With those 3 shots, a total of 1,000 points was swiftly accrued. Simultaneously, the system informed Su Lin of the adversary's identity, fugitives. When dealing with such individuals, there was no need for warnings. They were to be executed on the spot. Su Lin erupted in anger, while Huang Weihang and the other detectives were equally unyielding. Seizing the opportunity, they opened fire towards the opponents. Even if their shots missed, it could still instill a momentary panic. Furthermore, with Su Lin and Huang Weihang, both skilled marksmen, they swiftly eliminated 7 of the desperate criminals. Even the most reckless of fugitives experienced fear and trepidation. Realizing their disadvantage, the remaining 5 criminals hastily retreated. Su Lin led the detectives in a rapid advance, and within a mere 10 minutes, they had completely vanquished the group of outlaws without sustaining any casualties. With determination, he replaced the magazine, gestured with his hand, and kicked open the door to the sterilization room, revealing a sudden burst of white. The interior resembled a sterile chamber akin to that of a hospital. They encountered no resistance and proceeded through the sterile area into a section partitioned by glass designated for surgery. Su Lin squinted, recognizing that this was the precise location observed by Shi Jianlong. As they turned a corner, they immediately spotted a flurry of busy doctors, and there, on the operating table, lay a middle-aged man preparing for debridement surgery. Upon seeing Su Lin and his armed team enter, the foreign doctor's expressions shifted dramatically. However, as mere medical professionals rather than criminals, they lacked the audacity to resist and instinctively crouched down. Over 20 individuals were gathered outside the operating room, lined up with their heads cradled in their arms against the wall. Su Lin gazed at the figure slowly rising from the surgical table, a chilling smile gracing his lips as he stepped forward. "Mr. Wang, a pleasure to meet you," he remarked with a grin. Wang Lida, the chairman of the Kunda Group, presided over an empire nearing $1 trillion in value, with assets sprawling across various industries, including essentials and the internet. He was a true titan of commerce. Yet, at this moment, he was merely a patient clinging desperately to life. Gone were the days of commanding authority and wielding power. The calm composure he once exuded had dissipated, replaced by a gaze filled with resentment and bitterness. "Deputy Team Leader Su, you have emerged victorious," Wang Lida uttered weakly, gradually leaning against the surgical table. "Indeed, I have triumphed," Su Lin replied, observing Wang Lida. The discerning gaze of good and evil activated, and soon a blood-red, chilling light emanated from above his head. "Wang Lida, Sin value, 2504. The system announced, marking a historical first. There was no need to examine further. The mere sight of this sin value sufficed to reveal that this man was deserving of a fate most dire. Chapter 76. A disturbing reflection on Wang Lida's source of confidence. Su Lin's gaze was as sharp as a blade as he coldly regarded Wang Lida, asserting, "Wang Lida, the lives of 28 individuals are of no consequence to someone like you." Unlike the infamous Golden Rose, who had taken the lives of many vile offenders, Wang Lida's actions bore no justification. In terms of the count of lives extinguished, Wang Lida pales in comparison. Yet, while the Golden Rose's malevolent score stood at a mere 990 points, Wang Lida's was an alarming 2,500, as his victims were innocent civilians. This stark reality ignited a fury within Su Lin, compelling him to contemplate the violent act of severing Wang Lida's head from his body. As the precise figure escaped his lips, Wang Lida's complexion shifted dramatically. It was evident that Wang Qi had betrayed him. Wang Lida regarded Su Lin with a profound gaze, shaking his head with a sigh. "Indeed, were I in his position, faced with undeniable evidence, I too would opt for self-preservation, regardless of the cost, even if it meant betraying my own father." His demeanor exuded tranquility, as though discussing an unrelated matter. Upon concluding his statement, he maintained his calm, unwavering gaze upon Su Lin, devoid of any visible emotion. Su Lin, displaying remarkable patience, met Wang Lida's stare with a frigid expression. After a full minute elapsed, Wang Lida finally spoke. "Deputy Team Leader Su, if I were to claim that the establishment of the Sison Wellness Center was genuinely intended to benefit society, would you believe me?" Su Lin replied succinctly, "I do not believe you. Merchants, driven by profit, are often ruthless, consuming others without remorse. Trusting individuals like you is akin to trusting a ghost." "Ha ha ha, cough, cough." Wang Lida chuckled heartily. but soon succumbed to a fit of coughs that left her pale and nearly breathless before she gradually ceased. Regardless of your perspective, my intention in establishing the Sishan Health and Wellness Center was indeed to give back to society. In years past, I have consistently engaged in charitable acts, donating tens of millions annually, far exceeding what many earn in a lifetime. Yet, good people do not live long. 8 years ago, I was diagnosed with early-stage liver cancer. The optimal treatment involved the removal of part of my organ, which would significantly impair my quality of life. At that time, I had recently recruited a team of top medical professionals who suggested a kidney transplant to ensure my survival. Are you suggesting that one must resort to the heinous act of taking an innocent life to prolong one's own? Su Lin inquired coldly. Wang Lida responded, "It's merely one life. Consider how many I have saved, the contributions I have made to society. Why can't you extend a hand to save me? I am simply an ordinary laborer. My death would be inconsequential. As long as I live, I can generate greater wealth for society and save more lives, cannot I?" Su Lin retorted, "Nonsense. Your life is precious, and so is that of an ordinary person. Who decreed that your significant contributions to society entitle you to exchange another's life for your own? Has anyone consented to this? Is it a prerequisite that contributing to society must yield personal recompense? If this is indeed the case, perhaps those who have benefited from your grace would prefer they had never received it at all. For a person like you is not worthy of their respect. Wang Lida, you do not represent everyone." Su Lin, you are correct. I do not represent everyone. However, I can represent myself, and I can represent the police force of Jiangyan City. Eradicating evil is our creed. Individuals like you, who self-proclaim as saints, are, in reality, no different from the vile. Full of pretentiousness and hypocrisy, yet embodying the most heinous of crimes. Only by eliminating people of your ilk can society find peace and the populace attain tranquility. Wang Lida, observing the woman's shrieks, remained remarkably composed, stating, "No, you cannot kill me. No matter what, I shall not perish. Even now, there are those who will come to my rescue." Su Lin, upon hearing this, felt a slight tightening in his expression. Who instilled such confidence in this individual? Wang Lida, believe it or not, as long as you take me back, by tomorrow morning, I will walk out of your city bureau, and it will be the bureau chief who respectfully sees me off. Su Lin narrowed his eyes and inquired, "Are you very confident?" "Yes, I am confident because I hold considerable leverage." Wang Lida, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "As for you, perhaps starting tomorrow, you will be reassigned to a position of idleness, or even be directly expelled from this team. Do you believe it?" Upon hearing these words, Su Lin could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. The wealthiest individual in Jiangyan City, emboldened by his formidable trump card, exuded an air of impunity, suggesting he could effortlessly obscure his transgressions. The magnitude of his influence was indeed staggering, yet Su Lin remained incredulous, a glint of madness flickering in his eyes. Such a person, if left unchecked, would defy natural justice. He regarded Wang Lida with a cold demeanor, posing a pointed inquiry. "Director Wang, I am genuinely curious. To whom have you sold those organs? If your dealings truly involve organ trafficking for profit, then I must confess, my contempt for you would deepen considerably." Wang Lida, upon hearing this, exhibited a moment of surprise in her gaze. It appeared that Vice Captain Su was no fool. Indeed, the monetary value of a handful of organs paled in comparison to her wealth. Mere trifles, akin to cow hair, amounting to hundreds of thousands. The significance of those organs was profound, yet the specifics of their application were of no concern to Su Lin. Wang Lida chose to remain silent, casting a disdainful glance at Su Lin before closing her eyes. From their recent exchange, this astute business mogul had discerned a hint of suspicion emanating from Su Lin, concluding that the latter had neither interrogated Wang Qi nor had his son betrayed him. Consequently, she ceased to elaborate further. Su Lin, however, merely smiled faintly, gently patting the surgical table where Wang Lida lay, and remarked, "I wonder how many retired officials have graced this operating table." In a fleeting moment, a single sentence caused Wang Lida's expression to shift dramatically, her eyes snapping wide open. "Is it really so difficult to infer?" Su Lin scoffed, remarking, "The Sishan Health and Wellness Center, which integrates surgery, health examinations, and recuperation, houses numerous retired individuals, many of whom once held significant positions. If I am not mistaken, these individuals are your true trump cards, are they not? Each one possesses an extensive network of connections, perhaps even vast enough to reach the capital directly. Only with such resources could you exude such confidence." To be candid, the realization of this answer sent a chill down Su Lin's spine. The Sishan Health and Wellness Center resembles an enormous hand, potentially controlling myriad aspects of influence. It is no wonder that Wang Lida has consistently navigated her path smoothly. The formidable force amassed behind her is indeed terrifying. Chapter 77, 28 Lives, Who Can Contain Them? Upon having his hand revealed by Su Lin, Wang Lida experienced a fleeting moment of shock before regaining his composure. With a faint smile, he dismissively shook his head and remarked, "Even if you know, what can you do? Can you arrest them all? Do not forget, many of those whom they have trained have already ascended to positions of power within the province." Su Lin chuckled, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "How to deal with those individuals is a matter for higher authorities. My duty is to bring you to justice. I have stated before that even if you were to apprehend me, I would emerge unscathed by tomorrow. Is it truly worthwhile? You might as well release me now so that I may complete the surgery. As long as I draw breath, I shall ensure that you, Deputy Team Leader Su, and your family have access to medical resources for the rest of your lives." "Deputy Team Leader Su, do you comprehend what I mean by these medical resources?" Su Lin replied, "I am aware, quite well. However, I shall not compromise the lives of others for my own selfish desires. Wang Lida, you have misidentified your adversary. Moreover, your confidence is misplaced. Who said I intend to take you back? What do you mean?" Wang Lida's expression shifted dramatically. A slow smile crept across Su Lin's face as he turned to Huang Weihuan, who had been silently observing their exchange. "Old Huang, prepare to withdraw. Chairman Wang has instructed that we do not apprehend him, so we shall not. Let's go, time to disband." Huang Weihuan, having listened intently to their dialogue, immediately grasped Su Lin's intentions. He waved his hand towards the crowd, urging them not to forget to take the foreigners back, as well as the doctors. "By the way, have the ground operation team apprehended everyone? Report to Huang. All have been captured." This Shi Jianlong attempted to flee, but was struck in both legs by Team Chun. Several detectives dragged Shi Jianlong, who resembled a lifeless dog, his calves riddled with 2 bleeding wounds. Such injuries would not lead to immediate death. As for the medical teams hired from abroad, they dared not resist. Each detective glared at them menacingly, their guns perpetually loaded. Any hint of rebellion or escape would be met with bullets. Under the escort of the detectives, they formed a line and proceeded outward. Initially, Wang Lida maintained a semblance of composure, yet as each individual exited, his expression grew increasingly grim. Even the most stoic demeanor could not withstand the torment of waiting for death. Su Lin had long discerned that Wang Lida was physically compromised. To be precise, this nefarious individual was experiencing organ rejection following a liver transplant, placing him in grave danger. Without professional surgical intervention and a stable intake of medication, he would not endure even 3 days, let alone 24 hours. To withdraw support was to condemn him to a slow death, allowing him to experience the despair preceding his demise. "No, you cannot leave. Deputy Su, Captain Huang, you must not depart. No, please. Save me. Someone, save me." Wang Lida finally let out a terrified scream, his eyes beginning to betray a sense of panic, no longer exhibiting the earlier composure and calmness. Su Lin, however, seemed oblivious, continuing his stride outward. Huang Weihuan walked alongside him, whispering, "Are we truly just leaving?" Su Lin replied, "What do you think?" Huang Weihuan expressed his discontent. "I believe this is a mistake." "What constitutes a mistake?" "This individual, without an organ transplant, has but a few days left to live. Are we expected to match his organs and proceed with a transplant?" Su Lin retorted dismissively, "Indeed. But to let him off this easily is to do him a disservice." Huang Weihuan pouted in response. Su Lin asserted, "No. This is the most cruel form of judgment. Confronting the terror of death can utterly shatter a person. I assure you, the torment he experiences during this time will be the most harrowing. However, you are correct. We are indeed making a mistake. Therefore, let us wait 2 hours before taking him back." Su Lin smirked. As an enforcer of the law, he certainly could not act outside its bounds. He had no intention of truly abandoning this man to perish here. Rather, it was about inflicting some torment, a means to release pent-up frustration. Upon exiting the underground operating room, Su Lin and his companions emerged to the surface, where Chunhua's third team had already detained everyone. It was not only the medical staff from the Sisan Health and Wellness Center. Numerous patients undergoing treatment were also apprehended, amounting to over 100 individuals, with more than 90% exuding an air of affluence. Upon spotting Su Lin and Huang Weihuan, the leaders of the operation, they began to voice their grievances. "Scoundrel, who are you? Why do you seek to control us? We are not your prisoners. Huang Weihang, you are exceedingly bold. Where is Xiao Weihai? Bring him to me. Outrageous. You have gone too far. I shall call the city. Who granted you the authority to treat us in such a manner?" The voices of reprimand echoed incessantly. Su Lin stepped forward, addressing the group of individuals before him. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am uncertain how many among you have availed yourselves of the organs of the victims. Yet, I can unequivocally inform you that your days of comfort are at an end. Perhaps you once endeavored to benefit the populace and contribute to society. However, from the moment you acquiesced to the surgical procedures orchestrated by Wang Lida, you became indistinguishable from the very perpetrator who inflicts harm upon the innocent. If any shred of conscience remains within you, if you still possess a semblance of belief, I implore you to step forth voluntarily. Reflect on the plight of the innocent citizens, and ponder upon the organs you have utilized, who granted you the gift of life. Given that you are alive, why do you lack the courage to bear the weight of your transgressions? In comparison to the loss of human life, what does bearing responsibility truly entail? In the days that lie ahead, you must seek atonement. 28 lives, who can bear that burden? Come tell me, who can shoulder that weight? Su Lin pointed accusatorily at a group of individuals, his voice resonating with fury. Many among them displayed expressions of bewilderment, while others turned pale, their eyes betraying sheer terror. Numerous faces reflected deep remorse as they bowed their heads, too ashamed to utter another word. I feel deeply remorseful for the nurturing I received from my superiors and for the people. Apprehend me. At that moment, an individual emerged from the crowd. Huang Weihuan's pupils dilated in shock as he exclaimed, Secretary Luo. Luo Yucheng, once a prominent figure in the provincial hierarchy, a man of considerable influence. He had not anticipated that this individual would also be present. Xiao Huang, it is I who owe an apology to the people. I shall surrender the remainder of my life to the law, Secretary Luo declared, stepping forward and extending his hands toward Huang Weihuan. Su Lin quietly nodded. These individuals were merely terrified of death, their consciences still intact. Some among them might be unaware that Wang Lida had engaged in kidnapping, subsequently murdering for organ harvesting to barter with them. Yet, in many instances, even when aware, they would feign ignorance. Such shamelessness, however, allowed them to find a semblance of peace within themselves. Su Lin ruthlessly tore away their veils of shame, leaving them unable to ignore the condemnation of their own consciences. 2 hours later, Su Lin entered the underground operating room, bringing out the terrified Wang Lida, who had nearly lost control of herself. The crowd regrouped and returned to the municipal bureau. Upon entering, they were met by Xiao Weihai, who hurriedly approached, phone in hand, stating, a call from the provincial office. Su Lin took the phone, his voice steady yet firm. Hello, is this Deputy Team Leader Su? I am the director of the provincial office. You must release Wang Lida immediately, otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. The words from the other end turned Su Lin's expression icy with dread. Indeed, someone dared to intervene. Utterly audacious and beyond reason. He bellowed directly. I care not who you are, get lost. Chapter 78. Who is left above? I am the one who has trapped you all. After hanging up the phone, he returned the device to Xiao Weihai, who stared at him in bewilderment. After a considerable pause, he finally responded, Xiao Su, you are being too impulsive. Such actions will lead you into endless troubles. Su Lin replied, what troubles? I have connections above. Xiao Weihai was taken aback. When did this young man acquire such formidable connections? Su Lin chuckled, retrieved his phone, and dialed a number. Before long, the call was answered. Hello, came a commanding voice from the other end. Su Lin immediately spoke, Deputy Fong, I have been wronged. Will you intervene? Upon hearing the title Deputy Fong, Xiao Weihai nearly slapped his own thigh in excitement. Indeed, he had forgotten that Su Lin was once highly regarded by Deputy Fong and had even been given a personal contact number. What he said was true. There indeed were connections above, ones that were nearly celestial. Although the deputy level is not as high as that of a provincial leader, those emerging from the capital are inherently elevated above local officials. This Deputy Fong stood at the same echelon as the senior figures of Haiyuan province. Could such an individual be intimidated by Wang Lida's network? Certainly not. However, at that moment, on the other end of the line, Fong Ziyuan's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure upon hearing Su Lin's words. This young man had unexpectedly called him out of the blue, claiming to be bullied. Xiao Su, you are disappointing me, Fong remarked. Fong Ziyuan's tone was somewhat somber, tinged with a sense of detachment, clearly believing he had overestimated Su Lin. Upon hearing the elder's words, Su Lin was nearly apoplectic, retorting, you stand there without a care in the world. I am but a humble deputy chief at the municipal bureau, and yet the provincial bigwigs expect me to bear the consequences alone. This chief position is becoming untenable. He began to throw a tantrum, conveying the same sentiment. If you do not resolve this for me, I will resign. Meanwhile, far away in Kyoto, in the office of the deputy minister of the police department, Fong Ziyuan furrowed his brow as he held his phone. He asked in a deep, measured tone, what exactly is going on? Su Lin promptly briefed the elder on the case he was currently investigating. In truth, the moment he learned of the 28 lost lives, he realized this case had escalated to a substantial magnitude, one that the Wang Lida group's nefarious actions could not be suppressed. However, should the provincial authorities wish to stifle it, they certainly had their means. Therefore, he bypassed the provincial office and directly approached Deputy Fong. If Deputy Fong could not deliver justice for the deceased, then he might as well abandon his role as a police officer. Bang! Upon hearing Su Lin's account, Fong Ziyuan smashed the water cup on the table into shards, his voice rising in fury. Beasts. Outrageous. They dare to come and demand from you. Tell me, who is it? Su Lin sensed the elder's wrath, a smirk playing on his lips as he exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Weihai, saying, "The office director from the province. I am not certain of the exact name." "All right, I understand." The esteemed individual abruptly ended the call. However, he soon regained his composure and remarked, "Proceed with your investigation. Should anyone reach out to you, simply inform me, and I shall take charge." "Very well," Su Lin exclaimed, his face beaming with delight as he hung up. The feeling of having someone influential backing him was indeed comforting. With just a call, he wondered if those scoundrels would still dare to contact him. Just as he concluded the call, another one rang on Xiao Weihai's mobile. "Hello, Director Chun." Xiao Weihai responded promptly upon recognizing the caller. "What is the matter?" "The office has unexpectedly instructed me, in the name of the second-in-command, to suspend Su Lin, and they've also demanded the release of the representative from Haiyuan province." Xiao Weihai wasted no time and immediately recounted the details of the case as conveyed by Su Lin to Chen Yinghu. The latter was left utterly astonished, almost rendered speechless by the revelation. Such audacity from Wang Lida. "Inform Su Lin that if anyone dares to approach him, I wish to be notified immediately for an investigation. No one is to be released, regardless of who it may be. I shall report to the department right away." Chen Yinghu seethed with fury, but his tirade was interrupted by Xiao Weihai. "Director Chun, that won't be necessary. Su Lin has already been in touch with Deputy Fong. The big boss has assured him to proceed without worry. No one can interfere." "That's reassuring," Chen Yinghu replied. "Your city, Jiangyun, shall gain notoriety once again. The criminal investigation team will undoubtedly receive first-class commendations." "Huh. Thank you, Director Chen, thank you." Xiao Weihai chuckled with uncontainable joy. He hung up the phone and said to Su Lin, "Let us go, Xiao Su. I shall treat you to a celebration." Just as they were about to enter, a car suddenly screeched to a halt at the entrance. As the vehicle came to a standstill, a middle-aged man in his 50s, clad in a black business suit that exuded an air of authority, emerged from the back seat. Upon stepping out, his gaze immediately fixated on Xiao Weihai and Su Lin. From the opposite side of the car, another individual dressed in police uniform approached, adorned with olive branches and two four-pointed star insignias, bearing the rank of second-level police superintendent. Although he held the same rank as Xiao Weihai, his influence overshadowed that of Xia. Upon seeing the newcomers, Xiao Weihai hurriedly stepped forward, greeting Governor Yang. "What brings you here personally?" "And Deputy Director Li, what a surprise to see you." Although a smile adorned his face, a sense of trepidation surged within him. He was acutely aware of the purpose behind their visit. Indeed, in the next moment, Deputy Director Li coldly remarked, "If I hadn't come personally, your Jiangyun City Bureau might have descended into chaos, wouldn't it?" Xiao Weihai's smile faltered slightly, yet he maintained his facade, replying, "What are you saying, Deputy Director Li? I fail to comprehend." "Enough of the pleasantries. I need to know what crime Wang Lida has committed," Deputy Director Li asserted icily. Just as Xiao Weihai was about to respond, Su Lin stepped forward, stating, "Sir, we are still investigating this matter. His issues are quite serious." "Still investigating? So, there is no evidence then?" Deputy Director Li's face contorted with anger as he pointed an accusatory finger at Su Lin, rebuking. "You are the Deputy Captain of the Criminal Investigation Division, are you not? I hereby formally notify you of your suspension pending investigation. You have yet to clarify the matter concerning the 20 million who permitted your release. Furthermore, release Wang Lida immediately." "Cannot comply." Su Lin disregarded the protest, asserting, "We have already gathered substantial evidence. Are you certain you wish for me to release her?" Deputy Li cast a glance at Yang Sheng beside him, who subtly nodded in affirmation. Without hesitation, he turned and commanded, "Yes, release her at once, immediately." Su Lin replied, "That is not possible. Your word alone does not suffice." Yang Sheng could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, coldly asserting, "What I say, does it not hold weight?" Su Lin smiled, having awaited their remarks. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Deputy Fong. I have a matter to discuss with you. Our second-in-command from Haiyuan province, along with Deputy Li from the provincial department, has informed me that even if Wang Lida is implicated in the murder of 28 individuals, I am to release her. Moreover, I have been suspended. Should you require anything, please consult Director Xia. With that, I am heading home." Upon hearing this declaration, Deputy Li and Yang Sheng felt as if their minds had been struck by a thunderous explosion. This scoundrel was ruthless, ensnaring them in a dire predicament. He had evidently clarified the situation, with implications of 28 lives lost, yet feigned a lack of evidence. Damnable. Su Lin coldly regarded the two, a smirk gracing his lips, as if to convey, "It is you whom I have ensnared." Chapter 79. The fleeting life of Xiao Huai and Old Su's fury. Yang Sheng and Deputy Li wore expressions of profound distress. Although they were unaware of the specific individual Su Lin had contacted, the mere mention of the surname Fong evoked thoughts of a terrifying presence. The people of Jianyun City did not intimidate them in the slightest, nor were there any high-ranking officials with the surname Fong in the provincial government. Thus, both men simultaneously arrived at a singular conclusion, particularly for Deputy Li, who was entrenched in this system and well aware of the influential figure within the ministry. The realization struck him with chilling clarity. It was over. Deputy Li's complexion paled progressively, his lips beginning to quiver. Meanwhile, Yang Sheng's expression darkened ominously. Although he and Deputy Fong held equivalent ranks, the gravity of the situation was unprecedented. The case involving 28 lost lives had escalated to catastrophic proportions, and the higher authorities would undoubtedly intervene without hesitation. The most favorable outcome would be his own voluntary resignation. The thought of the numerous political adversaries he had cultivated over the years haunted him. Should he fall, the ensuing days would surely be fraught with difficulty. Su Lin observed the two men, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He found little interest in their plight and turned to proceed back to the bureau. Gentlemen, I shall take my leave now. I anticipate a busy schedule ahead and apologize for not being able to entertain you further. Xiao Weihai straightened his posture, acknowledging Su Lin's commendable qualities. Capable and with protective figures above him, it was evident that the Jianyun City Bureau was on the cusp of unprecedented advancement. In the ensuing days, the Jianyun City Bureau undertook a thorough investigation into the entire Wang Lida group, particularly targeting individuals linked to the Sisan Health Center case. Not a single person escaped. All were apprehended. The forthcoming interrogation was not attended by Su Lin, who had been utterly exhausted over the past few days. He requested a week's leave from Xiao Weihai, and driving a Hongqi car assigned to him by the detachment, he headed straight home. Upon arriving at the familiar doorstep, a sudden thought struck him. It seemed that his door lock had been replaced. After rummaging through his pockets for a while, he finally unearthed the solitary key. He unlocked the door and stepped inside. The furniture appeared untouched, yet there was a conspicuous presence of numerous personal items typically associated with women. A wry smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, he had unwittingly become entangled. However, to be fair, the woman had treated him rather well. Presently, his bank account boasted a staggering sum of 2.1 billion, while the 20 million had long been deposited with the Bureau. With 2.1 billion, the monthly interest amounted to several million. Naturally, he had not touched a single penny of this fortune. He picked up his phone to call Yin Yao, but was met with the disheartening news that she was already on another call. Disinterested in attempting again, he decided it would suffice to return the matter to her in person later. With some free time on his hands, he resolved to visit home. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was mid-October. Initially, he had planned to return on October 1st, but as a criminal investigator, there were no true holidays. Once engaged, everything else fell by the wayside. He had not seen his parents often throughout his life, and he held familial bonds in high regard. Thus, he intended to purchase a few gifts and visit his elderly parents. Su Lin checked his salary account via mobile banking, discovering a balance nearing 30,000. In addition to the recently deposited 4,000, there was also a portion of allowances and bonuses. In recent days, 2 significant cases have been successfully resolved, leading to the apprehension of numerous wanted criminals, nearly filling the detention center to capacity. The monetary reward for such efforts, however, is rather meager. Nevertheless, according to his own perspective, salary holds little importance. With his capabilities, capturing criminals and earning bonuses could indeed lead to wealth. Once affluent, he intends to procure nourishing supplements for his elderly parents. Driving to the supermarket, he spent less than half an hour purchasing several thousand yuan worth of nutritional products and teas before returning to his hometown. Guanghua County is situated approximately 260 kilometers from Jianyun City, and the journey via expressway takes nearly 3 hours. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Lin exited the highway and arrived in the county town. In contrast to the bustling Jianyun City, this area appears somewhat less developed. Though this is merely a relative observation, in the 3rd decade of the 21st century, the economy of the entire Daxia has seen significant growth, and county towns have also progressed. Skyscrapers abound, and property prices continue to soar. Su Lin's childhood home, purchased 2 decades ago, is located in the old district of the county town. The name of the residential complex, aptly reflective of its era, is Happiness Lane. Upon entering the complex, his vehicle was halted by an elderly man at the entrance. Whose family is this? The old man habitually leaned down to peer into the car. Upon recognizing Su Lin, a broad smile broke across his face, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Hello, Grandpa Hu. How is your health? Su Lin inquired with a smile. Grandpa Hu resides in the apartment below his, having voluntarily taken on the role of the community's gatekeeper after his retirement. As the head of the security department of the machinery factory, he maintained a remarkably stringent management style, making it quite challenging for external vehicles to infiltrate the community. In reality, the residents of the Xingfu Li community were predominantly retired employees of the county's machinery factory, fostering a sense of familiarity among neighbors. News of any household matters could spread throughout the neighborhood in less than half an hour. It was akin to the time when Su Lin's proximity to the Jianyun City Police Academy brought his parents considerable pride. Su Lin has returned. Oh, has he become a leader now? Come in, come in. Grandpa Hu greeted him with a beaming smile, his face adorned with the weathered creases of life. Su Lin retrieved a pack of cigarettes from the back seat and handed it to Grandpa Hu, saying, Grandpa Hu, when I was in junior high, I took 2 of your cigarettes without permission. After you caught me, I promised to return a pack, and today I have come to fulfill that promise. Haha, little rascal. Did you only take 2? I seem to recall that you and those 2 boys from the Zhao and Zhang families used to come to my security room daily for a smoke. Grandpa Hu chuckled heartily, accepting the offering without hesitation. The cigarettes were not of exceptional quality. They were merely a pack that Su Lin purchased for a little over 30. Of course, he could have had access to finer cigarettes and spirits, yet he steadfastly refrained from accepting any, not even a single cigarette. To him, the intricacies of human relationships in Daxia often imposed an invisible burden. Others might owe him, but he would never owe anyone. Little brat, hurry home now, Grandpa Hu said with a warm smile. Su Lin nodded and said, Goodbye, Grandpa Hu. The car entered the community and arrived at the building. Su Lin encountered a few neighbors and promptly greeted them with polite nods. Carrying the nutritional supplements he had purchased, he ascended to the 3rd floor and knocked on the door of room 301. Soon, a voice came from within, and the door swung open. Su's mother, upon seeing her son at the threshold, paused momentarily before joyously exclaiming, Lindsay, what brings you back so suddenly? Old man, come out quickly, your son has returned. The sound of her elation resonated throughout the modest abode. Su's father had married relatively late, at the age of 37, which was considered quite old for a bachelor at that time. However, unlike the typical solitary man, he had devoted his youth to contributing to the machinery factory, thus missing the opportunity for a lifelong partner. It was only in middle age that he met Su's mother through an arranged marriage, and their mutual affection led to their union. The first few years passed without conception, and by the time Su's mother became pregnant, Su's father was already 45 years old. Now, at 66, Su Lin felt a pang of sadness as he observed his father's head crowned with white hair. Time slipped away through his fingers. The vibrant days of youth had faded, leaving only the specter of age. You've returned at just the right time. I need to discuss something with you. You officers must take action, Su's father stated, his expression serious, devoid of the anticipated excitement. This upright man, who had lived a life of integrity, now bore an expression filled with indignation. Chapter 80. 2 million in cash? Counterfeit. Su Lin felt a bit bewildered, thinking to himself, Father, if you wish to express your grievances, at least allow me to enter first. Old man, I understand your inner frustrations, but what has it to do with me? You dare to block the door? Is this a rebellion? Su's mother swiftly pulled Su's father aside, opened the door, and welcomed her son inside. Su's father twitched his lips, but remained silent. Observing his father's constrained expression, Su Lin couldn't help but chuckle softly. This esteemed gentleman, before his retirement, served as the deputy director of a machinery factory, overseeing hundreds of employees, earning a reputation for being stern and incorruptible throughout his life. He has never engaged in idleness or unlawful activities. Due to his character, he harbors a strong disdain for such individuals. Nevertheless, he holds a deep respect for anyone who is kind-hearted and diligent, always striving to lend a helping hand whenever possible. A man who has commanded respect for most of his life, when confronted with his own daughter-in-law, inevitably becomes the one who is bullied. When Su's mother gave birth to Su Lin, due to limited medical conditions, she nearly succumbed to excessive bleeding during a difficult labor. From that moment on, this man has treated his wife with the utmost tenderness, never uttering a single harsh word, even in moments of frustration. He often tells Su Lin that he owes a debt of gratitude to Su's mother. In Su Lin's eyes, this is indeed a manifestation of a man's greatness. After placing a plethora of nutritional supplements and tea on the table, Su Lin settled onto the sofa and inquired, Father, what exactly is going on? Su's father, maintaining a stern demeanor, replied, Surely you haven't forgotten Zhang Ku and Zhao Wu? Su Lin nodded, certainly recalling the 2 individuals in question. They were his childhood friends, the only ones in the entire neighborhood of similar age, having grown up together. In their youth, they were most enthusiastic about climbing trees to raid bird nests and wading into rivers to catch fish and crabs. Whenever teachers came seeking their parents, they would conspire together to concoct alibis, claiming their parents were not home. Mischief such as slashing tires and exploding firecrackers in water tanks constituted their most joyous childhood memories. However, they could not forget the harrowing image of being chased around the yard by their father wielding a stick. Reflecting on those times felt surreal, as if everything had transpired only yesterday. Zhang Ku and Zhao Wu had been assaulted and were currently lying in a hospital bed. The doctor claimed they had narrowly escaped death, while the perpetrator remained at large. Who, one might ask, is responsible for addressing this situation? Upon hearing these words, Su Lin's expression darkened, and he replied coldly, "Such matters are certainly the responsibility of the police." "Very well, then you should take action," his father urged. "Regardless, justice must be served for the victims." Su's father clapped a hand on Su Lin's shoulder and pointed towards the door, declaring, "Go now. You old fool." "What are you saying?" his mother interjected. "The boy has just arrived home, barely settled in, and hasn't he even had a sip of water? Can't you at least allow him a moment to drink?" Su Lin, however, placed a reassuring hand on his mother's shoulder and said to his father, "Dad, I understand. I will go to Uncle Zhang's and Uncle Zhao's to gather information." With two childhood friends endangered, even if he were not a police officer, he felt compelled to take a stand. During the Chinese New Year, he had interactions with Zhang Ku and Zhao Wu. He believed he understood their character well. Although they often boasted or occasionally teased the elderly Hu, they were certainly not bad individuals. It was unclear whom they had offended this time, as it nearly resulted in their demise. "Lindsay, be cautious. You have just become a police officer, and the other party wields considerable influence. If it becomes unmanageable, do not force it," Su's mother advised. Hearing of the formidable adversary, she feared for Su Lin's safety. Su Lin smiled and shook his head, reassuring the elderly couple. "Do not worry, I am well aware." After speaking, he departed home, intending to visit the families of Zhang Ku and Zhao Wu. However, just as he stepped outside, he noticed a middle-aged man with graying temples standing at his door. "Old factory director." The man began to speak, but suddenly caught sight of Su Lin and swallowed his words. "Lindsay, you're back," the man exclaimed, though his smile appeared strained, and his gaze flickered uneasily. Su Lin recognized him and greeted Uncle Zhao. The visitor was none other than Zhao Wu's father. "Lindsay, come to Uncle Zhao's for dinner tonight. I'll ask your aunt to prepare some dishes, especially your favorite braised pig trotters," Uncle Zhao said with a smile. "With the situation so dire, what is there to eat?" Su's father interjected, emerging to address Uncle Zhao. "Xiao Zhao, what exactly is going on? Tell Lindsay everything so he can take charge." Su Lin, indeed. "Uncle Zhao, please tell me, what kind of person could be so reckless?" In his youth, he did not receive the care of the Zhao family. Regardless of the circumstances, he must intervene in this matter. Upon hearing this, Uncle Zhao sighed and said, "The origin of this incident seems to stem from a box of money." "A box of money?" Su Lin furrowed his brow, an instinctive sense warning him that this situation was far from simple. He inquired, "What kind of money?" Uncle Zhao shook his head. "I am uncertain. But that box contained an enormous sum. I have never witnessed such wealth in my lifetime." Zhao Wu mentioned it was 2 million. 2 million? Who provided him with that? Su Lin immediately asked. In a county town such as this, earning 2 million in one go is no small feat. Moreover, for a family like Zhao Wu's, it would be akin to a fairy tale to come into such windfall. I do not know who gave it to him, but the following day, someone came looking for him. We grew concerned and attempted to call him, only to find the line completely dead. Then, we also lost contact with Zhang Ku from Uncle Zhang's family. The two boys were missing for a full 2 days. By the third day, they were found abandoned at the hospital entrance, battered and on the brink of death. This is how the entire incident unfolded, and we remain unaware of the specific circumstances. Lindsay, if you possess the capability, please assist your Uncle Zhao and Uncle Zhang. Zhao Wu and Zhang Ku, both of whom you have known since childhood. Uncle Zhao's voice began to tremble, and he raised his rough hand to wipe away a tear from the corner of his eye. Su Lin reassured him, "Uncle Zhao, rest assured, I will certainly assist you with this matter." Uncle Zhao nodded, glancing at Su's father, seemingly hesitant to speak, as if mindful of Su Lin's presence. "If there is something to discuss, please do not hesitate," Su's father urged, a hint of impatience in his tone. Uncle Zhao replied, "Old factory director, we are still short on the surgery fees for Xiao Wu. Could you lend me some money for now?" I promise to repay you as soon as possible." Su's father inquired, "How much do you need?" 100,000, Uncle Zhao said, his voice growing fainter. The doctor mentioned that there is still some blood clotting in Xiao Wu's head. Including the surgery and subsequent treatment, it will require at least over 100,000. He was acutely aware of the financial strain, knowing that Su's father had purchased an apartment for Su Lin in Jiangyan City, leaving them with limited funds. Su's father found himself in a difficult position. Their savings had been entirely spent on the apartment for Su Lin, leaving the household devoid of such an amount. At that moment, Su Lin interjected, "Uncle Zhao, wasn't it said that Xiao Wu had brought back a box of money? Where is it?" Uncle Zhao sighed, "Don't mention it." Xiao Wu claimed that the money belonged to someone else. They were merely assisting in collecting a debt. By the way, Lindsay, while your Aunt Zhao was tidying up the room, she discovered a banknote that had fallen from the box, but I have a feeling something is off. He produced a 100 yuan note, handing it to Su Lin. Upon examining it closely, Su Lin's eyes widened in shock. Counterfeit. Chapter 81. Not allowed in? Then let us force our way. Su Lin gazed at the counterfeit bills in his hand, then lifted his gaze to the man before him, inquiring, Uncle Zhao. Are you certain this money fell from Zhao Wu's box? I am certain, Uncle Zhao affirmed with a nod. This is a grave problem. Su Lin took a deep breath. 2 million in counterfeit currency, with an astonishingly high level of realism. It is undoubtedly the work of a skilled forger. Only a genuine counterfeiting syndicate could produce such material. Not to mention, the ink and paper used for these notes are not easily procured by ordinary individuals. He scrutinized the bills, noting that from every angle, they could easily deceive the untrained eye. Uncle, I will lend you the money for the time being, Su Lin stated, producing another card from his pocket. Father, you and Uncle Zhang should withdraw the funds together. I will head to the hospital to check on Xiao Wu and Xiao Ku. I need to understand the specifics of this case. All right, take care of yourself, Su's father replied with a nod. Su Lin exited his home and made his way directly to the hospital. Though Guanghua County is a small town, its hospital is quite commendable. The facilities and doctors are only slightly inferior to those in Jianyan City, thus performing surgery on Zhao Wu and the others should not pose significant difficulty. Upon entering the hospital, Su Lin swiftly located the rooms of the 2 patients. As he stepped inside, he noticed 2 women attending to the patients, alongside a young girl of about 15 or 16, assisting them. Brother Lin, the girl, with keen eyes, caught sight of Su Lin, and her previously sorrowful expression instantly blossomed into one of joy. Upon hearing the commotion, 2 women simultaneously glanced up, and upon seeing Su Lin, they immediately greeted him. Lindsay, you're back. Lindsay, come, have a banana. Although both women smiled, the forced nature of their expressions was apparent to anyone observing. Su Lin waved his hand dismissively and approached the 2 patients. Zhao Wu and Zhang Ke had their entire heads wrapped, save for their faces, and their limbs encased in plaster. A single glance was sufficient for Su Lin to discern the cruel torment they had endured. Initially wishing to inquire about the case, he realized that it would be futile, as the 2 were unlikely to regain consciousness anytime soon. He turned on his heel and strode outside, retrieving his phone to dial a number. Hello, Hanja, where are you? Brother Lindsay? A voice on the other end responded with surprise, quickly adding, I'm currently at the traffic police station. When are you returning? Which traffic police station? Su Lin pressed further. The county's 1st division. The person on the other end seemed momentarily taken aback. Wait there. After parting ways with the 2 patients and a young girl, Su Lin, his demeanor ominous, made his way toward the county's traffic police, 1st division. Lin, quickly call your Uncle Su. We must ensure nothing goes awry, Aunt Zhao instructed the young girl, who nodded fervently and made the call, only to be informed by Su's father that the matter was now in Su Lin's hands. At the entrance of the traffic police 1st division, Su Lin stood and placed a call to Hanja. Before long, a refined traffic officer, adorned with golden-rimmed spectacles, emerged from within. Upon seeing Su Lin, he approached without hesitation and embraced him warmly. Brother Lin, it has been such a long time. Su Lin replied. Enough of the pleasantries. I need to know what has happened with Xiao Wu and Xiao Ku. Upon hearing this, Hanja shook his head, furrowing his brow as he remarked, I only learned about it yesterday. From what I gather, the situation is exceedingly complicated. Brother Lin, I fear that even involving the authorities may prove futile. How so? Su Lin questioned, his expression darkening. Hanja continued, a few days ago, Xiao Wu confided in me that he and Xiao Ku intended to assist a certain boss in collecting a debt. However, within mere days, they found themselves hunted down, with individuals even visiting their homes. Those thugs accused Xiao Wu and Xiao Ku of absconding with the boss's money. Subsequently, 2 days ago, they were brutally beaten and left at the hospital's entrance. The identity of their assailants remains a mystery. I later discovered that this matter involves someone named Wang Liang. He is the manager of Guanghua Renovation Company, well-connected and rumored to have influential backing. Su Lin chuckled. Influential backing. Those are the criminals I relish dealing with. There's nothing quite as satisfying as witnessing their despair. Guanghua Renovation Company, you say? Su Lin nodded and addressed Hanja. All right. You may return to work for now. Let us dine together later, among us children of the machinery factory courtyard. You are the only one who can be considered my peer. What do you mean by that? Hanja gazed at him and remarked, Lindsay, I have heard that you are now a traffic officer. Is that true? Su Lin replied. It seems that good news travels slowly, while bad news spreads like wildfire. He continued, Hanja, I am now a bona fide criminal investigator. With that, he drove away from the traffic police station. The county town was not large, and soon Su Lin located a company named Guanghua Decoration. The establishment exuded an air of grandeur, boasting a standalone 8-story building. Several luxury cars were parked at the entrance, which was spacious and manned by 4 security guards. Su Lin cast a glance at the lackadaisical guards and proceeded inside. Stop. What do you want? One guard, sporting a crooked cap, obstructed Su Lin's path and barked. Do you know where this is? State your name. Su Lin replied. I have no name or title. I am here to see your general manager. Bah. The guard spat on the ground, menacingly retorting. Do you have an appointment? No. Su Lin answered bluntly. Get the hell away from here. Upon hearing this, the guard made a move to push Su Lin. Su Lin swiftly dodged, his expression darkening. Security? More like a band of ruffians, he thought. Oh, still daring to evade. Brothers, smash his car. The guard bellowed. Without hesitation, the other 3 guards prepared to retrieve their weapons and vandalize the vehicle. Witnessing this, Su Lin's face turned a deep shade of anger, and he admonished. This is a police car. Try to damage it and face the consequences. Are you trying to intimidate me? Let me tell you. Today I will not only smash your car, but I shall also dismantle you along with it. Coincidentally, just a couple of days ago, those 2 little rascals were too weak to withstand a beating, and I have yet to satiate my desire for retribution. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the man pointed aggressively at Su Lin's nose, but before he could fully articulate his intent to strike, Su Lin swiftly seized his arm and executed a powerful shoulder throw, sending him crashing violently against the glass door behind. The glass shattered instantly into countless shards, and the security guard crumpled to the ground, letting out a piercing scream. The other 3 security guards, witnessing this scene, were instantly alarmed, grabbing wrenches and charging towards Su Lin. Observing their fierce demeanor, coupled with the recent taunt of the fallen guard, Su Lin was entirely convinced that these individuals were indeed linked to the incident involving Zhao Wu and Zhang Ku. Having identified the right targets, and noting their brazen arrogance, Su Lin felt there was nothing more to discuss. Denied entry? He would simply break through. Chapter 82. Old Xia, are you jesting with me? In the office of the director of the Jiangyan City Police Department, a door was forcefully kicked open with a resounding bang, and an irate figure stormed in. This was a middle-aged man, impeccably groomed, dressed in a sleek black suit that exuded an air of authority without him needing to raise his voice. However, compared to Xiao Weihai, he lacked a certain dignified grandeur, instead embodying the decisiveness of a shrewd businessman. Xiao Weihai, is this how you are watching over my daughter? The newcomer seethed, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Weihai, showing no regard for the fact that he was the head of the city bureau. Director Xiao's secretary entered, but was swiftly dismissed by Xiao Weihai with a wave of his hand. The director, now wearing a broad smile, remarked, Old Yin, you finally returned. How was your 2-month vacation? Quite pleasant, I presume. Spare me your pleasantries, Yin Zhenglin interjected, waving his hand dismissively. Xiao Weihai, tell me, which scoundrel is it? Make him return the money, or I won't be so courteous. What did you say? Xiao Weihai responded, bewildered. Are you even aware of what you're saying? My 2,100,000,000, which constitutes our Group's strategic funds for the 3rd quarter, you better return it at once. Yin Zhenglin's eyes widened in fury. And if looks could kill, he would have wished to devour his old comrade whole. Finally, Xiao Weihai grasped the situation. Su Lin had retained that 2,100,000,000. This audacious fellow surely had an overabundance of gall. He hastily exclaimed, Old Yin, I shall call him right now. However, upon retrieving his phone and dialing, the line rang for some time, yet no one answered. Yin Zhenglin's countenance grew increasingly grim. That was 2 billion, not 200,000, nor 2 million. Should anything go amiss with this sum, his conglomerate would be plunged into a severe financial crisis. At that point, not only would the corporation falter, but he too would face dire consequences. Do not fret, do not fret. He is likely preoccupied at the moment. He will certainly return the call once he sees it. Xiao Weihai reassured him. Yin Zhenglin retorted, not anxious? How can I not be anxious? Zhenglin Group is in urgent need of funds to procure land. I need you to retrieve it immediately, or else I shall dismantle your office. Do you dare? Xiao Weihai bellowed in anger. This is the municipal office. It is not within your purview to act recklessly, Yin Zhenglin. You. Yin Zhenglin found himself at a loss, left only to fume in silence. Wait a moment. You just mentioned purchasing land. What land could that possibly be? Where else could it be? The Wang family just secured the bidding for West City No. 3. Yin Zhenglin scoffed. Old Yin, I advise against taking any action. Do not meddle with the Wang family's enterprises. They are currently entangled in numerous unresolved issues. Should they implode, they could drag your Zhenglin Group down with them. Implode? Indeed. The Wang family's situation is grave. A substantial portion of their assets is about to be confiscated. If you act now, you may find yourself ensnared as well. Xiao Weihai nodded in agreement. How do you know this? Yin Zhenglin inquired, somewhat astonished. How could I be unaware of the cases handled by the Criminal Investigation Division under your command? Summer Weihai retorted. Do you think your subordinates are capable of dealing with Wang Lida? Yin Zhenglin expressed his skepticism, for Wang Lida was none other than the wealthiest individual in Jiangyan, with extensive connections. He had always assumed that the case against Wang Lida was managed by higher authorities, only to discover that it was actually the Municipal Criminal Investigation Division at work, which was rather astonishing. To be precise, it was that young man, armed with your family's 1 billion, who led the operation, Summer Weihai remarked. 28 lives lost, and surely, that's a first-class merit. This young man is destined for greatness. It was almost predictable that Su Lin, with his repeated achievements and the backing of the influential Vice Minister Fong, would soon ascend in rank. The vice captain of his criminal investigation division would undoubtedly be promoted quickly. The thought was somewhat terrifying. Within merely 2 months of being a police officer, he had already secured 2 second-class merits and 1 first-class merit, with another on the horizon. Such talent would certainly not be squandered by the higher-ups. First-class merit. Yin Zhenglin could not help but exclaim, fully aware of the difficulty of attaining such an honor. Having come from a military background himself, has this soldier of yours sacrificed himself? Sacrifice? Absolutely not. He is alive and well, Summer Weihai replied, casting him an annoyed glance. No sacrifice, yet still a first-class merit. Yin Zhenglin found himself engulfed in profound shock. Moreover, according to Summer Weihai, it appeared there were 2 first-class merits, which was indeed alarming. Yin Zhenglin hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Xia Weihai's arm, and inquired, Old Xia, tell me, does my daughter harbor feelings for that young man? Have they made any tangible progress? Xia Weihai regarded him with a teasing expression and asked, have you discerned an opportunity? Of course. If I couldn't even see this, then all my years in business would have been in vain, Yin Zhenglin retorted. Do you know his current rank? Xia Weihai queried. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Zhenglin tentatively suggested, a 3rd-level police inspector? Huh. Xia Weihai scoffed. That's too modest. The scope is too narrow. A 2nd-level inspector? Hiss. Don't tell me he's a 1st-level inspector. Upon realizing the situation was nearing clarity, Xia Weihai replied, at 22, he's a 3rd-level police superintendent, with deputy department-level benefits. What? Yin Zhenglin was genuinely taken aback. 22 years old, a 3rd-level police superintendent? This must be a joke. Don't be incredulous. This young man surpasses us in excellence at a much younger age, Xia Weihai remarked, observing Yan's disbelief. In fact, there's something else I haven't mentioned, he continued. What is it? Yin Zhenglin pressed. The reason he was able to take down Wang Lida and dismantle his entire network is due to the recognition he received from higher authorities. When the department intervenes, whoever stands out faces dire consequences. The revelation stirred excitement within Yin Zhenglin. I understand now, Old Xia. I must return and set my daughter free. I misjudged her. Her taste remains as impeccable as ever. Yin Zhenglin finished speaking and hurriedly departed. Xia Weihai glanced at the damaged door lock and shouted, replace the door lock for me. Bang, bang, bang. At Guanghua Decoration Company, Su Lin swiftly incapacitated the 4 security guards who obstructed him. Zhang Weilin, crime value 78. Involved in multiple cases of provoking trouble, causing serious injury. Yang Dong, crime value 54. None of the 4 were innocent. Especially the head of security, whose crimes were quite severe. If apprehended, he would face a minimum of 10 years. The other 3 also faced at least 5 years each. After dealing with these 4, he stepped towards the interior of the decoration company. Just then, the elevator doors suddenly opened, and figures rushed out in haste. Damn! Who dares to wreak havoc on my territory? Do they wish to court death? Chapter 83, The King of Close Combat. Unmatched combat power. Who dares to wreak havoc on my turf? Do they wish to meet their demise? With the sound of curses echoing, a corpulent man with a round face and a multitude of chins emerged from the elevator. Accompanying him were over 20 individuals, each brandishing clubs and glaring menacingly at Su Lin. The rotund figure shoved aside 2 people in front of him, advancing to scrutinize the young man before him, his gaze turning progressively colder and more malevolent. Friend, what brings you here? The portly man, with a smile that was anything but warm, addressed Su Lin in a frigid tone. Su Lin regarded him briefly before inquiring, Are you Wang Liang? Indeed I am. And who might you be, wandering into my domain? Wang Liang retorted, jabbing a finger resembling a carrot towards Su Lin's nose. It appeared that Su Lin's suspicions were confirmed. With a cold smirk, he activated his perception of good and evil. Wang Liang, sin value, 376. Distributor of a counterfeiting syndicate, suspected of organizing an illicit gang, involved in multiple instances of provocation, extortion, willful injury, and homicide. With a sin value exceeding 300, he had clearly crossed into the realm of heinous criminality. Su Lin was taken aback to discover that beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of his hometown lay such a significant criminal organization. He found it hard to believe that Wang Liang operated without the backing of a more powerful entity, regardless of who held sway or the extent of their influence. Su Lin was resolute in his determination to eradicate this menace entirely. Upon further inspection of the individuals trailing Wang Liang, it became evident that they were equally dubious. Each bore names tinted in a faint red hue, with sin values ranging from 40 to 50, and the highest among them exceeding 100, marking him as a B-level fugitive charged with murder. More than 20, how many points would that be? Su Lin's eyes suddenly brightened. He reached into his pocket to retrieve his identification, preparing to present it, but unexpectedly, Wang Liang, with his keen eyes, spotted the national emblem on the front and immediately shouted to the people behind him, "Get him!" At his command, the 20 or so fierce-looking individuals began to spring into action. Su Lin's expression darkened as the sound of wind rushed past him, and a wooden club came crashing down towards his head. Without even glancing, he stepped back, narrowly evading the blow. "I am a police officer. Think carefully about the consequences," he declared. "What police officer? I didn't see any identification. I just know you came here to attack. So this is self-defense," Wang Liang shouted loudly. "Yes. Even if you're a police officer, you can't just come here and assault us without reason. Everyone, stop wasting time with him. Take him down." One by one, the younger men surged forward, surrounding Su Lin and raising their clubs to strike. Su Lin's face darkened as he swiftly retracted his identification and charged forward. Bang! 2 men were knocked down by his force, along with 2 of their companions who fell as well. After creating an opening, Su Lin turned and executed a sweeping kick. Bang! He then delivered a powerful punch against the wooden club that was swung at him from behind. Crack! The club splintered under the impact. Yet Su Lin's fist continued its momentum, forcefully connecting with the assailant's jaw. A piercing scream erupted as the man's half-broken teeth flew out, and his jaw was thoroughly dislocated. Then, with a sudden dip of his head, he evaded the wooden stick that swung from behind. In a swift motion, he swept his leg, knocking the assailant down to the ground, the sound of shattering bones echoing through the air. The king of close combat unleashed his full potential. In that moment, Su Lin harnessed every ounce of his strength, transforming into a human weapon. None who fell under his blows could rise again. In less than 2 minutes, over 20 men lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony, save for the cold-faced man standing before Wang Liang. Having dealt with these adversaries, Su Lin lifted his gaze towards Wang Liang and grinned. "Continue." Wang Liang, feeling the weight of that fierce gaze, shuddered involuntarily. He hastily turned to the man before him and exclaimed, "Old gun, take care of him for me, and I will give you 500,000. "Very well." The man known as Old Gun's eyes gleamed upon hearing the amount. He swiftly drew a short knife, approximately 30 centimeters in length, his expression turning malevolent. In a flash, he lunged forward, aiming a deadly strike at Su Lin's neck. Yet Su Lin was swifter and more ruthless. In an instant, a shadow darted past, and a foot connected squarely with Old Gun's face. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, Su Lin was already before him, seizing his knife-wielding hand with a grip as unyielding as a vice, twisting it mercilessly. A sharp crack resounded. The sound of bones fracturing echoed, followed by the piercing scream of the old man. "Ah!" The old man's voice plunged Wang Liang into an abyss of terror. How could one person possess such strength? This was more terrifying than the underground boxing champions. He fixated on Su Lin, his voice trembling as he implored, "Do not approach me. I surrender, I surrender. You cannot strike me. You are a police officer, you cannot assault me. Now you acknowledge that I am a police officer?" Su Lin scoffed, stepping directly in front of Wang Liang, raising his hand to deliver a forceful slap. The sound resounded as he unleashed a barrage of blows, knocking out several of Wang Liang's teeth. His once plump visage transformed into that of a pig's head, his eyes sunken and nearly invisible. Wang Liang attempted to plead for mercy, yet Su Lin paid him no heed, only releasing his pent-up fury before unceremoniously tossing Wang Liang to the ground. "You wish to reason with me while resorting to brute force? If you wish to speak with me through your fists, shall I not respond in kind? How foolish." He flexed his neck and inquired, "Can we converse civilly now?" Yes. Wang Liang nodded eagerly. However, the cries from the side are rather distracting," Su Lin remarked, raising his gaze. "If another sound escapes, I will incapacitate him." In an instant, the entire hall fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. The subordinates of Wang Liang, including the old scoundrel, remained utterly silent, even as they struggled to contain their breath, their faces turning an alarming shade of purple. "Who is your superior?" Su Lin inquired directly. Upon hearing this, Wang Liang's pupils dilated sharply, and he resolutely shook his head, uttering, "No one, I am their leader." "You are?" Su Lin sneered, continuing, "Yet I find it hard to believe you can bear the weight of such a significant case." "Truly, it is only me," Wang Liang replied, his face slick with cold sweat, lying there motionless yet seemingly adapting to the conversation, his words flowing with unexpected ease. "Are you certain it is only you?" "Yes." "No, please, I then enlighten me. Where did the counterfeit money originate?" What counterfeit money? I don't know what you're talking about. Panic washed over Wang Liang, his gaze darting nervously. Is that so? However, from what I understand, the counterfeit bills from Zhangku and Zhao Wu were handed over to you, correct? No, I did not receive them. How could I possibly accept their counterfeit money? Officer, please slap. Su Lin delivered a sharp blow, and amidst Wang Liang's terror-stricken expression, he remarked, "It seems I was right. You were the one who assaulted them, weren't you? The security chief at the entrance is the main culprit. How do you know?" Wang Liang, already in a state of disarray, instinctively uttered a response, only for his complexion to drain of color thereafter. Chapter 84. The behind-the-scenes Banker Municipal Bureau Director's Office. Xiao Weihai was engaged in a phone conversation with the esteemed Chun Hu from the Provincial Department. Xiao Weihai, this case has fallen upon your jurisdiction in Jiangyan City. Regardless of the means you employ, you are required to provide me with a comprehensive analysis report within 3 days. Chun Hu issued a command of utmost urgency. Upon hearing the directive from his superior, Xiao Weihai's expression darkened immediately. He hastily replied, "But, Chief, I am still entirely in the dark regarding this matter. Is 3 days not a bit too pressing?" Chun Hu responded sharply. In Haoyuan Province, 12 prefecture-level cities and 33 county-level cities have reported a significant influx of counterfeit currency. Are you telling me that you remain uninformed? Such a grave situation? Xiao Weihai's countenance shifted dramatically. The emergence of counterfeit currency across so many cities undoubtedly signified a monumental case. The proliferation of fake money could directly erode the public's trust in currency, and more alarmingly, it could lead to a collapse of economic order. He now understood the urgency that had compelled Chun to act so swiftly. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed through the office, and before Xiao Weihai could respond, the door swung open. Huang Weihan entered, his expression grave. "I understand, Chief Chun. I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately," Xiao Weihai stated as he ended the call. He then lifted his gaze to Huang Weihan, who began to speak. "Director Xia, we have been inundated with a substantial amount of counterfeit currency in Jiangyan City since 2 days ago. This morning alone, we received over 50 reports regarding the use and acceptance of counterfeit currency." Upon hearing this, Xiao Weihai's expression darkened immediately. It was evident that the issue had indeed escalated in Jiangyan City. He had to admit that, due to Su Lin's recent successes in solving major cases, he and the criminal investigation team had become somewhat complacent. Otherwise, such matters should have been addressed long ago. He said to Huang Weihan, "The provincial department has already established a special task force to investigate the counterfeit currency case. The counterfeit bills have been designated as version 24, and they are so sophisticated that they can easily deceive even the most trained eyes. Tests have shown that even specialized banknote verification machines sometimes fail to detect them. In today's society, electronic payments have become the predominant method of transaction, and merchants, rarely handling cash, often find it challenging to discern authenticity, which has unfortunately become the norm. Today alone, we received over 50 cases. How many more went unnoticed by merchants?" With these words, Xiao Weihai's voice trailed off, and Huang Weihan nodded in agreement. "The number of undetected cases is likely several times higher, if not more," he replied. "I will organize a team to investigate the source of these counterfeit bills immediately," Huang Weihan stated solemnly. Xiao Weihai nodded in acknowledgement, and then suddenly recalled something, asking, "Where is that Su Lin? Call him and inform him to cut his holiday short and return promptly to investigate the counterfeit case." "Understood," Huang Weihan responded, feeling a sense of relief. To be honest, the pressure was indeed immense. Having someone to share the burden was far preferable to shouldering it alone. As 2 individuals from the municipal bureau were preoccupied with thoughts of Su Lin, he boldly settled himself in Wang Liang's office. The henchmen lay sprawled on the floor. Although they were conscious, none dared to flee. After all, only moments ago, the 20-odd of them had been soundly beaten, their faces bruised and battered, and now, many of them bore broken limbs and collapsed nasal bridges. The prospect of moving was akin to courting death. Before Su Lin sat 2 large cases, unmistakably filled with freshly printed banknotes, their scent of ink permeating the air, the vibrant red notes captivating the eye. Most individuals would find it difficult to resist such temptation. Su Lin held a single 100-yuan note in his hand, gently rubbing it between his fingers, and the word counterfeit flashed in his mind. The 2 oversized suitcases contained at least 2 million yuan, weighing no less than 25 kilograms. However, compared to genuine currency, counterfeit notes would undoubtedly weigh less. With a bemused expression, Su Lin regarded Wang Liang and inquired, "Now, do enlighten me. Where did these counterfeit notes originate?" Just moments before, he had brought a group of pitiful souls in search of leads on fake currency. Yet he was taken aback to find Wang Liang brazenly displaying the counterfeit notes atop the coffee table in his office. "Officer, I am wronged. I have no knowledge of how this occurred. I merely instructed them to collect debts," Little did I expect they would return with nothing but counterfeits. It was indeed my impulsiveness that led to my altercation with Zhao Wu and Zhang Ku. I shall promptly apologize to them and cover their medical expenses. Su Lin let out a cold laugh. Do you truly believe I cannot uncover the truth? No, officer, it is truly not mine. Wang Liang attempted to argue. Yet at that moment Su Lin spoke calmly. Very well, continue your defiance. I assure you, once you step inside, you shall not emerge again. Oh, but wait. You are still burdened with a life. It seems you are merely destined to face a bullet. You. Wang Liang abruptly lifted his head. His face etched with terror. He could hardly fathom how this young officer before him knew of the life he had taken. He himself had nearly forgotten that he had once accidentally killed a worker. It had indeed been an accident. During a quarrel, he merely shoved the man, not anticipating that he would tumble from the 11th floor. Yet, regardless of intent, it remained a life lost. Should this come to light, compounded with his actions over the years, a death sentence would be inevitable. Officer, is there a possibility for me to redeem myself? Wang Liang trembled, his face pleading as he gazed at Su Lin. Su Lin smiled. Evidently intimidation was effective. He replied, provide me with the answers I seek, and I may consider advocating for a leniency in your sentence. Wang Liang nodded fervently, saying, I do not know who he is. Only that his alias is the banker. He sold me these counterfeit bills, but our communication was solely via phone, and he was the one who initiated contact. The banker? Upon hearing those words, Su Lin's expression turned dark. A counterfeiter audaciously claims to be a banker. What emboldens him to act so brazenly? Yet, he requires further leads. Despite his threats, Wang Liang insists he knows nothing. Upon verification, it is indeed confirmed that he is in the dark. Su Lin fell into a moment of contemplation before reaching for his phone, intending to call Director Xia, only to discover a plethora of missed calls from Huang Weihuan. Consequently, he decided to return Huang's call first. Hello, Huang, I have something to discuss with you. Bring your team to Guanghua County immediately. I have uncovered a substantial amount of counterfeit currency, denominations of 100, totaling over 4 million. Furthermore, I am aware that there exists a more sinister counterfeiting syndicate behind this operation. On the other end of the line, Huang Weihuan's breathing turned rapid. He growled, You little rascal. Director Xia is in a frenzy. I haven't even initiated my actions. And you've already begun your investigation. Well done. What do you mean? Su Lin responded, taken aback. Enough. We will discuss it further upon our arrival, Huang Weihuan concluded, abruptly ending the call and promptly assembling his team to head to Guanghua County. Chapter 85. Another mysterious codename emerges at Guanghua Decoration Company. Su Lin sat imposingly behind a luxurious desk. Before him, a group of individuals, all with their feet firmly on the ground, crouched in silence, clutching their heads in fear. A few, suffering from broken legs or ribs, lay prostrate, gritting their teeth as their faces turned a shade of purple from the pain. Su Lin's gaze swept over the assembled crowd. Although his methods were severe, he exercised restraint. Regardless of whether bones were broken, their injuries were not life-threatening, and they could endure for a day or so without any issue. As time ticked away, Wang Liang, head bowed and drenched in sweat, trembled slightly. Thoughts raced through his mind, yet ultimately he abandoned them all. Resistance would only lead to greater suffering. That man was no ordinary human. He felt as if his jaw might be wrenched from its place. Just then, the wail of police sirens pierced the air, growing louder as it approached Guanghua Decoration Company and finally came to a halt outside. Su Lin was taken aback, wondering if Huang Ji and the others had arrived with such swiftness. Had they truly flown over in less than an hour? Moments later, footsteps thundered, and a group of individuals burst into the office, led by a young police officer in his 30s, brandishing a black handgun. Wow. Team Leader Wu, save me. Please help. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Liang scrambled to the officer's feet, weeping uncontrollably, his face streaked with tears and snot. The young police officer lowered his head, contemplating for a moment before inquiring, Are you Mr. Wang? Yes, it's me. Officer Wu, please save me. This man is abusing his power. My comrades and I are on the verge of being beaten to death. Wang Liang exclaimed, pointing at Su Lin in distress. Su Lin met his gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips, conveying a subtle expression that was both humorous and mocking. Wang Liang, upon witnessing this, shuddered involuntarily, immediately lowering his hands and daring not to meet Su Lin's eyes again. Wu Xiaofeng, unable to contain his amusement, allowed a smile to flicker across his face, though it was quickly suppressed. He kicked Wang Liang aside with disdain, casting a disapproving glance at him before stepping closer to Su Lin, his voice turning grave as he asked, Who are you? Su Lin replied, A colleague. A colleague? Wu Xiaofeng was taken aback. He glanced at the thugs sprawled on the ground, defeated, and shook his head. This is the first time I've encountered such a ruthless colleague. My friend, where are your credentials? Clearly, he remained skeptical of Su Lin's assertion. Su Lin chuckled softly, retrieving his identification and casually tossing it onto the table. He found Wu Xiaofeng somewhat inscrutable. The latter clearly held Wang Liang in contempt, so why not eradicate this group of miscreants? Why not apprehend them all? Knowing the numerous crimes they had committed, Wu Xiaofeng picked up the credentials, and upon seeing the police emblem, his doubts about their authenticity dissipated. However, as he opened the document, his expression shifted dramatically, his pupils contracting sharply as he gasped, "Criminal Investigation Team. Deputy Team Leader." Ah, he inhaled sharply, glancing at the photo on the identification before turning his gaze to Su Lin. Instantly, he straightened his posture, saluting and exclaiming, "Greetings, leader." The legends surrounding Su Lin were well known among those with any standing within the system, particularly within the Criminal Investigation Department. Who could forget the remarkable figure from the Jianyun City Criminal Investigation Team, a veritable genius in solving cases? In just a few months, he had dismantled several major cases and even brought down the wealthiest individual in Jianyun City. It was truly difficult for him to fathom that such a prodigy was so remarkably young. Upon hearing the words "Greetings, leader," Wang Liang shuddered, nearly collapsing in awe. In Guanghua County, a mere small town, the director held a rank comparable to the head of the Criminal Investigation Team, if not lower. This indicated that Su Lin's rank surpassed even that of their director. However, this was not the most significant aspect. The most striking fact was the youth of this individual, suggesting an extraordinarily bright future ahead. Su Lin, with a stoic expression, cast a glance at Wu Xiaofeng and waved his hand, saying, "Wait." Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaofeng felt a pang of anxiety and refrained from speaking further. He gestured to his men to secure their weapons. Then, cautiously, he inquired, "Deputy Team Leader Su, the matter concerning Wang Liang is substantial. We are preparing to employ a long-line strategy to catch a big fish." Su Lin, hearing this, slightly lifted his head and asked, "Are your lines ready? Are your hooks prepared?" Wu Xiaofeng responded, "Deputy Team Leader Su, may I have a word in private?" Su Lin remained silent. Rising to his feet and stepping into the adjacent corridor, Wu Xiaofeng approached, producing a packet of cigarettes and offering Su Lin one. However, Su Lin declined. Unfazed, Wu Xiaofeng lit one for himself, inhaling deeply before exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. "Deputy Team Leader Su, can I trust you?" Wu Xiaofeng's gaze faltered as he observed Su Lin's youthful countenance. Upon hearing this, Su Lin momentarily paused, his eyes narrowing slightly. "That depends on your own convictions. I can only assure you that I have never engaged in any acts contrary to my conscience," he replied succinctly, offering no further elaboration. Wu Xiaofeng nodded slightly, stating, "Deputy Team Leader Su, the information I am about to disclose is known only to me throughout the entire county. I dare not share it with anyone else." "Oh." Su Lin's astonishment deepened. Wu Xiaofeng, a man who appeared to be adept in navigating social circles, even familiar with Wang Liang, harbored a secret known solely to himself. In Guanghua County, there exists a particularly clandestine organization, and not just within our county, but throughout Jianyun City, Haiyuan Province, and even the entirety of the Great Xia. This organization wields considerable power. All I know is that they have a leader known as the Banker and another called the Litigator. Su Lin abruptly lifted his head, his expression intense as he inquired, "How do you know this?" Wu Xiaofeng replied, "That fellow Wang Liang let it slip while we were drinking together. As for that lawyer, the information was derived from another individual who is now deceased." When Wu Xiaofeng spoke these words, his expression was gravely serious. He feared that upon revealing these two identities, he too might meet a similar fate, unaware of how he perished. Two professions, two individuals. Su Lin suddenly felt as though he had peeled away a layer of the veil, yet what awaited him was still an intricate tapestry of mystery. Su Lin reached out, took a cigarette from Wu Xiaofeng, and lit one for himself. Upon witnessing this, Wu Xiaofeng trembled, his face illuminated with profound emotion. Despite being a mere simple gesture, it represented Su Lin's affirmation of him. There was a murder case associated with Wang Liang. It was time to act. Su Lin took a puff of the cigarette, feeling somewhat unaccustomed, and casually returned it to Wu Xiaofeng. "However, capturing Wang Liang may cost us the lead on the Banker," Wu Xiaofeng hastily remarked. Then, suddenly realizing, he exclaimed, "Wait, a murder case?" Chapter 86. Su Lin's calamitous attribute indeed, a matter of life and death. Su Lin nodded and remarked, "As for this Banker, we have already stirred the hornet's nest. Keeping Wang Liang now serves little purpose. The adversary is capable of operating on such a grand scale and undoubtedly exercises utmost caution in their dealings. Moreover, it is improbable that they rely solely on Wang Liang as their distributor. Once we eliminate him, they will surely seek a replacement. My current focus is on uncovering where these counterfeit bills are being printed and produced." Su Lin's eyes narrowed. Rather than attempting to restrict these counterfeit bills globally, it would be far more effective to locate the source and dismantle it in one fell swoop. "Understood, Wu Xiaofeng acknowledged with a nod. He refrained from further comment. Yet his curiosity was piqued as he observed this younger, higher-ranking deputy captain, pondering how this legendary figure would proceed. Upon their return to the office, although they had only been gone for a brief moment, not a single individual among Wang Liang and his associates dared to move. As soon as Wu Xiaofeng arrived, he promptly summoned his team to prepare for the transportation of Wang Liang and his companions. However, Su Lin waved his hand again, stating, "No need. These individuals will be directly taken over by our municipal criminal investigation team." At this pronouncement, the faces of Wang Liang and his associates turned ashen. In Guanghua County, they might have leveraged their network to mitigate some of their culpability, at worst enduring a lighter sentence. Yet, if they were to be transferred to the municipal criminal investigation team, even in a detention center, they would face severe repercussions. This realization was the immediate thought that crossed their minds. Su Lin let out a cold smile. None of these individuals would escape unscathed. Wang Liang was implicated in a homicide and would undoubtedly face rigorous interrogation, as would that old scoundrel. Suddenly, the blaring of police sirens echoed through the air, and shortly thereafter, a throng of officers surged forth from the elevator and staircase. Huang Weihan took the lead, followed closely by team leaders Chun Hua and Zhang Gong, with more than 20 criminal investigators trailing behind them. Upon their arrival, they were taken aback to find 5 or 6 detectives from Guanghua County already present. Although one team was from the city and the other from the county, they were familiar with one another, with a few even having been classmates. Wu Xiaofeng. What is happening? Chen Hua could not help but approach Wu Xiaofeng with a question. Wu Xiaofeng replied, "Old Chen, you are here too? What is going on?" Chen Hua glanced at the group of ruffians in the office and then spotted Su Lin seated behind the desk. He quickly approached, asking, "Deputy Captain Su, what brings you here?" Su Lin shook his head, a bemused expression on his face. What began as an inquiry into an assault case had unexpectedly unveiled a counterfeit currency scandal with significant implications. Chen Hua pondered silently whether their deputy captain bore an unfortunate star attribute. Why was it that every time he arrived at a location, a major case would erupt? This had been the case since his time with the traffic police. Now, Su Lin had merely returned to Guanghua County to visit his parents, and yet, astonishingly, another counterfeit case had surfaced. Finally, Huang Weihan made his move, pulling Chen Hua aside to join Su Lin. "Su Lin, you are indeed my lucky star. The authorities have just dispatched a task, yet you have already conducted an investigation and uncovered a lead. Our efforts have been considerably alleviated." Su Lin shook his head. "Old Huang, do not rejoice too soon. Although I have seized nearly 4 million in counterfeit bills here, I have not yet identified the source or any higher-ups. Not found." Huang Weihuan glanced at the individuals crouched nearby and instructed Chen Hua, "Immediately transport them to the county bureau for an overnight interrogation. I want to extract all pertinent information." Su Lin continued, "There are still 2 key figures who remain unconscious. If the surgery proceeds smoothly, they may awaken in a couple of days." "Key figures?" Huang Weihuan's expression sharpened. Su Lin then recounted the situation of his 2 childhood friends, to which Huang Weihuan listened intently, frowning slightly and nodding imperceptibly. The sensation of waiting is profoundly unpleasant for every detective. Yet, at this juncture, there is no alternative but to bide their time. Shortly, Wang Liang and the others were escorted by Chun Hua for interrogation. Meanwhile, Su Lin, Huang Weihuan, and Wu Xiaofeng proceeded to the hospital. At the hospital, Zhang Ku and Zhao Wu had already been taken into surgery. They inquired with the physician, who informed them that if all goes well, they should awaken by tomorrow. However, whether they could be questioned would depend on the extent of their brain injuries. With no other option, Su Lin and his companions could only wait. Wu Xiaofeng arranged accommodations for the 2 at a hotel adjacent to the county bureau, and Chun Hua and his team were similarly situated. After dinner, Su Lin and Huang Weihuan sat together, the latter chain-smoking one cigarette after another. "Su Lin, to be candid, the Summer Bureau has issued a strict directive. We must deliver an investigation result within 3 days." Huang Weihuan, with a cigarette pinched between his fingers, rubbed his brow in contemplation. 3 days? Are you dreaming?" Su Lin retorted directly. "What do you mean? Is it that difficult?" Huang Weihuan asked, incredulous. "If even this fellow is hesitating, then this counterfeit currency case must be quite complex." Su Lin remarked, "According to my understanding, the mastermind behind this counterfeit scheme claims to be a banker. However, that is not the crux of the matter. What is most significant is that this individual appears to belong to a particular organization." "Organization?" At this, Huang Weihuan inhaled sharply. The term organization is indeed daunting. There are numerous organizations internationally, but in our country, those referred to as organizations are typically either legitimate governmental entities or possess devastating and formidable threats. Su Lin's implication, without a doubt, pointed to the latter. He then divulged the titles of banker and litigator to Huang Weihuan, who, upon hearing them, adopted a grave demeanor. As Su Lin had articulated, these clandestine organizations pose a significant menace. He inquired, Su Lin, what are your thoughts at this moment? Su Lin remained silent for a moment before stating, time is of the essence. We cannot afford to squander it on waiting. Let us initiate the investigation and have Wu Xiaofeng cooperate, probing both the legitimate and illicit realms in Guanghua County. Should any anomalies arise, we will address them promptly. Indeed, I find that agreeable. Huang Weihuan nodded in assent. Soon, 2 criminal investigation teams, along with the County Bureau's Criminal Investigation Unit, began a comprehensive operation targeting the counterfeit currency case. However, after an entire night of effort, dismantling several underground casinos and a few performance venues, they yielded no significant results. Instead, they received numerous complaints, each of which was both reasonable and lawful. The next morning, Wu Xiaofeng approached Huang Weihuan and Su Lin with a forlorn expression, revealing that he had been suspended, following a direct order from the bureau chief. Upon hearing this, Su Lin initially contemplated confronting the chief, but was suddenly struck by a thought. Complaints? Who lodged them and why? He lifted his gaze, fixating on Wu Xiaofeng. The latter hesitated for a moment before responding. Just some ordinary citizens, a few shop owners, and several nightclub proprietors, among others. Retrieve all the complaint calls immediately, Su Lin commanded, his eyes narrowing as a particular individual came to mind. The litigator. If they are indeed called litigators, could they not be well-versed in the law? Each complaint was both reasonable and lawful. Could ordinary citizens accomplish such a feat? Chapter 87. The appearance of the litigators with Su Lin's directive. All the brothers in the Criminal Investigation Unit sprang into action. They meticulously examined every complaint call, a task that proved to be quite substantial. At this juncture, an individual arrived at the hotel where Su Lin and his team were stationed. This person was rotund, reeking of alcohol, and possessed a pair of elongated eyes that instilled discomfort in those he regarded. Leading the way was Wu Xiaofeng. Captain Huang, Deputy Captain Su. Our chief is looking for both of you, he announced, his face adorned with a bitter smile. The chief cast a cursory glance at the 2 men before feigning nonchalance as he glanced at Wu Xiaofeng, delivering his words with a sarcastic tone. Such an impressive display of authority from the 2 captains, having just arrived in Guanghua County and already commanding my personnel. Upon seeing the inebriated figure enter, Huang Weiheng and Su Lin's expressions turned icy. Huang Weiheng replied, my apologies, Chief Qi. We are simply eager to resolve the case, it's just that. That does not excuse your failure to inform me before deploying my personnel. Qi Daikong interrupted sharply, his tone laden with severity. Huang Weiheng's countenance darkened slightly, yet he maintained his composure. Chief Qi, the situation is urgent, truly. Spare me your excuses. To come onto my turf and make arrests without prior notice is unacceptable. Did you think so little of me when you apprehended Wang Liang and the others? Huang Weiheng was once again cut off, the flames of indignation igniting in his eyes. Without waiting for him to speak, Su Lin directly approached Qi Ju, coldly stating, we are from the Criminal Investigation Team of Jiangyan City, and it is only natural for your County S team to assist us in our case. If you have any objections, feel free to approach Director Xia. With a mocking glint in his eyes, Qi Datsong gazed at Su Lin and remarked, you little brat who hasn't even grown a full beard, don't think that solving a couple of major cases has made you invincible. Our Guanghua County is not a place for you to run rampant. You may apprehend individuals, but you must first obtain my consent. Su Lin smiled and inquired, so? You mean to say that in order to apprehend a wanted criminal, we must first get your approval? What if the suspect escapes? Who will take responsibility? Qi Datsong scoffed, don't try to pin this on me. You are not in a position to do so. If someone escapes, that merely means your preparation was inadequate, which is of no concern to me. If you proceed without my consent, you are disregarding our county's authority. Given this situation, do not expect my cooperation. After finishing his words, he turned to Wu Xiaofeng and declared, Wu Xiaofeng, from this moment on, you have been dismissed. If you betray us, get lost. Wu Xiaofeng's expression shifted dramatically. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap this arrogant pig, but he was aware of the consequences of laying hands on a superior. Even if reinstated later, how would the higher-ups perceive him? Huang Weihuan's face darkened with anger, and just as he was about to speak, Su Lin pulled him back. Then, this fellow inquired, Director Qi, we are currently investigating a counterfeiting case, and we sincerely request your cooperation. Wang Liang is a serious criminal involved in a homicide case, so we hope for your assistance. Cooperate with you? Qi Daikong exclaimed, his arrogance palpable as he sneered. I apologize, but I am unaware of any counterfeit currency case. Your overstepping jurisdiction today has greatly displeased me, particularly you, Wang Liang, who is embroiled in a homicide case. Do you truly expect me to believe in your integrity? Su Lin interjected, Director Qi, the situation is urgent. Your cooperation is imperative. Qi Daikong retorted, should you genuinely desire my cooperation, Present me with the documents. Su Lin chuckled and inquired once more, is it truly impossible? Chi Daikong, undeterred, declared, if I refuse, do you intend to continue your overreach? Allow me to inform you. In Guanghua County, without my backing, you shall find it exceedingly difficult to proceed. Su Lin found amusement in his obstinacy. This individual was clearly courting disaster. He raised his hand, revealing a mobile phone, still engaged in a call. A thunderous voice erupted from the device, none other than Xia Weihai. Chi Daikong shuddered, his eyes widening in shock as he fixated on Su Lin's phone. You. Xia Weihai's voice boomed. Chi Daikong, from this moment forth, you are to be suspended immediately. Huang Weihuan, you are to assume full responsibility for the Guanghua County Bureau. Initiate the investigation into the counterfeit currency case without delay. Yes, Chief Xia. Huang Weihuan responded eagerly from the side. The inebriated Chi Daikong jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat, the effects of the alcohol dissipating in an instant. It dawned on him that his drunken antics had irrevocably jeopardized his future. While his association with Wang Liang was minimal, merely sharing a few meals and accepting minor gifts, it was clear that the arrest of that individual bore no consequence for him. However, it is the act of exceeding authority and neglecting oneself that incites his greatest indignation. It is precisely for this reason that he seeks to complicate matters for the criminal investigation team. Unbeknownst to him, a single indulgent evening led to his downfall. Director Xia. I was wrong, Director Xia. He hastily attempted to explain, but Su Lin had already terminated the call, stating, whatever you have to say, tell Director Xia. You have wronged me. Chi Daikong, realizing the situation, cast a venomous glance at Su Lin. Su Lin replied with a smirk, indeed, I have ensnared you. But what can you do? For now, it is merely a suspension. Should you continue to obstruct our investigation, I shall arrest you. You. A chill ran through Chi Daikong as he discerned a murderous intent in Su Lin's gaze. Stop dawdling, Wu Xiaofeng move. Huang Weihuan, disinterested in Chi Daikong, gestured to Wu Xiaofeng beside him. At the command, Wu Xiaofeng snapped to attention and set about executing the order without hesitation. Within the span of a morning, all 32 reports received had been thoroughly investigated. Each call had been made using virtual numbers or public phones, rendering them nearly impossible to trace. Upon receiving the news from Huang Weihuan, Su Lin immediately recognized the accuracy of his suspicions. The lawyer was indeed in Guanghua County. While he was uncertain if the banker was present, he could ascertain that there existed a crucial lead associated with him. This was becoming intriguing. Su Lin smiled slightly and mused, I wonder, by what means was the counterfeit currency amounting to 4 million transported to Guanghua County? There are no waterways here. As for land routes, only highways and high-speed railways exist. He fell into deep contemplation, while Huang Weihuan and others continued their sweeping operations in those underground venues, determined to create chaos throughout Guanghua County and force people out into the open. Concurrently, Huang Weihuan ordered all police forces in the county to collaborate with the Traffic Police Department to conduct thorough inspections of the main roads leading in and out of the city. As noon approached, the staff at the county bureau prepared to head to the cafeteria for lunch. Su Lin and Huang Weihuan also went to the cafeteria for a meal before returning to the office. Just as they settled down, a figure entered the office, none other than Wu Xiaofeng. He spoke up, Chief Huang, Deputy Chief Su, Wang Liang has confessed. He claims that the counterfeit money was obtained from Wanheng Company, but our investigation reveals that this Wanheng Company does not exist. As expected, Su Lin furrowed his brow and replied, not only do we lack leads from Wang Liang's side, but I doubt my 2 childhood friends will have any information either. We may have to uncover this lead ourselves. Let us bring out all the counterfeit bills and examine them for clues. Huang Weihuan nodded, and soon, 4 million in counterfeit bills spread across 2 desks. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Indeed, the evidence needed to be unearthed, and here it was before them. Chapter 88. The disruption of clues. More terrifying than imagined, Su Lin leaned over a pile of counterfeit currency, his eyes narrowing slightly as he scrutinized each stack of 100-yuan bills. Soon, he uncovered subtle hints. These notes had only recently been bundled together. Prior to this, they had been stored separately. Su Lin picked up a slightly crumpled bill and inhaled its scent. When counterfeit bills are piled together, the ink can obscure their individual odors. However, when extracted singularly, Su Lin's tracking skills, enhanced by his heightened senses, allowed him to discern the information contained within. Eagle eye activated. Tracking initiated. He silently recited, gently flipping the counterfeit bill over. 2 fingerprints appeared clearly within the scope of his eagle eye. Following this revelation, a faint scent wafted into Su Lin's nostrils. The smell of rubber and latex? Upon hearing his words, both Huang Weihuan and Wu Xiaofeng widened their eyes in disbelief. No way. Su Lin, are you joking with me? Indeed. Deputy Team Leader Su, please don't tell me you can actually detect the scent of rubber and latex from this. The 2 exchanged incredulous glances. Su Lin paid them no heed, continuing to pick up another slightly crumpled bill, bringing it to his nose once more. Almost immediately, he detected a different odor. The scent of synthetic plastic? He furrowed his brow and swiftly grabbed another bill, inhaling deeply before exclaiming, "Rubber and latex? Let us do this again. Synthetic plastics? Rubber and latex? Rubber and latex?" He detected the scent of 3 identical components from a series of counterfeit banknotes. In addition, he also sensed the odors of ordinary cardboard and solid glue. Su Lin halted, lifting his gaze to the 2 astonished individuals before him. "Why are you staring at me?" Huang Weihuan remarked. "Su Lin, I am truly impressed, utterly impressed." Wu Xiaofeng added, "Deputy Su, may I request a transfer to the brigade? Even if it means merely serving as a doorman?" Su Lin responded, "Enough chatter, let us prepare for action." "Action? What action?" Huang Weihuan was taken aback. Su Lin explained, "Synthetic plastics, latex, rubber, cardboard, solid glue. What can you deduce from this?" The 2 shook their heads almost in unison. What could they possibly surmise? Su Lin rubbed his nose, realizing he must unravel the mystery himself. He stated, "Rubber and latex are akin to elastic bands. And every counterfeit note I just examined bore their scent. This detail is crucial, as I can ascertain they originated from a single location. Secondly, the presence of cardboard and solid glue further confirms the method by which these counterfeit notes were transported." As Su Lin spoke, he raised his head, reflecting that in future investigations, he must thoroughly explore every trace left at the scene, ensuring he does not repeat the oversights of today. Had he commenced his examination of the counterfeit currency yesterday, perhaps an inordinate amount of time would have been spared. He stated, "Huangji, Wu Xiaofeng. I require the recent express delivery statistics for Guanghua County. Any entities or individuals experiencing a substantial surge in deliveries within the past month are under suspicion." Express deliveries? Surely, that cannot be. The 2 exclaimed in astonishment. Su Lin replied, "Why is that impossible? If I were to attach 3 counterfeit notes to a single parcel, how many could I transport with 100 packages? 1,000? Or even 10,000? We dwell in an era of online shopping, where receiving hundreds or thousands of packages daily is entirely commonplace. During peak shopping events, such as Singles Day, an increase of several 100,000 orders is not beyond reason." Upon hearing this, Huang Weihuan and Wu Xiaofeng exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with horror. Su Lin continued, "If we can trace the products, we should focus on items like rubber bands. These products are inexpensive and lightweight, making it inconspicuous to ship thousands of them daily." Bang! At this revelation, Huang Weihuan's expression shifted dramatically. "Wu Xiaofeng, let's go." He seized Wu Xiaofeng and hurriedly dashed outside. Within Guanghua County, there are 14 express delivery stations, handling over 80,000 orders daily. The surrounding townships also rely on these 14 stations for their deliveries. Searching through 80,000 orders would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Yet Su Lin had pinpointed the essential focus, rendering their search exceedingly straightforward. Wanheng Plastic Company. Consider the jewelry stores. 2 shops came directly into their line of sight. Wanheng Plastics Company experienced a remarkable surge in orders last month, exceeding 300, averaging more than 10 orders daily. Meanwhile, the Xiangxiang jewelry store saw an astonishing rise of 1,500 orders since last week. Upon relaying this information to Su Lin, Huang Weihuan immediately stood up, donned his hat, and headed outside. "What are you doing?" Huang Weihuan inquired. "I'm going to apprehend them," Su Lin replied. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Huang Weihuan promptly followed Su Lin out the door. As their vehicle roared to life, Su Lin, Huang Weihuan, Wu Xiaofeng, and a criminal investigation team of 12 swiftly made their way toward the Xiangxiang jewelry store. In Guanghua County, at the bustling intersection of Xinjia, a lively row of shops thrived, with pedestrians continuously flocking to the bustling sidewalks. At that moment, a figure clad in a black hoodie and a flat-brimmed cap, with the hood pulled over the cap and a mask obscuring their face, entered a jewelry shop. Upon the figure's entrance, the female shopkeeper promptly approached the door, glanced around, and then lowered the shop's rolling shutter. Approximately 1 minute later, the shutter lifted, and the figure in black re-emerged, hastily making their way toward the street corner. Simultaneously, Su Lin, Huang Weihuan, Chen Hua, and their team were advancing rapidly toward the jewelry store. The 2 parties crossed paths midway, and the figure in black seemed oblivious to Su Lin and his team as they brushed past. In that fleeting moment, as they passed each other, Su Lin's expression momentarily froze in surprise. The metallic scent of blood lingered in the air. Habitually, he turned his head towards a figure clad in a black hoodie, donning a baseball cap, with the hood pulled over his head. A thought flickered in his mind as he discreetly tossed a unique marker in that direction. He had intended to activate his eye of good and evil for a fleeting glimpse, yet the figure had already rounded the corner, vanishing from sight. "What's wrong?" Huang Weihuan noticed Su Lin's unusual demeanor and promptly inquired. Su Lin shook his head, choosing silence. Before long, they arrived at the jewelry store, its shutter pulled down, leaving only a gap of approximately 20 centimeters. The countenance of the group shifted slightly at the sight. Su Lin's expression hardened as he forcefully yanked open the shutter. Curious onlookers gathered around, drawn by the commotion, only to be met with piercing screams. "Ah, there has been a murder. A dead body." The panicked cries sent the crowd scattering in all directions. In that instant, Su Lin turned on his heel, transforming into a shadow as he sprinted towards the street corner. A singular thought consumed him. This organization was far more terrifying than he had previously imagined. Chapter 89. The Elf and the Butcher. Su Lin moved with astonishing speed, his pace reaching a level bordering on the terrifying. He covered nearly 200 meters in under 20 seconds, a velocity that could rival the full sprint of a world champion. As he rounded the corner, a shadowy figure came into view, sprinting ahead with reckless abandon, vanishing into the night in mere moments. Su Lin felt an urge to pursue, but, upon glancing at the distinctive markings, he relinquished the thought. After all, there was little chance of escape. He hoped that this perpetrator would yield greater rewards. Turning towards the jewelry store, he had only taken a few steps when he encountered Huang Weihuan, Chenhua, and others rushing towards him. "Su Lin, what is happening? Deputy Su, did you just see the assailant? Where are they?" The inquiries came rapidly, their eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Su Lin shook his head and replied, "The person fled. However, I cannot be certain if they were the culprit. Let us secure the scene first." With that, Su Lin entered the crime scene, which was the jewelry store. Huang Weihuan handed him a pair of white gloves, which he donned before kneeling beside the body. A fatal stab wound to the heart and another to the neck marked the deceased, a woman approximately 25 years of age, possessing delicate features, her eyes still wide open with the terror of death. Su Lin surveyed the scene, noting the multitude of footprints, making the collection of evidence nearly impossible. Given the public nature of the location, it was impossible to ascertain the size of the assailant's shoes. Subsequently, he approached the computer in the store, and upon inspection, he was taken aback to discover that approximately 10 minutes of surveillance footage had been entirely purged, not merely deleted, but completely eradicated from the server. It was evident that the perpetrator possessed exceptional computer skills. The trail had gone cold. Huang Weiheng shook his head and sighed. However, Su Lin held a different perspective. He ventured into the storeroom behind the jewelry shop, where he unearthed numerous small cardboard boxes, roughly 15 by 20 in size. Some of these boxes remained unopened, and when he pried one open, he indeed found a string of inferior quality beads nestled inside, alongside 5 neatly arranged counterfeit bills. The delivery had indeed arrived. Huang Weihang's face registered shock. Wu Xiaofeng gazed at Su Lin with admiration, exclaiming, "Deputy Captain Su, do you still accept disciples? Although I am somewhat older, I assure you of my diligence and eagerness to learn." "Wu Xiaofeng, step aside. If anyone is to be a disciple, it should be me," Chunhua interjected. Pushing his classmate aside, Su Lin remained silent. Huang Weiheng urged, "Enough chatter, let's swiftly track down the sender." Understood. The two sprang into action. Upon reaching the courier station, the personnel cooperated unconditionally, promptly relaying the locations of the senders. The results indicated that the sender's location was in Nanlin City. Nanlin. Su Lin remained contemplative, opening his system interface and activating the special marker. In the darkness, he observed an individual seated on the balcony of a building. In his embrace lay a computer, upon which a multitude of surveillance feeds were starkly displayed. To his astonishment, these feeds were from the streets of Guanghua County, densely packed. With nearly all civilian cameras having been compromised, Su Lin's gaze sharpened. This was a first-person perspective, implying that the individual holding the computer was an accomplice of the perpetrator, possessing formidable hacking skills. Su Lin could almost ascertain that it was this individual who had eliminated the footage from the jewelry store. As he surveyed their surroundings, a piercing light gradually emerged in his eyes. It was the teaching building of Guanghua High School. While he might be unfamiliar with other locales, the teaching building of Guanghua High School was intimately known to him, as it was his alma mater. That was the rooftop of the teaching building, a place he had ascended countless times before. The crowd lingered at the entrance of the courier station, the majority of them casting curious glances at Su Lin, eager to discern if he had uncovered any additional clues. After all, the trail had seemingly gone cold. Su Lin's gaze leisurely swept across the vicinity as he spoke in a measured tone. "Lao Huang, how many private surveillance cameras do you suppose exist in Guanghua County?" Huang Weihuan blinked in surprise. "How would I know? Can our technicians deactivate all private cameras?" Su Lin pressed further. Huang Weihuan replied, "The likelihood is slim. Unless we contact all the surveillance manufacturers to shut down their servers. Then let us proceed to contact all surveillance manufacturers," Su Lin resolved. Su Lin spoke calmly. Casting a glance at the surveillance monitor, a peculiar smile gradually forming at the corners of his lips. On the rooftop of the Guanghua County High School teaching building, a figure clad in black, cradling a laptop, was intently watching an enlarged video. The footage depicted Su Lin and his companions standing at the entrance of a courier company. Suddenly, he noticed Su Lin lifting his head, fixing his gaze on the camera, revealing a strange grin. By heavens! The young man, adjusting his glasses, felt a chill run down his spine. That gaze seemed to pierce through to him, accompanied by a disdainful smile. "Butcher, whom have you truly offended?" The youth raised his head, revealing an exceptionally handsome face, clearly not older than 20. Meanwhile, the butcher remained shrouded in layers of clothing. His slender eyes fixated on the surveillance footage as he remarked, "Su Lin, deputy captain of the criminal investigation team of Jiangyan City Bureau, a formidable adversary. However, rest assured, he will not find us." No sooner had the butcher's words escaped his lips than they witnessed Su Lin raise his hand, pointing directly at him, then mimicking the motion of handcuffing. At that moment, both the bespectacled youth and the butcher felt a sudden tension envelop them. Just then, the surveillance screen abruptly went black. What is happening? The butcher's countenance, hidden beneath his mask, shifted noticeably. The young man's expression turned grave as he rapidly typed on the laptop, stating, "They have shut down the servers for all private cameras. How is that possible? With so many private camera manufacturers, how have they managed this?" The butcher appeared incredulous. The bespectacled youth, referred to as the elf, replied, "How can it be impossible? Let us not forget that we are up against the official forces of the Great Xia, the very apparatus of the state." Upon hearing this, the butcher's expression turned icy. The term state apparatus weighed heavily upon him. He inquired, "Elf, is it possible to restart the system? Otherwise, we may have to resort to the official cameras. Have you lost your mind? Are you seeking death? Do you think the technical personnel of the authorities are mere decorations?" The bespectacled youth suddenly raised his head. He continued, "Do you know where all those ancient deities of our network are? 90% serve the government. Butcher, do you wish to endanger me?" Noticing the butcher's silence, he added, "Give me 5 minutes. Fortunately, I left a back door in the servers of all the monitoring manufacturers, allowing me to reboot the system." With that, he hastened his computer controls. Approximately 4 minutes later, a video feed flickered back to life. One by one, the private cameras began to reboot. The elf, a faint smile gracing his lips, immediately set about activating all the cameras in search of Su Lin and his companions. Before long, the targeted Su Lin appeared on the screens. "Holy cow! Damn it!" Both exclaimed simultaneously in astonishment, nearly losing control. Su Lin was seen disembarking from a vehicle, positioned conspicuously at the entrance of Guanghua County High School. Chapter 90. I aim to create value in you. It's hard to perish. Su Lin had not anticipated the swiftness with which the sprite could decipher the situation. Yet, even so, it mattered little. His gaze drifted towards the rooftop, where his eagle-eyed vision revealed a faint crimson hue glimmering in his pupils. There, at the edge of the terrace, he discerned a bespectacled youth alongside a figure shrouded in a black hoodie. This shadowy figure was none other than the assailant marked by special insignia. The astonishment reflected in their eyes filled him with immense satisfaction. If chaos were to ensue, he would relish in observing who could instigate it more effectively. Huang Weihuan had also disembarked from the external duty vehicle, inquiring, "Su Lin, what brings you here?" Before he could complete his sentence, Su Lin surged forward like a cheetah, his voice echoing, "Follow me." "Wait a moment." Huang Weihuan took several seconds to process the situation before hastily trailing behind, followed closely by a flurry of panicked detectives. "Let us proceed." On the rooftop, the butcher's expression shifted dramatically as he witnessed a dark figure rush into the school grounds. The entrance to Guanghua County High School was typically guarded. With a metal gate obstructing entry, one must first request the security personnel to open it. But what did he behold? The shadowy figure seized the iron gate and leapt nearly 2 meters high, vaulting into the premises. The butcher seized the sprite by the collar, dragging him backward. The sprite, however, reacted with remarkable agility, tossing his computer off the 6-story building in a swift motion. The two individuals swiftly dashed down the corridor, and upon reaching the 2nd floor, the butcher did not descend further but instead entered a classroom, forcefully kicking the door open. With a resounding crash, the glass shattered as the butcher leaped down. The sprite, gritting his teeth, followed suit and jumped from the 2nd floor. The height was merely 3 to 4 meters. The butcher was remarkably agile, and the sprite, being youthful, possessed exceptional flexibility, allowing both to land without serious harm. Rising to their feet, they immediately sprinted towards the wall at the back of the school. Covering a distance of 100 meters took only a few seconds. The butcher planted a foot on the wall, leveraging his strength to grasp the top edge, then forcefully flipped himself over. The sprite, lacking such prowess, leaped up but slipped beneath him. Fortunately, the butcher caught his arm, pulling him up. As they both reached the top of the wall, they glanced back simultaneously, their expressions reflecting profound astonishment. A dark figure loomed merely 50 to 60 meters away, hurtling towards the wall like a high-speed train. The butcher's expression shifted. He inhaled deeply, standing atop the wall and gazing down at the approaching figure. "Sprite, run. I will hold him off." The sprite recognized his own burden and urged, "Butcher, be careful. No time for chatter, run." The butcher bellowed, prompting the sprite to leap down from the wall, vanishing into the orchard outside the school. A special mark. Su Lin let out a cold laugh. Just as the spirit was on the verge of vanishing from his sight, he flung a special marker. It was perfectly timed. A flash of crimson light instantaneously penetrated the spirit's body. Did it think it could escape after being targeted? Swiftly, he approached the wall, his expression calm as he regarded the figure upon it, saying with a smirk, "Not fleeing anymore. You certainly have some audacity, killing someone and then brazenly strolling past me." The butcher replied, "Deputy Team Leader Su, your reputation precedes you." Su Lin, feigning surprise, inquired, "You know me?" "Of course. If I weren't aware of your identity, I wouldn't have been so eager to deal with that person. Unfortunately, you found me first. I'm quite curious. How did you ascertain our location?" The butcher's eyes bore into Su Lin, his right hand concealed behind him, where a short dagger glimmered ominously. Su Lin smiled and swiftly cast an eye of judgment. The crimson name appearing before him. Zhang Xinian, alias, the butcher, sin value, 722 points, member of the Radiance organization. The eye of judgment revealed 3 crucial pieces of information: this person's identity, title, and their organizational affiliation. Radiance? Su Lin mused, finally having gained some insight. He stated, "As for how I discovered your location, that is of no concern to you. What you should do now is come down and surrender." The butcher chuckled coldly, extending his right hand, the dagger poised across his chest. "What if I refuse? If I could eliminate a formidable enemy for the organization, even at the cost of my own life, it would be worthwhile." "Worthwhile?" Su Lin chuckled and remarked, "Zhang Xinian, the butcher, a member of the Radiance organization's cleanup department, joined 4 years ago and has eliminated 7 individuals for Radiance." As he spoke, the butcher's pupils dilated in horror. How do you know so much about us?" His voice trembled, for Su Lin's words hinted at the existence of a highly placed infiltrator within their ranks. Su Lin replied, "What significance does your question hold? Regardless, you are destined to perish. What I am doing now is allowing you to experience despair before your demise. Die." A glint of cold fury flashed in the butcher's eyes as he violently hurled his dagger towards Su Lin. He then turned to leap outside, only to be met with a dull thud. Bang! A searing pain shot through the root of the butcher's thigh, followed by an uncontrollable scream. Ah! Crash! A cacophony erupted from beyond the wall. Su Lin's lips twitched slightly as he mused, "Apologies, you were too swift. My aim faltered." He couldn't suppress the chill that coursed through him. Nevertheless, he took 2 steps back, vaulted onto the wall, and peered down at the humble figure in black, crawling on the ground. According to the information he gleaned from the butcher, this cleaning department merely facilitates the organization's murderous agenda, eliminating all obstacles and hindrances. However, to be candid, it is somewhat disheartening. He spoke up, "Butcher, fleeing has become futile. I believe you have a second option. Suicide is also a viable choice." A glimmer of coldness flickered in the butcher's eyes as he replied, "Su Lin, I assure you, it will not be long before you, too, are toyed with by the organization, meeting a similar demise." Haha. His laughter, tinged with a hint of madness, echoed through the night as a dagger materialized in his hand, which he plunged forcefully into his own chest. Yet, a shadow moved with swiftness, leaping down from the wall and kicking the dagger from his grasp. Subsequently, Su Lin crouched down, deftly dislocating the butcher's jaw while shattering the joints of his hands and legs. As the king of close combat, these maneuvers were executed with remarkable ease. He grinned widely and remarked, "I was merely jesting. I still need to extract value from you, so it will be quite difficult for you to find death." Chapter 91. A major report to Deputy Fong. Where is Su Lin? Old Su, Deputy Su, Huang Weihuan, accompanied by the others, arrived at the perimeter, surveying the desolate surroundings with expressions of frustration. They had exerted every effort to pursue, only to be halted by an iron gate at the school entrance. Upon opening the gate, they glimpsed Su Lin darting behind the teaching building, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. After their arrival, no trace of him remained. "Everyone, come over here," Su Lin shouted towards the wall, glancing at the butcher lying on the ground like a dead dog. Upon hearing this, Huang Weihuan made a sudden sprint, only to falter, nearly tumbling headfirst. He shot a glare back at Chunhua. "Do you lack perception?" "Oh, right here." Chunhua hurried forward, assisting Huang Weihuan in climbing up. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaofeng took several steps back, then charged at the wall, using a series of swift kicks to ascend, grasping the top edge with determination and flipping over. Goodness! Huang Weihuan's eyes widened in astonishment. It was one thing for Su Lin to be so formidable. How was it that even this unassuming individual displayed such prowess? Soon, one by one, they all scaled the wall, leaping down to the outside. Observing the butcher, still struggling on the ground under Su Lin's control, they collectively gasped. His limbs were nearly incapacitated. This man was truly brutal. Su Lin remarked, "One has escaped. But let us take this fellow back first." After speaking, he cast a profound glance at the orchard ahead, a faintly enigmatic smile gracing his lips. The butcher, upon catching sight of this smile, felt a constriction in his pupils. He sensed that Su Lin was toying with them. Much like the smile he had just witnessed on the surveillance camera. He wanted to alert the sprite, but with his jaw dislocated, he was rendered incapable, only able to emit a series of pitiful wails. "All right, let us wrap it up," Huang Weihuan commanded with a wave of his hand. Immediately, two detectives stepped forward to hoist the butcher up, and the group maneuvered along the narrow path beside the wall until they reached the entrance of the school. "Get in the car, we're leaving." Once seated in the vehicle, Huang Weihuan inquired, "Su Lin, is this fellow truly the murderer?" Su Lin nodded, stating, "He has quite the background. Is he affiliated with that organization?" Indeed. The two engaged in a casual exchange. Yet Su Lin refrained from revealing the entire truth to Huang Weihuan, for the organization was exceedingly formidable, beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. The more he knew, the more perilous it would become for Huang Weihuan, even as the captain of the criminal investigation team. Upon returning to the county police station, the butcher underwent a thorough examination before being handcuffed and transferred to the hospital, with Chunhua personally overseeing his custody with a small team. Su Lin, meanwhile, made his way to the temporary investigation office. After a brief silence, he retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Xiao Weihai's number. It was now 10:30 in the evening, and Xiao Weihai was preparing to head home for the night. Suddenly receiving a phone call, he was momentarily taken aback before answering, saying, "Su Lin, have you stumbled upon something extraordinary? What is the status of the counterfeit currency case? Have any suspects been identified?" Xiao Weihai's tone was relaxed. Su Lin had become his right-hand man, or rather, the steadfast anchor of their municipal bureau. With this young man on his team, he felt assured. He believed that it would not be long before the counterfeit case would be resolved comprehensively. However, Su Lin did not engage in banter with Director Xia. Instead, he spoke earnestly, "Director Xia, we need to escalate this matter. It may require assistance from higher authorities." "Escalate? You mean to the provincial level?" Xiao Weihai was taken aback, intrigued as to what had rendered Su Lin so apprehensive. "No, we need to report it to the ministry," Su Lin clarified. Upon hearing this, Xiao Weihai felt a jolt of shock. Reporting to the ministry indicated that this was no ordinary case. It was likely a monumental incident. Yet Su Lin further added, "I suspect that the Security Bureau will take over, but we should also be permitted to participate in the investigation." At this statement, Xiao Weihai's mind was overwhelmed. The Security Bureau taking charge? Those individuals were akin to machines with licenses to kill. Once they mobilized, it would undoubtedly involve a case of extraordinary magnitude, potentially shaking the very foundations of the nation and impacting the lives of the populace. It was precisely because Su Lin understood the gravity of this situation that he made such a decisive choice. His previous encounters with major cases had been unprecedented. Even a villain as notorious as Wang Lida pales in comparison to the gravity of this case. Who could have anticipated that a mere counterfeit currency incident could unravel such a terrifying presence? Just wait and see. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Weihai took a few deep breaths and dialed the number for Chun Yinghu at the provincial department. "Hello." Upon connection, Xiao Weihai immediately relayed the details shared by Su Lin to Chun Yinghu. Chun Yinghu's reaction mirrored his own, utter shock and disbelief. If this truly is a major case, higher authorities will undoubtedly dispatch personnel. "Xiao, I will report this to the department." "Wait, on second thought, let him reach out to Deputy Fong himself." After a moment's contemplation, Chun Yinghu opted to grant Su Lin a favor. Reporting beyond 1's level is generally frowned upon, as no leader appreciates a subordinate bypassing them to directly seek out higher-ups. Yet, Su Lin is an anomaly. His connections extend directly to the department. And if all goes well, his future is promising, perhaps even surpassing that of the provincial department. "Yes, Director Chun, I understand." Xiao Weihai concluded the call and promptly returned a message to Su Lin. "What? You want me to contact Deputy Fong directly?" Su Lin was somewhat taken aback. "Yes, that's what Director Chun indicated. You, of all people, should know better. This isn't your first rodeo. Remember the last time with the second-in-command from Haiyuan province and that deputy director? Didn't you handle that situation quite adeptly?" Xiao Weihai remarked. Su Lin replied, "Director Xia, it's not the same. Those two held much higher ranks. I feared that Director Chun might be unable to act, which is why I escalated the report." "Enough with the hesitations. Report directly," Xiao Weihai interjected. "Fine." Su Lin clenched his teeth and ended the call. After contemplating his phrasing, He dialed the deputy's number. Fang Ziyuan had already retired for the night, accustomed to an early bedtime at his age, over 60. Awakened by Su Lin's call, the deputy grumbled, "Su Lin, do you not realize how vital sleep is for the health of the elderly? Because of your call, I shall likely suffer from insomnia tonight. You'd better provide me with a satisfactory explanation, or I shall take action against you." Su Lin's lips twitched, feeling as though he had been set up by Director Chun, who was well aware of the deputy's habits, thus placing him in this predicament. However, at this juncture, he had no choice but to speak up. "Deputy, I am left with no alternatives. The case is simply too significant, and I fear I cannot manage it." "Oh, you possess a case that elicits doubt in your abilities? You dare to intervene in Wang Lida's nearly trillion-dollar conglomerate, yet something frightens you? I am quite curious now." Fang Ziyuan remarked, his interest piqued, his expression softening. "Deputy, I wonder if you have heard of the Radiance Organization?" Su Lin inquired cautiously. Boom. Fang Ziyuan felt as though his mind had exploded. He sat up instantly, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Su Lin, how do you know about Radiance?" He gasped, his breath quickening, his tone gravely serious. Chapter 92. The arrival of the third group from the Security Bureau, the fifth person, the Poison Master. Upon hearing the somewhat astonished inquiry from Deputy Fang, Su Lin responded with remarkable composure. "We have discovered the information, thus we are aware." Fang Ziyuan paused for a moment, then remarked, "What a bold statement, young man." After a brief contemplation, he declared, "I understand now." With a sharp click, the call ended. Su Lin was taken aback. Was that it? Not a single word more, no further explanation, just those 4 succinct words. "I understand now." He felt an urge to call Deputy Fang back, but reconsidered. What if he faced another reprimand? Never mind. Whatever issues arose could be addressed tomorrow. It was time for rest. Casting aside all concerns, Su Lin opened the system and glanced at the interface marked with special tags. The bespectacled youth was manipulating the computer. He noted the distance, 20 kilometers, remaining in a state of stillness. This indicated that the other party had not moved in Guanghua County, prompting Su Lin to disregard it and close his eyes, surrendering to a deep slumber. He slept soundly until around 5 a.m. the following day when an urgent ringing of the phone jolted him awake. Seeing an unfamiliar number, he refrained from irritation, rubbed his eyes, and answered casually. "Hello, this is Heisey from the third group." A hoarse voice came from the other end. Su Lin was momentarily taken aback and instinctively blurted out, "Are you here to play go with me?" On the other end of the phone, a young man, approximately 35 or 36 years of age, twitched the corner of his mouth and brushed his hand over his bald head, stating, "I am not joking. Deputy Fang has sent me to find you." Upon hearing the name of Deputy Fang, Su Lin immediately regained his composure, realizing that the higher-ups had commenced their actions. As he had anticipated, the department was aware of the existence of the Radiance Organization. It was hardly surprising. No matter how formidable an organization might be, it could not evade the scrutiny of the Great Xia's official machinery. He replied, "I am Su Lin. Where are you?" In the courtyard came the response. Su Lin rose from the sofa, donned his coat, and proceeded outside. The autumn chill was becoming increasingly palpable with each passing day. Upon arriving at the county bureau's courtyard, Su Lin spotted a man of around 175 centimeters in height, clad in a short-sleeved shirt, with an exceedingly ordinary appearance. "Hello, Su Lin," the man greeted, extending his hand. Su Lin reciprocated the gesture, saying, "I apologize. I was just waking up." The man shook his head and replied, "That doesn't concern me. Come with me for a moment." "Very well," Su Lin nodded, just as he was about to step out when he heard a commotion at the back gate. Turning around, he saw Huang Weihuan emerging. "Su Lin, what is this?" Huang Weihuan paused upon noticing Su Lin and the man, Black Z. He then sensed a vibe of camaraderie emanating from Black Z, albeit one that appeared more formidable than his own. "There is something to attend to. I will return shortly." Su Lin said something to Huang Weihuan before walking outside with Heisey. Huang Weihuan stood there, staring blankly at their retreating figures, oblivious to the 2 individuals who had approached him. Beside him were Wu Xiaofeng and Zhang Gong. "Who is that person?" Zhang Gong inquired. Huang Weihuan furrowed his brow and replied, "If I am not mistaken, the Security Bureau." Before he could finish his sentence, Wu Xiaofeng, standing nearby, confidently revealed the identity of the person. "Yes, I suspected as much," Huang Weihuan nodded, looking at Wu Xiaofeng in surprise. "How did you know?" Wu Xiaofeng replied, "My lifelong aspiration has been to join them. Yet here I am, still entrenched in the criminal investigation team of this county bureau. Alas, there will be opportunities." Huang Weihuan, sensing his disappointment, patted him on the shoulder. They gazed at Su Lin's silhouette, both pondering that this case was likely to be taken over. The appearance of the Security Bureau personnel indicated the gravity of the situation. Su Lin and Heisey entered a car, remaining silent as it started and swiftly vanished into the night. After approximately half an hour, They arrived at a residential building in the county town. Upon exiting the vehicle, Heisey knocked on the door. Su Lin glanced around, noting that at least 12 cameras were focused on the entrance, suggesting that this was likely a safe house for the security bureau in Guanghua County. Shortly after, the door opened. Heisey stepped inside first, passing through several concealed doors, leading them into a room of approximately several dozen square meters. On the western side of the room, a window allows a glimpse of the outside world. The remaining 3 walls are composed of sturdy load-bearing structures. Inside, there are 5 individuals, 3 young men and women. The 2 women possess an unremarkable appearance, yet exude an air of decisiveness and determination. With a swift clap of his hands, Heisey captured everyone's attention. "Allow me to introduce Su Lin," he announced, gesturing towards him as he introduced his team members, Ling Dang, Lu Luo, Tainyo, Guagai, and Shawan. Each name is merely a code name for the 5 individuals. Su Lin, lacking a profound curiosity in this matter, nodded slightly at the group, pausing momentarily when his gaze fell upon Tainyo. Standing at approximately 185 meters tall, Tainyo's eyes resembled brass bells, radiating an aura of strength and latent power. "Let us commence our meeting," Heisey declared, signaling for everyone to take their seats at a rectangular table. Once everyone settled, he turned to Su Lin and stated, "We shall first discuss the intelligence we have gathered thus far." He continued, "Team 3 has currently unearthed information regarding 2 members of the Radiance organization, one known as the Butcher and the other as the Poison Master." As he spoke, he handed a document to Su Lin. Su Lin glanced at it, noticing a blurred photograph. However, he instantly recognized the individual as the Butcher he had apprehended the previous day, the code name aligning perfectly. The other figure was merely a silhouette, clad in a complete set of protective gear. To Su Lin's astonishment, the assassin could be deduced to be a woman based on her silhouette. "Is the assassin female?" he inquired. Heisey nodded in affirmation, stating, "According to our intelligence, the Butcher belongs to the Radiance Cleaning Department, which specializes in internal purges within the organization. That assassin serves as their cash flow, her profession being the creation of high-purity ice." Nearly reaching 100. Currently, we are still tracking these 2 individuals. The Butcher's whereabouts remain unknown, while the assassin is reportedly in a lawless zone. Su Lin shook his head. "I am unaware of the assassin's location, but the Butcher, I apprehended him last night." "What?" Heisey and the others became visibly agitated. The Butcher had been captured. Why had no one informed them prior to their arrival? Su Lin continued, "Moreover, based on the information I currently possess, aside from the Butcher, there exists another individual known as the Banker, a master of counterfeit currency, and a legal consultant referred to as the Litigator. In addition, there is another person, the Sprite, an expert hacker proficient in computer systems." The name Sprite was something Su Lin overheard the Butcher exclaim during the chase yesterday. The Banker, the Litigator, the Butcher, the Sprite, and the assassin, 5 in total. This organization, Radiance, is indeed unfathomable. Nonetheless, I shall unearth each one of them, one by one. Chapter 93. Disdain for Criminal Investigators? The Remarkable Special Physique. Heisey and his team were taken aback. 5. In truth, Heisey had not revealed the entire picture. The Butcher and the Poison Master were the 2 core members they currently had under surveillance. They had apprehended over 10 peripheral members of Guangming. Yet those individuals remained oblivious to the core secrets. Who could have anticipated that Su Lin not only possessed more knowledge than they did, but had even captured the Butcher, the Banker, the Litigator, and the Elf? "Are you certain?" Heisey inquired with a grave expression. Su Lin nodded slightly, unfazed. After all, his unique mark was an unparalleled asset for tracking. He had learned about the Banker and the Litigator from Wang Liang, while he discovered the Litigator's identity through Wu Xiaofeng. He had not encountered these 2 personally, nor was he aware of their whereabouts. However, the Butcher was now in his custody, and the Elf was also under his control. He believed it would not be long before these individuals surfaced one by one. Unless they refrained from contacting each other, he would eventually unearth them all. Heisey and his team sought further clarity from Su Lin before escorting him back to the county police station. From this point forward, this case would be handled by our 3 teams. You criminal investigators need not interfere any longer. We will take the Butcher back for interrogation, Heisey stated before they parted ways. Su Lin was momentarily taken aback by the condescension in his tone, yet he brushed it off, responding, "All right." As Su Lin exited the vehicle, Heisey silently drove away. He sat in the car, retrieving a specially encrypted phone, and dialed a number. "Hello, Director. I need to request personnel." A robust voice responded from the other end. "Xiaohei, which individuals do you require?" "The field agents from Team 9, and 2 more squads from our Team 3. The situation is escalating. We have uncovered more members of the Guangming organization," Heisey replied. "More members of the Guangming organization?" The voice on the other end pondered for a moment before responding, "I approve. How long until you present results?" It has been 6 months. And you still have not infiltrated their ranks, which is quite embarrassing, he added. Hazy confidently stated, I can extract them all within a month at most. Very well. I grant you 1 month. Su Lin returned to the county bureau office with a solemn expression. Upon entering, he noticed Huang Weihan and others deep in discussion, their faces reflecting unease. What is the matter? He inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Huang Weihan replied, Su Lin, you finally returned. Director Xia just called, instructing us to stand down. The counterfeit currency case has been taken over by higher authorities, and we need not pursue it further. Su Lin was momentarily taken aback. The Security Bureau acted swiftly. Just moments ago, Hazy had mentioned this, and now it had reached Huang Weihan on the front lines. All right, you all may withdraw for now. I will stay for another couple of days. As the holiday has not yet concluded, Su Lin stated. Bang! Chun-Hua slammed his fist onto the table, expressing his frustration. Why should we hand over the individuals we apprehended to them? In the end, the case was resolved, thanks to the efforts of their security bureau. Huang Weihan turned around and delivered a sharp reprimand, saying, Enough of your prattle. How can we possibly compare with them? They possess the license to kill, while we merely handle criminal cases. For such a major incident, we are utterly powerless to intervene. Even if we could, it would only be as support during the later stages of the operation. As for that butcher, rest assured, your contributions will not go unnoticed. Right, Deputy Team Leader Su? Su Lin shook his head with a smile and replied, Of course. All right, enough chatter. Let us tidy up and head home. Huang Weihan gestured dismissively. Su Lin then turned to the somewhat dejected Wu Xiaofeng and said, Old Huang, have him draft a report to discuss with me upon our return. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaofeng's face lit up with excitement. Huang Weihan chuckled and reassured him, Don't worry. I've already spoken to Chief Xia about it. Thank you, Team Leader Huang. Thank you, Deputy Team Leader Su. Wu Xiaofeng eagerly nodded in gratitude. Su Lin responded, All right, off you go. Remember, once you arrive, utilize your strengths. Understood. Wu Xiaofeng nodded. What are his strengths? He is adept at navigating the intricate networks of the city's shadowy underbelly, all while adhering to ethical boundaries. This is precisely why Su Lin wanted him on the team. Such individuals are indeed rare. With a heart full of frustration, Su Lin returned home. Upon seeing him, his father inquired, Have you resolved the matter? Su Lin replied, Sort of. The authorities have dispatched personnel to investigate. The case is substantial, rendering our city's criminal investigation team unable to intervene. Substantial? That implies considerable danger. It's for the best that we cannot get involved. It ensures safety, Su's mother quickly reassured. A woman's concern, Su's father shot her a disapproving glance. Old fool, dare to utter that again. Su's mother erupted in indignation. Humph. Su's father grunted a couple of times, yet refrained from retorting. Come, son, accompany your mother to buy groceries. I shall prepare a delightful meal for you at noon. Su's mother turned, grasping her son's arm. All right. Su Lin responded with a smile. When busy, he often lacked time for them. Thus, he cherished this opportunity to spend time together. Accompanying his mother to shop and enjoying tea and conversation with his father, the day swiftly passed. That night, Su Lin lay in his bed, gazing at the system interface displaying over 800 points, feeling a surge of excitement. It had been quite some time since his last draw. System, let us have a lottery. With a flutter of anticipation, Su Lin activated the lottery interface. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a speed efficacy card. Speed efficacy card. Increases speed by 50 for 3 minutes. A 50 enhancement in speed is undeniably formidable. Su Lin's physical prowess was already exceptionally advanced. After numerous enhancements, he could sprint 100 meters without losing to world champions. If he were to gain an additional 50 boost, he could transcend the bounds of humanity. However, this speed efficacy card lasts only 3 minutes, which feels rather brief. Once more, he silently chanted, initiating the lottery again. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a skill enhancement card. Once again, another skill enhancement card graced his possession, a duplicate of which he had previously stored away in his warehouse. He casually discarded it. As his current skills were satisfactory, he decided to set it aside for the time being. He proceeded to continue with the lottery. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new skill, Basic Computing. Basic computing skill enables the host to grasp fundamental programming abilities, yet the journey to becoming a competent hacker remains extensive. Upon witnessing the third item drawn, Su Lin could not restrain the urge to utilize the skill enhancement card. The computer prowess exhibited by the sprite astonished him greatly. The ability to control the civilian surveillance of an entire county was indeed formidable. However, he opted to defer the decision and continued with the lottery, pondering the possibility of obtaining something even more essential. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a new skill, Demolition Expert. Demolition Expert, an advanced skill, brings you merely a step away from mastery. A plethora of explosive knowledge and the principles of detonations flooded Su Lin's mind, and he swiftly mastered the skill of a demolition expert. This skill, indeed, proved to be exceptionally advantageous. Observing the remaining over 3,000 points, Su Lin conducted a single comprehensive draw. He acquired a stamina duration card, a strength duration card, alongside a new revelation. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special constitution, immunity to all poisons. Immunity to all poisons significantly enhances the host's physique, allowing the host to develop toxin-resistant cells, combating all known toxins. Hiss. Upon witnessing the selection of the so-called special physique, Su Lin could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Truly remarkable.